everybody. You are watching The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're going to be covering the NHL, MLB, and NBA, but we are starting with the PGA Tour. Bryson DeChambeau going to look to defend his title when the 2021 Rocket Mortgage Classic tees off on Thursday from Detroit Golf Club. Here to play some PGA Tour price check is new dog dad, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich, the proud parent of a new dog who sounds amazing. Okay, Jeff, so congrats, and hopefully you catch up on your sleep. So let's talk golf, though. Who do you fancy in the expensive range here? So somebody who's over 10K. Now, you can get Hideki at 10-4. He finished T19 in 2019, T26 here last season.
Yeah, Hideki's a really interesting target. I mean, he's got a pretty good course history at this event, you know, a couple top 25s. And look, he's clearly in a little bit better form in 2021, right? I mean, obviously getting the big win at the Masters. This is a player who ranks out very well with his short to mid irons. You know, he's top 10 in terms of proximity from 125 to 150, 150 to 175 yards. So I think it's absolutely fine to kind of buy the dip on Hideki. I also think it's fine to kind of buy the dip on Webb Simpson here at 10-6. I mean, both of these players just set up extremely well for iron-based courses, which is kind of what Detroit Golf Club is. It's very easy off the tee. You know, now all this said, I think I'm just going to make my choice Bryson, because Bryson is just so capable of lighting it up on the greens here. He's first in DraftKings points produced over the last 50 rounds. And, you know, I think all three of these players that I've mentioned, like, you know, if we're ranking them, they'd be in my top three. I'd probably put Bryson first, though. Again, this is just a player who dominates off the tee. We're at a driver-heavy course. He's the defending champion. And quite frankly, we've seen Bryson be in pretty good, solid form. I think he's going to put up a very solid title defense here. And all things considered, I would rather pay up for him than one of those other two guys we mentioned, who I still like, but I like Bryson more.
All right, let's talk about that 9K range. So Matt Wolff was the runner-up here last year. He's got 2 runner-up finishes this season, but there is a but. Those are his only top 10s. So are you going to fade him and go with someone else in that 9K range?
It's pretty tough to trust Matt Wolff right now, just with the form that he's showing. Look, he popped at the U.S. Open, and I do think that this is a player who you're going to see kind of get back to at least a little bit of consistency. Some of those like high-end finishes that we saw so often in the like the late summer and the fall of 2020. But I mean, there was no follow-up at the Travelers last week. Opened with like a 6-over opening round and missed the cut again. So Wolff's still clearly struggling with all aspects of his game. Could he get hot on the greens here again like he did last year? Yeah, he could, and it is a driver-heavy course, so you like that. But I can't really trust him at 9,100. This 9K range is, you know, it's full of not like great options. I think Jason Kokrak will be popular. I would rather go up to Joaquin Niemann. I mean, this is a player who finished T5 here on debut in 2019, and he's been still consistent with the irons. You know, the putter has been all over the place, but I just think that this is a very quality young player. And you look at the quality of this field, you know, we're definitely getting a dip here just in terms of how many elite players there are. I think Niemann will come in here, and he's still hitting the ball pretty well. And I think you'll look at this as an opportunity to kind of get his game on track here. So I really like Joaquin Niemann at 9,800. He's a little bit expensive, but again, you're getting a very, very quality young player in a field that, you know, just isn't that deep. And I think 9,800 is still a very fair price for him this week.
Well, the Rocket Mortgage Classic has set itself up as like a birdie fest here, Jeff. And you can get Charlie Hoffman in that 8K range, 8,800. He's made over 10 cuts in a row, finished T30 last week, and he piled up 16 birdies. So what do you think about him in that 8K range?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a player who I'm actually a little bit surprised that more people aren't just, you know, flocking to this week. I mean, I'm not really sure what what we're scared of with Charlie Hoffman at this point. He's made 13 cuts in a row. He's first in strokes gained approach over the last 50 rounds. You know, he's second in birdies or better percentage. I mean, it's the guy who makes a lot of birdies. Even his wins on tour, Jesse, have come at, like you said, at birdie fest, you know, places where you got to get to like 17, 20 under. So I think that Charlie Hoffman is another player who could just be set up for, you know, taking advantage of this weaker field. He's clearly in good forms with his scoring clubs. Now, if you want to go cheaper in this range, again, it's not like a super deep range just because of the field we're getting this week. But I think Max Homa is another player who rates out very well for this course. He's 8,400, so he's cheaper than Hoffman. But his birdie rate is actually a little bit better than Charlie's. So Max Homa makes a ton of birdies, and I think this is a good bounce back spot for him too.
All right, where are you looking for some value, Jeff?
Yeah, the 7K range, I mean, there's actually a lot of interesting names here. This is kind of a funny field. Like, we don't have a ton of what you call like top end elite players in the field, but we do have like a pretty interesting set of like mid-tier players here and a lot of guys who could potentially pop this week. I think just going with the course history we're getting with Doc Redman at 7,900 is absolutely fine. Finished runner up here in 2019, T21 here in 2020. He's made 5 cuts in a row coming in. He's gained strokes on approach and with his putter in 5 straight events. This is just a really good setup for Doc Redman. And again, maybe he's not quite there to challenge for the win, but I think at 7,900, like for core and cash game lineups, Doc Redman does make a ton of sense for me. I would have no problem, sort of targeting him again. I also like Chris Kirk at 7,400 though, and I think Chris Kirk is like more of the GPP pivot for me. He's a lot cheaper. Some players coming off a missed cut, but Kirk rates out very well with his short to mid irons as well. He's top 10 in proximity from 125, 100 to 75 yards. And again, that's just a key range this week. There's a lot of short par fours on this course. Kirk is a guy who can get really hot with his putter. And we saw him play very well at the start of the year. He's tailed off a bit, but I think Chris Kirk, 7,400, it's too cheap for this field. And this is the kind of event, again, where a guy like Kirk can pop. So he's kind of my lower end pick for that range.
All right, slated for pick time. Jeff, who's your favorite DFS play for the Rocket Mortgage Classic?
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Charlie Hoffman. Again, I just think this is a player who's playing too well to ignore at 8,800. I mean, we're getting a little bit weaker field up top, but Hoffman's price hasn't changed much. I think he's going to come in and give it a real effort this week and really try and go after that win. He's a player who we've seen when he gets hot, it takes a while for Hoffman sometime, but he does tend to break through eventually. And I think this could be the week. So I like Hoffman at 8,800. Again, you're just getting too good value there.
All right, Jeff, good stuff. Great start to the show. You're going to stick around because we're talking NHL next. You will be joined by RotoWire's AJ Schultz. We're talking Wednesday's game 2 of the Stanley Cup final, the Sweat. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Sweat. Joined again by Jeff Ulrich, just Jeff for this segment. So time to look ahead to Wednesday's game 2 of the Stanley Cup final. So Jeff, the scrappy Canadians who have pulled off 3 consecutive upsets to make it to this stage got absolutely trounced 5-1 in game 1. So before we preview game 2, what did we learn from the Lightning's win in game 1 besides the fact that they're really good?
Well, first of all, I think we learned that like both Paul and AJ, Jesse, are not Montreal Canadiens fans. I mean, we lost Paul on the first show yesterday, and now AJ's not showing up. So I don't know what these guys have against, Montreal, but we'll have to get to the bottom of that.
Deep-seated, yeah.
It's in a conspiracy, actually, is what it is. But look, I mean, unfortunately for me, who was very much big on like the Canadiens' chances in game 1 and thought they might be able to catch Tampa, they're not rested, Kucherov maybe a little banged up, off guard. That did not happen. What happened was, Tampa got out to their traditional like 1-goal lead, and then in the third period, their superstars took over. So I think what we learned is if the superstars for Tampa are going to play that clutch in clutch time, this series is going to be very, very short because Montreal, the one thing they definitely do not have is a Nikita Kucherov. They don't have a Braden Point either, if we're being honest. So this is going to come down to Montreal kind of being at the mercy of the superstar players of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, look, Carey Price is still, what you would call a superstar as well. And he could easily bounce back here, maybe put a plug in these superstars producing. But, if Nikita Kucherov is going to look like this for the rest of the series, I do not see this being a very good time for Montreal Canadiens fans. This one could, be less than 6 games. And I think we were hitting around 6 games yesterday, in terms of our predictions. But, right now with the way, Kucherov looked in game 1 and even the way guys like Stamkos looked, this one has the looks like it could be less than 6 games.
All right, so let's look ahead to game 2. The Lightning currently plus 133 on the puck line. So after that dominant performance, are those odds good enough to chase, or are you going to expect Montreal to bounce back?
I mean, I do expect Montreal to bounce back, but again, I mean, you look at game 1, it was a 1-goal game heading into the third period. So, Tampa Bay got a late goal on the power play to kind of make it a 5-1 game. And so the score is obviously a tad bit inflated here. We really have to look at the majority of the game, which was actually pretty close for the most part, right? Until again, Kucherov decided to show up in the third period. So I think for this game, though, you really do need to look at the puck lines. Minus 215 for Tampa. You could say that's not necessarily big enough. This is still like, the defending Cup champions. They just dominated game 1 and they're at home. But that's not necessarily a line in hockey that I'm all that interested in at any time in the year. And I think, again, we still need to give Montreal some respect. They still have Carey Price in net. I would probably prefer looking at the puck lines or even the alternate puck lines. Like, I think that's actually a pretty fair number. The fact you're getting plus money here, and not just plus money, but like plus 133 on Tampa Bay just to cover the minus 1.5. I mean, that's just an empty net goal situation. This team is very good at protecting leads. Vasilevsky, for all as much as I talk up Carey Price on this program, Vasilevsky is the best goalie in the league. So, yeah, I think that's a very fair price. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see the puck line that big. But you can even look to alternate puck lines. If you think the game's going to be closer, you could think about Montreal +1 as well. I think that gives you good exposure to Montreal in this game. If it's a close game, Montreal bounces back, or if it goes to OT, at the very least, you're going to get a push there, and you're going to get yourself in a good position with plus money to potentially profit if Montreal does get the win. So all things considered, I do like the puck line on Tampa today. I think I would much prefer that than taking the money line.
All right, well, the total for game 2 is set at 5. It was a 2-1 in game 1 before Tampa broke it open in the third period. So are you leaning under here?
Yeah, it's a good point to make. And again, I mentioned it off the top. Like, this was a close game going into the third. We didn't have a ton of goals going into the third. The superstars took over, obviously, for Tampa, as I already said. I am sort of, it's a little bit concerning because we've been riding these unders. And look, like, we have hit the under, Jesse. This is one thing that, again, if Paul and AJ were here, we'd be patting ourselves on the back together, because I think we've hit the under in like so many games in the playoffs. Or if you just played our under totals, then you'd be in the profit heavy. But I'm a little bit concerned with the superstar production of Tampa. And again, if it just sort of keeps going and this momentum with Kucherov keeps up, you could see some overs hit here. But I just think that with the two goalies in net here and just the styles of these two teams, And with the fact that Montreal, this is such a big game for them, they really need a split in these first two games if they're going to make this a series, that I would lean under here again. And again, at 5, you're getting plus 102 odds. Like, you're getting very good odds to take the under here. So you could also go into the alternate goal totals here if you want. And I kind of like doing that sometimes, especially more with the total. I think under 5.5 at minus 167 on the DraftKings Sportsbook is a very fair price you're getting. Again, these two teams have leaned under towards the whole playoffs. So let's not let like one little outburst by the Tampa Bay Lightning in the third period, skew us too much. These are two very elite goalies still, two teams who trend well defensively. I think going to the under 5.5 alternate goal total is something I'd be very interested in here. And again, it's minus 167, a pretty good price.
All right, well, Nikita Kucherov had 2 goals and an assist all in the third period for Tampa. He now joins Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux as the only players to have 30-plus points in consecutive postseasons. He's now plus 150 to win the Conn Smythe as playoff MVP. So, does he have a shot to win this if he has a strong series? Or like you said, I mean, is this Vasilevsky's to lose? You said he's the best goalie in the league, obviously.
he's pretty damn good. I think that with the way this series is going, and just with the way the playoffs have gone for not just the Kucherov, but also Braden Point, I think Vasilevsky is still the target here. Even if Kucherov lights it up, Braden Point has been such a prolific goal scorer for them in the playoffs that you could make an argument that Braden Point as a forward is more deserving than Kucherov of the MVP votes. And I think the problem with when you're targeting Kucherov or Braden Point in the MVP votes right now, those guys are going to cut into each other's votes. So, most people say, okay, well, Vasilevsky, he's the winning goalie. Look at his stats. The stats bear out that he's been the best goalie in the playoffs. They're just going to go there. But, Point and Kucherov, I think they're going to split votes. It's very much just like a political situation, right? You don't want that third party in there, Jesse, to take the votes away. So I think Vasilevsky is the target here. I'm actually surprised you can get him at plus 100. I guess we're only one game into this series, but if Tampa goes up 2-0, I mean, you might see that drop under plus 100 into where you're now having to pay juice to take it. So I think Vasilevsky is still the target here for me at this price range. If you want to get a little crazy, you definitely could look to the Montreal side. And again, if you go Montreal, it's really Carey Price or bust for me because there's such a sort of score by committee team. I think Price at plus 400, I'd like a slightly bigger odds, or just I'd even wait to hit Price up if you were going to take that line and see what happens in game 2. But yeah, for me, it's Vasilevsky right now.
Okay, so with Tampa up 1-0, you can get plus 310 odds on a sweep. Jeff, you don't think that's a possibility?
Yeah, I actually do think it's a possibility at this point. And again, I just, if Carey Price just runs out of gas a little bit, or if Montreal gets down 2-0, I mean, this one does have the possibility of, the superstars for Tampa just taking over. And again, it's a veteran team versus a young team. And look, we've seen in the playoffs where teams just run out of gas. I mean, Winnipeg in the second round, they look so good in the first round, and then, they just hit a brick wall. I mean, Vegas really did that in the third round as well. So could this be Montreal's time to kind of do that, with the fairy dust kind of just wearing off? Yeah, I could. I think it's actually a pretty interesting bet to make now at plus 310. Over 4.5 is minus 420, which is just really massive juice. I'm actually surprised that you have to pay that much because Tampa looks so pretty dominant there in the third period. So all things considered, you're looking at the series odds. I think over 5.5 is still decent, but I think the best odds right now, and again, you're getting big odds to do it, is to take the sweep at under 4.5 at plus 310. So if you're looking at the series lines, I think that's the best value. I still think Montreal is going to grab a game here, so it's not really a bet I'm super interested in. But in terms of value, yeah, the sweep is pretty tempting.
Well, Jeff, thank you. Your prime minister and our president agreed to a very vague wager on this series. So who knows what that could mean for all of us?
Are we switching leaders, or what are we swapping Justin Bieber between citizenships? What's
honestly, yeah. If we win, you have to take him.
Oh,
okay.
Well,
you got to take him back. All right. All right, Jeff. Thank you so much. Carrying the show today, my man. Gonna hit up our MLB panel after this quick break. The Sweat will be right back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat, our first segment of the show that isn't just Jeff. Say hello to our MLB panel, DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Nick Fryer. Guys, this is Cover the Bases. So get in your favorite plays in the following categories for tonight's MLB main slate. First base, we're going to get your favorite DFS hitter. Gary, in a full 15-game slate, who are you going with?
Yeah, full 15-game slate, which might be contributing to this guy's price point, but I don't understand why Shohei Ohtani isn't like $6,500. There's a reason he's one of the two guys who right now are the runaway favorites to win American League MVP. And yes, some of that is his amazing pitching, but there hasn't been a hitter on the planet hotter than Ohtani in the month of June. He's got a 547 ISO, a 232 WRC plus. He's so hot, my fire alarm is going off.
Oh my God,
really,
yes.
Wonderful prop work by me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ohtani should be over 6K. He should be priced where Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is priced on every slate, and yet he's not. He's only $4,900, despite the fact that Jameson Taillon has struggled immensely with left-handed bats so far this season, despite the fact that they are playing in Yankee Stadium, and we saw what Ohtani can do to Yankee Stadium just yesterday. So I know he's expensive, but he should be more expensive. So I think Ohtani is actually, strangely, one of the better value plays on today's slate.
Nick, what are you going to do in terms of DFS hitter? Are you going to pay up?
Well, I like the Ohtani pick, first of all, because, anytime you're targeting Jameson Taillon, that guy's been brutal this season. But I'm actually going to go with another guy who I was surprised that he was under 5K, and that's Nelson Cruz at 4.8K. And I know Giolito shoved against the Twins earlier in the season, but Nelson Cruz still got a home run in that game. And in 23 career plate appearances against Giolito, he has a 1348 career OPS, 4 home runs and a double. And so I have no problem backing him. And another guy that I was interested in, too, was Max Kepler, because he's done well against Giolito. I know Giolito did well against the Twins again earlier in the season, but either way, getting one of these two hitters against him tonight, I think Cruz is after seeing him hit a ball to Mars the other night, it feels like he's doing it every other night. So I got to go with Nelson Cruz at 4.8K.
All right, let's talk DFS pitcher. Nick, are you going to pay all the way up for Brandon Woodruff?
No, and there are a lot of good names here tonight, and I'm going to go with one guy who I was trusting earlier in the season, but then kind of started frustrating me as things went along. And that's Charlie Morton going up against the Mets tonight at 8.8K. I know he just faced him, and I usually don't like going with pitchers after they just faced the team their last start, the same team in their last start, But Morton shoved against the Mets, and they have not been good against anybody, any right-handers of late. Even Kyle Hendricks got 7 strikeouts in 6 innings against them. So first of all, I like Charlie Morton's K prop tonight, taking the over on that. But the Mets in general, for DFS purposes, they're the 24th in team OPS against right-handed pitching over the last 2 weeks. They have a 1-2-3 a team ISO against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. Morton had 11 Ks in 7 innings, 0 runs against them last time out, and that's back-to-back 30 plus DK fantasy point performances out of him. So I have the ultimate faith in him tonight. In a field that's there's quite a few good pitching options.
Gary, what do you think? Where are you going? DFS pitcher.
Yeah, like Nick was alluding to at the end there, this is a deep slate. So there are a lot of options. There are a lot of guys who are somewhat underpriced considering how good they've been in the past. But I still would pay up for Brandon Woodruff if you have the money to do so. I just think the matchup is too tantalizing. The Cubs have not only not been hitting the past 2 weeks, they have the lowest WRC plus in baseball in that span of time. They have a 33.7% strikeout rate, which is ridiculous on its own, but is even more ridiculous when you consider the second place team in that stretch is Seattle at 26.7%. So they have been on a whole other planet when it comes to strikeouts. Woodruff's got a 31% strikeout rate for the season. His ERA is sub 2. His xERA is 2.52. He's been fantastic. The Cubs have been terrible. I think he'll actually pay off this massive salary tonight.
All right, let's move on over to the sports book. Favorite run line or money line bet, Gary, and where are you going?
I'm going to take the Red Sox on the run line. This number has actually moved pretty considerably since last night. They were at plus money when this line opened. Now it's minus 118, but I still don't mind it. The Red Sox have the third best run line record in all of baseball, and Brad Keller just is not a good pitcher. He's got a 6.88 expected ERA so far this season. The Red Sox lineup should be able to absolutely demolish this guy. And in Keller's last 4 starts, the Royals have lost all 4 games, and they've been outscored 31-6. So it's not like he's had a lot of close games lately either.
All right, Nick, where are you going?
I think that's a good pick going in that one too, because Pivetta, last time out, I had doubted him completely, and then he went through 7 shutout innings, or 7 no-hit innings, I think. I didn't get a chance at the no-hit bid, but whatever. I'm actually going to go with the Padres at minus 1.5 tonight against the Reds. And the Reds, I know you think their offense against right-handed pitching usually does well, but they're going up against Blake Snell tonight, and I know he's been hit or miss. A couple starts ago, he didn't do so hot. Then he came out and did well against the Dodgers. The Reds are not hitting left-handed pitching well of late. They're 26th in team OPS against lefties over the last couple weeks, and their ISO is under 100. I think it's like at 83. 83, I think, right now. And then the Padres have one of the hottest lineups in the game. Whether you're looking at lefties or righties, it doesn't matter. But they're facing a righty to start tonight, and they have the best ISO against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. They have the second best OPS against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks. But whoever they bring out of the bullpen too, it doesn't matter. The Padres are hitting everyone and anyone. It's like them and the Astros right now, pretty much offensively. So I have no problem backing them, and trusting Blake Snell is going to be halfway decent tonight at least. So I'm taking the Padres at minus 1.5.
All right, Nick, let's talk about your favorite game total here. Pirates at Rockies is the highest projected total, 11 runs. What do you think?
I'm never trusting the Rockies. Especially this season, I know it's at Coors, but I don't know what I'm getting in any given night. I mean, Marquez, is pitching tonight. And I know he started off kind of strong at the beginning of the season, and then he's kind of gone in the other direction. So I don't know what I'm necessarily going to get. I am actually going to go with just the A's against the Rangers tonight at over 4.5 runs. They're going up against Mike Foltynewicz. I like the Astros right now. They're at plus money, but we don't know who's starting tonight for the Orioles. And that shouldn't make too much of a difference, but I do need to know that. Whereas with the A's, they're facing Foltynewicz, and this is a guy who I have no problem going up against anytime. Usually like his hits against props. But the Rangers bullpen too, they've been pretty meh. They don't have a good ERA over the last couple of weeks. Their FIP indicates it's going to go in the right direction, but not by much. And their whip's middle of the pack too. So I know the A's haven't been as hot as they were maybe a week ago against right-handed pitching, but they're still a top 11 in the league. So I have no problem. Last time out, I think they faced Foltynewicz actually started against the A's last time out. That was the other thing. And I like fading pitchers that had a strong start against the team in their middle of the pack. So I have no problem with trusting the A's to get 5 runs tonight.
All right, Gary, and favorite game total, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to take the under in the Seattle-Toronto game. This line is actually also moved. It opened at 10. It's now 9.5. I'd still buy in at 9.5 on the under. I get that Seattle's been winning games lately. Their offense has been pretty good. The Jays have one of the best offenses in baseball. I can understand why people would think runs are going to be scored in this game, but when you look at Robbie Ray and Chris Flexen in the month of June, Ray's got a 2.51 ERA. Flexen is a 3.04 ERA. Seattle has the 6th best bullpen in baseball by FIP. There's just a lot of above average to good pitching projected to be in this game, and I don't think we get this high a number. I think it's also worth noting that even with the Jays scoring crazy amounts of runs against the Orioles the past week, they've only hit the over once in their past 6 games because they've been pitching pretty well. So I just think this number's set too high. The perception of these two starters is much worse than their actual statistics. They've been really good, so I'll take the under.
All right, thanks, guys. We're going to head to the hardwood to break down Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. The Sweat will be right back. Let's get into what's happening in the association. Bucs Hawks game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Milwaukee looking for a third straight win. Atlanta looking to avoid a 3-1 hole. Here to lay down their best bets for this thriller is DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow, RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen, and host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh. So guys, Chris Middleton was the main character on Sunday, propelled the Bucs to a 2-1 series lead. So for game 4 tonight, the Bucs are 7-point road favorites. Jules, with an injured Trae Young, do you think the Bucs can cover and take both games in Atlanta?
Yeah, it certainly didn't look the same for Trae Young when he got back into that game. Now we have to see how he recovered these last couple of days, but the updates also aren't good. It looked like an ankle roll, obviously, but now it's a bone bruise in the foot. Maybe it's some kind of combination in there. He's going to play. He's going to play and battle through it. But we've seen guys, James Harden, Anthony Davis, play through injuries that they normally would not be playing through in this postseason. And in Anthony Davis's case, almost hurt his team. In Harden's case, give them a body on the floor, but not be the guy that he needed to be. Now, in the Nets case, they had Kevin Durant on the floor and could still at least gut through the rest of the series. If Trae Young looks, limited, I don't think he'll be as bad as Harden. But if Trae Young's not Trae Young, Atlanta's not going anywhere. That's just the way it is. So the full game makes me a little nervous. It's a lot of points at home. But the Hawks, outside of last game when they came out hot and the Bucs came back, the Hawks have been one of the slowest starting teams in the postseason, one of the worst shooting first quarter teams in the postseason. The Bucs have been a team that has generally come out hot, and then whether they win the game or not, Coach Bud has had some collapses late in games. But for me, I am looking at the Bucs first quarter here, one that I went to earlier in the series, I think for game 2 that came through. Just lay the 2.5 points. I think the Bucs get off to a good start here, and Young might have some cobwebs to shake off, even if he does get going later in the game when the foot loosens up.
Nick, what do you think? Can the Bucs cover and take both games in Atlanta?
I think they can. I think game 3 finally showed us something about this Bucs team that we hadn't seen a ton of throughout the playoffs. And that was some resiliency, the ability to weather a storm, where it felt like Atlanta was playing about as well as it possibly could have through that first half. And I think Milwaukee was down by as much as 11 or 13 at times. And, instead of folding when the 3-pointers weren't falling, when things weren't going their way, they kept it close. They hung around. And finally, at the end, you get the big fourth quarter from Chris Middleton, which, of course, was coupled with the Trae Young injury to pull away. And I think, assuming Trae Young is not at 100%, I think he plays in this game, but I don't think we're going to get like 48-point Trae Young from game 1 of this series. I think he's going to be a little bit limited. The big kicker here is that Bogdanovic is also limited. If Trae Young's going to be at, say, 80%, you need Bogdanovic to kind of step up and be your main ball handler, main creator. He was a lot more aggressive, I thought, in game 3, but 3 of 16 from the field just doesn't really seem to have it with that knee issue that he's been nursing since midway through the Sixers series. So not only is your best guy banged up in Trae Young, but the guy who you would need to step up in place of him is also banged up. And I think that's where Atlanta could really run into some trouble here. Like Julian said, I think I like Milwaukee to kind of sense the moment, sense that they have a real chance to take control of this series and then come back home and finish it out on Thursday. So I like the Bucs to jump out to an early lead. I think there's also a case to be made that at some point the shooting comes around for Milwaukee. I mean, they're shooting 32% from 3 as a team. They've been the worst team in the playoffs in terms of wide open 3-point shooting, dating all the way back to round 1. They're under 35% on wide open threes. A part of the issue is they just don't have a ton of great shooters. But at some point, Brent Forbes is going to have one of those like 4 for 7 games, or Pat Connaughton could get hot like he did at the end of the Brooklyn series. So, it was a big win for Milwaukee in game 3 because it didn't feel like they played all that well for most of that game. It feels like they have another level to go up, and I think we could see that tonight.
Yeah, Ryan, where do you sit on this one?
Yeah, this all revolves around Trae Young to me. Obviously, his ankle, he's going to have almost 48 hours to recover from this. He wears ankle braces. He always has. I think it's not going to be that bad. I'm banking on the narrative that Trae Young is going to be okay. It looked like a slight roll. Now, granted, Jules did mention he didn't look like himself when he came back, and I agreed. He looked very different. Partnered with Middleton going nuclear in the fourth. I think that was just too much burden in the fourth quarter. But I think 7 might be too much if Trey is completely healthy. And when I say completely healthy, 80% I'm hoping for. But yeah, Bogdanovich not being banged up, and he looks not even 50% right now, and taking 16 shots, I think, is too many shots for him last in game 3. So I'm keeping my eye on Trae Young. If Trae Young is 80% at least, I think 7 is too much for the spread.
All right, guys, game 4's total is set at 219. Now, the total has hit the under in 7 of Milwaukee's last 10 games. It's gone under in 4 of Atlanta's last 5 home games against Milwaukee. Plus, we're already talking about it. We got Trae Young dealing with an injury. Bogdan still dealing with his knee. Giannis probable with that calf. I mean, Nick, do you have to take the under here?
I think you do. I mean, the number was at 221 last night, and now it's actually down to 218.5 on the DK Sportsbook. So it continues to fall. You know, at some point, obviously, you'd have to consider going over, but I'm kind of on the opposite side of Ryan here, right? Like I said, I think Trae Young is going to play, but I worry about how effective he's going to be. I mean, it was very clear that he was favoring that ankle, when he checked back into the game around the 9-minute mark in game 3. And yes, he does have two full days, to get it where it needs to be. But if he's not carrying this offense, they just have trouble scoring. I mean, they were under 100 points in game 2. They certainly didn't pull their weight in terms of hitting the over in game 3. I think Milwaukee, scores enough points where you'd feel good about going over, but I think this could end up looking a lot like game 2, which was a 125 to 91 game. And, if the Hawks don't have that engine of their offense, and again, we keep harping on Bogdanovich being hurt. With those two guys banged up, the options kind of thin out pretty quickly.
Yeah, Ryan, where do you sit on this one?
Nick mentioned it. It keeps going down. I took the over because it got to 219. The role players is what I'm looking at also from game 3. Drew Holiday shot 2 for 11. Red Velvet shot 4 for 11. And Bogdanovich chucked up 16 shots, only made 3 of them. I think that the narrative is that Giannis, Middleton, and Trey all went bonkers and had great games, but the rest of the crew didn't do much. I don't think that the role players shoot as bad as they did in game 3. I'm taking over 219.
Jules, where are you going?
I lean to the under. The under was a popular play in Clippers and Suns game 5, and it did find its way over. That was one of those just kind of like Bucs and Nets that throughout the series, the teams get to know each other better and better. Guys are more dinged up. It's familiar matchups, and it just keeps going under and under, even with totals creeping down. So yeah, if Trae Young, if we're operating under the assumption, some of us, that Trae Young is not going to be healthy, it makes me lean to the under. But one other way that you can potentially look at this, I mean, you could go, if you think the Bucs are going to go off and Atlanta isn't, I mean, you probably just want to lay the 7 with the Bucs, but you could also go to the Atlanta Hawks team total under 105.5. If you look at their playoff games, in this series, 102, 91, they did hit the over in game 1. A lot of these game 1s have gone over, and then the familiarity starts to kick in, the adjustments. 103 in game 7 against Philly, 99 in game 6 against Philly, a slight over with 109 in game 5 against Philly, then 103. They've been, keeping it in the high 90s, low hundreds. And, again, got to see how healthy Young is. But one of the more telling things to me in that game wasn't necessarily even that he looked bad. You can do treatment and get better. But he was playing off the ball in that fourth quarter a lot, which, I mean, Trae Young always plays on the ball. He has the ball in his hands all the time. That's how the Hawks offense operates. So if he's dinged up enough, and again, he could be healthier, but if he's dinged up enough that he's not playing on the ball, that's a huge red flag for Atlanta. So I would say, outside of Bucs first quarter, which I will be playing, everything else I want to play live in this game, because I think we'll be able to tell, why gamble on Trae Young's health when we can just wait and see early. It'll probably be pretty evident, and then I'll feel a lot more comfortable, getting some money in on that game.
All right, well, I already mentioned how Chris Middleton went off, scored 38 points in game 3. So, Ryan, does he stay hot, go over his listed point total of 23.5?
I'm going under 23.5 for Middleton. The previous 2 games, game 1 and game 2, he had 15. And again, the role guys is what I'm looking at, because Drew Holiday showed up in those games. Bobby Portis played decently in those games. Bryn Forbes didn't shoot 1 for 6 in game 1 and 2. So I think it was a little bit of an outlier. The Bucs absolutely needed Middleton to win that game because the Hawks came out hot. They were up, I think, as much as 14 points in some parts of the game. But the Hawks will make adjustments, I feel like. And 23.5 on average for Middleton seems high, despite the game 3 nuclear in Middleton.
All right, Jules, what do you think? Do you want to go under this mark?
Yeah, I lean towards the under on Middleton. He's been a little bit worse on the road in the postseason, at least from a shooting standpoint. Sometimes he can get there on volume, which is a little scary. You have the potential blowout factor, I guess. Again, that's operating under the assumption that Young isn't healthy and the Bucs can build up a big lead in this game, which is no given. For me, just to give out a more comfortable one, like Giannis on the three-way prop, points, rebounds, and assists. I believe that's at 51.5. Let me just check and make sure that I'm right. Yeah, 51.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Giannis is 14-1 to the under on that number in this postseason. His only over is a overtime game 7 against the Nets. It's a lot. It's a lot, even with him rebounding well. So I kind of lean to the under on the 51.5 with Giannis as the top player prop. And keep an eye out on DK Sportsbook because a little birdie told me that there might be an odds boost on a Giannis double-double from -500 to close to even money. So you can just play that on Giannis to make some money.
Wow, a little birdie named Julian Edlow. Nick.
I'm not the birdie. Somebody told me. I'm just sharing with you.
Okay. Yeah, great. No, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
We love to get an inside track. Nick, what do you think for Middleton? Does he go over or under 23.5?
I wish I had some like insider knowledge to drop here, but that's a good note by Julian. I mean, Giannis has been automatic as a double-double guy in these playoffs, so definitely take advantage of that. I think I have to go under. I think this is a really good line. There's been a few times that we've talked on this show throughout the postseason where it feels like some of the lines will maybe be a little bit of an exaggeration based on what happened the previous game. I wouldn't be shocked if the line was like 26.5 for Middleton. And in that case, I would definitely take the under. 23.5 is such a good line because he's been right at 23 a few times in these playoffs. He hasn't had back-to-back big games, though, in the playoffs. His best back-to-back performances were 25 against Brooklyn in Game 5 and then that big 38-point performance in Game 6. But then after that, he goes down to 23 points, then 15 in Game 1 against Atlanta, 15 in Game 2 against Atlanta. And then he's back up with 38 points, 20 of which come in the fourth quarter. So, for the most part, he's been fairly inconsistent throughout these playoffs. When he's running hot, he's running really hot, but he hasn't really been able to string together multiple great games in a row. So I think I do shade towards the under a little bit here. I'd almost be a little more comfortable going over on Chris Middleton, 6.5 rebounds. He has gone over that number in 4 of his last 5 games. He has like 6 double-digit rebounding games throughout the playoffs. Not necessarily a guy that you think of as a great rebounder, but those numbers have been there.
All right. So on the Hawks side, we know Trae Young dealing with that ankle issue. Jules, keeping that in mind, are you going to lean under on his point total of 27.5?
I will. I can't play an over on Trae Young tonight. That just doesn't seem smart. But again, looking and let's see. Oh, he doesn't even have. All right, so he doesn't even. Oh, there we go. 39.5 points, rebounds, and assists. So generally with the ankle injury, that might affect his rebounding, which at times, he can pull down a lot of boards. And then the assists, like I said, playing off the ball would hurt that if that does come into play again to kind of get him some rest while he's on the floor almost. So they're going to need him to score to keep them in this game. So maybe I'm thinking like if he's playing off the ball, maybe he gets some looks for 3. He did hit 1 3 when he came back with the ankle injury. I think it was on a catch and shoot. So maybe he's playing a little bit more like Steph Curry and some of that off the ball role and can get a couple threes and maybe get close to the point total. So I think the safer play is just the under on everything combined because the ankle will affect the rebounding. The ankle could affect his ability to handle the ball as much and get those assists. So I think putting all the volume together and playing the under makes a little more sense to me.
Nick, over or under 27.5?
I'm with Julian going under. I think that's the safer play here. Although I wouldn't be shocked if this does go over, and it would, to me, that would have to be like kind of an inefficient, I should say. Wow, night from Trae Young, where he's launching a ton of threes. I don't think we can depend on him to get to the line 12 times like he did in game one. I think that's maybe where we see that ankle, become more of an issue, where he's not able to drive off of it and plant and get to the hole. He's maybe not comfortable landing awkwardly on a contested layup. If he goes over this number, it's probably because he has to settle for a lot of threes and he hits a lot of those threes. So that to me is somewhat of a risky proposition. He had 6 threes in the last game, but he was 1 of 8 in game 2. And I think Trae Young still has this almost like Steph Curry light reputation where he can fill it up from anywhere. And on any given night, that is true. But on the whole, he's closer to like a 35% 3-point shooter. He's not this elite, like 40 plus 3-point shooter, I think, like a lot of people think of him. So, factoring in the ankle, I think you have to err on the side of caution here. I'll be going under, but I still expect him to be aggressive, just maybe in different ways than we've seen so far in this series.
What do you think, Ryan? You want to take the over?
I can't take the over. Just he got in there and didn't look the same. But I do think that, he's 6'1". I would guess $170-ish. It's not a lot of torque going on his ankles. And it's different if you're talking about a wing or a big with their ankle. I mentioned he always wears ankle braces. Ankle braces kind of brace the tweaks and those small turns. And he has 48 hours of recovery. So I want so badly to be in on this narrative that he's going to be all right, because I want a good series. I want him to go off. And Bill and Trae is so fun to root for and watch. But I can't go over 27.5. And I won't be shocked if it happens, but just I can't bet my own money on 27.5.
All right, guys, real quick.
My favorite part of that analysis is that Ryan just said ankle braces brace your ankles.
Well, they do.
Not wrong.
I love it.
That's a fact. That is a fact. All right, guys, really quick. We have like 30 seconds. So bring it home. If you're playing DFS tonight, who's your captain for the showdown contest? Nick, where are you going?
I'm going Giannis. I could still fit Holiday and Middleton and Herter and Bryn Forbes and Lou Williams, who are guys that I think are maybe going to have a chance to.
Uh-oh. Nick got muted. Ryan, your captain.
I like bounce back Drew Holiday, $14,100. I think it allows you to fit Trae and Giannis both in there. I don't think he's shooting 2 for 11 again.
Jules.
Yeah, I'll pay down from Giannis as well. I think, going the Holiday route, or even going down to somebody like Bobby Portis and stacking out your flex makes sense if you want to go cheap. Captain DeMarcus Cousins worked well last night.
All right, that's a show. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Get into our Madden Sims next. Stay tuned. First one starts at noon.
All right, welcome into your DraftKings Dream Stream here on YouTube, Twitch, Game Center. I don't know what the sort of devices are out there that you may be on that we don't even know yet, because you know what? Technology is always growing. I am Jason Rossi. With me, my tag team partner for not one, but two Sims in a row, the godfather of Madden Sims at ZT_sports. Chatted up with him there. Zach Thompson, how you doing, brother?
What's up? What's up? How you doing? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Feels like a Monday for some reason, but I don't know why.
Okay.
Maybe other people.
I just know there's tacos tonight, so I'm pumped.
Oh, we'll talk a little the air fryer boys here. Love that. We got the Buffalo Bills facing Tom Brady. We've seen this a million times, but he's wearing this darn Buccaneers jersey now.
It's true, and we're in virtual Tampa, sunny Tampa. It feels Tampa-y here in New England. It's a little warm, but we'll get to that. Who you got in your lineup for this one? Bucs, Bills. Did you split it down the middle, or did you lean one way or the other?
It's funny. I normally do split it down the middle unless there's such a reason not to. This one I did. Yeah. I captained Mike Evans, teamed him up with the tight end stack of Gronk and OJ Howard. Threw him in there. You never know. And I paid up to get Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, and I have Lee Smith. So I have three tight ends, two quarterbacks. Oh, sorry, one quarterback, two wide receiver ones. Where'd you go?
Yeah. So I normally don't play both quarterbacks, but in this matchup, I did. I have both quarterbacks in my lineup. I have Josh Allen as my captain. He is the highest average. If you look at their entire Madden 21 average, he is the highest of any player in the game. At almost 20 points a game, can get it done both rushing and passing. Rushing against this Tampa Bay defense is tough, though. So I don't expect a ton of rushing production, but there just isn't a lot of other options in that Bills offense that I trust, right? So Josh Allen definitely going to get a lot of the workload, I think. So he's my captain. On the Buffalo side with him, I do have Lee Smith. I just did a game with the Bills, and Lee Smith went off, had himself a game, 8 catches, 106 yards, a touchdown, and 27 fantasy points against the Saints. I think that was Saturday night. So big Lee Smith fan, really cheap tight end one. So I've got him in there. Big Lee Smith fan in these Sims, maybe less so in real life, but really good in these Sims. And then I also have Buffalo's defense, because Buffalo's defense can make some plays, a lot of interceptions. And then on the flip side, the Tampa side, I've got Brady, Shady McCoy, and Scotty Miller.
Hey, fast guy.
Hey, beat me up.
Play action on the first play. Josh Allen connects down the field, wide open in the zone coverage there. John Brown, now a Raider, for keeping our attention to where these players are, as we know the offseason's moving on. So currently a Raider is going to take potentially the place of that Nelson Aguilar role there.
Aguilar to the Patriots, Brown to the Raiders, and then filling John Brown's spot is Manny Sanders coming over from New Orleans. Kind of like a wide receiver carousel.
I was going to say, it all kind of feels even-ish, right, for those teams.
Yeah, it's not a huge upgrade. I mean, the Patriots getting Aguilar really without losing anybody, because, I mean, I guess you could say Edelman maybe. I don't know. Another complete pass there. That's Diggs, I believe, with his first catch of the day. Wide receiver 1 for these Bills.
Yeah, we have 129 of you in the Rossi ZT Nooner. So appreciate you guys getting in there. You can shout out your lineups. We see you there on YouTube. The hundreds and growing here early on a Tuesday. Appreciate you. Don't be shy to smash that like button. Show the appreciation. Twitch fam in the millions and millions watching throughout the universe. Like I said, on devices that haven't even been discovered, because time travel is real. 1st and 10 from the 42. The give there is Singletary.
Yeah, Singletary. Running back 1 and third down back for the Bills. So he gets pretty much all the work there. We do get an occasional Zach Moss sighting as the power back. So you can cue the vulture sound effect when he's in the game. But not on that one. That was Singletary. They're going to keep it here with 2 tight ends and split the receivers to the bottom of the screen. That's Cole Beasley who's in the game, but it doesn't matter, because Josh Allen takes a vicious hit. He's okay, though. Don't worry.
There are no injuries here in Simland. That was vicious. That was quick, too. We've seen a lot of attacks here in Simland, but that was like right off the ball. Good timing there. So
yeah, no blocking at all on Golston there. Just totally right up the middle in Josh Allen's face and dropped him. I don't know what they were trying to set up on that, whether it was that quick crossing route to Beasley or they were going somewhere else, but whatever it was, it didn't work. Now they're going to spread them all out. Look at this.
Yeah, spreads them out 3rd and 10 from the 35, under 6 to play here in the first. Going deep is Josh Allen. Has a man there? No.
Yeah, overthrew him.
So we'll get
Josh Allen. He's got that 99 throw power. He's the hardest thrower in all of men with that perfect throw power rating. But the accuracy, especially deep down the field, a little bit lacking. Obviously, it improved as the season went on, and he played well. His ratings did improve, but we are using week 1 ratings for these sims, which is why Josh Allen, a little hit or miss sometimes with the accuracy, including there as he overthrew Stephon Diggs, who, I mean, I would say he had his man beat on the outside if that's a better placed pass. Would you agree?
Yeah, it looked like that's where he could have went there, but now we'll see the real technician of quarterbacks, Tom Brady, in the gun. Start as a man open across the field. It is caught. Quick little catch. Again, almost a similar way of starting that the Bills did. Finds a spot in the hole.
It's
that
your
is
boy.
my guy, O.J. Howard. Again, shout out to this DK Sim fam, Jack M. By the way, it looked like Taylor celebrating his 30th birthday, so happy birthday, bro. Appreciate you being part of the fam.
Boss man, thanks for the like. Appreciate that.
Good to see. We also have some people shouting out that they went with the juice man, O.J. Howard, because Rossi's on the call. You know the vultures are swarming. Is Brady going deep here?
Threw it to the wrong team. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Took
funny.
the big shot.
ZT, I think whenever I see a deep pass, a bomb, whatever you want to call it, and it has more of that like line drive type of throw, I always feel like those are more likely to be caught than like the pop-up style ones like Allen threw in the last play, but
the punt, you mean what looks like a punt, the punt pass? Yeah.
3rd and 2, the handoff there doesn't look like Lenny got it. They give him 2 yards on the run. They did.
Yep, they are. Forward progress given that first down, and it's a first down for the Bucs at the 30. They got exactly 10 yards in those 3 plays. Most of them coming to O.J. Howard, who you mentioned on your roster, the tight end 2 here behind Gronk.
Because they are stacked tight end wise in reality.
They really are.
Great is in there as well.
He makes a guest appearance in these sims every once in a while.
It'd be good to see you. Hey, thanks for showing up. Just so many weapons here for the Bucs.
Cameo.
There's another
and another first down there. I believe that's Mike Evans, your captain, with his first catch of the day. Yeah, for sure. And this is, of course, the Bucs without, because we are using those week 1's ratings that I mentioned earlier, Antonio Brown not in the game with the Bucs. So as a result, Scotty Miller, who's on my team, we talked about him off the top, is the wide receiver 3. So you will see a lot of Scotty Miller out there. He's always easy to pick out because he's a little bit smaller than everybody else. And he also does not have superstar or X factor traits. The other receivers do. You see Godwin in the slot with the superstar traits, bottom of the screen. Mike Evans, X factor, all the way to the bottom of the screen. They're instead going to run it up the middle. I believe that is Shady McCoy, who is the 3rd down back.
Yeah, not much room to run. 2nd and 7. We do have a great stacked crew here. Andrew is our technical director. Tara Lynn producing today. And we got Dale and June. Look at that. We got a nice little combo. We got the Op Squad rocking. So appreciate that.
Yeah.
They're doing the hard
work. It is manual scoring, so it's not quite as instantaneous as it is in some contests here on DraftKings, but they will get it right. And we appreciate their hard work to enter in all those scores and stats manually. Touchdowns usually added right away, but sometimes the other plays, catches, yardage totals get updated, usually at the quarter. That's when you get to join us here in the virtual booth as those scores are updated. Going to keep it on the ground. Fournette. Not much there. This Bills defense is pretty solid against the run.
Yeah, you mentioned you put them in your lineup, and
they're in my lineup. Yep.
That's a really risky call, I would say, in a matchup going against the Super Bowl champions, one of the best quarterbacks. But you got to take risks.
No risk it, no biscuit. Oh wait, that's a Bucs thing. Oh.
2nd and 8. Give again to Shady McCoy. Plenty of room to run over 15 yards.
No, I think that's Fournette. No. Oh no, that is McCoy. He was carrying it like Fournette.
Yeah, for once he was protecting the ball.
Holding it out there. Yeah.
So again, he's a free agent. Says he's not retiring as of now.
No, of course not.
Sean McCoy, I think, still has enough to give a team as even a spotty 2-snap a game type of guy. And get him teamed up with a young running back to teach him the ropes, give him some carries when needed. Frank Gore. I think that's where we'll see them end up once training camp opens up about 3 weeks
if
from now.
McCoy was to retire, and Demaryius Thomas just did this and went back to Denver, right? So for like the one game, where do you think of Shady, right? Like, I don't think it's with the Bucs, but is it with the Eagles or the Bills? I mean, he had both long runs with both teams, as we see a hold here.
Yeah, that ball's going to come back. So take them back to the 34, 1st and 20 here for the Buccaneers. I'll answer that after the snap here as we get Brady under center. I don't see that a lot here in this. There's Fournette. Not going too far there. So, yeah, I think he's an Eagle. Those were his best years. His most dynamic year. He was excellent with Buffalo. No disrespect to Buffalo. But, yeah, to me, he was like the guy.
Don't disrespect Bills Mafia.
Yeah, please don't put me through a table. Which, by the way, shout out to Bills Mafia. I just saw there was like a wedding where a woman, during her wedding, I think it was during the ceremony or the introductions, went through a table because she's such a big Bills fan. So, wife material. Pistol formation here for Brady.
Pistol formation, yeah. Interesting look here. All the receivers to the right. Going to check it down. I think that's Gronk. So there we've got the top 2 tight ends. We still need Cameron Brate to complete the trifecta. Gronk, no yards.
No yards. Yeah, our producer, our technical director, Andrew, saying neither. Pitt in college.
Hey.
Yeah, we're not college. What do I got? Christian DeAndrea with me? Is I tell me run off his stats too? His shotgun snap, 3rd and 16. Austin 316 says, I just got a first down to Scotty. Scotty Miller.
There it is.
Scotty Miller, by the way, recently on the Pat McAfee show, made an appearance saying that there has been talks by the team about being undefeated. And so everyone's like, oh, do you think you're going to? He's like, I don't talk about it. He goes, I also, since the moment I came into the NFL, people, every year they say we're going undefeated because I think that's just the mentality every team should have. So it was kind of like a juxtaposition, I guess, in a weird spot to put, because Brady said he would love to be undefeated. Patrick Mahomes said it this year. I think it's more just every team probably would say it. Like if you asked, I don't know, we'll even say Zach Wilson, as that's a rush there on 1st and goal. Hey, what do you think about going undefeated? Like, of course, what is he going to say? Nah, I think we're going to go.
I'd rather go 5-12. I think that's better for us.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
No, of course not.
Yeah, these questions are a little.
There's no wrong. There's no right answer there, right? Because of course you say yes, but then it's like, oh well, he said that we're going undefeated.
Oh, they're going in. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, good formation. Good formation here.
Tight ends are stacked.
Like
wide open across the middle. Has him. Is he going to reach the end zone? He does. Touchdown.
Beam me up, Scotty Miller. Touchdown.
First touchdown. First score of the game.
Bucs
4 seconds
remaining.
He's just waving, telling everybody, it's me, Scotty. So touchdown, Scotty Miller. As you mentioned, that's going to help.
Go ahead. I was going to say, in our smaller contest there, our SimFam contest, he is only owned in 22% of lineups, captain in 3.9% of lineups, and he's up over 10 fantasy points already in the flex spot, and it has vaulted me into the top 10. Obviously, a long way to go, and only 1 score on the board as we come to the end of the first quarter.
Yes, sir.
Gate, wide receiver 3, first score of the day.
As you mentioned, first score of the day, 16th overall. Thank you, Tara Lynn, for that. We know some of you guys are in the free showdown. We see you all. Hope everyone's doing well. Seeing some of you guys talking about the extreme heats that the United States are dealing with in different areas. So hope you're staying cool, stay safe, and you nailed it. Most importantly, drink your water. Control with what you can control. Get some ice in there and stay cool. Hopefully this too shall pass soon. And we're thinking of you all and appreciate you making us a part of your day. It's Zach Thompson, Jason Rossi with you. 4 seconds.
Chill with us. Watch the stream. Watch a couple Sims here. We've got it's all right. We've got the first 2 with you as we see the Bucs kicking off after that touchdown. Once again, Scotty Miller at the end of a fairly impressive drive for these Bucs. Brady to Miller for the score. Let's see if the Bills can answer. This is their second possession. Got a few first downs on their opening drive, but unable to convert it into points. And Singletary not finding anything over there.
We'll get here, like you said, mentioned at the end of 1, 7-zip. Brady connecting with Scotty Miller. If you have that in your lineup, you're a happy customer. If you're not, you're like, where's my guys? Where's the guys go? Where's Stephon Diggs? Well, still got 3 quarters to play.
It's true. Brady, 5 of 6 in that first quarter, 53 yards, and the score. Allen, 2 for 3, 36 yards. on the one drive. Pretty quick. Not a whole lot of offense there for the Bills, but like I said, they did move the ball. It wasn't like they were totally stopped. Fournette has the most carries, 5 of them for 19 yards. McCoy also pretty effective, 2 carries for 18 yards. We've seen the Bills, and I said this off the top, it is hard to run against this Bucs defense. Devin Singletary, 2 carries, just 6 yards, no runs yet for Josh Allen. We will see if that trend continues. The Bucs defense, you remember coming into the year, very good against the run, not so great against the pass, which is why you can't pass against this version of the Bucs defense. John Brown has the big catch from Josh Allen, 1 catch for 23 yards. Miller, the only player with multiple receptions, 2 catches for 27. He's also got the 1 touchdown in the game. And then your 2 tight ends, Gronk with a catch, no yards though. Howard with a catch for 8 yards. And then your captain, sir, Mike Evans, 1 catch for 18.
Love it. Appreciate it. Again, shout out to our crew. They're going to be updating those stats manually. EZT, follow him at ZT_sports. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Connect with us on and off the Sims. And we see y'all in YouTube. Queenie, we got Carnes, Customer, we got Anna, NBA Playoffs, Ashley, Big Tooth. Hope you guys are all doing well. Brian C., what's going on? Emerson's forehead. But trust me, I saw Emerson's forehead today. Looked good. Jellyfish. All of our folks here, Super Bowl baby again. We know some of you guys are dealing with stuff. Tyler, happy birthday. Tyree, what's going on, everyone? So we get first play here, Josh Allen, slinging it.
Happy birthday to, everybody whose birthday it is. Josh Allen, that's your boy and my boy. Enter both of our lineups. Lee Smith, first catch of the day for that Bills tight end. He is the tight end 1 in these Madden Sims with the exact same overall rating as Dawson Knox, but does get the nod as the tight end 1. Knox is the tight end 2.
Yes. Ooh, nice.
If you're playing one of them.
He's got room to run too.
Yeah, into the secondary.
Can be difficult to run against, but they found the spot there. Devin Singletary taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, coming into the year, the Bucs defense was the top run defense from last season. So at the beginning of the year, and again, we're using week 1 ratings for these Sims, they're very good against the run. I try to avoid playing running backs against the Bucs, but you can beat that secondary. You remember before the playoff run, that secondary was pretty beatable. We saw Tyreek Hill go off against them in the famous Deuces game, which then later came back to haunt him. But, you had those big games during the season against this Bucs secondary. So I do think they are beatable.
They are. So we get a 2nd and 6 here after the run. Over on Twitch, shout out to you guys. Germ, River Rat, Care Bear, Double Cup. What's up, Gabe? We also got Wes, Disco, YGD, Heavy Kevy. That's good. And everyone that we know are not chatters, how are you all doing as well? There's another run. Yeah, appreciate it. Singletary makes a move, not getting too far there. So it's going to set up a 3rd and 2 here. Same situation for the Bucs earlier in the game. They did punch it through around the same area. Maybe there's a tilt. Maybe they can push it through here. Do you go Singletary, you go pass? We shall see.
Yeah, 3rd and 2. They've got Stephon Diggs to the very top of the screen. 2 tight ends in the game. So we do have Knox, and they're going to run it with Singletary and pick it up.
And they do, yeah. You mentioned Singletary. So making it happen, that Buffalo defense pushing up front, getting things done. So we'll see now this drive does continue. This is about the part of the field where Buffalo kind of failed out in their first drive. Allen threw a bomb deep to Stephon Diggs. Did not connect in the end zone. So we'll see if they can have better execution against Buffalo here.
Yeah, Buffalo was a little bit, maybe it was just a few yards further back because they were just out of field goal range. They would be just on the edge of it here, a 52-yarder, if they were to attempt it from here. Instead, they're going to go 4 wide, and it's going to be Lee Smith again.
Yeah, connecting with Lee Smith. Keep getting it to the big fella. He's a big tree trunk in the middle of the field. Snazzy looking one, too, with that big old beard, too. So get it to him. So there is.
And we talked about this with when he was having his big game on Saturday night. But he was traded this offseason. Kind of a under-the-radar trade. Traded to Atlanta. He's on the Falcons now.
Broken tackle there. Nice run, Zach Moss. First carry. Big.
There he is. Go ahead. There it is.
In there. So nice move. But yeah, I did not know that about Lee Smith with the Falcons.
Yeah,
I kind of like. I kind of like that for him. Not really being utilized in reality for the Buffalo Bills. And we know Matt Ryan can sling the ball, and that will be a pass-heavy offense, you would believe, with the way the defense still hasn't been turned around. But I like it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Smith isn't really much of a pass catcher. He's much more of a blocker. But with Hayden Hurst there, and obviously with their new draft pick there, who's going to be their top tight end, Kyle Pitts. I don't know how much Josh Allen. There's no room there, buddy. No room. Just ran right into the arms of the Tampa Bay defender there. Second goal now from the 9. But yeah, there's a lot of pass catching tight ends there. I think, and even when he was traded, the reaction was, so they've added another offensive lineman who lines up at tight end, because that's basically what he'll be there for them.
Yeah, and
we'll see.
Yeah, and Kyle Pitts, you're right, bringing
vulture, right?
Yeah, there you go.
He's a real life vulture.
Look at him forever. So here we go. 4 minutes left here in the first half. Josh Allen under center from the 9, second and goal. He gives the ball to Singletary, makes a move, pushes the line.
There we go.
So he's down to the 3-yard line. And this is where things get tricky in Simland. You guys have seen it a million times more than me and ZT together. But here is where do they try to punch it in? Do they try to force the issue on the ground? No, they're not.
Nope, doesn't look like it unless Allen's going to run himself. Yeah.
5 wide here in the shotgun. Takes the snap, looks. Nobody's open. He makes a move, and he will score.
There we go.
Josh Allen, 3 yards out, runs it in for your opening touchdown for Buffalo.
I like it. And that looked like, I mean, you tell me, but that looked like a designed QB draw to me.
It's tough.
Do you think it was a QB draw? Or did he just tuck it?
I think he tucked it. I think the way his skills, because he waited. See how long that pause? In my opinion.
Yep.
And the way the routes were run, draw, they block right away. So.
Yeah, I mean, Cole Beasley right there definitely was not blocking, but he's Cole Beasley, so.
But also Cole Beasley was open, so touchdown there. Hopefully,
Josh Allen don't want to share those fantasy points though. He wants them all for my captain spot. So thank you.
I'm just gonna say, bolstered you right up to the top. I see you chilling there in that third in our Rossi ZT contest. Josh Allen, by the way, owned in the contest we put it 71%. And captained in 10% out of 129 of y'all. Look at this.
So far, working out pretty well for us. We'll see. Again, still feels early here. We got a tie game, so it's a good one. Both these teams in the simulated standings are right around 500.
Yes, by the way, Andrew, our technical director, saying Reggie Gilliam. Were you on that game? Was that the game where he scored, or was that was Glash on Sunday? So I've never heard.
Not me. Yeah,
I've never heard of him before. And then yesterday, everyone was telling me because I'm known as the Vulture King here, and everyone starts shouting out, "Oh, Reggie Gilliam!" And I was like, "You could tell me that's my neighbor down the street that I've never spoken to his name, never heard."
I think I've heard of him like in real life football, but I would not have been able to tell you what team he was on in these sims, which. I mean, I do the depth charts, so that's saying something about how far down those depth charts he is. Buffalo is 5-7 in these sims. Tampa Bay. I was looking at Atlanta because they're leading the division. Tampa Bay, the exact opposite at 7-5.
Brady takes that shotgun snap. Good update there as we get the catch by Gronk.
Yep.
Yeah, he makes that catch. So I believe first grab of the day there for Rob Gronkowski. Getting involved. Second catch. Scratch that. By the way, like we mentioned.
Didn't have any yards on the first catch, though. Not very memorable.
So it doesn't really count. But you get the point, which you love. 1 of 6. We got a great lineup for you today on your Dream Stream, so you don't want to go anywhere. We'll run it down for you in a moment after the 2nd and 2. Handoff to Lenny. Got a big hole there. Makes the most of it. Gets clobbered there once he gets to the 42. So
hold on to the ball, though.
Sure did. So at 2 o'clock, we got Packers are going to be hosting the Bears. It's going to be myself and ZT.
Yep.
4 o'clock, Rams travel to the Cardinals. A lot of division games. Myself and Freeze Pop, so I'm with you for the first 3. Then we have the slate MLB style with Buttes and Garion. Then at 6 o'clock, Chiefs, Chargers, another division. Glash, Freeze Pops, Cowboys-Giants at 8, the same duo again. Then we wrap it up with Texans, Jags, Moose, and Freeze Pops.
And that all three of those matchups tonight, and actually this is the last non-divisional matchup of the day. This is the end of week 14 as we see Brady taking a sack. How many yards did he just lose?
14 yards lost. So
Yikes.
could be the last play before the 2-minute warning, but we'll see.
Big sack there by the Bills defense.
Seriously, that was just a big move because don't forget, they just scored to tie this game. Really need to make a good stand to get the ball back because they started. So the Buccaneers will get the ball to start the second half.
Correct.
So they could get a 2-for-1 here, which is my favorite opportunities in any sport that has a clock like that. Like basketball, you can get 2-for-1s in football. We get a 2-minute warning, as mentioned. So we'll see what the Buccaneers come up with on a 2nd and 24. ZT, Rossi, Tara Lynn is our producer. Andrew is our technical director. And Daniel, and we got June in ops. Smash that thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get notification every time DraftKings is going to go live. And sometimes it's a reminder to me to get to work. Brady on a 2nd and 24 delivers. Caught. That OJ.
Second catch of the day. 3rd and 13 now, gets back a big chunk of the yardage they just lost on that sack. It'll be interesting here. They probably will run down the play clock. Yep, there it is. Just because you move that down a little bit, leave less time for the Bills if you don't convert this. But I would expect them to throw a pass here. You think they stay conservative?
They're going to pass. Oh, yeah, now they're going to take the
penalty. They are. You're right.
So that's 5 yards back.
3rd down.
Yeah, a little strange, but 1:17 remaining. Hey, it's all part of the plan.
Maybe he thought it was 4th down.
No, yeah. You know what he actually thought? He's like, I like the play. I like a few more yards, actually.
Yeah, I need more space. More space to throw the ball into.
2 tight end stack on the top of your screen, so I think we're going to probably see a run. It gives to Fournette.
It is.
Oh, and breaks through the bunch, but doesn't get far. About a 6-yard pickup. Bills are going to call their first timeout to preserve a little bit of the clock here with about 1:15, 14, 11, 1:11 on the clock. Doesn't count to make a wish, but hey, anytime you can make a wish and send out some positive stuff, do it.
Just do it.
So we will see when we get Buffalo here. Punting has been incredible at Madden 21, so this ball, I'm assuming he's going to go deep. He's going to let it go.
You assume correctly. Look at this.
Perfectly executed.
Inside the 5. So they've got 97 yards and 63 seconds.
Gotta love it. So there it is.
See what Josh Allen can cook up. That last drive that ended in the touchdown was a lot of Devin Singletary. That doesn't seem to be a great strategy at this point. Tampa does still have all 3 of their timeouts. So if they do run it, and don't get many yards, if you're Tampa, do you take the timeout now? Try and get the ball back.
No, you're right. They should, put a lot of pressure on them, but it looks like they're going to settle to see this thing go to the half unless Buffalo can really make some plays. Buffalo also looking to basically play for the half.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are ready to go get some Gatorade. Must be hot in Tampa.
Very much like it is, like we've been saying, across America right now. Very hot. Hot and hazy. Stay cool. Wear your less clothes. Just don't take pictures. Or do whatever. Live your life. Catch there.
Down to Lee Smith again, and not much there. No. 3 catches now for him, 15 yards. So
now 3rd and 6. Tampa did so very interesting there. They didn't call the timeout first. Now they do. That's similar.
Now they do. Yeah. So now it's 3rd down. But I get it, because if you get a stop here, you are going to get the ball back, maybe with a shot at the end zone or a long field goal, or you could let Devin Singletary run 30 yards and then. Now, who took the timeout there? Is that the Bills? Probably, right?
I'm guessing that. Oh yeah, it would be because they got the first down by a mile.
So they get the first down and then they call the timeout.
Yeah, really quickly, Denver Dunbar. Is there somewhere we can see all the season wins and losses records? ZT?
There is. Let me confirm that this works before I tell you to do this.
Look at this. He's pulling it up live. You got to love it. Nice catch on the sideline, caught by Singletary. Gets out of bounds with the 5. So Josh Allen, with the throw power, as you mentioned, can reach the end zone from about this point. So they're going to take a shot here. And we
So
have
if
bombs
you Google Madden simulated standings, the top return there is the DK Nation post that is updated each day with the season standings and results. As we see Josh Allen going to go get me some more yards there with a little bit of a rush, not much there. So Madden simulated standings. If you Google that will take you the top return there. You can also find it there on the playbook. Bookmark that. That is where we will update every night or every morning with the night before's results is usually when it actually happens.
Really love that. Love that. By the way, we see y'all. Appreciate you guys being here on a nooner. EZT, I'm Rossi. We are the Air Fryer Boys. You know, it's going to be Taco Tuesday up in the Thompson house. Going to be air frying it up. But here in the first half, we'll talk about that in a moment because I'm intrigued. I need some inspiration because I'm going to be solo for dinner tonight, so I'm intrigued. You got Brady connecting with Scotty Miller for the lone touchdown for the Buccaneers, and it was Josh Allen 3 yards out, had about 4 receivers open, it seemed, but said, I got this. I'm captained by a ZT. I got to score for him, and he's the highest one. So he's got the rushing touchdown.
He does. Devin Singletary up to 44 yards, which is pretty solid. Zach Moss up to 45 on just 2 carries. So together they've got 89 yards, almost 100 yards rushing against this Bucs defense, which is usually good against the run, but giving up a few big plays to the Bills running game, both those 2 guys. And then if you add in Josh Allen, it's actually over 100 yards rushing for the Bills and the 1 touchdown.
Yeah, by the way, we see y'all. Appreciate you being here. We see Reed's T, by the way, who did win. I did a food wager the other day because it was kind of gimmick infringement on Glash's Pizza Bet, I won't lie. But it was Sunday. I was doing like 18 sims in a row, and he won a steak and cheese from me, ZT. And we come to find out there's a place he selected, closed at 8 o'clock on Sunday, so I couldn't get it for him then just by timing. Then I'm like, I'll get it for you tomorrow, which was yesterday. Place isn't open on Monday and Tuesday. So it must be doing some killer business.
Modified weekend. I like it.
Yeah, but I'm saying
we're just gonna take Monday, Tuesday, and then work the rest.
Yeah, it's a cheesesteak place. It's like a cool little spot. I've done more research on a place that I never have heard of in Morgantown, PA. I was like, what? There
you go. I like it.
But yeah, so we got that going on. Appreciate you guys being here with us. We got Dale and Jude doing the ops manually. So again, patience. Being good.
One thing to note here, we have 2 X Factor superstar wide receiver ones, right? So you'd think good games, big games. Nope. 1 catch for each of them. 1 catch for each of them. Not a good start for Evans or Diggs. Obviously, they can turn that around in the second half. Again, both these secondaries have given up big plays, but so far, not a good day for either of those 2 gentlemen. The 2 touchdowns, Scotty Miller, wide receiver 3 for the Bucs, and then the rushing score for Josh Allen. If you're just joining us.
Yes. Love our guy, Super Bowl Baby says, thanks for the info, ZT. Denver Dunbar did say thank you. Found it. So all good. Awesome. Appreciate it. Any questions you have about that kind of stuff, guys, like don't be shy to always check out the playbook from DraftKings. Just Google DraftKings playbook or DraftKings Madden, info. Like it's out there, but ZT, being the godfather of Madden Sims, he's always ready, willing, and able with the info.
Happy to pass that along. Playbook.draftkings.com. You'll find my write-up there each day for the classic slate. So tonight's classic slate with all those divisional matchups, including the Chiefs and the Chargers. If you look on the playbook today, playbook.draftkings.com, you will see a picture of the Chiefs and Chargers. Tyreek Hill is one of the plays I like a lot tonight because, 99 speed rating. It's hard
taking a chance there. Real risky shot on that one.
I know, right? I know. Woo.
That's funny. Ralphie says, I'm in mass frying at work right now. Well, we're talking about air frying, but yes, if you are in Massachusetts or what I'm hearing about the Northwest, it is hot, hot, hot. So hopefully the hotness can roll into your lineups today, and we wish you luck. So that's an opening
fire.
Opening carry for LaShawn McCoy, who again we were mentioning no longer a current free agent. But you did. I wanted to bring up what you said earlier with Demaryius Thomas retiring because our guy BK covers the Broncos for a living, does these Madden Sims with us as well.
The real life Broncos, not the Sim Broncos.
Oh boy, that would be a task. He mentioned in a tweet that I know he had talked to me about it, that him and Demaryius Thomas had a relationship, and he's been working out over the last 2 seasons to really get, I think it was 235 or so more yards to reach 10,000 for his career.
Yeah.
So it kind of hurts me. Like, we don't talk about this with the NFL players enough, as Fournette with a nice run there. Like, we don't speak about like the emotional side, and like these are people and like they have goals just like we all have goals. Like to think like he knew at this point he wasn't going to get another shot to get a potential of like 18 to 20 something more catches to hit that goal.
Right.
And that's gonna hurt so bad for him. You know, obviously he's still a great player, gonna go down underrated and maybe not remembered the way he was. That pass incomplete, by the way. But you know, doesn't that just I don't know.
Big one.
Like think about like
I hear you.
10 more articles, but like your hand hurt. And you couldn't do. I can't even relate it to like real life. I don't know how to explain it.
Fell just short, yeah. Obviously, will still be remembered as one of the best Broncos receivers. He had such a good run with them. And then, interesting, he will be the honorary captain for the Broncos for their home opener, which is against the Jets, the other team that he played for during his career. So
had that short-lived preseason run with the Patriots, didn't work out there.
It's true. Yeah, I wasn't going to bring that up, but if you want to bring that up.
Well, I only did because you think with Brady and obviously the downfall, that relationship, Brady and Patriots-wise, that could have been another factor. Not that he could have done it, but you would assume if he played with Brady for a season, I think they could have found a way to get 235 yards. They did it with Ocho Cinco. They could do it with Demaryius Thomas. Brady is the cure-all.
Incomplete pass there for Brady. Yeah, right. 7 of 10 for him in this one.
Do you guys give ownership projections for The Sims? Says Jason London. Do we give?
We do not give ownership projections for The Sims. We tell you what they are after The Sims begin, but we do not provide ownership projections for The Sims. No.
And I honestly wouldn't, especially me, because you guys all know me. But like that's definitely not my forte. Like, I think he's going to be coming in at a 72% clip.
Yeah, I feel like I could get relatively close with these, but in real life, I struggle with that in real life. Like trying to gauge the market and figure out that, nope.
The only time I was good at it was when Hilton made the spot start for the Denver Broncos in real life, because he's going to have like an 80 and like a couple times with why is it drawing a blank? The Saints quarterback there. That's a tight end. That's
Taysom Hill.
Like those ones, I'm like, he's going to be like 70 to 80%. Yeah. And those are pretty accurate because you can put him in different spots, not quarterback.
Exactly. Anytime you can get a quarterback in your lineup that isn't a quarterback spot, it's a good opportunity to do that. Look at this formation. 4 wide receivers, all spread wide. See where he goes. He's
Mike
going
Evans.
to your boy, Mike Evans.
I hear a lot of people in the chat shouting for him, please.
He heard you. He heard you, chat. He's listening. No, he's not. But he did. We're listening. So keep shouting things out. We enjoy that. And first down there. So it kind of worked. It worked for you.
Ashley Edwards, shout out to Evans when they're all capital. Bucs saying Dr. Evans, paging Dr. Evans. Well, let's see if we can score a touchdown. Evans across the middle, wide
Looking
open.
for him.
2 in
Yeah.
a row.
So on the last 2 plays, and we'll see if this continues or if the Bills make an adjustment. Tre'Davious White, who is the top cornerback, X-Factor superstar for the Bills, was lining up opposite Scotty Miller instead of Mike Evans. And, of course, Brady goes to Evans twice. So it's pretty easy to see where he is because you just look for the glowing X under him. So now he's up at the top of the screen where that trips formation is. Mike Evans on the opposite side. So it looks like it's a definite adjustment. Touchdown.
Walk it in for the big fella. Brady to Gronkowski. Just sounds right in the NFL.
It
looks
does.
right. They connected in the Super Bowl. They connect here in Simland. So Brady's second touchdown pass. Gronkowski, the recipient, is good breakdown from ZT. And literally everything you said, you saw the way the defense adjusted to Evan after 2 quick catches. That does happen here in Simland. We don't talk enough about the adjustments that happen in these games.
The AI coaches do that kind of stuff all the time. They do adjust more at halftime, right? You can see more significant adjustments, but they do also have in-game adjustments like we just saw there. It's kind of fun thing to keep track of, and it can really impact your lineup too. Like if you know that certain coaches have certain tendencies, because you do see the AI perform certain ways for certain coaches. Like there's risk tolerance and those kind of attributes given to each coach. And those kind of things do play a role in the way these sims break down.
Yeah, we had a good question that came in, and I'm trying to find it. And I apologize. I like to give credit where credit's due, but my chat's moving fast because y'all having a good time in there, both on Twitch and on YouTube. We see you all. Came from YouTube, and I apologize. I'm not going to give credit where credit is due. Shout me out, just at me in a second. What's up, Jake? Oh, here it is. Denver Dunbar again, who you asked earlier. Said, what is a better wide receiver duo in Sims? Evans and Godwin, Jones and Ridley. I'll let you take that to start and give you my opinion after.
So in Sims, I would definitely say Jones and Ridley. I think Jones is probably the second best wide receiver behind Tyreek Hill, who we talked about earlier. And Ridley's very solid too, very strong. It's a little bit hard because Brady does spread the ball around so much. It makes both Evans and Godwin a little bit inconsistent, and they're usually very expensive as well. So if you're figuring salary, and I think it's even more of an advantage for the Falcons duo. The ratings for Godwin and Evans are both very high, and they can both have big games, but they kind of seem to steal a little bit of attention from each other as well. And you've also got Scotty Miller and OJ Howard and Rob Gronkowski and LaShawn McCoy, who all catch passes for the Bucs too. So it's almost like, to put it in fantasy football terms,
Nice catch.
It's almost like the Patriots running back situation, where any one of them could probably be a pretty solid play if they got all the looks, but they don't, right? It's always kind of inconsistent, and that's kind of where I am on these Bucs receivers, which is why I don't have any of them in my lineup today.
Yeah, I went with Evans, as you know, in the captain, and yeah, Germ says over on Twitch says Jones and Ridley easy. So I have to, I was going to agree, because there are times that these two, don't get me wrong, with Godwin and Evans can go off, but the other thing is there's so many more weapons in this offense with Tampa Bay. Gronk, you just saw Scotty Miller, who not always involved as he has been so far in this one. And then, we talked about OJ Howard gets involved, especially near the goal line. So there's just a lot there where I believe, at least in Atlanta, it's really focused around the two, especially Julio Jones, as Jordan Lindenbaum says. Dude, this is like, he basically says Julio is, like you mentioned, second highest average behind Tyreek for wide receivers. Yep,
he's very good. And I mean, Ridley hasn't been nearly as good as Julio, but he does have some big games.
Yeah, and Jeffrey asked, is this the 2020 into 2021 season or the 2021 into 2022 season? To make it easy, it's this coming year, so 2021 into 2022, technically. Correct.
The players are from, the rosters and the ratings are from week one of the 2020 season. The schedule that we are running is the season that is about to begin.
Nailed it. Appreciate you, ZTs. There's another first down play for the Buffalo Bills. Freak, amazing energy in the commentary. Appreciate you, Freak. ZT, Jason Rossi with you guys. Tara Lynn, Andrew, Daniel, June, crew, squad, unite. We're having some fun here on a Tuesday for your nooner, beginning the day. Hope y'all are doing well. First and 10, less than a minute and a half, just about left to play, and that ball was caught.
Nice.
Thought it could have been intercepted, but
Lee Smith again.
Love it.
Having himself a solid day.
I'm gonna take a quick peek, just cause.
Just gonna do it, huh? All right.
Just a little peek. Just
I'll let you.
Go ahead. Nothing great. I'm 35th, but I was just seeing where Lee Smith more was. So, listen, he's making his way. Hops team cranking now. Appreciate them. Manual scoring.
So the last touchdown did not help me, obviously, because Oof. But I slid to 20th.
Yes, see that. Uncle Buck, as I've said, we're trying to be as transparent. Any of your questions, we don't know yet, and I like to break down as many things and be as honest with people in my life as I can be. So Uncle Buck, we're friends because Uncle Buck's one of my favorite movies. But when we switch to Madden 22, no clue. Management, we're not sure yet. Things will eventually, more than likely, happen, but when we know, you'll know. Probably I will probably find out after you. ZT would probably know maybe 30 minutes before you do. So.
I don't know, or after. But either way.
You're an after guy now. Ooh. Fourth and six.
That kind of depends. It depends on if they need me to do any work for it before.
That's what I assumed. You're going to find out 30 minutes before.
I'm going to go for it on 4th and 6. It's Beasley.
4th and 6, right. And yeah, so Beasley makes the grab.
First catch of the day for Cole Beasley, wide receiver 3 for these Bills. No, second. I missed his first catch. Where was I when he had his first catch? I don't remember, but he's got 2 now.
David Georgie says, how about wide receiver tight end tandem? Kelsey and Hill by far? I don't even think there's a question, but maybe our guy ZT. Is there anybody else who would even come close?
No. To make this easy, no. And here's why. They're the top. Each one is the top, right? Like, there's nobody who comes close to Tyreek Hill. There's nobody that comes close to Travis Kelce. There may be a specific game where Travis Kelce has a down game, more often than Hill for sure. But there is no tight end who's more reliable than Travis Kelce. So when you've got the number 1 and the number 1, there's no other tandem. You know, like you could say, well, Julio Jones is number 2, but then the tight end for the Falcons, Hayden Hurst, he's not probably even top 10. A number 2 tight end, you could probably make the case that that's Zach Ertz, maybe, or George Kittle. But either way, the top receivers on those teams aren't going to be top 10. So it's pretty obvious. It's pretty dramatic. It's definitely Kelce and the cheetah.
Here we go. Hope everyone is
all the
doing
animal sound effects. We know we can count on you for that.
I'm just a human sound machine and really bad impersonator of other sim hosts. Again, we're after 3. Look, very interesting. Both quarterbacks, 11 of 14, right around the same passing. 116 for Brady, 105 for Allen. 2 touchdowns though, Tom Brady.
2 touchdowns passing for Brady, and then Allen has the 1 rushing score. So they've both kind of gotten it done in their own special ways. And the Bills driving now to try and answer that last touchdown, Brady to Gronk. They are on the 26-yard line when we rejoin for the 4th quarter. Singletary's up to 63 yards. I guess he's got an outside chance for the – we going to say it?
You can say it, absolutely.
Okay. The bonus.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
All right, cool. I'm not either. I just didn't want, to freak you out over there.
I appreciate
but yeah, 63 yards for him. No receiver over 50 yards. Mike Evans has 45 on his 3 catches. The most catches is Lee Smith, 5 for 26. No one else has 4.
Yeah, I like that. We'll see what we get here as we get to the 4th again. Like you mentioned, 14-7. ZT, Rossi with you. We are the Air Fry Boys. So it is Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. It's a national holiday. We all know everybody celebrate one way or the other. Even if you just think about tacos, just close your eyes. Taco. Anyways, so what's going on in the Thompson house today? What are we air frying up?
Not air frying today. It's a little hot. A little hot. So instead we'll just
do the oven. I'm just kidding.
Exactly. We'll just do the oven instead. No, but it's definitely tacos. Not sure whether it will be burritos or shells, like soft or hard tacos, but yeah, we'll definitely have some taco action going on. And it'll be a late dinner around here because we do have, once again, Little League practice. So I'll be at the field for a little bit, then come home and smash a taco or 2 after that.
Love to hear it.
Or 3.
Yeah. I saw Lisa Robinson earlier, saying she was eating something delicious. It just sounded amazing. Everybody, hopefully, whatever you're doing, but try to get some tacos in, or have some flair, some flair, taco style. That ball's
or use
caught.
the taco emoji or something.
Yeah, exactly. Stop sending the eggplant emoji. Start sending the taco emoji. All right, that is caught. 1st and goal now for Buffalo.
Down Brown.
3rd quarter. Like chat was all, now they're talking about SCTV. I used to love that show. Nuke says, Rossi, you're pretty weird. You're damn right. That's an understatement, Nuke. Appreciate you on Twitch. That's maybe calmest thing someone's ever called me. It's a pass right out
off the Singletary. Yeah, that's
back to the line of
very
scrimmage.
well diagnosed by that Bucs defense.
Yes, sir. Mad Monk saying, good morning, air fryers. Spelled kind of like a religious friars, if you will.
Gotcha. Like the San Diego Padres.
Bingo. The dads.
Like it.
Here is a 2nd and goal, 5-yard line. Shotgun snap. Allen has a man open across the middle. Goes the other way, though. Beasley was open in the end zone, but
but gotta go to Lee Smith, man. That's 6 catches for him.
I appreciate the effort.
So that's a couple times now he's had Beasley in the end zone. One time he ran it in, and then that time he went a different direction. See what they do now. We have not seen quarterback sneaking very much down here as far as like just the Tom Brady dive up the middle.
Got it.
Instead, we get Singletary diving into the end zone. Big touchdown for his owners there.
So what a score here. So Buffalo looking to tie this one up unless they do something crazy and go for 2, which you never know in these sims, but 14.
That would be weird. Singletary touchdown there. He is 27% owned in our smaller SimFam contest. In the larger contest, let me see if I can find him in the lineup. There it is, 27% owned and 3% captain for Mr. Singletary.
By the way, some of y'all over on Twitch saying, screw tacos, it's Tenderloin Tuesday, says CJ.
Not a bad move at all.
Tender Tuesday. I say, and then actually Disco says, why can't it be both? You can make tacos out of chicken tenderloins. Chop them up if you want. Full slab of chicken, go for it.
Sure.
Enjoy your life.
I like chicken tacos. Yeah. Chicken tacos are good.
At the end of the day, just enjoy whatever it is you do. And don't complain too much. Just in life. That's just my 2 cents. I try. Not every day. I try every day, but I'm not going to say every day is perfect. As we have a 14 game here in Simland.
Evan Singletary is the captain in the 2 lineups that are tied for first place in the larger free roll for this contest. Up to 23 fantasy points there in that captain spot. So those 2 lineups that have him in the captain spot tied for first place right now. Score still being updated though, so we'll see how that all shakes out. It is 14-14. We've got a tie game. We got 6 minutes left. Brady got some late game magic for us. What do you think?
Always. I'm never ever counting Brady out until he's retired, which he did say.
X factor is illuminated.
He did say the time is coming, but he's been saying that for years, but also not saying that, if that makes sense. Is that Godwin? No. Evans again.
Evans again, yeah.
Yeah, he said on the barbershop, he knows it's coming to an end, but he always said 45.
Yep.
And that was 5 years ago. He started saying that, and he's 43, I believe, to be 43 this year. So
I believe that's correct. Yep.
We'll see. It's just funny, if you're a Madden player for years, if you play a franchise, quarterbacks retire at 35, 36 in the game. Usually after 10, 11.
You might have to change that.
Yeah, I think they're updating that. Think about Drew Brees. A lot of quarterbacks over 38 last season. With Philip Rivers,
yep.
Roethlisberger, Brees, Brady. No, not 30. I forget how old Aaron Rodgers is, but he's getting close. Maybe 37. I'll look that up. But quarterbacks are definitely, the game has changed a lot, especially obviously with the hitting.
Yeah. For sure. And if you're following the info on the new Madden 2022, they've done a lot of stuff with franchise mode and been talking about that and releasing some nice tweaks to that and stuff they've got coming out with different staff stuff that you can do now and all kinds of fun ways that people can get involved with the new game as it rolls out here in the coming months. That was Scotty Miller with another catch. Has been quiet since that first touchdown of the day. That was his second catch when he scored the touchdown. That was his third catch. So it's nice to see him back involved. He's down at the bottom of the screen, not against Tre'Davious White anymore. They moved White into the slot against Godwin, which is an interesting matchup. Brady going back to Miller again.
Look at that. Caught.
I always enjoy when the defense has a Tre'Davious White or a Jair Alexander or Stephon Gilmore, who is really good in coverage, just to see where they're deployed. So see, again, White's in the slot, top of the screen. Godwin, which we said his name very much? Not really, and that might be because Tre'Davious White is guarding him. At least it seems to be the current plan for the Bills is to put White against Godwin in the slot.
That's why we also, not getting much action there. By the way, a little bit of breaking news. Not that it's massive. I'm not going to hit the sounder, but Kyle Pitts has signed his agreement with the Falcons. He's the 4th overall pick. He 4 years, fully guaranteed, 32.9 for the I guess you can kind of call him the weapon that will replace Julio Jones in some senses. They're in Atlanta is a big run from.
They sure hope.
Yeah, if you're an Atlanta fan, you're hoping that it's absolutely going to be, if he can have the career that Julio had, whew,
yeah,
that would be the best tight end ever.
For sure. And then, there was a little bit of question with that, is he a tight end? Is he a wide receiver? How is he going to be as we move forward, and how his franchise tag and stuff will be figured out. It will be interesting if that is the way it ends up going. Another first down completion there from Brady. Was that Brate? Do we have the trifecta, or was it Miller again? I couldn't tell.
Miller. It looked like Scotty Miller.
Scotty.
Scotty's having a day here, by the way. He could be your Zach Thompson, Zalacious, Zabarius, Zawaya player of the game. I don't really know any words.
You're just making words up.
Yeah, I really don't know a lot of Z words. I just love your name, so that's really it.
Cool.
I think it's not
Thanks.
bad Cheats name right there. Love it. Nice catch there. Down to the 2. Brady again connecting. So here we go again. Is it Fournette? Are we going to get a McCoy? Is it going to be
That
OJ
was
Howard?
Gronk with the catch there. He's up to 4 catches now on the day. Did have the touchdown earlier as well. The
OJ.
2 touchdowns for the Bucs have gone to Gronk and Scotty Miller.
And we have trips. No one really covering. It looked like Godwin there. They're going to run, though, and punch it in. Easy peek.
Walk in touchdown.
Touchdown there. So Leonard Fournette on the ground. Got it.
Use that trips formation that you correctly identified. Get that linebacker core spread way out, and then run it right up the middle. Easy walk in touchdown. Bucs back in the lead.
Straight cash saying Godwin owed this TD. Well, he's playing his role, just not helping Finland.
It's true.
Yes,
it's true.
Goes to Fournette.
First rushing touchdown of the day for the Bucs. We've seen 2 for the Bills, 1 for Singletary, 1 for the quarterback, Josh Allen.
Buffalo, I see you in the chat. We will update that if we're just doing extra points for one player. It will be updated. We are absolutely doing it manually. We got a crack staff that will, before everything gets locked in final. It's not when the sim goes off, is when we actually finalize things. It even could be a few hours. It could be time, and no things have been adjusted. So patience is the virtue. We appreciate it. Anytime, shout it out. Just being a human being, you can also just say, hey guys, just want to let you know this. Don't have to say it passive aggressively. Let us know. Our crew always will get it done right. So just give us a heads up. We'll take care of it. We'll let them know. They don't see the chat like we do because they're cranking away working. Not a couple of jamokes like me and ZT.
That's right. That's officially my business card, Jamoke.
Yeah. What do you do with DraftKings? Oh, I'm a jamoke?
Jamoke, yep.
Is that full-time, part-time to come benefits? Yeah, you got the jamoke benefits. Yeah.
Exactly. There's a 4-way tie currently in the free contest for this showdown. One of them, just kind of interesting username here. Who Day All Day up there.
Like that.
Yeah, Devin Singletary is still in the captain spot for those top lineups. But Scotty Miller, Leonard Fournette, and Rob Gronkowski all in the leading lineup there in the free showdown.
4-yard grab for Singletary. That will take us to the 2-minute warning. Buffalo needs to go another 74 yards to tie this game.
And they got to do it quickly. That was the 2-minute warning.
Yep. So 3 timeouts still, both teams, but
yep.
Buffalo will be interesting. We do know clock management here can be questionable, so we'll see how Buffalo handles it. So we get the bench set here. It could be a run up the middle or a crossing route. We get the crossing routes overthrown and almost intercepted by White because he was lit there for a second.
Yep, almost picked, which could have been a pick 6.
Very well could have been.
It is not.
3rd and 6 here from
that was Levante David, whose X Factor lit up there. One of the newest X Factors in the latest update from Madden in December. He was one of the last X Factor adjustments in Madden 21. No announcements yet as far as who will have X Factors and those kind of things in Madden 2022. We will talk about those as those announcements are made, but Madden hasn't made them yet.
Big catch there. Stephon Diggs. Welcome back to the sim, Diggs. Good to see you.
What's up, Diggs?
He gets the catch there. So back in business, Buffalo 146 and counting here in the 4th quarter. Down by a score is Buffalo. Again,
That's
painting.
Diggs' second catch. I think his first one was on the first play from scrimmage. So a lengthy absence for him.
Allen takes the shotgun snap. They have someone hovering him. He takes off, has more than the first down. 20
Don't
yards.
lateral. Okay, there we go. Good work.
20 yards on the ground. They're up to 28 total. 1:20 left here in the fourth quarter. Buffalo needs a touchdown. 40 yards to go here. Nice run by Allen, taking full advantage.
Very nice. Yep.
Spy there for a moment, but ended up being someone.
It looked like it might be a spy, but then they got caught up in his blockers, and he was able to get away from them.
Allen scrambles out, gets caught this time, a sack.
Yeah, Shaq Barrett off that corner. Allen tried to roll a little too close to the superstar linebacker who brought him down for the sack there. This Bucs defense does get a good amount of sacks. We mentioned you can beat that secondary, which they're trying to do now, but the rush up the middle, the pass rush is usually pretty good.
He takes off again as Josh Allen. Looks like he almost gets back to the original line of scrimmage to set up a manageable 3rd and 11. Travis Morgan, Landscape Football Father, says, from Texas, saying hi. Do you guys agree Texas has the best football players and most ever drafted? Cannot confirm about the drafted, but I always feel like Texas is a factory. Their high school is more like Friday nights more important than Sunday. So yeah.
It's also huge. So
Yeah,
that helps.
that's a good point.
If you're just talking raw numbers, yeah.
3rd and 11, play action. Allen in the gun. He's going to take
Gonna
off.
run again.
Has the room. Gets hit. Slides actually a little early, too. So here we go.
Okay, they're going to go for it here on 4th down. So, yeah, it didn't fumble, but I'm surprised he didn't battle a little bit more.
Yeah,
Still got those 2 timeouts. We're going to see one here, I think.
Maybe 10 seconds, give or take. I've seen it before. 11. Okay.
There we go, 11.
So they give one shot to get the first and one to go to the end zone. They may go straight to the end zone. Here's ET.
Yeah, on 4th down. As we've mentioned a couple times, Josh Allen does have that 99 throw power. Just ignore the kicking animation. They're going to throw this. Josh Allen does have the 99 throw power. So he can get it there from here if they do decide to take a shot at the end zone. It is 4th down, though. So I wouldn't hate a shorter pass that gets you the first down.
There's a
shot.
shotgun.
That one timeout.
Got incomplete, but there's a flag on the play.
There's a flag, and I think that is pass interference.
Oh, boy.
Which will give them a first down. Carlton Davis. Defensive pass interference, first down. So now
1st and 10. One timeout
here.
So at the 25, quick snap. Has a receiver. It's caught.
Timeout. There it is.
One shot here to get it. Would look like, was that John Brown again on that catch? It looked like
to the 6. Yeah, I believe it was. The cutaway was quick, but I think it was. So
the
they're
ball
at the
game
6.
on the line. Yeah, John Brown had that catch. So here we go.
Yep.
6-yard lines, 4 seconds remaining. Last play of the game. We'll see what they come out with here. They're going to do 3 wide, tight end in there in the backfield.
No timeouts left, so if they're stopped short of the end zone, this one's over. If they throw a quick incompletion, you might get one more play.
I don't know, though. Shotgun snap, it's going to be the last play.
Oh, they're going to throw it short.
And they don't get it. And there's a flag.
It's not the last play because there's a flag, and it's roughing the pass. Is it no unnecessary roughness? So it's out. So they hit him late. It's out of bounds, unnecessary roughness. But because of that, they get an untimed down. It's an untimed down. Last play of the game. This is it for all the marbles.
Crossing routes. Someone's going to be wide open. And
there it is. It's Beasley, who has been wide open 2 other times and ignored in the end zone. He gets the call here on the untimed down as a result of that unnecessary roughness on Carlton Davis, who also had the pass interference 3 plays ago. And you know what we get as a result of all this insanity?
Overtime.
Free football.
Yeah.
Let's go, people. Let's go. More football coming at you here. Overtime. We will go straight to overtime. No stat checks. The Bucs, I think they won the toss. Isn't that what it said? So the Bucs will get the ball first. Wow. That was exciting for everyone not named Carlton Davis. Because
seriously,
that guy, man, he really wanted overtime. He must just, want more fantasy points for everybody. He had the pass interference on 4th down and then had the late hit out of bounds, which then created the untimed down touchdown to Cole Beasley, the first throwing touchdown of the day for Josh Allen. which ties it up at 21 and sends us to overtime. Overtime rules, same here as they are in the NFL as far as possessions go. Field goal for the Bucs, we continue. Touchdown for the Bucs, they win. And then it's sudden death if the Bucs do not score on this possession. The one difference is we don't do ties here in Simland. We will continue playing until someone scores.
Appreciate it, Queenie. Says more Rossi and ZT is fine with me. Not going to mention anything about lunch and not eating yet today, but hey, that's not about me. It's about the DK Sim fam. Like you said, we're going to get. I know. Thank you. Like, talk me off. Everybody knows how much I love overtime.
Going to get a touchdown right here. It's going to be. I feel like this overtime is going to be exciting one. We're going to get a big play for a touchdown.
Ashley Edwards has been like a little bit of a genie in a bottle. She says we need Godwin, so I feel like Godwin's going to score now because I've noticed the last couple sims I've done, which seems like 5 million over the last few days. She's been spot on. So there's a run to Fournette. So we'll set up a 3rd and 2 here.
Godwin was defended by Tre'Davious White on that last play, so they're still in that formation or that setup for the defense. We'll see if they continue to mark, to follow. Mark, you can tell I've watched a little bit too much Euro. They're marking men here.
Here's the handoff. Fournette has the first close.
It's close. I think they're going to give it to no, 4th and inches. Now, this would be aggressive if they go for this because you can't turn the ball over here at the 31. So I think they got to punt this away, don't you? I mean, I like being aggressive, but this feels like you're handing the game away if you go for this one.
You go for it. This team's too offensively stacked. They're going to punt, but I would go for it because I just think they're just so offensively stacked.
Right, but it's 4th and inches. If you don't get this, you're giving you lose.
No tomorrow.
You're in field goal range already.
They're saying what I would have done.
Okay, so no tomorrow, except if you punt, there kind of is.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see if it all plays out well.
Okay, all right.
I challenge you. I just think the Buccaneers, man, that offense is just too darn good. I would have just kept rolling with it. But, hey, they went for a couple runs there. We'll see what happens here. So now Buffalo kicks a field goal. They win the game.
Yep, next points win. Next points win no matter when they come or how they come. Next team to put points on the board will walk away with the dub. Yeah, Josh Allen running into Vita Vea for the 2nd time. That's really not going to work. It's just not like you cannot carry that man with you on your back. It's just not going to work out well for you, Josh Allen.
I want to make this known that, for those that have seen enough overtimes, the sim doesn't necessarily look at the game the same way the real rules work. So you may see Buffalo going for it in certain positions where you're like, why are they going for it on a 4th down, or different things that I've seen where they play sometimes not knowing the quarter break stuff. So it is a little tricky if you're first time or you're just coming around or you're negative. So just know that the way the sim plays out here might be a little different than what you would or I would do. And I don't mean like Bucs going for it in their own territory. That would just be dumb because that's the way I like to do things. Oh, Scott,
well, at least you admit it though, so we appreciate that.
As Nuke said, I'm a little weird. So
Lee Smith with another catch there. He's just here for the PPR points.
I like
no yards, but another catch. Did they give him a yard, or was it not? I mean,
I thought it was 3rd and 11 on the last play. I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay, so they must have lost one and they got it back.
So here we go, 3rd and 10. Allen in the shotgun.
Diggs at the top of the screen in single coverage. Looked like there might be some space, but he's not. He's going to slide short.
Slide a little premature again, so they're 4th and 2. It looked like he would have.
It looked like he could have got it if he stayed up. Obviously risking the fumble there if you do stay up. So conservative play there, sliding down, and now we'll get the punt.
Yeah, executive sessions.
Because the Bucs live to punt another day, they will get another possession. They will get a chance here to put a touchdown on the board, whether that will be Godwin as predicted in the chat or whether it's Evans or maybe something weird. I've seen a walk-off touchdown from the Bucs' Tyler Johnson before in these sims, wide receiver 4. So things get a little funky in overtime, but we're good with that. We're here.
Yeah. So executive session says, well, I guess I'll enjoy a little more of the talk and Mr. Cool. Appreciate the executive sessions.
You're Mr. Cool? I like it.
No, you're Mr. Cool.
No, I think you are.
No, I'm the talk. Trust me.
All right.
Me and executive sessions. Trust me, and you are way cooler than I. So let's be real.
I don't know about that.
I'm saying it. It's true. a few minutes.
I guess if I argue with you, then that would make you not as cool because then I'm arguing with you, and I don't want to do that. So
yeah. So here we go.
Godwin and Evans stacked to the bottom. They have not done that very much, and that time actually,
here we
for
go.
Whatever it's worth, right?
Oh,
they did change the coverage. White followed Evans on that last play instead of Godwin. So that could be the break that Godwin has been waiting for this entire game. If White is on Evans, that sets up Godwin for success. Now it also sets up Gronk for success, as we see there with the catch to convert. First down out near midfield for these Buccaneers looking to get a win at home.
Yes, here's Brady in the shotgun, a little under halfway through, or a little over halfway through the shotgun give to McCoy. He's not going to get too far in this one, but still marching their way down the field in Tom Brady overtime fashion. First drive, not so good. So yeah, 2nd and 5 here from the 49-yard line. We are here in overtime.
We are
21 up. This is going to be a good game, by the way. We are talking about we're playing through the 2021 NFL schedule. This is, you said, week 14, correct?
Correct. Yeah, this is one of the late games from week 14. Week 14 Sunday night football is our next game. The Bears and Packers. And then the 4 o'clock is the Monday night game from week 14. And then we start week 15 with the Thursday night, which is Chargers and Chiefs, which is tonight.
So I got you for the rest of this playthrough of week 14 for these first openings. And I just, this game, this being a late 4 o'clock, probably a 1 o'clock, but they might move it to a 4.
No, it's a 4 o'clock.
To the 4:25. Like, this is going to be, this should be a good one.
It should be. If both these teams are up to expectations, it definitely should be and could be. I think it could even, depending on, Bears-Packers is the Sunday night game. Depending on how that goes for the Packers, specifically with Aaron Rodgers, this could end up being flexed into that Sunday night game. Because, these could be two very legit Super Bowl contenders. Obviously, the Bucs winning the Super Bowl last year, and then the Bills making that run to the AFC Championship game. So I think there's at least that potential.
Yep.
Josh Allen and the Bills taking over at the 26 after that punt, which was less than stellar, went out of bounds a little bit early. The coffin corner, they missed.
So there's a run.
Maybe this is all just to get Singletary the bonus. He's still got a long way to go, though.
What a master plan it is. We're just figuring it all out, I guess. So there's the run there. So
figuring it out as we go along, which is usually the way it works.
Gotta love it.
Spread it out.
Dom says we're going to get a playoff based on the season results. TBD. We're going to be putting something together. We'll figure it out again very soon. When we know,
if we were, the Bucs would be in the playoffs, and the Bills will not. Just free information.
There you go. 3rd and 10 here. We shall see where you want to go here. It's Diggs has come up big in some plays for them. Haven't used them often.
So Diggs has a ton of cushion. If you look at him at the top of the screen, look at how far off the Bucs secondary is playing. So if you call the right route, I do feel like there's a big play to be had there. They're going to check it down to Singletary, who's been very good. Yeah, he's been nice as a receiver too. He's had a couple big plays there. He's got 4 catches as a pass catcher out of the backfield. But I do think there's room for that big play to Diggs, which they had. We remember all the way back on that very first possession, they had him open, and Josh Allen overthrew it. So it'll be interesting to see if they go back to that or if they continue to work it with these checkdowns to Lee Smith and Singletary. They're able to pick up the first down. Probably, 25, 30 yards from a solid field goal chance here?
Yeah, give or take, right? For Tyler Bass, not necessarily the best, and kicking can be questionable here in Madden now. Even though I think all kickers should automatically get 10 points for every field goal, but hey, just a lone voice, just a guy whistling in the wind.
That would definitely, we would have to reconfigure their salaries if that was the case.
Just saying. Here we go. So
look at the space they're giving Diggs up there. I'm not going to keep, but there's so much space. That play is there. We'll see if they go to it or are content with just these little gains, which are working. But it's weird because the Bucs are committing to stopping the run, and they're still not stopping the run. You know, they're giving up the big play to Diggs in exchange for, look at all the guys around the line of scrimmage, right?
It's just, yeah,
but then they're still running.
But they're right,
and the running is still working, which is weird.
Yeah. Was that Lee again?
Why not?
Why
not Lee?
He's catching it and going down like a tree being chopped, but I like it.
Hey, he's got 9 catches, so he's got that lumberjack thing going on with the beard.
Yeah. So here we go. See you there, Texas there, TX, saying great energy in the chat. The chat has been great. We do see a timeout called here, so they're going to try to attempt to win this game here. Yeah. Come on, Beasley, he says.
Beasley does have the touchdown. Had the touchdown on the untimed down there at the end of regulation that got us to this point.
ZT, just in case. Well, actually, after this play, just have a player of the game in a Not My Kid award lined up.
All right. We'll get out of here quick.
Oh,
so that you can go get some lunch.
Well, we're right back at it, boys. So
it's true.
But I don't think this one's ending just yet because we got a 3rd and 2, and the way this one is played out, we'll see. The Bucs.
So this would be a 59-yard field goal, which doesn't feel like a great chance for Bass. I mean, they're pretty much right on the field goal target line.
Nope, nobody near him. Shotgun going to take it, has a man, and it is deflected. So, heedly-deedly-do. We are going to continue. We'll see what the Buccaneers can come up with.
Do you think
they should go for it?
If this is you, do you kick the field goal?
No, you go for it. Because this is the territory we can actually make it. Like, it's not like you're putting them in the best position, but they're going to punt it.
Yeah.
I would say that's just me.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on this one. I disagreed earlier, but I think I would go for this as well. And that punt did go into the end zone. So a touchback, the Bucs take the ball at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, so here, listen, we see you, chat. We see everybody. They're wanting Godwin. They want Godwin so badly. But here's the deal. Godwin, this could be his time. This could be his time to turn it all around. It's going to take one long pass, maybe a touchdown as Brady takes a shotgun snap here.
That'd be cool.
Everyone's going deep.
80-yard touchdown bomb. Instead it's a sack. Not a fumble. He was ruled down. But whoa. Big sack there by the Bills defense, who I believe are still in my lineup. I haven't checked lately, but I don't. I think they're still in there.
Yeah, they're deep in there. So we'll see here as Brady now from the 11. They're probably going to take a bomb here shot because they think the game's ending. It's another thing we've noticed. So
that's true. They don't realize that there's going to be another. Yep. They don't realize there's another overtime coming. Should we tell them, or should we just keep that a secret?
Go for it.
No, let's not.
Listen, I love when people joke about, yes, first of all, Alex, is there double overtime? Yes, the game doesn't end until somebody wins. 10 overtime.
There's triple overtime. There's quadruple.
I've been in a triple. I've been in triples before.
Ooh, they're blitzing. They're blitzing. This could actually be.
They're teasing. Oh, they do.
Oh, no, they brought it.
They throw a screen.
Which is too bad because that could have been.
Oh, they get the first down, though.
One way or the other. They did convert for the first down. That's LaShawn McCoy with the catch and run for the first. And a timeout, I believe, by the Bucs.
Wait, the Bills called that timeout, I thought. Was there a timeout?
I'm not certain, actually. The clock stopped running, so I assumed that there was a timeout called. No timeout? Okay.
It's just the animation, I believe.
Gotcha. They just took a break from the clock running. Yep, you're correct. Show us that coach speaking to the players animation, which everyone needed to see before we head to double overtime, people. And remember, this is all the Bucs defense fault for all those penalties at the end.
He's at Zach Thompson at ZT_sports. Connect with him in and out of the Sims. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. I always love chatting it up with our fam. I was a fan. Trust me, no fans, but fam, because a lot of us it's cool. It's just cool to connect with some of y'all over there. DMs are open. Chat away. Let's have some fun. Hope everybody is enjoying their day. Tarolyn doing a great job. Andrew, our technical director, Daniel and June. We are a little past almost 1:20 Eastern for you early birds over in the West Coast. Morning. We are here in double overtime. That is Fournette with another run there.
3rd and inches.
One thing that's surprising so far here, ZT, is that we have no bonuses yet. For all the action we've had, nobody is hit the bonus.
It's true. And we have no field goals for you and your kicker friends.
Oh, let's not be offensive here. There's a run from McCoy.
I called them your friends.
I know, but you're being disrespectful saying that but you're also pointing out. You pointed out, but they do actually each have 3 points each, so it's like a field.
It's true. It's true. Yep. Under 7 minutes now in double overtime. McCoy with another carry there. He has kind of emerged as a nice little sleeper play with his overtime production on this drive. Catch and run earlier on, and then a nice run there. He's up to over 50 rushing yards. I'm back up to 6th in our nooner.
Yeah, you're rocking. I'm in the 50s. Dean Murray, love it. Just comes in and says, "What a great start to Sim Day." It is. This has been a good one. Like plenty of points. Right now, as you mentioned in the
Rossi drama.
Yeah, Rossi ZTM in 57th. But enough about me. It's our guy Obi-Wan.
Bees up top.
Yeah, Obi-Wan. That's Obi. So he's got Brady and the captain, Allen, Fournette, Gronk, Lee Smith, and Cole Beasley. Nice stack there by our guy Obi on a 2nd and 4 in the gun. Give underneath. No, play action. Brady's looking to go deep there.
He's got time.
Unleashes it.
He wants
a man. Double coverage. It's
knocked away. Almost picked off. Yeah, should have been picked, quite honestly. There were 3 white jerseys around that very high-risk throw for Brady, but instead it falls to the turf harmlessly.
Dude, I will tell you right now, I've been to many, like outdoor jugglers, and I've seen them be able to keep the ball up that long. That was impressive there, but did not catch it. So Brady in the shotgun, 3rd and 4. Quick pass, got the first. Taking the easy one to Gronk.
Outdoor jugglers, huh?
Yeah, I've never been
different places than I did.
Yeah, well, when you're in like major cities, there's always those street performers.
Okay, yeah,
it's not like I'm seeking them out. Not that, don't get me wrong, I would. I think juggling is quite the art.
The Bills agree with you, at least the Bills defense.
Yep. So here we go. Fresh set of downs for Tom Brady.
Yep.
In field goal
range. With another catch there. Yeah, probably a run here. Just try and shorten this field goal a little bit.
They need to go up another 5 yards. I've seen Suck Up. He can miss these.
He can. Yeah.
So I'm not he doesn't have the strongest leg here in Madden, so let's see what we get.
True.
Jellyfish, don't like that energy in my chat, but hey, you're entitled to your opinion, my friend. It's 21-21. It's been pretty exciting and a lot of points to be had. Maybe I always feel when people get upset, it's more about the way they stack their lineups. Like, my lineup stinks, dude. I feel you. So that's another carry for Fournette.
Just setting things up here for that field goal, one would think, but we'll see. 3rd and 3.
And Luke Murphy says the Bills have really disappointed me in Simland.
The Bills have been a disappointing team in general in Simland since we started these. Even in Madden 2020, they were not very good. They were one of the worst teams in Madden 2020, and a lot of that has to do with the growth of Josh Allen, which has not been figured in yet to these ratings. Obviously, they're from week 1 of last year, so he should be much better when we do move to the new game or new ratings. I would expect him to get a sizable bump.
Yep, we'll see here. So they lost the yard on that run. Here is the game on the line.
Again.
We're just waiting
Why do I feel like there's going to be a penalty?
Or why do I feel like there's going to be an offensive snap here? Okay, so here we go. They're going to probably try to freeze him potentially. There's the freeze.
There it is.
So it's about a 46-yarder, give or take.
Yeah, it's not a gimme. It's not a gimme.
Not with Suck Up. He is not one of the, like I said, his statistics not the best here for Madden, especially for kickers. And we shall see if he can come through in the clutch, though. Again, so line it up, though, just in case. So literally, if this goes in, tell us who your players are. If it misses, we'll keep on rocking. So about a 45-yarder on the nose. Mm-hmm. Snap, holds good, Suck Up. Don't think he hit it.
I don't think so. I think he missed it.
He missed the field goal.
I think he missed it.
He just missed wide left.
Yep.
Wide left. So the game continues on.
We keep rolling.
For all you that wanted to miss Congrats. For all those that wanted to hit, sorry. Looking in the mirror. So here we go. Here comes Josh Allen. Only 188 yards passing, and about 15 of those passes go to Lee Smith for like 16 yards.
It's true. He does have over 20 fantasy points, though, in a flex spot. So not a bad day for Allen. Would definitely be in the conversation for the Krusty Koff player of the game if and when we finally get to give that out.
Here's what we're going to do. Just tell us who it is. You can adjust at the last minute. If we need to.
Well, I think it would be Josh Allen at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Singletary's close. If he hits the bonus, that could be where we go. Fournette has also had a very good game, 96 yards and a rushing score. But
big run.
I think we have our winner. I think we have the winner right here. Don't step out of bounds. Oh, are you kidding me? The motor sputters inside
the bonus,
the 5.
Hits the bonus is Devin Singletary.
Quite easily. Now, how perfect or imperfect? Anybody else feeling Zach Moss right now?
I know. Watch a vulture. This is it.
Vulture touchdown for the walk-off.
Whatever whatever his name is. This is his time.
Reggie Gill.
They're just going to get the field goal.
They're not going to mess around. They're like, we've seen missed field goals. We've turned the ball over. We want this upset win.
Bass. Walks it through. Ball game. ZT, who is the player of the game?
It is Devin Singletary. He didn't quite put the cherry on top of the sundae with the touchdown there, but still a very nice day for him. Over 100 yards rushing, 29.9 yards. Very, very nice.
Love it. Not my kid award. Nice. I think this one might be easy.
The Not My Kid award, doesn't it have to be Stephon Diggs?
No, I think it's got to be Godwin.
You're right. Godwin's worse, and he's got higher ownership. Well, he's got higher ownership. So, yeah, we'll go Godwin. 1 catch, 10 yards, 2 points. Yeah, sorry, Godwin.
All good. Daniel, June, Ops, appreciate it. They're going to lock down the scores in moments.
Yep.
Tara Lynn, amazing job. Andrew, our technical director. Me and ZT are back in about 34 minutes. So enjoy all that you can in that time. We'll be back for the 2 o'clock, getting our free showdown in the DK Sim Fam League. Appreciate every single one of you guys for hanging here with us. Listen, let's not pretend. We do this. We love it. But this was exciting football. I can take all my bitterness of overtime away. Double overtime, excitement. Again, we will be back in just a few minutes. Here is a little bit of, like we said, what's going around the country. It's the heat. So here's some sweat for you. See you back here real soon.
Everybody, you are watching The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're going to be covering the NHL, MLB, and NBA, but we are starting with the PGA Tour. Bryson DeChambeau going to look to defend his title when the 2021 Rocket Mortgage Classic tees off on Thursday from Detroit Golf Club. Here to play some PGA Tour price check is new dog dad, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich, the proud parent of a new dog who sounds amazing. Okay, Jeff, so congrats, and hopefully you catch up on your sleep. So let's talk golf, though. Who do you fancy in the expensive range here? So somebody who's over 10K. Now, you can get Hideki at 10-4. He finished T19 in 2019, T26 here last season.
Yeah, Hideki's a really interesting target. I mean, he's got a pretty good course history at this event, a couple top 25s. And look, he's clearly in a little bit better form in 2021, right? I mean, obviously getting the big win at the Masters. This is a player who ranks out very well with his short to mid irons. He's top 10 in terms of proximity from 125 to 150, 150 to 175 yards. So I think it's absolutely fine to kind of buy the dip on Hideki. I also think it's fine to kind of buy the dip on Webb Simpson here at 10-6. I mean, both of these players just set up extremely well for iron-based courses, which is kind of what Detroit Golf Club is. It's very easy off the tee. Now all this said, I think I'm just going to make my choice Bryson, because Bryson is just so capable of lighting it up on the greens here. He's first in DraftKings points produced over the last 50 rounds. And, I think all three of these players that I've mentioned, if we're ranking them, they'd be in my top 3. I'd probably put Bryson first, though. Again, this is just a player who dominates off the tee. We're at a driver-heavy course. He's the defending champion. And quite frankly, we've seen Bryson be in pretty good, solid form. I think he's going to put up a very solid title defense here. And all things considered, I would rather pay up for him than one of those other 2 guys we mentioned, who I still like, but I like Bryson more.
All right, let's talk about that 9K range. So Matt Wolff was the runner-up here last year. He's got 2 runner-up finishes this season, but there is a but. Those are his only top 10s. So are you going to fade him and go with someone else in that 9K range?
It's pretty tough to trust Matt Wolff right now, just with the form that he's showing. Look, he popped at the U.S. Open, and I do think that this is a player who you're going to see kind of get back to at least a little bit of consistency. Some of those like high-end finishes that we saw so often in the late summer and the fall of 2020. But I mean, there was no follow-up at the Travelers last week. Opened with like a 6-over opening round and missed the cut again. So Wolf's still clearly struggling with all aspects of his game. Could he get hot on the greens here again like he did last year? Yeah, he could, and it is a driver-heavy course, so you like that. But I can't really trust him at 9,100. This 9K range is, it's full of not like great options. I think Jason Kokrak will be popular. I would rather go up to Joaquin Niemann. I mean, this is a player who finished T5 here on debut in 2019, and he's been still consistent with the irons. The putter has been all over the place, but I just think that this is a very quality young player. And you look at the quality of this field, we're definitely getting a dip here just in terms of how many elite players there are. I think Niemann will come in here, and he's still hitting the ball pretty well. And I think you'll look at this as an opportunity to kind of get his game on track here. So I really like Joaquin Niemann at 9,800. He's a little bit expensive, but again, you're getting a very, very quality young player in a field that, just isn't that deep. And I think 9,800 is still a very fair price for him this week.
Well, the Rocket Mortgage Classic has set itself up as like a birdie fest here, Jeff. And you can get Charlie Hoffman in that 8K range, 8,800. He's made over 10 cuts in a row, finished T30 last week, and he piled up 16 birdies. So what do you think about him in that 8K range?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a player who I'm actually a little bit surprised that more people aren't just, flocking to this week. I mean, I'm not really sure what what we're scared of with Charlie Hoffman at this point. He's made 13 cuts in a row. He's first in strokes gained approach over the last 50 rounds. He's second in birdies or better percentage. I mean, this is a guy who makes a lot of birdies. Even his wins on tour, Jesse, have come at, like you said, at birdie fest, places where you got to get to like 17, 20 under. So I think that Charlie Hoffman is another player who could just be set up for, taking advantage of this weaker field. He's clearly in good forms with his scoring clubs. Now, if you want to go cheaper in this range, again, it's not like a super deep range just because of the field we're getting this week. But I think Max Homa is another player who rates out very well for this course. He's 8,400, so he's cheaper than Hoffman. But his birdie rate is actually a little bit better than Charlie's. So Max Homa makes a ton of birdies, and I think this is a good bounce back spot for him too.
All right, where are you looking for some value, Jeff?
Yeah, the 7K range, I mean, there's actually a lot of interesting names here. This is kind of a funny field. Like, we don't have a ton of what you call like top end elite players in the field, but we do have like a pretty interesting set of like mid-tier players here, and a lot of guys who could potentially pop this week. I think just going with the course history we're getting with Doc Redman at 7,900 is absolutely fine. Finished runner-up here in 2019, T21 here in 2020. He's made 5 cuts in a row coming in. He's gained strokes on approach and with his putter in 5 straight events. This is just a really good setup for Doc Redman. And again, maybe he's not quite there to challenge for the win, but I think at 7,900, like for core and cash game lineups, Doc Redman does make a ton of sense for me. I would have no problem, sort of targeting him again. I also like Chris Kirk at 7,400 though, and I think Chris Kirk is like more of the GPP pivot for me. He's a lot cheaper. Some players coming off a missed cut, but Kirk rates out very well with his short to mid irons as well. He's top 10 in proximity from 125, 100 to 75 yards. And again, that's just a key range this week. There's a lot of short par fours on this course. Kirk is a guy who can get really hot with his putter. And we saw him play very well at the start of the year. He's tailed off a bit, but I think Chris Kirk, 7,400, it's too cheap for this field. And this is the kind of event, again, where a guy like Kirk can pop. So he's kind of my lower end pick for that range.
All right, Slate Approved pick time. Jeff, who's your favorite DFS play for the Rocket Mortgage Classic?
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Charlie Hoffman. Again, I just think this is a player who's playing too well to ignore at 8,800. I mean, we're getting a little bit weaker field up top, but Hoffman's price hasn't changed much. I think he's going to come in and give it a real effort this week and really try and go after that win. He's a player who we've seen when he gets hot, it takes a while for Hoffman sometime, but he does tend to break through eventually. And I think this could be the week. So I like Hoffman at 8,800. Again, you're just getting too good value there.
All right, Jeff, good stuff. Great start to the show. You're going to stick around because we're talking NHL next. You will be joined by RotoWire's AJ Schultz. We're talking Wednesday's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, the Sweat. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Sweat. Joined again by Jeff Ulrich, just Jeff for this segment. So time to look ahead to Wednesday's game 2 of the Stanley Cup final. So Jeff, the scrappy Canadians who have pulled off 3 consecutive upsets to make it to this stage got absolutely trounced 5-1 in game 1. So before we preview game 2, what did we learn from the Lightning's win in game 1 besides the fact that they're really good?
Well, first of all, I think we learned that like both Paul and AJ, Jesse, are not Montreal Canadiens fans. I mean, we lost Paul on the first show yesterday, and now AJ's not showing up. So I don't know what these guys have against, Montreal, but we'll have to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
It's extremely, it's a conspiracy, actually, is what it is. But look, I mean, unfortunately for me, who was very much big on like the Canadiens' chances in game 1 and thought they might be able to catch Tampa, they're not rested, Kucherov maybe a little banged up, off guard. That did not happen. What happened was, Tampa got out to their traditional like 1-goal lead, and then in the third period, their superstars took over. So I think what we learned is if the superstars for Tampa are going to play that clutch in clutch time, this series is going to be very, very short because Montreal, the one thing they definitely do not have is a Nikita Kucherov. They don't have a Braden Point either, if we're being honest. So this is going to come down to Montreal kind of being at the mercy of the superstar players of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, look, Carey Price is still, what you would call a superstar as well. And he could easily bounce back here, maybe put a plug in these superstars producing. But, if Nikita Kucherov is going to look like this for the rest of the series, I do not see this being a very good time for Montreal Canadiens fans. This one could, be less than 6 games. And I think we were hitting around 6 games yesterday, in terms of our predictions. But, right now with the way, Kucherov looked in game 1 and even the way guys like Stamkos looked, this one has the looks like it could be less than 6 games.
All right, so let's look ahead to game 2. The Lightning currently plus 133 on the puck line. So after that dominant performance, are those odds good enough to chase, or are you going to expect Montreal to bounce back?
I mean, I do expect Montreal to bounce back, but again, I mean, you look at game 1, it was a 1-goal game heading into the third period. So, Tampa Bay got a late goal on the power play to kind of make it a 5-1 game. And so the score is obviously a tad bit inflated here. We really have to look at the majority of the game, which was actually pretty close for the most part, right? Until, again, Kucherov decided to show up in the third period. So, I think for this game, though, you really do need to look at the puck lines. Minus 215 for Tampa. You could say that's not necessarily big enough. This is still like, the defending Cup champions. They just dominated game 1 and they're at home. But that's not necessarily a line in hockey that I'm all that interested in at any time in the year. And I think, again, we still need to give Montreal some respect. They still have Carey Price in net. I would probably prefer looking at the puck lines or even the alternate puck lines. Like, I think that's actually a pretty fair number. The fact you're getting plus money here, and not just plus money, but like plus 133 on Tampa Bay just to cover the minus 1.5. I mean, that's just an empty net goal situation. This team is very good at protecting leads. Vasilevsky, as much as I talk up Carey Price on this program, Vasilevsky is the best goalie in the league. So, yeah, I think that's a very fair price. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see the puck line that big. But you can even look to alternate puck lines. If you think the game's going to be closer, you could think about Montreal +1 as well. I think that gives you good exposure to Montreal in this game. If it's a close game, Montreal bounces back, or if it goes to OT, at the very least, you're going to get a push there, and you're going to get yourself in a good position with plus money to potentially profit if Montreal does get the win. So all things considered, I do like the puck line on Tampa today. I think I would much prefer that than taking the money line.
All right, well, the total for game 2 is set at 5. It was a 2-1 in game 1 before Tampa broke it open in the third period. So are you leaning under here?
Yeah, it's a good point to make. And again, I mentioned it off the top. Like, this was a close game going into the third. We didn't have a ton of goals going into the third. The superstars took over, obviously, for Tampa, as I already said. I am sort of, it's a little bit concerning because we've been riding these unders. And look, like, we have hit the under, Jesse. This is one thing that, again, if Paul and AJ were here, we'd be patting ourselves on the back together, because I think we've hit the under in like so many games in the playoffs. Or if you just played our under totals, then you'd be in the profit heavy. But I'm a little bit concerned with the superstar production of Tampa. And again, if it just sort of keeps going and this momentum with Kucherov keeps up, you could see some overstate here. But I just think that with the two goalies in net here and just the styles of these two teams, and with the fact that Montreal, this is such a big game for them, they really need a split in these first two games if they're going to make this a series, that I would lean under here again. And again, at 5, you're getting plus 102 odds. Like, you're getting very good odds to take the under here. So you could also go into the alternate goal totals here if you want. And I kind of like doing that sometimes, especially more with the total. I think under 5.5 at minus 167 on the DraftKings Sportsbook is a very fair price you're getting. Again, these two teams have leaned under towards the whole playoffs. So let's not let like one little outburst by the Tampa Bay Lightning in the third period, skew us too much. These are two very elite goalies still, two teams who trend well defensively. I think going to the under 5.5 alternate goal total is something I'd be very interested in here. And again, it's minus 167, a pretty good price.
All right, well, Nikita Kucherov had 2 goals and an assist all in the third period for Tampa. He now joins Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux as the only players to have 30-plus points in consecutive postseasons. He's now plus 150 to win the Conn Smythe as playoff MVP. So, does he have a shot to win this if he has a strong series? Or like you said, I mean, is this Vasilevsky's to lose? You said he's the best goalie in the league, obviously.
he's pretty damn good. I think that with the way this series is going, and just with the way the playoffs have gone for not just the Kucherov, but also Braden Point, I think Vasilevsky is still the target here. Like, even if Kucherov lights it up, Braden Point has been such a prolific goal scorer for them in the playoffs that you could make an argument that Braden Point as a forward is more deserving than Kucherov of the MVP votes. And I think the problem with when you're targeting Kucherov or Braden Point in the MVP votes right now, those guys are going to cut into each other's votes. So, most people say, okay, well, Vasilevsky, he's the winning goalie. Look at his stats. The stats bear out that he's been the best goalie in the playoffs. They're just going to go there. But, Point and Kucherov, I think they're going to split votes. It's very much just like a political situation, right? You don't want that third party in there, Jesse, to take the votes away. So I think Vasilevsky is the target here. I'm actually surprised you can get him at plus 100. I guess we're only one game into this series. But if Tampa goes up 2-0, I mean, you might see that drop under plus 100 into where you're now having to pay juice to take it. So I think Vasilevsky is still the target here for me at this price range. If you want to get a little crazy, you definitely could look to the Montreal side. And again, if you go Montreal, it's really Carey Price or bust for me because there's such a sort of score by committee team. I think Price at plus 400, I'd like a slightly bigger odds, or just I'd even wait to hit Price up if you were going to take that line and see what happens in game 2. But yeah, for me, it's Vasilevsky right now.
Okay, so with Tampa up 1-0, you can get plus 310 odds on a sweep. Jeff, you don't think that's a possibility?
Yeah, I actually do think it's a possibility at this point. And again, I just, if Carey Price just runs out of gas a little bit, or if Montreal gets down 2-0, I mean, this one does have the possibility of, the superstars for Tampa just taking over. And again, it's a veteran team versus a young team. And look, we've seen in the playoffs where teams just run out of gas. I mean, Winnipeg in the second round, they look so good in the first round, and then, they just hit a brick wall. I mean, Vegas really did that in the third round as well. So could this be Montreal's time to kind of do that, with the fairy dust kind of just wearing off? Yeah, it could. I think it's actually a pretty interesting bet to make now at plus 310. Over 4.5 is minus 420, which is just really massive juice. I'm actually surprised that you have to pay that much because Tampa looks so pretty dominant there in the third period. So all things considered, you're looking at the series odds. I think over 5.5 is still decent, but I think the best odds right now, and again, you're getting big odds to do it, is to take the sweep at under 4.5 at plus 310. So if you're looking at the series lines, I think that's the best value. I still think Montreal is going to grab a game here, so it's not really a bet I'm super interested in. But in terms of value, yeah, the sweep is pretty tempting.
Well, Jeff, thank you. Your prime minister and our president agreed to a very vague wager on this series. So who knows what that could mean for all of us?
Are we switching leaders, or what are we swapping Justin Bieber between citizenships? What's
honestly, yeah. If we win, you have to take him.
Oh,
okay, well, you got to take him back. All right. All right, Jeff. Thank you so much. Carrying the show today, my man. Gonna hit up our MLB panel after this quick break. The Sweat. We'll be right back.
here, 2 o'clock Eastern Madden simulated football game here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Whether you watch on YouTube, Twitch, Game Center, wherever you be, we appreciate you being here. I am Jason Rossi. Follow along over on Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. With me is the Godfather. Not my best rendition of Madden Sims. He is at ZT_sports. Zach Thompson, how are you?
I am very good. How are you?
I'm embarrassed, but aside from that is just a daily occurrence. We have
All good.
a heated rivalry scheduled to be the week 14 Sunday night football game, because yes, we're through almost 14 weeks of playing through the NFL schedule in Madden 20.
That's true.
It's the Bears traveling to Lambeau to play the Packers. Lineup, what's it looking like?
Yeah, I looked at all the past matchups and definitely found a trend that I like a lot. So I went all in on Aaron Jones as my captain. Aaron Jones, running back for Green Bay. The last time these two teams played, the man had 30 DraftKings points, which is a lot, right? That's a lot. But then you go to the game before that, he was even better. 32.9 DraftKings points against Chicago. Before that, not quite as great against Chicago, the two previous matchups. But this Bears defense is beatable on the ground, and I think they'll get a steady dose of Aaron Jones. So that is who I have as my captain. Also did fit in both quarterbacks, Trubisky and Rodgers, as well as the wide receiver 3 for the Packers, MVS. The Packers defense, and then I had just enough left for Eddie Pinheiro, my Bears kicker.
Give me a kicker. I love it. Love to see a good kicker.
Yeah.
On a Tuesday, get you waking up here. DK Simfam, drop your lineups. We'll shout them out as we see them over on YouTube.
Who you got?
So my lineup, hold on, I have like all these lineups set. I'm in first place. Out of the 124. Thank you. Screenshot it. Funches, tons of fun going in that captain spot. Aaron Jones and MVS as well in the lineup. Madam Mitch, Ted Ginn Jr., and David Montgomery. And I'll tell you, ZT, there's not a ton of strategy. It's hope, faith, and belief. David Montgomery can stink out loud, can be very quiet.
It's true.
But I tell this story often whenever I hear a complaint like, oh, I'm losing. Hey, I once was in 92nd place going into a fourth quarter. David Montgomery captain with like 2 points. Scored 2 long touchdowns, hit the bonus. I won the contest.
There you go. So is it a quiet day if you stink out loud? Because that's what you just said, and I'm really thrown by that analogy, but I'll let you think about that. As we see the Packers receive the opening kickoff, they'll start at about the 30-yard line.
We have the Packers starting here in the shotgun. So Aaron Rodgers has his array of weapons. No one in the backfield. Picked up by the offensive line. Rodgers scrambles out. It's going to be caught from behind.
Picked up by the defensive line and slammed to the ground.
Sacked. So 2nd and 13 now coming up.
Loss of 3 there for the Packers. Going the wrong direction.
Yeah. Super Bowl baby back to win another one from Riverboat Rossi and ZT. Well, that last one was tough, but we'll see. Trey Day says Rossi is air frying the ground beef for Taco Tuesday celebration. I would not recommend air frying ground beef. That's just me, but.
Yeah, I've done recipes with ground turkey and ground beef that I've air fried, but not just by itself. That might not work.
That's a run there for Aaron Jones. Gets a little bit closer, so 3rd and 5 here. Yeah, I've usually cooked stuff like I've heated up in the air fryer, or I've made something. Right. Finished it in the air fryer, but I've never fully cooked. That just sounds like it would be very, very dry, in my opinion.
I've done taquitos to go back to our Taco Tuesday. You wrap those with the ground meat. I think I used turkey at least one time in there, and you can air fry those. That works out just fine. There's a catch for your captain right there, sir, Mr. Funches.
Yeah, Devin Funches.
So good in these Sims.
Serious, it's such a good value too.
It up. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, for those that don't remember, obviously, and just another piece of news before this weekend, we have the 4th of July. No Sims this weekend. Don't be shocked. Saturday, Sunday, unplug, enjoy the real life company, or watch content elsewhere for a little bit. We'll be back at it Monday, but we are no Sims there.
Around.
Nice
going to jet sweep.
Yeah, especially with Devontae Adams, which you love to see getting the ball more, but didn't go anywhere, not far at least. And yeah, this Friday, any opt-outs for the NFL need to be in by 4 p.m. Eastern. So it's just going to be something to kind of keep an eye on as we get to like this time of the day 3 days from now. So 72 hours. Keep an eye out. Long stroke, it's always about the air fryer, bro. See you guys on Twitch and on YouTube. Hand off on a 2nd and 6. Aaron Jones, plenty of run. Oh, man, just tries to plow his way through, but didn't need to.
He dominates against these Bears, and off to a strong start there with that run. They will move the chains, continue this opening drive here at Lambeau Field. A nice little simulation from the frozen tundra as we battle the heat across much of the country this Tuesday.
You do. Yeah, again, make sure everybody, hope you're all staying cool, anything, keeping things safe. And there's a catch again. Is that there?
Number 83. Is that? Yeah,
oh, it's
MBS.
I thought I saw 87. Sorry, it's my lack of nutrition. I thought.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. Transparency is the best parents.
Okay.
And earlier in the day, I was like, I'm going to eat at about 9. And then I just had a protein bar in between. My energy levels may be off, but I'm here for you.
Actually, very similar to my day, although I did have some cereal this morning.
Oh, good for you.
Did grab cereal. Mercedes Lewis with the catch there. Tight end 1 for these Packers.
See over there is, yes, we have this opening drive for the Packers, almost halfway through the first. Z delivers strike touchdown to Devontae
Adams. Yeah, sorry, Funchess owners. Sorry, MBS owners as well. Touchdown for Devontae Adams, wide receiver 1. Wide receiver 1 on that touchdown crossing route. Nice one-handed grab there. Packers on the board.
Got it. So there you go. Opening drive, going to the guys you want, the higher owned. Again, not for me, but hey, for you. You gotta love it. So there it is. Captain Adams says Ashley Edwards. Told you, Ashley's been on fire recently. So this, again, being a divisional matchup, we will see the Bears take over with Madden Mitch, who is now a Buffalo Bill. They have the, I guess, trifecta, but really no one's talking about Nick Foles anymore. So it's really Andy Dalton, the named starter, backed up again last week, and we will see when and if Justin Fields, excuse me, does take over or wins out some sort of battle. Oh man, this Longstroke says try sardines for breakfast and an egg. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that one, but hey, I'm always worth a try. You said to try. I guess I can't say anything bad. Try things.
Why not? Yeah. So this is a divisional matchup, as you mentioned, the NFC North to this point in our simulated season, the domain of the Green Bay Packers. They are 10-2, one of the best teams in all of Madden. In fact, if they pull off this win, they will be the best team through 13 games. The Seahawks are the only other team with 10 wins. They are 10-3, so the Packers could improve to 11-2 with the win here. The Bears, a disappointing 5-7, has them last in their division.
A good rundown. You can check that all out again. We have that all there in the playbook. And check out updated daily, as we mentioned earlier. Again, this is me and ZT's second one here. I'm going to be joined by Freeze Pops in the 4 o'clock. We have a action-packed day here on the Dream Stream. So again, you got nowhere to be because here's the spot. We got a lot of good stuff. You got Get the Green with Emerson and Moose coming up after this. Then you also have MLB Slate with Bukes and Gary, and after the 4. You got a bunch of sims. So 4 more sims to come after this one. 3rd and 1 from the 34 for Chicago. Good question here. Cole Beer says, will either one of these teams win the division? We'll get to that after this pair. 3rd and 1. Looks like a
big
blitz.
play here, 3rd and 1. They are showing blitz. We'll see if they actually bring it.
Don't. When there's Montgomery. Nice run.
Plenty of room there. Yeah, they showed the blitz. Brought it with one extra rusher, but from the edge on the top of the screen, Bears ran it to the other side of the line, the right side of their line, and were able to pick up the first down there. I think that question is one of those eyes on the report card, right? Incomplete. Like power, like, okay, I have no idea what to expect from the Packers because there's this player who some would say is a pretty valuable player. Some would even say he's the most valuable player in the entire NFL, who may or may not be on the Packers, right? Like, if he's there, then the Packers are easily the favorites to win the NFC North and should be a Super Bowl contender. If he's not, then you're looking at Jordan Love, maybe, or whoever they get back in a trade for that guy, Aaron Rodgers. And then I think the division's wide open. And I think the Bears would be one of the teams that, depending on their quarterback situation, which you already highlighted, could contend for the division. I think the Lions are a long way away. I think the Vikings could be in the mix too if the Packers do come back to the rest of the division. Carry there for Montgomery.
Yep.
Brings it to 3rd and 5. But what is your take on the NFC North? I know you're a big Lions fan. At least you were last year.
I've said it many times. I'm holding out unofficially. Right now, the early runnings is the turnaround team for this year will be the Giants. But yeah, I was all over Detroit last year.
You were.
I failed miserably, like I do at times. 3rd and 5 here, shotgun. Trubisky has a man, catches it, forces it over the line.
Are they going to give it to him?
No. 4th and inches. Going to be an interesting, precarious spot here. 46-yard line as Allen Robinson with the catch. For me, let's play, like you said, I'll take Aaron Rodgers, keep Aaron Rodgers on the Packers. I think there's a little bit of Gap City here in this division. I'm not ready to quite fall asleep on the Vikings.
Sorry, what? Gap City as in like they run away from
Separation.
Okay, gotcha. Yep.
Sorry. I'm hip and cool. But you are Mr.
Yeah.
4th day, we'll see what the Bears decide to do. I think, I like the Bears and Vikings, I think are in a very similar situation where if you told me they're both over 500 by like 2-3 games, could believe it in a 17-game schedule. Also equally 2 games, 3 games under 500, could believe that as well. Ball goes out at the 21, so the Packers take over first drive, ending with a Devontae Adams touchdown from Aaron Rodgers. So I think without Rodgers, this is going to be a very fun division, like a low-key fun division, because I don't know what the
low-key as in there's not going to be any great teams, but at least they'll all be right around the same level.
And I just think these teams will beat the absolute bag out of each other on the weekly. Like, I don't think Detroit's going to ever be an easy out. Like, I think they're going to get blown out of games.
Year?
Yeah, hold on. What I'm saying is I think they get blown out of games, but I think like they're going to have, I believe if they buy into Dan Campbell and his maniac way of doing things, kind of like what the Titans did if you go back the first year with Ravens. They were pounding teams, win, lose, or draw. And I think if you get a little bit of that, so maybe the Vikings win a 21-3 game, but they're banged up. They go into a Thursday night game against, I'm just making this up, like whoever, and they lose that next game. Like that's what I could see if there's no Rodgers. And I think it takes the heart out of the Packers. I think that's the big thing that people like. You take Rodgers out of there, like what is this team?
And are there other players that are like, no, I'm out, right? Like Devontae Adams is one who they were talking to and was all in for this season. And then they said, well, what if they trade Aaron Rodgers? And he was like, yeah, well, that would change everything. And it didn't really elaborate, but who knows what that would look like if there was a change in quarterback there. And I don't know your thoughts, but the Packers defense is fine, but they weren't great. They're not a defense that you can build around. At least I don't think.
Yeah. J.E. says, what's up to both of us with the fist pound emoji?
What's up?
Love it. Super Bowl baby giving some football or some food references. Appreciate it. We're going to get a punt here from the Packers to end the first quarter. Punting from deep into their own side. Let's see.
Nice punt, though. Look at this.
Look at that thing. Look
inside
at that.
the 10. That's like a 90-yard punt. Yeah. I was going to give him the extra few yards to make it.
Give it to them. They don't get points anyways. So that's it. After 7-0 Packers on top of the Bears, talking about NFC North. Like, I still think I'm also in this weird position with the Vikings. I can't quite tell you where my head's at with it yet, ZT, because it hasn't settled. But like, I'm starting to think they're going to be a good team.
All right, well, let's run down these numbers, and then you can give us your Vikings take, okay? Because Aaron Rodgers was 4 of 5 for 45 yards to go with that touchdown to Devontae Adams. The last drive didn't go so well for him, and they were forced to punt. Trubisky's getting the ball back now. Madden Mitchell, 1 completion on his 1 attempt, only threw 1 pass, and it was caught for 4 yards by Allen Robinson. Unfortunately, they needed 4 yards and 6 inches, so they had to punt. As far as rushing numbers go, Aaron Jones did do most of the work there for the Packers. And then we got a little bit of David Montgomery and Tariq Cohen involved as well.
And Montgomery had that nice run on that 3rd down play, but
so Jones is 4 for 19, Trubisky 2 for 11, Montgomery 2 for 11, and then Devontae Adams, because of course he has a carry for 4 yards. Little jet sweep. Get your playmakers the ball, however you can do it. And he does have the 1 catch for 11 yards. I mentioned the Robinson catch, 1 catch, 4 yards. Mercedes Lewis has a catch for 7. MVS has a catch for 9. And Funchess has a catch for 18. No player with multiple receptions at this point, and no catches for any running backs either.
Okay, so we'll get here to the 3rd in a moment. Want to just give you guys another transparent.
Or the 2nd.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm trying to jump it as fast as possible. Want to remind you, or just give you a heads up, our ops crew today, a little bit of internet issues. As you know, we're all dealing with various heat. Some people have been told us in the chat. I was actually watching a little report in between that, internet is down, some cables are down. Things are kind of scary in different areas of our great country here. So just please be patient with us. Want to let you know that now. I will remind you again. So just a shout out to make sure you guys understand that might be a little bit behind on updating the stats because both are having internet issues with the supreme heat we are dealing with across the country. Hope you're staying safe, staying fine. Appreciate you being here. Give it the old thumbs up on the YouTube, or as our guy Emerson says, the tongue punch, if you would tongue punch the like button. What? Try it, ZT. Just try it. See if it works. It's not.
Can I pass?
Yeah, it depends on how dirty your phone is too. Or how, if you're baking around it, maybe there's some delicious yum-yums on your phone. You want to just give it a little tap. Here is Trubisky.
Thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. I've seen too many, shows or whatever about how gross people's phones are.
And probably in our own. No, yeah, on that side. Yuck.
No pass. Yeah, pass. Yeah, 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10 here.
Speaking of passing, that was not a good pass from Trubisky.
Now, so Trubisky going under center, looks out, delivers the ball, has Allen Robinson. Caught, so it's a manageable 3rd down here. But yeah, we were talking about NFC North. One of you guys in the chat, let us know. Line up your.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Vikings because you said you weren't sure about the Vikings.
Yeah, so let's let the chat throw out like your stack. So it's like, who you think will finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th? Like throw it out there. We'll chat about it. The Vikings. There's just something very intriguing about them this year. I think Thielen, was a known stud. I think in this league. Yeah. Jefferson became. A breakout star as a rookie year. They're going to have Tariq Cohen on the play. Oh, spins out of that tackle. Little jitter moves there and gets the 1st down for Tariq Cohen. Yeah, I just think the Vikings, like in Kirk Cousins, if he can just kind of maintain, not make the mistakes, kind of play and control, run the ball with Dalvin Cook if he can remain healthy, that defense should be a little more. Irv Smith, maybe a more dynamic playmaker if when called upon with Rudolph out of the way. I don't know, I'm just like, there's something there. There's something there. And
I was with you until the Irv Smith part, but okay.
Not a believer in Irv?
I don't hate Irv. I just don't know that I would pin my hopes for being a breakout team on Irv Smith. I think the biggest, it's all about Kirk Cousins, right? It's which Captain Kirk are you getting?
Well, yeah.
If you like that, then he's fine.
You like that? I think for me, I just think they can really manage with the running game, quick delivered passes, don't put themselves in bad situations. The defense is really going to be the key, in my opinion. Even bad Kirk can lead a team like the playoffs with the offense they have. As long as it's not hard. I don't mean to say disrespectful to Mitch. I love Madden Mitch here. Takes that snap.
Yeah, there you go. He was a playoff quarterback last year, so.
He was. So, they could easily, because you know why? That defense, again, carried them. The running game started to pick up towards the end of the season.
Have you seen the Vikings defense been that?
No.
Be that?
Well, years ago, yes, when this regime first took over. But it's been 3 seasons that I think they've been a top half of the league defense. So it just feels like overall, it feels like this is a Packers.
Up the middle there for Montgomery.
Yeah, huge run. So Montgomery getting it done so far on the ground. It just feels like it's a Packers division. Almost like I would just be surprised if the Packers, without Rodgers, how much they would drop just with the division.
Right. Yeah, like it's Jordan Love, and they still win the division.
Yeah, like
they bring in Matt Castle and win the division. Yeah.
Yeah. So truly poor says Packers, Vikings, Lions, Bears for me. He has the Bears below the line.
Wow.
Must be says Bears, Vikings, Packers, Lions. As Mitch gets escape artist capabilities there, 20 plus yards on the ground on that run.
Picks up the first before taking the hit. Does not fumble. We've seen him have some fumble issues, but not on that play. Big first down scramble there.
Trey Day says Pack, Vikings, Lions, Bears as well. Puts the Bears behind. Says Aaron Rodgers is the Vikes daddy, and I hate it. Vikings fan. Jordan.
If Aaron Rodgers is there, I don't think there's no competition, right? Like there's not really a conversation to be had. If Aaron Rodgers is there, I think it's the Packers heavily favored. If Aaron Rodgers is not there is when things get interesting, as you said. They're going to pitch it and run it down here behind those 3 receivers. He got the corner.
Yeah, look at him go.
Yeah.
Today, have a day, David Montgomery, or have a quarter. Nice
He
run
showed up
there.
early. He usually waits and gives you all your points in the second or fourth quarter, as you said.
I'll take him whenever I can get him. Jordan Warren on YouTube. Bears, Vikings, Packers, Lions. And that seems like a no Aaron Rodgers division.
Okay.
Bears are going to win the divisions. Division, says Ernest. That's stopped in the backfield. Montgomery, the hot streak is over. 104. Oh, wow. Who just said that? My chat just jumped. Somebody said 104 degrees where they are. 104 degrees in Oregon. High voltage. Stay safe. Texas has AC. Ooh, Minnesota won't do anything. They're trash, says Travis. Okay. Here we go. Trey Day says, bro, this, I like when they bro. Off season, we got Xavier Woods, Patrick Peterson, Dalvin Tomlinson, if I could speak, Sheldon Richardson, and Michael Pierce back from the COVID opt-out. I agree. No, they're making impressive moves. Will it all click?
That's the question.
Catch across the middle. Does get the first down there on a big 3rd and 5 for the Bears. So first.
I obviously, Thielen, Jefferson, Dalvin Cook, fantasy studs, use them all the time. Really enjoy the Vikings offense when it's good. The defense scares me. It just scares me. They found ways to lose last year. I don't know if you remember the Bucs game where Dan Bailey was struggling. Let's go with struggling. Is that fair? The Vikings just they found ways to lose last year, and I would like to see them turn it around. I think they're a fun team to watch. But it is, I think, a big ask too if you're not making a change at coach or quarterback, which is usually what teams do. They didn't change either one. Can you take a big step without switching either of those pieces? And I don't know. We'll have to see.
Good question. Valdez, it was a touchdown. Devontae Adams from Aaron Rodgers. That's our lone scorer who asked. See you over there on Twitch, Jerem, Obi, Bounce, Robes. That's our Reeds in there. YDG. Appreciate y'all. Nuke.
Allen Robinson down here in single coverage, but they're going to run it with Montgomery.
Thought he was going to go forward. It looked like he almost got caught on an elastic. He was like trying to go forward and bounce back. But 3rd and goal now from the 3-yard line. Is it Cole Kmet time? We got a vulture in us here.
Ooh, I like that call.
Ashley Edwards says Harris vulture. So under center, look at the defensive line stacked up.
Yeah, they're not going to let him run it in.
No, they throw it.
Shot. He caught it, but I think he was out of the end zone when he came down. 4th and goal.
Anthony Miller looked like on that one, but
looked like Miller. Yep.
Looks like your guy.
I know you would go for it.
No, not here.
Wait, what? The last game you were telling me you would go for it into places that I thought made no sense, but you would not go for it here?
Let me explain. I had the Buccaneers offense and Tom Brady with the 4th and 2 in overtime. I trust him. And here it's Mitch Trubisky from the 3 against the Pack. No. Early in the game too. I get more risky towards the end.
The Bucs and Bears this year is where Brady did the famous 4th down. So you're trusting him more than okay.
I am. That's just me. I'm a man. My opinions. they can sometimes be wacky, or as Nuke says, weird. But that's just me, baby.
It's all right. We enjoy having you here. It's good to hang out with you here on a Tuesday afternoon in Green Bay, or at least in virtual Green Bay.
So, yeah, it's hot wherever.
So Sunday Night Football, Week 14, as you mentioned.
Yep.
Percent chance Aaron Rodgers starts this game for the Packers.
So one thing you've kind of learned a little bit about me is I believe everything will work itself out to be what it is going to be, and like what.
Oh yeah, that was good, and it is what it is as well.
Yeah, sometimes that as well. But I think Aaron Rodgers will be a Packer. I think Aaron Rodgers will 100% be starting this, injury aside. If we want to play
100%,
100%. Unless we're talking injuries, then it's like. I guess you could put in like 85, but I think he's going to be back for the Packers. I think he will be a week one starter. I think, yes, because I remember, don't forget, we've had this conversation with other quarterbacks. Yeah. Russell Wilson wanted out of town, all worked out. He's like hugging and kissing now. I still believe, all off the field stuff aside, I think Deshaun Watson will be a Houston Texan, pending, legal stuff. But I think Aaron Rodgers, things will get worked out over the next 4 weeks because I think like I is a very emotional man, very sensitive in certain ways, very positive, wants to enlighten life. And I think once he has that feeling that like this entire fan base might, unless there's some sort of perfect situation for him elsewhere and he needs to make it, it's a divorce that needs to happen. I think he wants to rectify it somewhere inside of him. I think he'll find that place for whatever it may be, financially, signing a different players, whatever it may be.
Wow. All right.
That's my belief. What says you, Mr. Professor?
Nope. They're going to trade him. They're going to trade him. He wants out. They've done nothing they've done nothing except make the situation worse, honestly. The leadership there in Green Bay, in my opinion, has struggled. They've not handled the situation great. I think there's a pretty big rift there. I've seen this before, right? We've all seen this before. Brett Favre pieced out, got rid of him. I think they're going to move on from Rodgers as well.
Okay, that is.
I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same situation, but I mean, he went to a divisional foe. I don't think that's going to happen because obviously this is a trade, not a free agent. I'm not saying it's the same thing, but we've seen Packers legends go other places and play more of their career, and I think that's what we see here too. I don't know exactly where the right situation is. Denver's one that I kind of still go back to as the one that makes the most sense just because I do like the pieces they have around, but they need a quarterback. So I could see that working. I think Vic Fangio knows him well from his time in Chicago, knows how great he could turn that around. I'm not saying, I wouldn't put it at 100%, obviously. I don't have any inside information. But I would say that I think there is a 20% chance that Aaron Rodgers starts this game for the Packers.
Okay. You can drop your thoughts. I thought this is interesting. On a 3rd and inches here, Rodgers with 1:09 left delivers a pass caught. Looks like that's MVS on the catch. Nice deep there. No, that's Funches.
That's Funches. Barrels of Funches.
Unconventional energy in the Sims, says the freak.
Okay.
Hustle says Rodgers will retire.
Hey, there's energy. That's cool.
Rodgers will retire, then unretire. LOL. Rich
that
Sharp
is the Packers thing.
Yeah, Rich Sharp, this is an interesting one. It says Minnesota has to be licking their chops about Aaron Rodgers stuff. Minnesota might be the team to look out for. That's what I'm saying. See, I'm kind of there with you, Rich. As Rodgers dropped back, delivers another pass down to the 20-yard line, caught there.
I think part of my hesitation with buying in on the Vikings is I picked them to make the playoffs last year, and they disappointed me, burned me. And maybe that's all it is, right? Like maybe it's just that I'm a little hesitant because of that. They kept finding ways to lose last year.
Yeah, that's a really thing. That's why
I don't know why it would change, right? Like I know the chat and you listed some of the things on defense that they've changed, and I get that. But the offense didn't really. Oh no!
Boy. Aaron Rodgers with an untimely mistake.
He never throws interceptions.
Rodgers catches.
Oh, Rodgers catches him from behind. That's some nice wheels there, Aaron.
Got to remember that he does have that. So there's Aaron Rodgers throwing an interception.
He never throws interceptions. Never. His X factor, which was not lit, obviously, because otherwise it literally makes it impossible for him to throw interceptions. He has played, this is his 95th sim. That is his 18th interception. Doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, Jordan,
Can the Bears capitalize?
they basically switched the field. He throws it. Wow, nice play, Cohen, with the speed, outrunning everybody.
Whoa!
From 14-yard completion, looked like it was going to be stopped in the backfield and stopped at the 6 and gets it down to the 2.
Change of direction rating there. I know they used to have an elusiveness rating back in Madden 2020. Remember that? Remember the days of the elusiveness rating?
Not the change of direction.
Now we've got the old codfish rating. ZOD, change of direction. And he showed off his change of direction there, juking and maneuvering his way down to the 2-yard line.
What a play. What a situation they were at.
And now David Montgomery.
Come on, baby. Come on, David.
Now, if the third down back does all the work, and then the RB1 gets the touchdown, is it a vulture or not?
No, it's not a vulture, even though Montgomery...
It's like a reverse vulture, right? Because Cohen did all the work. He did all the work.
So would that be a...
Don't hurt. You okay? Don't hurt yourself.
It would be awk. That's a reverse caca vulture. Anywho, we're having a blast here. Hope you guys are enjoying. Smash that thumbs up.
Oh, boy.
The Madden Sims here. ZT Rossi. We're going to be a Chicago lead in Green Bay.
I know. My. How the turntables right there. We had the Packers going in up 7-3, looking like they were going to score another touchdown. Instead, we have a rare Rodgers pick. He chases him down, but unable to eventually stop the Bears from scoring. Maybe they should have had Aaron Rodgers in on defense throughout that whole possession. Maybe it would have helped.
Yes. Burt Macklin from the FBI. As a lifelong Bucs fan, I've learned to curb my enthusiasm heading into a season. I've adopted the quote unquote hope for the best mentality, and I have been more let down than most. So I can understand, dude. That's Vikings, but I did, so you got to be hoping that Rodgers is out on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if Rodgers is out, then I could see it. Because the Bears, I just don't know. I think the Bears are better defensively. I think they're a little bit better team, but I think they have big-time quarterback questions. But what is how would you just total situation, QB situation, Minnesota, Cousins, pretty much, I think we're confident he's starting, or the tandem of Dalton and Fields? Like, do you feel better significantly about one of those than the other?
Only reason, call me crazy, the only reason I'm going to say Cousins is because the system is in place for second year. He used to have Stefanski. They lost their coordinator. There's something to that. Dalton coming into a new situation there. Fields being a rookie. I know the talent. Like, Dalton, his ceiling is a Pro Bowl quarterback in the NFL. And I think you're going to see some of that. Just a quick little, not that I'm you want all your fantasy advice from me, but I would just say Cole Kmet, total sleeper in the tight end.
Oh, yes.
I know Jimmy Graham's there, but look at what Eifert was with a guy like Andy Dalton. He loves the big, young, athletic tight end.
Totally agree with you on that. My only hesitation on Kmet is, and this is my hesitation with all sleepers we can identify at this point, is that some of these sleepers get so overhyped. They get so, this is the sleeper, this is the sleeper, this is the sleeper. Yes. And there's so much attention that you end up having to take them so early that it's not a sleeper anymore, people. If you're having to take Cole Kmet as a top 10 tight end, he's no longer a sleeper. He's no longer a good pick. So if you can get him at a good ADP, though, where he's, not one of the top 10 tight ends off the board, then totally he can grow into that. Yeah, I love him at that spot. It's all about where you get that value.
Value is everything. I agree. But I just mean right now, it's June 29th. I think can be a sleeper. But we're here at the end of the half. ZT and Rossi with you for the second of two with us. I'm here for the third and the next one with Freeze Pops. Pleasure to be with you guys. The passing yards. For a second, I thought it was rushing yards 100. I was like, ooh, Bears are doing better than I thought. But they have been impressive. It's 10-7. The Bears. Yeah. Over Green Bay. In Green Bay, it was a costly Aaron Rodgers interception.
The total offense for the two teams, 133 yards for the Bears, 131 yards for the Packers. So virtually identical. Aaron Rodgers has completed 10 of his 14 passes for 104 yards. He does have the touchdown to Devontae Adams. Trubisky, 6 of 9 for 53 yards for him. He has taken off and run for a couple big gains, including a critical first down. He has a total of 29 rushing yards. Aaron Jones, big start, but has been quiet since then. 6 carries, 26 yards. Your boy Montgomery, 7 carries for 36 yards. And the touchdown. Tariq Cohen, 2 runs, 17 yards. And that Devontae Adams rush, which is still a little weird, but 4 yards on that one.
And there you go. That's where we're at right now. Again, just to remind you all that we do have some technical issues, some internet issues with the heat going on with our ops crew. June, Daniel, they'll take care of everything.
Yeah.
They'll take care of everything once it needs to be taken care of. So please do be patient. Appreciate each and every one of you. Good to see y'all here as well. Those doing
Thanks
well.
for hanging.
Yeah, great to be with the fam on a Tuesday here, a Taco Tuesday. Line up your dinners, enjoy what you do in life, and just keep on trucking, baby. Nothing's going to slow you down. So
that's right.
Listen, we got ourselves a little bit of, it could be a barn burner. We're also talking a lot about the NFC North here. We got Tara Lynn, the ace producer, crushing it today. We got Andrew, our technical director, keeping us afloat. So, oh, by the way, this does come up actually in this. Knight said, quick question, guys. By the way, like the way you approach this, Knight says, how come the Buffalo game at 12 hasn't finalized? Payouts haven't even been made yet. Thanks. First of all, Knight, if everybody can answer that would, if and ask it that way, 2 thumbs up. We're always going to see you. Answer is we're having a little bit of technical issues with our ops team. We will take care of it. Everything will be paid out appropriately, finalized appropriately. There is not a better crew and a more hardworking crew than the ones that are doing this. Issues with the heat going on, internet issues. You guys are probably experiencing it one way or the other. So we're here to let you know that's the situation. We appreciate your patience. And if you have, in 20 minutes from now, if you have that question again, we'll have the same answer. But please do kindly raise your hand. Let us know what you need. That's right. It's like school. Professor Z knows all about it.
Gotta have order in the classroom. We all learn more that way.
Seriously.
We're all in this together.
That's right. So yeah, we will. We'll get to all that. Appreciate everybody. Reed's T Lucky. He says, I have no internet issues. Well, good on you, my man.
Good for you. Thanks for hanging with us with your internet that doesn't have issues.
Yeah, seriously. I'm also fortunate, but we have people that are
winning.
Not just East Coasters or what, a lot of crazy weather going on again. Staying cool. Make sure you're drinking that flowing water. Stay hydrated, my friends.
Do you drink just water during the day? Like you say that all the time, right? Drink your water, whatever. Do you drink anything like aside from water? Juice, coffee?
No, occasional teas. I'll have some teas.
Okay.
I do put in the sugar-free mixes to my waters, so it's not always just plain water.
Yep. So I do that as well.
That's
like the little squeeze bottle things or whatever.
Well, I don't. Yeah, minnow. I think I never tried those. I don't know why I haven't. I get like the actual packets. Of,
the powder. Yeah, that works. It's the exact same thing. One's just easier. Yeah. So if you want to live your life the hard way, go right ahead. Tariq Cohen with the big run there.
I want to give you. Listen, we're not supposed to talk about this, but I'm gonna do it real quick and move right along. Cheat code. Well, no, I'm not gonna say anything bad. I promise I'm not gonna say anything bad. If you desire yourself, let's just say an adult soda, for lack of a better term, if you want to, save yourself $1 or $2, just get some soda water, and bring one of those little things. Flavor it yourself. Bingo bango. Save yourself $1 or $3. Just saying. Think about it. That's it. So we're talking NFC North, and we have the Bears on the drive, leading currently at the 40-yard line. Mitch dropped back, catch across the middle. Is that Anthony Miller?
Anthony Miller.
Another one of those, it's funny.
Welcome aboard, Anthony Miller.
Yeah, we joked about sleepers and stuff, but I remember I've heard of Anthony Miller every year since he was drafted. Sleeper for the Bears, sleeper. He's just asleep, guys. He is just asleep. They've had these, I swear they've had these guys that they've drafted. Remember Kevin White?
Yep. Yeah, he got injured. He got injured right away. I think like in training camp or preseason or something, and then just never. Yeah, he was one of those guys that was supposed to pop. He was supposed to fit right in and be a big target and big speed guy, right? Wasn't he the guy to take it to the top off the defense, deep ball? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No. It didn't happen.
Never worked out for him. Always injured. And there's so many of these
So
players.
it's always tricky too. Like, is that a organizational thing? It's not like any of those receivers, and I'm trying to think of an exception, and I can't. But it's not like any receiver left the Bears and then went and became really good somewhere else. You know, like, it's not like something's wrong with their system. It's that the players they pick, I mean, Kevin White's probably not the best example because he did have the injuries, but they haven't really turned into NFL players. And they haven't done anywhere else either, whether that makes them bad picks to begin with or not. It's just interesting. They haven't developed any of those weapons internally. Their best receiver, Allen Robinson, who you just saw there in that cutaway scene, brought in as a free agent from Jacksonville, and did re-sign this offseason with them.
It's a run there, going the wrong way on a 2nd and 2.
After being franchised.
Yeah, that doesn't look as bad right now. And everyone thought like that. What's he doing? He obviously getting it. First off, $17 million. Good call. But
yeah, anytime I can sign my name on something and get $17 million, I have a rule personally that I at least consider.
There's a
the next time that happens, by the way, will be the first time that has happened. But I will consider it, I promise.
Almost intercepted there by the Packers. So an incomplete 4th and 2. 5 minutes here in the third left to play. We will get a punt to the Packers. Trying to see here. Yeah.
You know, I think they're gonna. Oh, they are. I mean, they showed the animation there, the cutaway scene.
No better.
He was sending Eddie out there, and I was getting excited because I've got Eddie Boy in my lineup, but punted away.
Yeah, don't get fooled by the animations.
All right, I fell for it. My bad. I'll try and be better next time.
So let's see what we got going here. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Smash that thumbs up as we get the Packers now on offense. Get the bench set here. Aaron puts a man in motion. MVS fakes it to him, gives it to Aaron Jones. Defense though swarming, not much.
Not good at all for the Packers, who are in danger of losing, I think, in this game, just their 3rd game this season. The first time they played the Bears in this season, they beat them, but it did take overtime in that one. 34-28 was the final in that one. Player of the game in that one was the guy we've been talking about, Allen Robinson.
Yeah, there
so
he
here's
is.
to you, Mr. Robinson.
3rd and inches here for the Packers at the 30-yard line. So I just got a text from Freeze Pops about our next game. Look at that.
Bench reps.
Ooh, they give up the middle. Aaron Jones.
Down.
That's it.
Got
so halfway through.
just enough. Just enough.
Here's another kicker. We talked about it with Suck Up in the last game. Who failed miserably trying to win the game at the end.
Yeah, could have had a chance to win the game.
Mason Crosby, another not great kicker here in Madden Simland.
Yep, it's true. It's true.
This Super Bowl baby. What are we talking? Oh, Alshon Jeffrey would maybe answer one of our questions earlier.
Alshon Jeffrey, a receiver who left the Bears and then was
better.
I mean, he was pretty good.
So. Yeah, but I think he had that outstanding year with Brandon Marshall there with the Bears.
Right. So was he better when he went to the Eagles?
No, I say he was better with the Bears.
Yeah, I kind of agree. At least not like, oh, he's really awful with the Bears and then went somewhere else and was really good. That's a good pull though. I had not thought of him as one of the players in that category.
Yeah. Always a good shout. See you guys sharing an old tweet there over on Twitch of me in the pool. Jerm, we see you. Here's a big run from Aaron Jones down.
There's my boy.
15-yard run there. He's up to 44 on the ground. Is Aaron
Still not
Jones.
Great, but move in the right direction anyway.
We were talking about some flavored colors. Water. Flavored colors. I'm seeing shapes too. Jordan Warren says the grape crystal light. For me, it's a Starburst one, dude. But that sounds good too. I have about like 10 different flavors upstairs.
You mix flavors or you go one at a time?
One at a time. I've tried the mix thing. Yeah. The weird thing about those, just a little bit of a chalkiness if you have too much also in your water, depending how big. There's a big
MVS.
MVS so far kind of interesting. He hasn't had his usually he's like a deep threat, even in sim with a couple long balls to him. I haven't seen it yet.
He's their primary slot receiver, so he does have a nice route tree. A lot of over the middle passes so far in this one. Haven't seen him, to your point, take that long run down the seam, which he's usually good for once per game. Aaron Rodgers, X Factor, now eliminated, which means
no interceptions.
He cannot throw an interception to any defender that is controlled by the AI, which in this case is every single defender out there, because Rossi and I are not playing. No. If we were, pick him, because I haven't played Madden since Mike Allstott was my fullback.
Oh, hell yeah.
99 overall player, baby.
Love it.
Do you remember when there were 100 overall players? Like there were players that got 100 rating? Not 100 players, but like.
No, I see. I thought they never did. I thought they only recently did it with like Devin Hester. Oh, and Devin Hester had 100 speed once.
Yeah, no, there were two. Let me see if I can pull them up real quick. Because yeah, the 99 club's the big thing now, right? Like all the best players get the 99 rating, and they usually give them like some swag with the number 99 on it and stuff like that. Patrick Mahomes got a nice 99 in the last game. So is Stephon Gilmore. So I'm trying to pull up the list here of every 99 rated player.
Oh, 99. Okay.
Oh no, there is, yeah. So there were 100 overall ratings. I'm just, the web page isn't loading.
Sorry, hey, told you, internet man. It's been a day.
Uh-oh.
Rodgers in the shotgun. Less than a minute here in the third. Scrambles out. Oh, he gets taken down for a sack. Second sack of the day by Robert Quinn. As we're looking at the hundos.
All right, here we go. In Madden 1999, Barry Sanders, Jerry Rice, Shannon Sharp, Mark Chmura, of course, Packers tight end, Tony Baselli, and Deion Sanders all received a 100 overall rating. In Madden 2000, which is the version I was just talking about, Mike Allstott and Deion Sanders both in the 100 club.
Interesting. It's a pass, Rodgers.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mark Chmura with the... No, it wasn't. It was not. This is not throwback day. That was Mercedes Lewis, who, of course, plays the same position as Mark Chmura.
Yeah, it's Mercedes Lewis, another guy. Rev up the Mercedes. Does get freaky with it here in Madden Sims. Can have those big... That ball, he had to kind of come back for that one, setting up a first and goal for the Packers.
So, in Madden 2000, kind of ironically, Mike Allstott, 100 overall club. 99 overall club? Yeah.
No, but he wasn't 100 overall, though,
yeah,
was he?
100 overall. Mike
Allstott?
Yes, Madden 2000. Look it up. Mike Allstott.
With all due respect, I love Mike Allstott, but like that doesn't make
Madden. So this is Madden 2000. He had 100 overall rating, and Barry Sanders. You know, like Barry Sanders, he's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
99.
No,
so not quite Mike Allstott. Not quite Mike Allstott.
I love all you Maddenites. I love Madden, but come on, what are we doing there? One of the greatest running backs. Like, what was Emmitt Smith at that time? Probably like an 8 and 96. Like, what are we doing?
I have no idea. In Madden 2000, I'm just looking at those that were up that high. 100 overall, yeah. Mike Allstott. There you go.
10-7 here in simulated.
He and Warwick Dunn. They were pretty unstoppable duo there for Tampa Bay back in the day.
No, they were not that unstoppable.
In Madden, I'm talking about Madden.
I know. Actually, better pair. T.J. Duckett and Warren Dunn a few years later for the Falcons.
Ooh, that's a good point.
With Michael Vick.
Good point too.
It was like one of the most ridiculous backfields.
Well, Michael Vick was just a cheat code. You could just call plays where everybody ran to one side of the field and just roll the other way and
peerless
100-yard
price
every time.
Yeah, peerless place, algae, crumpler, send them deep, let them run.
It didn't matter because you just run with Vic. If anything, if it was ever close, you guys go run over there, and I'm going over here where there will be no defense at all.
Again, 10-7 here at the end of 3. Aaron Rodgers to Devontae Adams was your Green Bay score. Yep. Chicago Pinheiro field goal, as well as a touchdown from David Montgomery. As well,
no scoring there in the third quarter, but we're close because it is first and goal from the 6 when we come back. Green Bay looking to take back the lead of this low scoring but very competitive contest here. Very close here in the NFC North. We've been talking a lot of NFC North, and we were just hitting some of the Madden 2000 player ratings because we know how Oh boy.
It was a pick again.
Aaron Rodgers almost threw his second interception, which would have been virtually shocking. We never see him throw any interceptions. And he already has thrown one in the red zone. If he threw a second, they deserve to lose this game, even though they've only lost 2 games all year. In our simulated season.
Tony Ripa says, first time tuning in since early days of Sim Days. Zach looking trim. Shout out to ZT for keeping it up and looking great.
Thank you. Touchdown
to
to
Devin
your boy.
Devin Funches nails it into the end zone. What a stab there by Rodgers. That's one thing Aaron Rodgers does in Simland and in reality, ZT. He just slings it in, maybe where he shouldn't.
Yeah, definitely has that mindset of he can put the ball in anywhere. Remember the Jamal Williams catch from last year where he's like sitting in the back corner of the end zone, kind of like basically a 0% chance of actually catching the ball. And Aaron Rodgers, of course, fits it in there and he catches it. But puts them in the lead here. We'll get the extra point, which will make it a 4-point lead. So the Bears will need a touchdown to catch up.
There you go. So we'll see here. 14-10, as you mentioned, just the beginning of the fourth quarter. Appreciate y'all being here. And as we said, Tony, good to see you back here from those early days.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It is good to see some of the OGs still hanging out here.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody.
Been here since the beginning. Or if you left for a little bit, you're always welcome to come on back in.
Somebody, who was this who just said that? Oh, here we go. Emerson Peloton. Put it like this. Who would you rather try to tackle, Allstott or Barry? Well, if you put it that way, yeah, I'll take. I think I would have. I know it sounds. Yeah, I know neither because Barry Sanders probably run circles around me, and Allstott would literally break my. I look like a crash test.
It would hurt less if it was Barry Sanders because the chances of me actually touching Barry Sanders, if I was trying to tackle him, are very low. Mike Allstott ran 2 contact and would, crash test dummy is a good way to put it.
Literally just
crumpled on the ground.
But yeah,
let's see if Madden Mitchell's got some magic, huh?
Fourth quarter Mitch. Here he comes. Shotgun snap. Passes out to Cohen, who's had a pretty good game. And nifty moves again.
Be careful. You get that late hit call. Our last game, if you weren't with us, where were you? But if you weren't here, we had a late hit call on what would have been the final play of the game. But instead, there was a late hit call, the one on time down, Bills scored, tied the game, and then ultimately in double overtime, they finally pulled out the win, knocking off Brady's Buccaneers.
Shotgun snap, 2nd and 4. Trubisky delivers to Allen Robinson, breaks the tackle, gets out to the 48-yard line. Trubisky with his 4th connection with Allen Robinson, now up to 34 yards.
Not a bad day for the wide receiver one on Chicago. He's had some monster games. Had a monster game against the Packers in their earlier meeting this sim season.
Yeah, love it.
Which, by the way, went into overtime. Not saying this one will, but just saying it did. I figure if I talk up overtime enough, it doesn't.
I already feel like it's going to happen.
It's when you don't expect it. It's when you sleep on it and avoid it and don't say it that it sneaks up on you. If we just talk about it and expect it, maybe we won't get it. I don't know.
I'm just going to go with the expectation that it's just going to happen because, we've seen it many times, ET. Touchdown here by the Bears, field goal by the Packers.
Field goal by the Packers, yep. Oh, yeah.
But you never know. We'll see. 1st and 10 here. 38-yard line. Listen, we've all seen the way these sims usually play out, but things have changed. Sometimes this Packers team could also. Here's Mitch. No one around him. Nobody's still there. Tries to break a couple. He does break 2 tackles. Usually
Madden Mitchell better slide. Yeah, I was going to say, Madden Mitchell making magic, but get down, son. Hold on to that ball.
Yes. So there is a big run, gets the first down. Interesting question here from D1D Man says, whose stiff arm do you think is more difficult to probably, avoid? Is Marshawn Lynch or Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry. Yeah, Marshawn Lynch didn't have. I mean, his stiff arm was solid. I'm not saying it wasn't, but he was just gonna run you over. His shoulder charge might be stronger than Derrick Henry's, but that Derrick Henry stiff arm where the defensive players coming in to make the tackle and he just throws them to the ground. I don't remember another running back that runs with that much force and power. It's a throwback, really. to a time from before when I watched real life football. It's stuff I've only seen in NFL films, right? Where the runners are just throwing people out the way. And Derrick Henry does that, and it's a lot of fun to watch. I enjoy Derrick Henry running people over, stiff arming them.
Yeah, I think the thing with Marshawn Lynch, I think his timing was all about timing. As soon as he hit, it was like, okay, here we go. But
yep.
Derrick Henry is just like...
And Skittles. Don't forget about the Skittles.
Shout out to
Taste
Skittles.
the rainbow.
Hashtag not an ad.
Hashtag nope.
Hashtag we are available for advertising if you need us. There's another run there.
I will eat them live on the stream. Oh, wait, sorry.
Please. So here we go. Second and goal. Second and goal. Thank you.
Yep. Bears trying to go back in the lead. They did have the lead at 10-7 moments ago before a Green Bay touchdown, which was to Funchess
Mitch drops it. And this one's going to be picked up. Should have it. Oh, big fella. Let's see if they catch up by the 40.
I don't think so.
No, it's going to be close. No, it's not.
Dumb.
No, it's not. So there's
now
the
the only question is.
What do you? What's your question?
No.
Two?
I have a question. No, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Was he down?
No.
Are we going to see a review?
I hope not. Now,
a lot of times these fumbles don't stand. You can temper your expectations, Packers DST.
No, that
owners.
ball's long out. That ball was so out.
Okay. All right.
It wasn't even close.
You know the animations better than I.
That ball was out by a mile.
And you are correct. No review.
Mitch,
the turnover stands. Mitchell Magic. Well, only if you own the Packers DST.
Huge mistake by Mitch. Huge. So, I think I just got a call from my dentist, by the way. I got to call my dentist back. I have a dentist appointment tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay, should I listen to his voicemail aloud? I'm just kidding.
No, I would not do that if I were you. But you can listen to it, and I will tell the people that they should stay around after this sim, because right after this sim, you can get yourself ready for the Rocket Mortgage Classic coming up this week. What's the Rocket Mortgage Classic? I'm glad you asked. Rossi, who's now talking on the phone. It is the PGA Tour event this week, and Emerson and Jeff will be here to break that down. Lots of interesting stuff going on the PGA Tour, as you know, and if you don't know, stay tuned. You'll find all about the Donald Ross design that is there at the Detroit Golf Club, right in downtown Detroit. Kind of a cool layout there, and Jeff will break all that down for you. I did a game with him last week. We were talking about it. It's a fun little golf course, usually results in extremely low scores. Last year, DraftKings owned Bryson DeChambeau with the victory there in Detroit. He will be back to defend his title. See, not a lot of elite golfers in the field, but it should be a lot of fun and a chance for some maybe lesser known players to go low. To find out who those players are, stay tuned right after this. Get the Green with Emerson and Jeff. Trubisky in the shotgun, still trying to rally these Bears, but now they're down 11 after his fumble scoop score by the Packers. Almost intercepted there. Great play by Jair Alexander coming up out of the secondary. X-Factor superstar, that's what you saw there, as he dives and knocks that one away. Brings up 3rd and 4. So this game was close. I mean, again, just the beginning of this quarter, it was 10-7. Bears had the lead, but things have unraveled on them here in the fourth quarter, as they often do, or often did in real life, with Trubisky at quarterback. Completes that one, though, for a first down. That was Harris. Harris with the catch.
It's funny you say that, because it is weird. Like, we think about that, but Mitch Trubisky's still, like, playoffs half of his career. You know, like, it's weird. Like, not that that's the be-all, end-all of how good a quarterback is, but it's just fascinating that, like, this team was a playoff team last year. We don't even think of it that way.
No, we don't.
2 years ago, they were, like, a borderline contender if it wasn't for all the, or I guess 3 years now.
We can't forget the playoff game that they were a part of, because, of course, that was the Nickelodeon broadcast with the Slime Zone. And, I mean, that was the best
What was
broadcast
our guy's name? What was our guy's name? not Stickly. That's from when I was a kid. But
whoa,
what a throwback!
That was a throwback right there.
That was your summertime programming, kids. If you were born in the 80s, in the 90s, Stickly was a host. But anyways, what's that kid's name? He was electric. He was great.
He was good. He was very good, and the graphics were a lot of fun. You had people kicking into SpongeBob themed nets and all kinds of fun stuff. Tariq Cohen with the catch there on the dump off, picks up a few yards, but not looking good for Mitchell's Bears here. It didn't look in that game either. They lost to the Saints with all the slime flowing.
Yes, third and 7 here from the 47. Let me see this play again because that was important. Very much.
Very important. Pivotal, I would say.
Here's the shot. Oh, it takes it actually non-shotgun. Takes it under center. Snap, throws, catch the ball, and
I think he got it. Yep, first down.
Is that Anthony Miller? No,
Ted. It is Ted Ginn.
The guy. We can take a quick peek here. Let's see what.
You got Ginn?
I got Ginn. I always got to roster him. Where are you at right now?
Ginn.
Stud is in first.
I'm not in first. I am in 75th.
I think I moved up a little bit. Our ops team back at it, baby. Shout out.
You know it. My Aaron Jones pick has not paid off. The Packers defense, who I do have, they've got that touchdown, which will help.
Now it helped. Oh, going deep. How's the man wide open?
Wide open.
The Bears are back in business with a deep touchdown to Anthony Miller. It's me doing can.
That was another sound effect. Man, you are the human sound effect machine over there. Do you do them on command, or does it it just has to be organic? Like it has to just come from inside?
It has to come from inside. If you need a request, I'm always open to it. But there is Anthony Miller. Just what separation? Don't usually see that much, especially for a receiver there. Gonna go for 2 and gonna give me a heart attack. So Mitch Trubisky is
why
wide open. Here we go. It just might as well.
I'm confused.
Just put the game in overtime at this point. I smell it. I smell it in the air. Not shy to say it. It's gonna happen.
Jimmy Graham.
Just line it up. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna go
Jimmy Graham with the 2-point conversion catch. It's 21-18. Packers will get the ball. Bears have all their timeouts, so this is, I don't think, will be an onside kick. I think you kick this away deep. Hope that defense can get 3 stops, and you get the ball back with, you still got the 2-minute warning too, so they could have quite a bit of time if they can stop Aaron Jones, which they've done pretty effectively.
Very quickly, want to just give a quick shout out to Truly Poor, kind of whining a little bit there. I did mention this a while ago. Ops is a little bit behind, having a little bit of technical difficulties. So I do understand that's a little frustrating as you guys. So let me just remind you. I said it earlier. You may have not been here. Some of you that have, I apologize for the repeat. But when I see people consistently commenting, I must notice. So Truly Poor, take a breath. Just know, ops will get it right. We'll get it done. We have 2 people in ops today. Great hard workers. Having technical issues with the heat we're getting across America right now. Maybe elsewhere. I don't know the whole atlas of the world right now, what the heat index is. But we care about you. We see you. So want to make sure you understand this is the reason why things are happening. Everything will be caught up. There's some issues from the 12 o'clock. We know about it. They'll take care of it. We got you. Promise you, we'll take care of it. So please, it's not me. It's not CT. It's not our production crew. Our ops team is having an issue. We will take care of it. So just to give you guys that heads up.
They'll get it.
And
these are recorded. They go back. They check. Everything will be worked out and resolved. I know that, like you said, it can be frustrating in the moment, but it'll all work out okay.
And just one last piece to this, then we'll stop. Is Sean does say how our other points can be added, because we do have 2 people working. Issues are maybe one and not the other. They're trying to do as best they can instead of retracing their steps. Add what's happening live. They'll go back and get it. Okay, so that's the end of that. We got a timeout here on the field. Appreciate y'all being here with us and understanding. Jerm, I got to just read it. Jerm goes, Rossi always throwing ops under the bus. We know it's his fault. Trust me, there's a lot of things that are my fault. And trust me, this, blame me. It's easier that way, I guess.
It's Emerson's internet. That's what we always say.
Yes.
The internet.
or Christians too. Christians used to always have internet.
Oh, is Christian's bad too? Oh, okay.
You can dial up.
Oh, they got it. They stopped him.
Don't worry, everybody. Don't worry about the stats. Just worry about overtime. I see you. I see you, Matt and Sim. I know what you're doing. But yeah, so we'll see. Can the Green Bay Packers make the stop when needed coming up here?
We will find out. They got to stop them from even getting a field.
Here we go. So the punch will come off here.
Pinheiro does have a field goal and an extra point. They will start at the 10-yard line, 9-yard line there. 91 yards to go.
So let's see what we get.
How this works out.
Oh, that reminds me. I just saw some very attractive faces pop in our Zoom chat. We will get the green.
That's right.
Get the green with Emerson and Moose.
I was hyping that up earlier. I'm excited for this version of Get the Green.
I'm so excited. Is it? What are they talking about? Is it golf? Is it lawn?
The idea
is
of
it
get
lawn?
the green. Get
Lawn?
the green. Yes,
Lawn care?
yes.
Is it lawn care for an hour?
Rocket Mortgage Classic. Rocket Mortgage Classic. Yeah.
I really need some lawn care
Detroit.
advice. Hopefully they can toss that in. Just saying. No huddle here. We got a minute and 19 and counting. Trubisky. Oh, throws off his back foot deep. Again, does it caught on the sideline.
I guess it works.
Wow.
Go with what works.
Anthony Miller. You know what?
Anthony Miller had the big
Moose.
long touchdown.
Moose.
And now
Go take a break, guys. It's going to be a bit. Spoiler.
100 yards. Hit the bonus right there for
nice.
Anthony Miller, who had basically not been involved until the last minute and a half.
Going
But with the
deep
long
twice.
touchdown and that big catch, yeah, he's in the bonus. And we are definitely knocking on the door of field goal range for Pinheiro.
Trubisky.
Not Mitchell Magic. Here we go.
There's Robinson on the catch there, right? Is that him? Yep, he was him. So another grab there underneath.
Yep. Not a lot of yards for Robinson, but he has been very involved. They're going to stay in the no huddle. They do not have any timeouts. So the best thing for them right now might be an incomplete pass. But I would not suggest throwing it to the other team, which is what Trubisky just did.
Yeah. So we'll see. So 20 seconds exactly on the clock. Pinheiro, we do know the Bears' history with big field goals, double doinks.
It's true. It's true.
Whiffs. So nothing's guaranteed.
Watch your uprights.
Oh, they're going for it right here on
They're
a
just
third
going to
down.
kick it. Yeah, they're like,
What are we
they just
doing?
don't want.
What are we
they
doing?
don't want the clock. They have no timeouts. They have 20 seconds.
You got to take a shot. Come on, Mitch. You got Mitch Trubisky. It
Yeah,
could change.
I
By the
think
way,
this
that
is
could
the-
change.
This is the right call, I would say. But yeah, we have seen where after the icing, they decided we're going to come out and run another play. I don't think so though, because with 20 seconds, unless you throw an incomplete pass or a touchdown, you're not going to get another play off.
Right,
So
so
yep,
Pinheiro
it's going to
for
be 44 yards for the tie and overtime. You know he hit that. Overtime looming. We're not quite there yet. Everybody.
No.
So hold on.
Aaron Rodgers
still
on the other
have
side. Aaron Rodgers.
16 seconds.
Put the finger guns down, folks. We still got time with Aaron Rodgers. 16 seconds. Believe. Green Bay, you got to believe. Because then maybe we'll get to...
And you got RELA.
Yes. Oh, yeah. But that's what he says, right? That is Aaron Rodgers' catchphrase.
Aaron
Relax.
Rodgers, yeah.
And also...
I guess. And also just chilling in Hawaii.
Yes.
Which, I mean, hey, not a bad way to go either.
Everyone's wild in the chat right now. And I appreciate y'all. The energy.
It's always wild in the chat, man. I love it.
Yeah. Some people say they love me. Some people they say they hate me. Listen, that's life, baby. Appreciate y'all. ZT, the real man. The lover, not a fighter. The air frying son of a gun.
All those things.
Aaron
And we're going to get Aaron Jones run up the middle.
Don't call the
because the
timeout.
Packers,
don't call the
just, they just
I don't
really
mind.
want overtime.
Just go to overtime.
They want more football. They
Just
want
go-
more football. You want more football. Everybody wants more football. So 21-21. This is the
Yeah.
second time these two teams have gone to overtime in this simulated season. The Packers won the first one on a walk-off touchdown by Aaron Jones. We will see if he is involved this time or if it is a score by somebody else. You know the overtime rules because we've already done this once today. The Bears have won the toss. and we'll start with the ball. Do you want to tell everybody what happens if it's tied at the end of the first quarter?
I cry and I go into a shell of a human being. But aside from that, that means we will continue. Game continues.
That's right.
No tie. Excuse me, I just lost my voice. No ties here in Simland.
This is our third overtime of the day because we had 2 of them in our first sim.
Super Bowl baby says it's the heat, bro. The asylum is losing it. Hey, happens, guys. Appreciate you though being here. Always
welcome anyway.
Yes, and again, shout out to all you guys that aren't chatters. Like we were talking about this. Like there's a bunch of you that are watching, doing whatever it is you're doing during your hardworking days, or a little break from the family, the friends, maybe going for dog walk, driving in the car. So shout out to you. We understand not all of you are vocalizing your thoughts, opinions, and everything, but we appreciate both sides. So thank you for being here. Trubisky will take a shotgun snap here with
Anthony Miller. We want more Miller.
Miller time. There's Cohen on the carry.
Cohen's had a nice game. You pointed that out earlier. Good call by you. Cohen's been solid. 41 yards on the ground. Also had a couple big gains through the air, including a pivotal conversion there on the drive that led to the Miller touchdown.
Yes.
You remember how pivotal it was because we saw the replay like 4 times. And we said that's very pivotal, and then they threw the touchdown. So that's why it's important. You can tell.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good stuff there from ZT. He's the man, the myth, the legends at ZT_sports. 2nd and 6, a give again underneath 2. Cohen, but not going anywhere there. So a big pivotal 3rd down here. Appreciate Bounce the Cat. Jerm, we see you guys over there. Obi, our Twitch homies. Rocking and rolling. Everybody here over on the YouTube. Emerson has got to the point where, get the green. I keep saying that. That's right. Get the green. I'm going to one day get to the green, but that has nothing to do with the show that will be on next. Oh, fumble from Mitch. Oh, picked up by the offense.
His own guy picked up. That is his 2nd fumble of the game. That one recovered by his own team. The previous one is how the Packers got their 3rd touchdown. Fumble, scoop, and score for the Packers. The other 2 both passing touchdowns from, I almost said Favre because we were talking about Favre earlier. Aaron Rodgers. We haven't been here quite that long. It's not Brett Favre. It's Aaron Rodgers. And, maybe he'll come out of retirement too. Why not? There's 2 touchdowns, 1 to Funchess and 1 to – sorry, what?
No, he's got that copper on, I was going to say.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Got that copper all over him. He's ready to go. Yeah, Funchess and, Devontae Adams.
Adams. Yep, Adams had the first one. And on the other side for the Bears, we have had a 2-point conversion. We've had 2 field goals and 2 touchdowns, one of which was David Montgomery. And the other one was a long bomb to Anthony Miller. Miller time started late, but it worked, and they were able to get 100 yards for Miller. And now Aaron Rodgers is going to put the ball down. And that...
Oh, boy. So why don't you do this? Why don't you tell us who the players of the games are? Because this should be the ball game. So ZT, no pressure. But who is your ZT?
Oh, it's Miller. It's Miller time. It's got to be Miller time.
Oh, yeah. He was on 2 catches that really turned this whole thing around. He was the David Montgomery story I told you earlier. 4th quarter, he's got 2 deep one touchdown, hit the bonus. So Anthony Miller, good call. Who's your babysitter, Billy?
Whoever called that timeout. No. Babysitter Billy Award.
Aaron Jones?
I think it's got to be Aaron Jones. Yeah, only 8.8 fantasy points. I think that's where we've got to go for that. There were other people who had low scores. You know, Jimmy Graham didn't do much. Ted Ginn didn't do much. But none of them had the ownership of Aaron Jones, who was owned in 67% of lineups in our smaller free roll. And in 20%, he was captain. So Aaron Jones, the Not My Kid Award. Eddie Pinheiro with the game winner. And the Packers have dropped their 3rd game in our Madden simulated season. They are now tied with the Seahawks for the best record in the simulated season to this point. The Bears still in last place, but much more respectable after knocking off their division rivals on the road here in virtual Lambeau.
That's it. He's ZT at ZT_sports. Follow the man on Twitter. It's not stalking if it's on the internet, I heard. You can slide in those DMs. He's got to go fire up an entire Taco Tuesday for the army that he has of a family. So you are a hero, a legend. We appreciate you. And again, as Tony said, who's back from day one, looking fly and looking good. Keep being you, my man. We appreciate you. I am Jason Rossi. I'll be back in about 45 with Tommy Freeze Pops to do the 4 p.m. sim. But till we get there,
Get the green.
Get
the green. Get the green. You nailed it today.
Get it.
Hold on. Let me get. Can I nail
Talk
this
to me.
segue? Can I nail this segue? As ops will get you some money in your lineups when everything locks. Be patient with them. Be kind. Little green coming in your pocket. But right now, we're going to give it up for Moose Emerson's forehead and the actual whole rest of the body. Get the green, baby. Get that green.
Get the green.
Wow, seeing a lot of instability right now, apparently. I mean, not that I hate it.
It is miserable outside. Miserable. I'm sitting here. I got this AC unit on the floor just blowing on me, trying to cool me off. I can't stop sweating. I can't. Some people are like, get Botox in your armpits. You'll stop sweating. But then when that happens, the sweat comes out of other pores in your body. It's actually a true fact.
Dude,
it's on
we're setting
WebMD.
records where I live. I mean, like, what's going on in this country right now? Someone, like, turn off the thermostat. I mean, this continent, whatever we're on.
Dude, big man upstairs trying to save some cash, the electric bill or something. I don't really know what the hell's going on. I can't tell you. It's Get the Green. We are going to, what do we got? About a half hour or so here. We are going to talk a lot about the golf tournament this week, which is pretty, pretty top heavy, I'd say, right? Rocket Mortgage Classic. Before we dive into that, I think you've kind of nailed down the screen sharing already.
Of course I have. I mean, I'm a technology wizard, Emerson, as you probably know by working with me from now. Yeah, we're good. I've shared it. It's working. Yeah. Everything's good.
So before we turn the page to the Rocket Mortgage Classic, which are on your screen, you can see Bryson DeChambeau, our boy here at DraftKings, is the defending champ. Real quick reaction for anyone who missed our episode of the Sweat yesterday. We talked about it. 8-hole playoff, wasn't it? Yeah. Over the weekend on Sunday. Just your takeaway from the tournament last week.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a crazy ending. I mean, look, that tournament, it was, it was so bunched up going into Sunday that, there was like 30 people there to win. Just no way you could have picked the winner out. Obviously, it was cool to see like kind of a journeyman Kramer Hickok. Nobody really knows who he is. I mean, I don't even really consider him for DFS ever, but it just shows what those type of courses where it's a little bit easier scoring. It brings everybody into play. Like guys can get hot with the putter. Got a similar kind of thing in play this week, although it might lend itself a little bit more to people with like, a little bit of distance off the tee. But I think that, again, these easier scoring events, guys like Hickok, they can get crazy hot with the putter for a week. They can contend. But, ultimately, the pedigree still shone through, even though it took an 8-hole playoff in Harris English, who obviously he's up to 12th in the world rankings right now, which is actually crazy. Harris English, a guy who didn't have his tour card, Emerson, in 2019, at the end of 2019, dude didn't even have a tour card. Now he's 12th.
Damn, and now he's top 15 in the world.
Like,
well, how the turntables, right?
That's right.
Rocket Mortgage Classic. Good God, I hate saying that. Get tongue twisted every time. Bryson DeChambeau, so the defending champion. This is, and I was reminded as I was doing a little bit of research on this tournament, this is where last year he came out and unveiled his 40-pound, like bulking up, because you're coming out. I think the tour was just getting back, right? And this was his breakout win, and last tournament here for him before the match. So he is the favorite on the sports book. He's got the highest salary here in DFS. How much do you believe in him in becoming a repeat champion here?
Yeah, you got Bryson up there on the board. Obviously, I mean, he's coming in like he's made 10 straight cuts in a row, like his last miscut. I mean, it's not even on the board at this point, but it was before the Players' Championship, obviously. Now, look, you can say, he's cooled off a bit. He hasn't had a top 10 in a while, but let's not forget. The dude was basically in the lead at the U.S. Open with 9 holes to go. He had a terrible back 9, but he was there. He put himself in contention. The iron game was okay. It's been okay lately. I mean, I think that's the big indicator with me with Bryson. The off the tee game and the putter is kind of always there for him these days. It's just if he's consistent enough with the approaches, he's going to give himself a chance to win. I really like his chances this week, to be honest. I'm not going to bet him because I just generally never bet golfers under plus 1,000. But this is a player for DraftKings. I would feel if I'm doing a cash lineup this week, I mean, I think you got to load up on Bryson. There's guys like Webb and Hideki down there who I think are really nice fits for this course too. But I don't trust either of them to put up DraftKings points as much as I trust Bryson this week. I think you can make a case for Webb being the number 2 guy. He's got a great Donald Ross history, but you look at his recent form, 2 missed cuts and 5 starts now wasn't that great at the PGA either. So a little bit of recent form concern with Webb, but I think Webb bounces back this week too. So.
And with Bryson, it's been more of his past couple Sundays. I mean, especially we saw the Sunday at the U.S. Open midway through that final round, and also this past weekend. But is a man who leads tour and stroke gain off the tee. But is this a bomber's paradise, this course? Do you have to just be able to bomb it off the tee, or how much of an advantage does that give these big hitters?
Well, here's the thing. You look at last year, obviously Matt Wolff and Bryson, being up there, basically the 2 biggest hitters in the field. And look, the fairways are easy to hit here, and there's some longer par 5s. So it's certainly not a disadvantage to be long off the tee. That being said, this course, you look in 2019, Nate Lashley won here, gaining 5 strokes on approach and gaining 9 strokes on the greens. And Bryson gained 7 strokes putting last year. You have to light it up on the greens here. You have to convert your birdies. So predicting when guys are going to get hot with their putter is really tough. I would say that, distance off the tee is a good thing, but if players aren't being consistent with their irons and their putter, that's kind of still, I wouldn't want to roster that player. Bryson is such an anomaly in that he lost strokes on approach here last year, but he still won the event because he gained over 6 strokes off the tee and he gained over 7 strokes with the putter. There's really not many other players on tour who you really need to be looking at the approach and the putting and how consistent guys are with that. A guy like Hideki Matsuyama, he's top 10 in a proximity from between 125, 175 yards. Now the putter comes and goes for Hideki, but I think because he's so consistent with his irons, you should still like him at this course. Now I'd probably rank him below Webb Simpson just because Webb is such an elite putter, but I think both those guys set up well just because of how elite they are with their irons.
Yeah, and David G over on YouTube, just to go off of your Hideki point there, says, I have a feeling about Hideki this week. He has to be very high on his game. So it should be noted, while he has failed to record here a top 20 in 4 starts since winning the Masters, 3 of those 4 events were played on exceptionally difficult golf courses. And this one doesn't sound so much like it is the most difficult in the world.
No, it was the 4th easiest on tour last year. I mean, the cut, just to give people an idea, your guy had to be at 5 under par just to play the weekend last year after 2 rounds.
That's unreal.
You can shoot 2 under par rounds and not make the cut here, which is crazy for a PGA Tour event. Just gives you an idea of how competitive it is. But yeah, look at Hideki's recent results. I mean, T26 U.S. Open, T23. This guy certainly isn't embarrassing himself out there. He's competing at the tough events. Like I said, I mean, he's done well at this venue the last 2 years. He wasn't playing as good, but he still finished T21. I think he put in he might have even finished T12 here in 1 year, but he's put up 2 really solid results at this event. I would not,
T13, T21.
T3, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
If you're not starting with Bryson, it's either Webb or Hideki. Maybe even start with Webb and Hideki. It still leaves you 7,200 in salary. And I don't think there's that much difference between the high 7K guys and the low 7K guys this week. So I think that's something to think about. That's probably what I would do if I wasn't starting with Bryson. But those 3 guys, Webb, Hideki, Bryson, over 10K. That's it for me. Reed looks overpriced. I like Patrick Reed. He could get hot with the putter too. Okay. And then Zalatoris just, he's just not firing with the putter. He didn't even have a good week with the irons at the U.S. Open. So I'm going to lay off him here. He's a great young player. Could spike again soon, but I think he's a pretty worthy fade at 10K.
Yeah, because I feel like the standard that Zalatoris set in his last 3 major starts, so T6, a second, a T8, kind of made his missed cut at the U.S. Open a couple weeks ago feel like a major disappointment. But we got to remember, he's 24, fewer than 30 tour starts under his belt, and just gained tour status earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player who's going to bounce back. There's no question about it. I think
Why do we still have a picture for this guy?
I
Come on, DK, we're better at this.
I mean, if my producers would kill me, but I want to get the picture of the young caddy from Happy Gilmore and just put it up there. You know, the one that Adam Sandler tweeted him about. I think we need to do that.
Yeah,
I'm about ready to just put that, start like photoshopping it into his picture for DK, because apparently it's not a big priority for them. But anyways, doesn't have a picture. I don't know what to say. This is still not an event I would necessarily love for Zalatoris either. He's such a good tee to green player, but typically like the putting is not his forte. So I'm sure he'll get better with that club as he progresses. But I think at 10K, he's just overpriced, quite frankly. You got guys like Neiman below him. You've got Kokrak, who's been super consistent. I think he'll be a popular play. I know he missed the cut at the U.S. Open, but like it's the U.S. Open. It's not that big a deal. I think people go back to Kokrak. He's just been so consistent. I mean, no miscuts since that U.S. Open. So, and then you've got a bunch of kind of like, I'll just say weird guys between Sungjae and and Charlie Hoffman apparently has withdrawn from the field this week. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I miss his long hair. That's what I miss about him.
Well, I missed the fact that I bet him earlier in the week, but I mean, again, I'll get a refund. But that's interesting.
Are you being thrown off here, or is it like
a little bit?
Emotional?
Hoffman. Look, I wrote up Hoffman in the DraftKings cheat sheet this week. I loved him, but apparently he's played a lot lately, so a little bit of burnout. This is good though, because I can give you some guys to pivot off of now, because Hoffman was the guy I was recommending, but we can talk about guys to pivot off of in this range for sure.
Dude, yeah, Andrew on the ones and twos loves like the live reaction, This is why we do this thing, to kind of keep everyone in the loop and in the mix. And when Get the Green's not on your screen, we still highly recommend you pay attention, especially if you're betting on the TK Sportsbook or your golfers, and make sure they're still in the field. That's highly, highly important. Kokrak, though, quietly second on tour here in strokes gained putting, and that's not too shabby. 36-year-old, only one of 5 tour players with 2 wins on the season.
Kokrak definitely sets up as a similar profile, to like Bryson and Matt Wolff. This guy can just kill it off the tee, like if he wants to.
And he's 36. That's what I love about him. Repping us dudes in the mid-30s.
Absolutely, man. Like he is definitely repping with that power off the tee. But he's really improved his putting, like to the point where he's like a top 10 putter on tour, like you alluded to right now. He could fill it up. I mean, I think that, again, you look at this range. I mean, I like Neiman. I think Neiman is a good play, but the guys under Kokrak, like I really want no part of this. I mean, you look at Sungjae. I like Sungjae M, but like it's the results just aren't there. I mean, he's struggling right now in pretty much all aspects of his game. Could he get hot for a week? Sure, I guess, when the putting. Bubba had a nice week last week, but Bubba's putting can just come and go. So I think that if you're looking at this range for like a GPP play, Bubba would probably be where I'd land, because Matt Wolff is just so out of form. Keegan's missed a couple cuts in a row. I think Kokrak is fine if you're doing cash games, core lineups, whatever. Bubba, probably like a guy you could sprinkle in. Again, you're making 10 lineups. Look, you use Bubba Watson in one lineup. If you're making 10 lineups, you're going to be over the field in terms of weight. I think you'll probably be around 5% owned. So, that's how I'm looking at this field. I like Kokrak, or this range, I should say. But all these other guys are just players that I either don't want a part of, or I just want like light exposure to.
We got some pretty good questions here in the chat. So I think Must Be here was talking about Luke Donald or Jeff Roth.
Yeah, Must Be is trolling me as usual with his mid-price plays. But no, don't play either of those guys. Luke Donald was a player who, I mean, I guess you could actually think about Luke Donald.
I remember his prime. He wasn't terrible.
Well, he's actually played better of late. He was terrible last week, but he had made a couple cuts in a row before that. Still not a player I'd be super hyped about. But Luke Donald's shown a little bit of form lately, for being dead honest. I know Miss B thinks he's being funny, but Luke Donald actually not playing terrible right now. So.
Well, since we're talking about golfers from the other side of the pond, I would just like to take this moment and give Victor Hovland a shout out. It appears his eye injury has healed up, no more sand in the eye, and he ended up winning this past weekend.
He did.
Over in I don't even know where it was. Over on the European Tour, somewhere over there in that neck of the woods.
It was in Germany, the BMW International Open. I think that's in Germany. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Martin Keimer, who's German, finished second.
Martin Keimer loves to finish second, so I'm not shocked to hear that. Just another one of the guys I like to back, Emerson. He's like the international Uste for me. The European Uste is in for me, Martin Keimer. But yeah, Victor Hovland with the quick bounce back, man. I mean, it's frustrating to watch. I had him at the U.S. Open as well. Such big things expected. I thought he had a great chance there. And then, the random pebble from out of nowhere. You can't figure these things into your models. So right in the eye, bro.
Looking at the before we poke over to the sports book, stay there. One quick question. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5 guys, 10K or higher. The one you're fading is, did you say Reed earlier? You just weren't feeling him. If you had to pick between those 5, or would it go Zalatoris?
I think Reed is just too expensive. I mean, he's like, Webb and Hideki and Reed, I think they're very similar in terms of like even upside and just fit for this course. I think all 3 of them kind of fit this course nicely. Hideki more from just an iron standpoint, but because Reed is the most expensive of the 3, I would just take the discounts on the other 2 guys. I think you could make a case for Reed. It's just, I think Webb and Hideki save you money. They're easier to stack together. And Hideki, quite frankly, like I said, I mean, he's kind of sneaky under the radar with this form. He's really hitting the ball well right now with his irons. And when that putter catches heat again, like he's going to win. Like, I really feel like that. I think a second win is coming for Hideki this season. It wouldn't shock me at all. So I would lean those 2 over Reed ever so slightly. And Zalatoris for me is he's just not playing good enough to be 10K, even in this weaker field. Like Kokrak, even a guy like going down, like Hoffman could have been, like, you could have argued should have been more expensive than Zalatoris. Now Hoffman's out. You can't play Charlie Hoffman anymore. You shouldn't, because it's going to get you 0 points. He's out of the tournament, but
you will lose your money.
Yes, but it just shows you how overpriced to me Zalatoris was there.
All right, give me a value play. I need some values here, because I'm probably, when I build my lineup, I'm going to be an idiot. I'm going to spend a lot of money with some of these guys because I think, oh, you're expensive. You're definitely going to give me a lot of points, and I'm going to win money. So you're going with, you punched up Max Homa. Why do you like Mad Max?
This is my pivot from Hoffman. I like Max Homa was on the radar. This guy makes a ton of birdies. Even when he's not playing well, he makes a lot of birdies. And his recent form doesn't look great, but like he made a run to make the cut at the U.S. Open after a bad first round, kind of petered out. He missed the cut by like 1 shot at the Travelers. It's not a big deal. He was T6 at the Memorial. I think Max Homa bounces back this week. I really do. I'm going to be probably inserting him over Hoffman now that he's out. So
he's the most boomer bust.
He's very boomer bust.
Look at this. Has 2 T6 finishes and 5 missed cuts in his last 7 events.
Yeah.
It doesn't get more boom or bust than that. And you're saying this week you're feeling a big boom, huh?
This is why we're the best host analyst duo on earth.
1,000%. There's a reason we fired Reed. It's just you and me now on this show.
That's right. When Reed gets back from suspension, we can debate that. But this is why I like Max Homa. If he makes the cut, he's like, look how much he's making you money, man. I mean, look, even a T10 at the Palmer, like T6 at Valspar, like you threw out, he was in contention there. When this guy gets confident, like it's, he racks it up, and that's fine. He's missed some cuts, but I think this weak field, Max Homa wouldn't be here if he didn't feel like he was playing well. So that's kind of a pivot I'm looking at, but let's go over some cheap guys. We can do this a little bit quicker too, because there's a bunch of them, but
hit me with it, babe.
Doc Redman, 5 made cuts in a row. Finished second here in 2019, solo second. Redman. Made the cut here in 2020 as well.
Oh, here we go.
He's playing good.
Yeah, no, I'm just reading up on him a little bit here.
Good young player.
All 8 of his Rocket Mortgage rounds have been in the 65 to 70 range. He's still gunning for his first victory here. Finished runner-up to that. Is it Garrick Higo? Was that the South African guy 3 weeks ago at the Palmetto Championship at Congaree, and won a 4 top 10s on his season. Okay, world ranking 131.
Yeah, and again, not a guy you consider, but I mean, Redmond was like a really good amateur player. This guy's going to win an event soon. Like it's probably going to come at like a lower scoring event like this, because he can put in some fire rounds. You mentioned the Palmetto, he ended with a 67 there, as you can see. But Redmond's been a guy who's kind of been like boomer bust too. Like he makes the weekend for you. You see, 2 top 10s now in his last 5 starts. That's what we like. And I think his price is fine this week. I think 7,900 under 8K. I'll take that considering the course history. So I'm all about that. If we're going a little.
Did you mention he finished runner-up in the inaugural edition of this?
Yes.
I can't remember. Okay, yeah. And he's also a Clemson product. So, and that's where Trevor Lawrence obviously went to school. So you got,
wow.
I'm backing him,
Dude, bringing the knowledge. I mean, I didn't know he went to Clemson. I don't care either, but I mean, good for him.
The little things, man. That's it. Next time you're at the water cooler, if you ever go to the office again, you could say, hey, did you know that Doc Redman's a Clemson product?
Throw an extra unit on Doc Redman here because of that from
Who else?
Someone threw in the chat, I just saw throw up Seamus Power, and I like this call a lot. Seamus Power is a bit more of a grinder, but you can just see, I mean, like this dude. Now look, some of these results are from the web, like this is from the Corn Ferry Tour, the MGM Resorts, but we got a top 10 at the Byron Nelson, a top 20, and a top 20 in his last 3 PGA Tour starts. This guy can make a ton of birdies too. I think this is a really good event for Seamus Power. Brother Seamus, as we like to call him, Emerson, because he is from Ireland. So I like this play. 7,500. Whoever brought him up, thank you for reminding me.
Oh, dude, it was Germ. And I'm like, I was thinking, Germ, that's not a real guy. I'm not saying that name. I'm not kidding you. It's like,
terrific
really,
name.
I thought Germ was trying to mess with us.
He's trying to get glass you there, right? Like,
I know. Dude, listen, man. The best thing about working with Glash is I have learned from him to read things twice, read them through, and sound them out to yourself. How different of an approach should you take on the sportsbook compared to fantasy this week?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because I really do feel like this is an event where guys like Seamus Power are really live to win this week. Just like we saw with Kramer Hickok last week, like these easier courses, I can't stress this enough, it brings all the different styles of golfers into play. At the US Open, you got to be like a grinder like Usti, or you got to be like a big hitter like Rahm. And there's just like a handful of guys who are going to compete, and everyone else is kind of like, they don't really have a shot. This is the complete opposite of that. Any one of these dudes that I have on my screen, I could just scroll down and pick a guy like Scott Stallings. I mean, he legitimately could get hot with his putter and win this week.
Okay.
Honestly, it could happen. Probably won't, but my point is, when we're going over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, and let me bring up the old Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Why'd you say that with a French accent?
Because of Rocket Richard. Anyway.
Yes, oui.
I think that instead of, let's put it this way, you have your betting allocation for the week, like how much money you're spending on betting, how many units you're into. Now, at the US Open week, you might say, okay, I'm going to go to the top here. I'm going to invest a little in Hideki. Maybe I'll take a flyer on Sung Jae, around these odds. For me this week, I would, instead of betting 4 players at under 50 to 1, I think you take 6 players at over 50 to 1, because I think, a guy like Doc Redman might be a guy to start with, plus 5,500. I think that's fine. Max Homa there plus 5,000, I think is fine as well. But then you got a guy like Chris Kirk, who's played really well this year. He's a veteran player, can light it up on the greens. He's plus 8,000. You can get it I would rather have a couple extra players with bigger odds this week than go heavy on the favorites. I like Webb. I like Hideki, but we saw Nate Lashley win here. We saw Doc Redman get second here. I think you'll see some journeymen really pop here, and I think it's a good event to kind of take a bigger basket of players with higher odds than load up on the big guys.
Hey, go to the street forecast tab. That's I like that. I like kind of
like
this style. Dude,
okay.
I think this is great. I'm just saying, if you get throw $10 or something down, why not?
Who you like here, man?
I'm looking at this. I'm going all kind of over the place. I'm going.
Should we start with Bryson,
dude,
or?
Yeah, I mean, those are the favorites up north there. I'm going something that's going to return a big payout for me. How about a Matsuyama Neiman 1-2? Plus 40,000.
That's pretty interesting.
I'll get my wife to Venmo me $10 and I'll put it on that. So 100%. Matsuyama's bouncing back this week. And Neiman is going to start racking up the wins. That's just a feeling I have. That's me.
I like this call. I like targeting Neiman because when Neiman gets really hot with those irons, like he will definitely compete. He's already got a runner. I think he might have 2 runner-up finishes on the year. So you know what you could do if you're going to do the straight forecast. You target Neiman and you take him like runner-up with Hideki, and then you do both because look, if you're going to invest 10, you might as well do 5 on each. Or you could be a big spender like Emerson. I don't know, and do 10 on both. But my point is,
I love it.
I mean, if you're going to target Neiman, I actually kind of like targeting in this. Like I never play these, but if you do, I think Neiman's a very good target for them. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I know Neiman's got that often wayward driver, but shouldn't be punished as harshly on this course, I believe.
Joaquin Neiman was 5th tier in 2019 as well. So
yeah. Did not play last year, but he's tied for 28th in par 5 birdie or better percentage. And I just need Matsuyama to kind of channel that April Masters vibe. And the next thing you know, that $5 turns into $1 bajillion.
Should we talk about some longer odds though?
Yeah. That's kind of what I was leading to. That's called a segue where I take you into a weird prop bet section and you get us back on track.
What about a little Canadian bacon for you here?
Oh, which is just ham, but go ahead.
What about Mackenzie Hughes, Emerson? We talked about putting being important. People remember Mackenzie Hughes was in the final group of the U.S. Open 2 weeks ago. This dude's plus 1,100 now. I mean, 11,000, excuse me. I mean, you can get him at plus 900 to top 10, which I kind of like too. This guy's like a top 5 putter on tour. His irons have looked okay of late. He finished, actually, I think he was top 25 here. I think it was last year. So he's played this event before too. I like Mackenzie Hughes. I actually really like him a lot this week, just for a long shot. Again, look, I'm looking to bet like 5 guys over 100 to 1 this week. Like I'm legitimately already done that. So
yeah,
Mackenzie Hughes, definitely a player I like. We're going to keep going down there because there's a Swedish
I was actually looking at some of his numbers. I don't hate it. So you said he played this event last year, T20 after a T21 finish. Oh, did not play this event last year. T21 finish 2019. Looking at Hughes, tied for 76 last week. Had a Sunday collapse in T15, finished the U.S. Open. Damn, lost a gross 0.84 strokes per round off the tee last week. But strong around the greens, which you said is important for this one. Distance will take you only so far here, but on a Donald Ross course, it's around the greens where it is going to be a strength, and that will shine. That is a strength.
Yes, I do think so. I mean, I think that
he's a consistent putter too. One of the tour's most consistent putters, bro.
Yes, absolutely.
What else? Anyone else down there?
Henrik Norlander, the Swede, plus 11,000. I like him as well. I think he was T12 here last year, gained like 8 strokes on his approaches. He can get hot on the greens. He's flashed a little bit of form of late too. And then we need to find my guy here. Here, this is like the real home run play. Bo Hosler, plus 16,000. 2 top 20s in a row coming in. Actually, let's bring him up on the DK Sportsbook just so we can see.
That would be sick.
Or on the DraftKings Fantasy. 2 top 20s in a row, Emerson. This dude ended with a 64 last week. Bogey
looks
free
like
64.
a bow.
100 plus 16,000. This dude was really highly touted coming out of college. He can light it up on the greens too. He's a really good putter. He's big off the tee too. He hits it close to as big as Wood or as Wolf, if we're being dead honest. Like he can smash it. He's really shown an uptick in his play last 2 events. You see there. T19, and he gained 5 strokes on approach at the Palmetto. Like, this is my real bomb play. I'm going to retire if Bo Hosler wins this week. So
no, don't, dude, because then I'll have to get the green 2 days a week. So he's hey, I don't hate that for DFS purposes too. He's made the cut in 4 of his last 5 tournaments, so you're going to get some weekend points out of this guy more likely than not. 4 out of 5, 80% of the tournaments he has played the last 5 weeks, he has made the cut.
Yeah. I truly like Bo Hosler right now. And again, those other guys I mentioned though here, Hughes, Norlander, I really think they're the kind of guys who are at least live this week. Again, like let's not forget, I mean, Mackenzie Hughes, got himself to the final grouping of the U.S. Open, finds himself 2 weeks later, like over triple digits and outright in a weak field. I'll take that. I'll take a little shot there.
Okay, the best bet in your eyes on the sports book is what?
Okay, so
and it can't be Charlie Hoffman.
I know that's what I was about to say. It was Charlie Hoffman. I think he was going off around plus 4,000, but it's not Charlie Hoffman anymore. I'm gonna take it up. I do like Max Homa. I think I'm gonna say and take it a little bit further. I think we need to give Chris Kirk a little bit of respect here.
Okay.
This guy was lighting it up early in the year. His form has dropped off, but it really hasn't dropped off that much. He can get hot on the greens. I think this is just too big for this field. I think Kirk is the type of player, too, who I think he's going to win again soon. I just really do. He's found a real confidence. He was a winner. I think he won like 5 times before the age of 30 or something. The dude just knows how to close. So I think for this field, again, we're talking about value. Like I would put Chris Kirk. I think he should be in this range, like with like Ricky and even Doc Redman. And look, I like Doc Redman at that price, but I think Chris Kirk's just a little bit too big this week. So I think for now, I'll say him. Yeah.
Just playing devil's advocate here. He's qualified for the weekend in just 2 of his last 5 tournaments and hasn't finished inside the top 20 in his last 5 events. He's got an average finish of 48. Yeah. But, hey, he's done it before. He can do it again. You never know.
Like I said.
Clearly. I love how confident you were when you were like, let's go, Chris Kirk.
Like I said, this is a week to load up on the long shot, guys. So don't be bashful about it. Who cares? The missed cut last week. Look, when Nate Lashley won here in 2019, I think he missed like 5 cuts in a row. So.
Yeah. The Open Championship is in 2 weeks, so a lot of those bigger names towards the top. This is the last tournament before many of them will be shutting it down before heading overseas. The what producer Terrellin just said 5-minute warning, so that was like a couple minutes ago. This is the last time I think we'll do Get the Green then before, unless we do a Monday edition of it. I don't know, because is that technically a company holiday on Monday? 4th of July observed, whatever.
Oh.
Anyhow, this may be the last time I talk to you before the match a week from today. So I'm one. Yeah, you want to poke over there? Let's Get the Green. It's golf, right? We can talk about it real quick. So no Monday edition, she says. Okay, this is good stuff. What is the line at now? So DeChambeau and Rogers. Okay, they're the heavy favorite. That's minus 182. What are you doing here? Because Mickelson obviously has shown recently that his age, that's just the number. And Tom Brady, when you doubt him, when you make him an underdog, seems to be when he really steps up. I wasn't fooled by that video the other day where he had the long putts, because the second one was obviously fake. It was edited a little bit, but I don't know. The age of those 2 guys doesn't really scare me as others as it is with other people.
I mean, the biggest thing here is you have like a wild format with 2 amateurs playing. I just don't know how you can take a minus 182 favorite. Like you said, I mean, Bryson is clearly the better PGA pro, but it's not like Phil is playing. Phil's like, competing every week on the PGA right now. He's making cuts anyways. I've finally, after like 12 years of like betting football, I finally learned my lesson. Like things just work out for Tom Brady anyways. So at plus 135, I think if you're looking to get down on this match, I just don't know how you could bet Rogers and DeChambeau at minus 182. I think they deserve to be the favorites, but I don't know if anyone should be this big a favorite in this style of format with amateurs in play, with a wild, like 4-ball. It's hard for me to say, oh yeah, like that you should take that price. I think the underdogs offer a decent value here, because I think this spread should be closer just because of the format and because of the amateur situation. So right now, I'm way more interested in taking the Mickelson Brady side.
Yeah, one time they were together, that is Mickelson and Brady. They did lose, and Brady ended up splitting his pants, but Brady holds an official handicap of, it says 8.1. Rogers apparently quite the player here, dude. At a 4.6 handicap. What do you got?
What about this one though, Emerson? I got up on screen. Hole 1, longest tee shot. You gonna take a shot with Phil at plus 140?
Bryson? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Why the hell not?
Why not, right?
And then you know what? That goes back to Bryson at this tournament this week, the Rockets Mortgage Classic last year. He finished like middle of the pack with fairway accuracy. Like I think he missed like half the fairways, but he's so far down, and like his recovery is just incredible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you just got to hit the fairway. Sure, he may hit it farther than Phil Mickelson, but Phil may just put it there right down the pipe.
It's a good point too. And look, Phil was out driving Brooks some holes at the PGA. So I mean, Phil might just show off on the first hole, right? You know, he just might get up there and try and outdrive Bryson on the first hole. So I think there's actually some value in this line if we're being dead honest. You know, maybe Bryson, just decides to play conservative off the first hole or something. I don't know, but I think there's a little bit of value there with Phil, at least on the first hole, to outdrive him.
I really wish they weren't doing this on Tuesday. I wish they would have done this Monday, like July 5th, when still most people, at least in America, have off. But whatever, it is what it is.
I don't understand.
It was, yeah, it was kind of confusing, but maybe it was also because DeChambeau was like, no, I'm playing the Rocket Mortgage. I'm defending my title. And I don't want to get out there next day. Isn't Phil playing this week too?
Actually, I think he is.
Yeah.
I think he is.
But,
yeah,
yes.
he is.
Yeah.
8,000 for Phil Mickelson. Made the cut last week, though.
Wow. So he's teeing it up. I know this event's only been around for 3 years, but this is the first time Lefty's playing the Rocket Mortgage Classic. All right. Well, anywho, should be fun. Should be a fun week. Rocket Mortgage Classic. Should be awesome to see our guy Bryson get after it this week, and 2 days later entertain the hell out of us, and hopefully. I have a feeling the smack talking is going to be much better than the previous editions of the match, because it's been pretty good on social media leading up to this point.
Yeah, I'll say it's been pretty good. It's been fantastic, So I'm interested to see. I think the whole world will just be interested to see Aaron Rodgers after the whole, with the whole soap opera going on too. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Maybe some questions will get asked. Maybe Brady will ask him some questions.
Yes. Yes, put him on blast. If you really want to win this thing, you can definitely penetrate that dude's mind. Yeah. Get inside.
You know what Brady should do? He should wear like a Jordan Love shirt, like a fan shirt or something. That would really.
Brady should start calling Bryson Brooksy. That would really piss him off and get inside his head. All right, man. Should be good. I had a good time with you. Thanks again. I guess you and I are doing this next Tuesday again. Reed's like vacation continues.
Reed's
it's about as long as Cofield's honeymoon.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Producer Carolyn, thanks for the help, and Andrew on the ones and twos. Love you as well, Jeff. We'll see you later. Tell Pepper, your Springer Spaniel puppy, that the Sassy Springers said hello. Is she just chilling right there?
She is legitimately at the bottom of my chair.
Well, can you show anyone who has hung out with us for the past 40 minutes, they've earned a glimpse of your new puppy. Is there a way that you can pick her up and show her to us one more time? Carolyn had no idea, by the way. That's how terrible she is. She had no idea that you had a puppy. Look at her.
Okay.
Amazing.
She was asleep.
I can't get enough of this.
She is she's full of something.
It definitely looks like it. I love how interested she is in you. I love her little bean toes as well. Everybody, thanks for hanging out with us. Hang tight, because I believe Rossi is coming back. Yeah, Rossi and Tommy Popsicle is going to have you for Rams at the Cardinals at 4:00. So hang out, get your free rolls filled out, those lineups, and we'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Hey, we're live. Hey, shout out to Emerson and Moose. Just basically lining your pockets with the way to get the green, because I'm going to have to jam that name in my little pea brain.
It's a good name.
The great name. I just always call it Get It to the Green because I'm an idiot. But enough about that. I'm Jason Rossi here for your 4 p.m. We got a doozy of a matchup. It will be Monday Night Football week of week 14 in the Madden 20. The real NFL season. He is Tom Carroll at your boy TC Fresh. Check out Great Dane Nation, where he and the Great Dane, Mr. Morton Anderson, chatted up about all things football and various topics. Have great guests. Check that all out again. Great Dane Nation on your podcast app. Freeze Pops, what's good, my friend?
What is going on, buddy? We got Cardinals Rams here. This is a matchup I am excited to watch on Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football has kind of gotten I don't want to say it's gotten bad over the years, because it always feels like these primetime games are intriguing no matter what, but it used to be the time slot. Then about 15 years ago, Sunday Night Football kind of became the premier spot, and Monday Night Football fell off a little bit. But this is a really good Monday night matchup. Like, you're going to be waiting to see how some of your fantasy matchups end up on the Monday night game, because a lot of really good players on both sides here. I'm excited for it. And anytime the NFC West plays each other this upcoming season, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, I agree with you there, Brian C. Rossi, Carroll on a hot Tuesday, 4 p.m. or where the bleep do I sign? Oh, yeah. We'll get into lineups in a moment. But again, want to just say, to start this PSA, transparency from me to you, we have our ops team rocking and rolling. Everyone is dealing with the heat. Our sweat is sweating. My pits, my under man boob is gross. But here's the deal. It's funny. It's laughable. Don't get me wrong. But some serious issues going on across the country if you have been checking out. Heat's no joke, just like the cold weather. So if we are behind in anywhere in the ops, just letting you know, it will all be caught up before anything is paid out or anything goes. We will absolutely make sure you guys see all the numbers, everything comes through. So just be sure that you know we got your back. It might be a little bit slower than you used to, and we will make sure that everything goes through the way everything, is going to go down. So just let you know, heat has affected our ops team. Trust me, blame me. Just blame Rossi. It's easier in the chat.
Mother Nature, man. It's Mother Nature.
And Mother, she can sometimes be you watch your mouth.
Mother.
So appreciate you guys again. Being understanding as we have the Cardinals kicking off this first opening drive at the 23-yard line. The pistol formation there is Kyler, the give to the Drake. Freeze Pops, what's your lineup look like?
Ooh, I just exited out of that screen. Give me 1 second. Here we go. I have Kenyon Drake in my captain spot. Kenyon Drake is a dude that either no-shows or pops off for Arizona. So I'm hoping that today he pops off. $13,800 in the captain spot. Then I went with the Rams DST, Christian Kirk, Kyler Murray, Jalen Reynolds. Actually, I'm not positive that's his first name. Josh Reynolds. There you go. Brother. And Robert Woods. I was thinking of Jalen Ramsey. I saw Jalen Ramsey. Really good on my Rams DST. So fired up about that. So we'll see how it goes. Bobby Trees, he's sneaky for the Rams sometimes. I thought about captaining him. I feel okay about this lineup. Just okay.
It's all right. At least you feel something. Howdy, DW Nasty. Kyler's going to take the sack on a 3rd and 3. The Rams defense going to put a stop to this drive. So that's going to be the way this opening drive ends. For me, I went with, hold on, I got to find it again. I went with Cooper Kupp in the captain. Every time there's a Rams game, I flip between him and Bob Trees. Kyler, Drake, Hopkins, Dan Arnold, because I think the actor from the 90s who was once married to Roseanne Salarius, and I went with him. Henderson and Kupp are my 2 Rams. So never fade the Drakes as must be. We see you all here. Appreciate it. Going to be a punt from the Cardinals. What's up? How we all doing? Yeah, Boston Joe, my internet connection with cable provider failed me here for a minute. It's happening, guys. In and out.
Did you mean Tom Arnold?
Yeah, but Dan Arnold is somebody. Dan Arnold, no, what I meant to say, isn't Dan Arnold the name of the character that was played on Roseanne, the husband? That's what I actually meant to say.
Oh.
I might be wrong on that. I could be making that up too.
Yeah, I don't know. That's John Goodman, isn't it?
Yeah, in real life, but I believe his character.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of Roseanne. It's kind of a little bit before my time.
What a failure of life.
And then the current Roseanne, didn't they switch up the name of that show semi-recently? I didn't watch the new Roseanne, but yeah, I don't know. I'm unfamiliar.
Google why that happened, and then you'll know why. But yes,
I know why it happened.
Oh, okay.
But
Bob Trees.
Yeah. There you go. In my lineup, WhatsApp.
Oh, no. Reynolds, but still in your lineup.
Also in my lineup, WhatsApp.
Trey Day says Tom's microwave is screwing with the weather system across the U.S.
Possible.
Busby says I'm right. See, Dan, I knew it. Tom Arnold, she was married to, was also on the show for a little bit. Hey, it happens.
Oh, you said Roseanne. I thought you said Rosie O'Donnell. Wasn't one of the? No,
I did, dude.
He was. I get him confused. I'm getting my '90s female comedians confused.
Goff drops back, has a man open. That's Bob Trees, makes the catch.
Bobby boy. Yeah, it's hot here in St. Louis today as well. In between our meeting and this sim, I did a lot of stuff for our upcoming moving a lot of stuff from Morgan's parents to our place so we can get it all in the truck. Very sweaty, in need of a shower. Got that done, and I'll be here with you for the next 4 sims. Showered up, ready to go. I promise I smell good, people.
There you go. So here we go. Big 2nd and 1 from the 30-yard line. Goff with the play action.
That was a weak play action.
It was nice. Had a man over. Is that Gerald Everett crossing the middle?
I think it might have been, but Malcolm Brown was already blocking when he tried to fake the ball to him. So
it's a good running back. Good instincts. Go Josh as DW Nasties. We have a 1st and 10 from the 25. 4 minutes, 20 seconds and counting as a shotgun snap to Goff. Goes to Henderson, who breaks a tackle on the left side, makes another move and gets tackled down at the 21-yard line. Just to give you guys a heads up, today will be, if you that have been with us since right after the Super Bowl, we were doing Mount Rushmores, and today we wrap it all up with the Los Angeles Rams. We will not, for those that are fans of it, cool. Drop in who you think should be on the Mount Rushmore of the Rams. For those of you that criticize, don't worry. We'll keep it short. We'll keep it quick, and we'll keep it moving here in Simland.
Yeah, it's the last one. It's kind of a sad day.
It is, but guess what? Just more gimmicks to come, baby.
No, it'll be nice to put a bow on this one because you and I at the beginning we were doing a lot of sims together, and obviously that meant that we were getting all those teams done early on, and every sim we've done as we did more and more teams, there was less and less Mount Rushmores for us to do because we kept getting the same teams over and over again. Finally, we have landed with the Rams. They've been on the list for a long time, unfinished, and yeah, I guess sad, bittersweet, we'll say.
3rd and 7 here. Goff in that shotgun, dances her back, gets it. Didn't do the galloping chicken thing that Glash always comments on, but that right there, Bob Trees, or is that Reynolds again? Bob Trees.
That's Trees. We're just going between Trees and Reynolds here. It's the numbers in the teens that always get me confused with the camera angle that you and I have for the game.
Yeah, true that.
We got to wait for the replay to see who catches it almost every time.
Dan Vogel says Torrey Holt. I'm going to be honest, Torrey Holt's not going to make the Mount Rushmore, but man,
he was good.
He was really good. Really, really good. Definitely as our guy.
Strong honorable mention. No doubt about it.
Here comes a shotgun snap from the 12. Goff, the give underneath to Henderson, makes a move. Gets down to about the 6-yard line. Nice run there.
Henderson's a guy that will steal you a touchdown here and there in these Ram sims. As far as the pool of dudes to make a Mount Rushmore for the Rams, it's a smaller pool than other teams, you would think. But the pool of guys that we're pulling from are all extremely strong candidates. So we'll see how this one goes when we get to it in the 3rd quarter.
2nd and 4 in the gun again. A lot of shotgun snaps here for Goff. Goes to Henderson, makes a move. Not going to get far there. 1-yard gain. Shout out to Tara Lynn, our producer extraordinaire, has been crushing it throughout the heat here in the early goings of your Madden day. Freeze Pops, hopefully bringing the freeze and the cold the rest of the way. He's here with you the rest of the evening. Andrew, our technical director, great job thus far. June and Daniel are doing their best in dealing with everything, and we appreciate them. Smash that thumbs up. 3rd and 3, shotgun, big play here to the end zone, and
yeah.
First incompletion of the day, and it wasn't really even all that close.
Crackle Smack saying that they've been a Rams fan since the 70s. So Crackle Smack, definitely want to take a look at who you think should be on there. You say Dickerson, Bruce, and Slater for sure. All of those dudes in the discussion, no doubt.
Going for it here in a 4th and 3, like the risky play call. Under center as well. 2-step drop, delivers wide open. Bobby Trees, there he is. Robert Woods gets into the end zone on a 4th down. Big cojones play by the Rams.
Love it. Have him in my lineup. Like I said, thought about putting him in my captain spot. Didn't. Sort of wish I did now. But still early on. I'll take the points either way. Love to see it. Bobby Trees, baby.
Gotta love it there. So we'll see how that kind of shakes things up in your lineups. I love when I see the Nega Sierra. Damn it. Yeah, it happens. That's what I'm feeling right now because I went Cooper Kupp over Bob Trees and the captain. And Cooper Kupp, not even a look on that opening drive. That touchdown, actually, the first pass might have went to him.
For as many pass attempts as we saw on that drive, you would have thought Cooper Kupp would have gotten in the mix. But all Reynolds and Woods all the way down the field there. So interesting play calling by McVay. Maybe Kupp's on his way to having one of those bagel showings that we see some of these stud receivers having in Simland from here and there, from time to time.
Yeah.
Crackle Smack, I have a question for you. Were you a Rams fan when they moved to St. Louis, and did you stick with the team, or did you take a break and come back to them? It's always curious. I'm always curious about how that fan base handled that move.
Matthew says, who scored? My internet went out. See, it's happening, folks. The touchdown pass went from Jared Goff on a 4th and 2 to Bobby Trees, Robert Woods. Sean Williams says, thank you for updating the Packers defense. See, Sean, it's just patience, my man. We promise you, we would never come on here and lie to you. That's the darn truth. There's Kyler almost throwing an interception. Jalen Ramsey trying to make a move. River Rat says, I like Mount Rushmores. Appreciate you, River Rat.
Yeah, they're fun because everyone knows what it means generally, right? It's not something that needs to be all that explained every time. Everyone kind of gets the gist of it. So you kind of get your 4, 5, 6 names you're considering, and then you battle it out. You debate it. It's fun.
Kyler Murray on his 2nd and 10 whiffs another pass. Tough start here for Kyler Murray. 2 incompletions on his 2 pass attempts.
Crackle Smack saying that he stayed a Rams fan through the St. Louis move, but lived in Oregon the whole time. So his home team didn't really change. Makes sense.
Yeah, feel you. 3rd and 10, Kyler Murray shotgun snap, trying to scramble out. Should have the first down, does so. Careful, protected Kyler. Gets the first down. A little under a minute and a half left to play here in the first quarter. The first down of the game for the Cardinals. Kyler Murray gets it there with that new regime, I guess, and some new weapons coming to town, aging weapons, and A.J. Green, J.J. Watt, who now kind of feel like obviously Julio Jones stole all the headlines, but like Watt was kind of the big move of the offseason, or like the belle of the ball there. And Cardinals still kind of shocks me a little bit that's where he ended up choosing.
He was the first big free agency offseason move. I know the Stafford Goff thing happened. I think it was technically during the postseason still.
Yes.
When that broke. So it doesn't really feel like a part of the offseason. But that was really the first, okay, we're a few weeks removed from football. Okay, now there's something for all of us to talk about. So let's let this dominate the news cycle for a few days.
It's just, it's been we've had those real high peaks in this offseason.
For sure. 30
seconds remain here in the first quarter. 2nd and 6. There's the give to Drake. He gets tackled, not going too far on that one.
Take that.
32.
Beat on walk saying Norm Van Brocklin, going way back with that one. One of the great quarterbacks of the early days of the NFL.
I remember him. It was Adam
in
and
the
Eve.
Discussion. Yep, he was college teammates with Adam. He was like, hey, should I get with this Eve girl?
He's like, what's up with that rib? So here we go, 3rd and 2. Will they get the snap off? They do. Hand off underneath to Drake. Gets close. Ooh, final push. It's going to be close. We'll see Yeah, 4th and inches. Will they be gutsy as we get to the end of the first? So, I see our guy Jerem Care Bear. Love the fam. Goofy. What's going on, everybody, over on Twitch and YouTube? Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. We're rocking and rolling here in Simland. Goff, 9 of 10. The one incompletion was the 3rd down incomplete. He thought he wouldn't get the touchdown. Ends up connecting with Bob Trees. 90 yards and a touchdown. Kyler for 2. 0. Zippo. Zilch. Nada.
Nice quarter for Goff. You don't say that often here in Simland.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Goff looked good.
He is. By the way, I've gotten more phone calls today than any day I've ever done Sims. Just legit phone calls after phone call. Dentist.
From people you know or spam.
Random numbers. I don't know. There's a voicemail here. I don't know what's
You left me a voice memo today in lieu of a text, and I actually kind of enjoyed it.
No, yeah, I know. I'm actually, just so you know,
It's a good idea.
I only voice text most of the time.
I like it.
You know
I'm
why?
into it. Why?
Voice is the weapon. Voice is and I'm a long-winded son of a gun, as you know.
It's good
I'd
stuff.
rather just get it all out than like 6 different text messages. So that's the way I look for it. What's up, OBC over there? Talking that smack on a Tuesday. Ain't bulletproof, bro. Robert Woods, 4 for 35. He's got the touchdown. And the one for Reynolds, that 22-yard catch. Nice. Yeah, it must be. It could be Victor the Handman. Still lurking. When we get to the Mount Rushmore, which will be after the first half, and like I said, won't be a long-winded one, but Crackle Smack does have Aaron Donald needs to be in the ring needs to bring a ring to be on the Mount Rushmore. That's gonna be interesting.
I don't think so. I
don't think so either.
I can tell you he's definitely in the discussion for me, people, and I'll say definitely in bold. So
He's in mine. I'm gonna spoiler. He's on
okay,
mine.
sure. All right, we'll just get that out of the way. He's in mine. I mean, he's a once in a generation. We'll lock him in. I mean, once in a generation defensive lineman. We're in the midst of a career where when they do the NFL 200-year anniversary, 150, 125, whatever the next big anniversary team that they do in the NFL, he will be on.
Without a doubt. Here is the Rams taking back over here with the beginning of the second quarter, up 7-0 at the 26. Goff takes the shotgun snap. He's got time. Offensive line holds up, connects with his receiver. That is Reynolds again.
It's Reynolds or Woods. We'll see here when he's out of the sun. Yep, Reynolds. There you go. Honestly, it's more so an issue with these current Rams uniforms, with having trouble discerning between 11 and 17 on the camera angle that we have.
Yeah, it's true.
They ruined one of the best uniforms in sports.
Yeah, not a fan. Daniel Vogue Jr., that's a shotgun snap, and that is caught. Is that Bob Trees?
I don't know.
Reynolds.
Reynolds is having a day.
He is. Good for him. Him and Bob Trees. But Daniel says, Holt over Donald every day. All due respect, that is some weird, odd bias you have for Torrey Holt. With all due respect to Torrey Holt.
So I'm seeing Daniel's kind of drawn out argument. If you're in the chat, you guys want to go check that out. It's good, and he has a very strong case, and he's in the discussion. But my quick elevator pitch reason why I go with someone else over Holt is he had a guy on his team with him that played the same position that I rank above him, and when he retired had better career numbers than him. So I just think that puts Holt on the outside looking in. When you have a guy that plays the same position as you playing at the exact same time, who could be considered arguably maybe the best player in the history of your franchise, you got to kind of take everything about Holt with a grain of salt.
Also, Marshall Falk in that backfield, Kurt Warner that quarterback. You know my thoughts on Warner, but still.
Greatest show on turf.
There's Higbee, by the way, getting to catch a guy. Keep your eye on. We were talking a little tight end sleepers in fantasy. Not going to call him a sleeper, just at least a guy to monitor. Always look at the numbers tight ends have had, even if they're not huge numbers, with a guy like Matthew Stafford and in the offense that McVay plays. When Goff was at his best, Higbee, go back 2 seasons, rocking at the end of the year. There's Henderson on the carry.
Luke Murphy, by the way, giving me some love here on YouTube for my fashion choices. He's saying he's surprised that there's not a YouTube account called Tom's Black Hat. He respects the the blank black hat.
Good.
Hell yeah, Luke. Go on Amazon and buy it. I got it for like $10.
Also,
best purchases I've made in a while.
Ooh, nice catch there. First down. Shout out to the hats. Hashtag not an ad. Josh Reynolds, rap in Bob Tree. There you go. We also, I was going to mention that people calling us doppelgangers. No, just brothers.
We don't look alike. We really don't.
We don't. I think it's just our head circumference. We have big heads. We're the big head bros. All right.
Rossi's like 5'4". I'm 6'2". I mean, if you saw us in person, you wouldn't think that.
No, he'd step on me like a bug, and he'd be like, "Oh, ooh."
Hey, Creature from the Glass Lagoon, who I met in person yesterday, tweeted that I'm actually really tall. He was surprised by it's the first thing he said to me when he saw me in person. He said, "I can't believe how tall you are." I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm tall. I just sit down to do these sims. But yeah, I met a member of the DK Sim fam in person yesterday.
Very cool.
Here in St. Louis.
Shout out to the Creature.
Making Sim fam history.
Gotta love it. Shout out here's to Goff in the shotgun. Uh-oh, here he is, the galloping chicken.
Oh, he avoids it.
Nice play. Earlier, it was somebody said, Jerm says, hashtag always Captain Reynolds, 59 in a row. Good on you, dude. One more money with him than anyone else in these sims in the captain spot. So there's a little advice from someone that's earned it.
Crackle Smack saying Jack Youngblood's brother Jim was pretty good as well. Jack Youngblood definitely in the discussion for the Mount Rushmore for the Rams. A fun Jack Youngblood fact that I like to throw out there. One of the few players in NFL history that had his full name on his uniform. Because there was two Youngbloods on the team at the time. Two J Youngbloods, so they just put Jack really small above his name, Youngblood.
Love it.
They'd never do that today.
I don't want to never say never, man. Never know.
The NFL doesn't do fun stuff.
You're
like
right. They because there was two team members recently who had the same exact initial, and they just still
they just do the first two letters.
Yeah, like Duke Johnson, David Johnson.
Yeah, D.A. Johnson, D.E. Johnson.
Good point by you. So there is a 10-0 lead now after the field goal by the Rams. 4 minutes left here in the first half. Hope y'all doing well. Tara Lynn, Andrew, our technical director, June, Daniel, in ops. King of the Chicken Walk, Joe says, along with Phillip Rivers. We do see it, but so far having a day is Goff. Still playing real well. Brian C says, I thought Rossi was 4'6" in heels. Yeah, Free Spots didn't mean what he said. He's just saying theoretically. I'm like 5'4".
Look, that's what people say here in Simland. I've only met Rossi in person one time. It was for 5 minutes. He was sitting down, I think, for the majority of the interaction. I think then I went to the bathroom. When I came back, he was gone.
Yeah,
so I don't actually know how tall Rossi is.
I'll be honest. I was in and out.
It was on a Saturday 6 years ago.
Yep.
He didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be there.
And we both left eventually. So big run there. Kenyon Drake getting it done. 3 minutes to play here in the second quarter. If you're just joining us, smash that like. Appreciate each and every one of you. Hope you're dealing with this crazy heat we're having across the country. Hope it is not, no serious effects on the house, the home, wherever you're living, your family, your friends, your loved ones, your pets. Please be a friend to your pets. Make sure. Okay, so I got to break this down. Earlier, I turned my heat off. For those of you who follow me on the Instagram at Jason D. Rossi, you could see it because of my story. My heat was at 80-something degrees in-house. My wife just got home. I'm not going to be happy about it because it still hasn't gotten that cold in the last 3 hours that I've turned it on. So we're still in the 80s. Man. But it feels cool.
Yikes.
It feels cool. Anywho, but hope you're smarter than me and keep your house cool, fresh, and again, make sure you watch out for your pets. My cat looked like it was dead for about 2 hours. I had windows open. It was bad news.
Yeah, get your pets inside. Make sure their water's cold. Stay cool, everybody.
Stay cool. Let's see if Kyler can be cool here. 2nd and 9. Nice run there. Goes around Larry.
Oh, that was almost a big hit by Jalen Ramsey. Tara Lynn asking a good question. Why was your heat on at any point?
No, I'm sorry. Good question, Tara Lynn. Good on you. I mean, I turned all my, like, the heat wasn't on. It was just hot. I turned my air conditioning situation off.
Oh, gotcha.
And I just had all the windows open in the house, and it got to 88 degrees, and I go, oh my, I'm going to be absolutely, I'm not going to, if you guys never hear from me again, it's because I was absolutely murdered by my wife.
Daniel saying Bruce played 50 more games and only has 2,000 more yards and 30 more touchdowns. Those are two really big numbers.
Yeah, that's not, yeah, that's
2,000 more yards and 30 more touchdowns.
I know 50 games is like several seasons, but still,
that's significant.
Yes. Brian C says he's loving that big disc energy here. Appreciate you, Brian. Thomas, what's up? How's everybody doing? Obi, Care Bear, Fidel. Who else we got here? Germ. Boom. Over on Twitch. We love all of you individually, collectively. Appreciate y'all. Hope you're having a good day. And we're just a little bit of a little entertainment, a little spice in your day. And hope you're, again, staying cool and being safe.
Thomas Steinbacher saying, contrary to popular belief, Jim Youngblood not related to former teammate and Pro Football Hall of Famer Jack Youngblood. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, yeah, it's like how in Detroit it was Rashid and Ben Wallace. People would just call them the Wallace brothers, but no one actually thought that they were real brothers in real life. I think that's the phraseology that our friend Crackle was using on YouTube with the Youngblood quote-unquote brothers.
There you go. Shotgun snap, 2nd and 2. Less than a minute to play in the half. Catch in the back of the end zone. Nuke. That is a touchdown for DeAndre Hopkins.
Oddly enough, it feels vulture-y because no one ever rosters DeAndre Hopkins anymore, right? We all know he doesn't do anything in Simland. Now here he is catching a red zone touchdown. I feel like people are probably moaning because of that one.
Bro, he's in the
DeAndre Hopkins decides to show up today?
He's in the lineup right here. Flexing on him right here. 7,200. Get some.
Wow. Well, they're going to review it here. Let's see if he got it. One. I can't tell from that angle. Unless he had both feet down earlier in the catch.
Oh, that's a catch. Spoiler.
All right. Thanks for spoiling it, dude.
No problem.
Thomas Steinbacher liking the use of the word phraseology. It's a good word.
Bad Boy says Hopkins scored 40 plus in the last sim. Yeah. Here's the thing with
wow. Okay, I must have not been on that sim because every Cardinals sim I've had, DeAndre Hopkins is a no-show.
Yeah. Here's what I would say. Let's go Hops as executive sessions. He for a long time free spot, especially when you were first starting here. Like he was like, why are we even bothering? He was like way expensive. They brought the price down to that 72, and now he's as equal a performer as just about any receiver. Like not stand out all the time, but definitely playable. But there
not
was a
by
time
me.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, you rock your lineup. Our guy Jellyfish seems to be a little upset, but he says 2 of his players have points. He's upset. I said, Jellyfish, what's the lineup, dude? Again, I always feel like people are very vocally displeased when it's just their lineup not doing well. It's been a pretty good game so far here. 10-7 Rams with the lead. 1 minute to play in the half. I'm just reading some of the chats here. Bert, I feel you, dude. Not been a lot of drives as well. Here's Goff with the catch across the middle, too, or the pass caught by, that might have been, I'm just going to go ahead and just say it was Bob Trees. No idea, but I'm just going to
We'll figure it out at some point. We have people throwing out Night Train Lane for the Rams, Mount Rushmore. I believe he only played 2 seasons for the Rams. So not going to be able to have a large enough body of work. Has a great nickname. And he's more synonymous, I'd say, with the Lions if he was going to land on a Mount Rushmore. I believe Jason Hansen stole his spot. Shout out to the kickers.
Well, kickers. There's a catch again. Another timeout called. Brian C. saying he's putting down his Silver and White Cat Raider this Thursday. So shout out, and very sorry to hear that, Brian. All the DK Sen fam sends our love to you. You know how sad it can be for of a family member, even the furry, well, especially the furry ones, especially in these times. So shout out to you, my man. Hope everything goes well. And we're all here for you. Come back here on Thursday into Simland. Hopefully we can pick up your spirits a little bit, and don't be afraid to shout it out and let us all know what's going on. You need help, we're here.
Ryan C. wants to know if anyone else has named their pets after football teams. I feel like pets get the athlete or team name, pet names. That's kind of a common thing to do. I can't tell you how many friends I've had that have a dog named Fenway. I probably have like 6 different friends that have dogs named Fenway.
Yeah, I have Brewskis. I know a lot of people that name their dog Brewski.
Yeah, I had a friend with a dog named Brewski. He was a great dog.
Brady Brewski. That pass going towards the end zone. Oh, almost intercepted there. Goff has been pretty darn good in this first half thus far, throwing a lot of passes.
I have a friend that named a cat Rondo, which feels apropos. Rondo is kind of a cat. Just sort of mercurial. Doesn't play well with others.
Yeah.
Cup still with the bagel, huh?
Cup, yeah, oh yeah. My captain spot absolutely zilch nada. Nothing. So here's Goff in the shotgun snap. See if he can be clutch here on a 2nd and 10. Not there.
Burt Macklin saying, Tom, your friends are hella lame. Yeah, they're not creative. Oh, your dog's named Fenway? That's a good name. I'll name my dog Fenway. I love Fenway. Go Red Sox.
3rd and 10 here from the 26. Goff takes a shotgun snap. Goes to Henderson underneath. What a pick. Oh, it dropped the ball, actually. What a pickup there, though, by the defender. Flying in there. Nice play there. NYR Hockey, we see over there on Twitch. Appreciate your feedback. Don't think we take it that serious, but appreciate you. Appreciate everybody being here with us. Hope you're all doing well. It's about a little after 4:30 on the East Coast. Injuries are turned off there. Games 22 over on Twitch. Just asking. Yep, all injuries are off. No injuries, no COVID, no nothing. That ball kicked is good. So 2nd field goal. Rams now up 13-7. We're going to be doing a quick Rams Mount Rushmore top 4 players in the history of the franchise. We already spoiled one for you. Aaron Donald on that puck.
So good.
Basically 3 more we will put on in there. 5 seconds.
You guys have been throwing out some great options, by the way. I really appreciate the good-hearted discussion we've had here on the chat throughout this first half about different options. And you see the same names popping up over and over again. And like I was trying to clumsily say at the beginning of the broadcast, it's a franchise that's been around for a long time. They've had some success, but not as much as you'd like for as long as the franchise has been around. They have some really, really good players, but that's basically it. It's just that cool. It's not like remember when we did the Ravens Mount Rushmore? Crazy amount of dudes.
Oh, yeah. Taking the knee there. So we're going to get to the half. Freeze Pops can give us the numbers. Basically, Brian, so yes. We're going to get the numbers here, get it together, and then we will put the Mount Rushmore quickly together for you. And again, like we said, if you're into it, great. Throw out some names now. If you're not into it, we'll make it quick, painless, just like when you go to the dentist, which I'll be doing tomorrow.
Sorry to hear that.
It's a cleaning. It's cleaning.
Still not fun, though.
Look.
They look white. There you go. Do you floss?
Oh, yeah, every day.
Wow.
Several times, actually.
Better man than I got to be honest. I very, very rarely floss.
I love flossing. But anywho, what do we got for numbers here?
I have fat fingers. It's hard.
What? What does that have to do with
It's hard to floss with fat fingers. It's hard to do, kind of meticulous things with fat fingers, dude.
Goff, what's he got? What's he got going here?
16 for 22, 161 yards in the tud. Looking good in that first half. In the driver's seat for the wooden nickel, possibly.
Ooh, like that.
Kenyon Drake, 7 for 33. Kyler Murray, 3 for 26. Brown and Henderson combining for 18 yards rushing on 4 combined carries there for Rams running backs. No rushing scores. And in the receiving department, Bobby Trees and our man Reynolds both have 64 yards receiving. Woods has the touchdown grab Woods has 6 grabs. Reynolds has 4. Henderson has 4. Kirk has 2. D-Hop has 1 catch for 1 touchdown. Gerald Everett only 1 for 5. So he's in the discussion right now for that Babysitter Billy Award, along with Higbee, who has 1 for 6. So there you go. This is the first half stats.
Boston Joe Droves. I vote for Roman Gabriel. He played for the Rams for 11 seasons, was on one of the best QBs of his day.
He was good.
Not going to make it, but I appreciate it. It's a good plug. Bad Boys of Pops says, Tommy, Reese Pops, get floss sticks. I love them.
I do have floss sticks, but I typically use the floss stick like post meal, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That's
like you get some food stuck in your teeth, you grab the floss pick, boom, boom, grab the teeth where you can feel the food stuck still, and then you move on with your day.
You do. Speaking about that, we're going to move on to the third quarter in a moment. We got June and Daniel updating all of the stats. Shout out to them fighting through some very difficult technical difficulties with the heat. We got Andrew, our technical director, keeping us afloat, and Tara Lynn, our ace producer. Love to see the crew we got here.
Best team in the biz, baby. James Johnson almost nailing my 4.
I was going to say that basically very close. So I guess here as we crack the third, we'll get you the plays, but I will just let you know, like, obviously Aaron Donald, Marshall Faulk with my, like, no question about it locks.
I'll be honest. When I first made it before doing the research, I didn't have Faulk. So pre-research, my 4 was Dickerson, Donald, Pace, Deacon Jones. And then I dug in a little bit, and my 4 changed dramatically. I kept Donald and Deacon Jones, but then I replaced Dickerson with Marshall Faulk, and I replaced Orlando Pace with Isaac Bruce.
So I kept Orlando Pace there. It's funny. So we have very similar. So I guess we can lock in Aaron Donald, Marshall Faulk, and Deacon Jones, I guess, right?
Let's lock him. I mean, Marshall Faulk, at his peak, you could make an argument that he was the best player overall in the entire league. He was a guy who changed the way the running back position is played. That's a first down there for Robert Woods, continuing to have a monster game here for the Rams as they're up 13-7 here at the beginning of the third. Love Marshall Faulk as a football fan, hated him as a Patriots fan, but you got to respect his game when he was at his peak with the Rams. So he's in there for me, no question.
Yeah, so I think, so I think really comes down to like Orlando Pace, obviously that first draft pick, when they switched over to St. Louis, right? Is that right? Isn't that how it all? That's.
I don't know that he was their first pick per se, but he was early on in their St. Louis time. I mean, honestly, there's a reason why I had him in there without doing the research, because he was so dominant. But the only reason why I knocked him out in favor of Isaac Bruce was Pace was really only, unless I looked quickly and looked incorrectly, he only played 12 years, and I say only, but when you look at the quote-unquote like all-time great tackles in NFL history, a lot of these dudes played a lot longer than that. Yeah. And I know he dealt with injuries and yada yada, and at his peak he was the best left tackle in the league, but that's what kind of knocked him down a peg for a guy like Isaac Bruce, who when he retired was in the top 3 to 5 in every single major receiving category and played forever for the Rams. I think he had 1 or 2 seasons with the Niners to end his career, but was so good for the Rams for such a long time in both cities.
Tyler says Rams kicker points not getting updated. Again, just to give everybody a PSA quick heads up, we have 2 people on ops today, June and Daniel. They are both having some technical difficulties with internet due to the extreme heat. So everything will get updated, yes, and in random order. So something could get updated that happens right now based on trying to keep it live, and they'll go back and update things. Things are happening from earlier in today. Just give you the heads up as well. Shout out there, and that's the ball's going the wrong way for the Rams. Now 2nd and 13. Aaron Donald, some people shouting out. We got him in there. Marshall Faulk. The thing you could say is Eric Dickerson get on there still. I guess that's the argument, because Deacon Jones, no question.
Dickerson is a guy who's he's legendary, obviously, for those goggles, and he had the 2,000-yard season back in 1984, his second year in the league. But if you look at his Pro Football Reference page, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 years, 3.5 years in LA with the Rams, or 4.5 years, we'll say. He got traded mid-season in 1987 to the Colts up in Indianapolis.
Which is funny, right? Because what a the
Marshall Faulk thing, exactly. Yeah. So while his peak in LA was great, never was under 1,000 yards in a Rams uniform, had that magical 84 season, was an all-pro 4 times. Every time he played in a Rams uniform, he's one of the best running backs in the league, but just doesn't have that longevity in the uniform like some of these other guys have. And I know Falk wasn't there forever, but I think Rich Sharp brought it up. He made this point in the chat. Marshall Faulk was arguably the best player in football for 2 to 3 years in the early 2000s and was LaDainian Tomlinson before LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah. So what do you think? What does DK Simfan think?
So just so we're on the same page, I went Donald, Deacon Jones, Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, and the only difference between our lists was you have Orlando Pace on there instead of Isaac Bruce.
Yes.
Okay, so let's lock in our 3. Let's leave it up to the fam to decide that 4th spot then. Is it going to be Eric Dickerson? Is it Pace? Is it Isaac Bruce? Is it Torrey Holt? Is it Jack Youngblood? Is it Kurt Warner? Is it Merlin Olsen? Jackie Slater?
No, I say no. I don't think that's just me. For me, I see the argument for Bruce. I could see Dickerson, even though it's a shorter window, and I've had my issues with Terrell Davis, who's similar situation. It's tough. Super Bowl baby, I see what he says about walking away. Where's my guy brother Phil? He's always so eloquent in these conversations. Not that I don't love everybody here. Goff on a 3rd and 3, big play. What a touch pass there. That's Josh Reynolds again.
So Super Bowl baby 67, I agree with you. Dickerson walked away at a younger age than he probably could have, but he wasn't with the Rams all that long. When you really look at it, it's 4 years, and then he was traded in his 5th season to Indy. He was good in Indy, but those don't count for the Rams years, Austin Joe saying, what about Kurt Warner? He was really good, really, really good for the Rams, but his window of being really good for the Rams was not as long as people realize.
Seriously. My thoughts there.
Oh,
There's
I know.
The handoff, not going anywhere. There's my guy, Jellyfish. Maybe I missed it. What's your lineup, brother? At me, at Jason Rossi. I want to know your lineup. I want to root for you. I feel like you're having a tough day. I want to see Jellyfish. And what's your username so I can see where you're at? I want to follow along because I got Cup too, man. Stinks. Cup's got the goose, but he could score right here and change it all around.
Jordan Warren saying Bruce over Olsen. Yeah, that's how I go too, Jordan. I go with Isaac Bruce over Merlin Olsen. But Merlin Olsen is one of these legendary dudes in the history of the league. So definitely has to be in the discussion.
There's a run there. I don't understand that play, but we got less than 3 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Jordan, what's good? Good to see you each and every single sim. Always appreciate you being here every day, every sim. Love it. Love the hashtag team always here.
Spreading the love, baby. We love everyone here in the chat. Thank you, everyone, for being here all the time, chiming in, participating, funny, serious, whatever you need to do, whatever you need to say, you get it out there, and we're here for you no matter what.
Yeah, there it is. And then we got a 3rd and goal. Goff to the end zone, has a wide open receiver.
Your boy.
Shh. It's only the 3rd quarter. This guy's about to go off. Put it in a cup, baby. Fill it up and toss her back. Cooper Kupp with the touchdown. My captain. First catch of the game. And guess what? It's a tud. And I'm excited. And so there you go. Big one there. Rich Sharp, what's pretty sad is Kurt Warner's probably their best quarterback ever. Trent Green was okay, but he didn't last long enough. Now, Trent Green is not even in the conversation.
Trent Green didn't even make it out of the preseason for him. He hurt his knee, and Kurt Warner took over. It's one of the better what-ifs in the history. Like Trent Green probably would have been the quarterback on that Greatest Show on Turf team.
Oh, gets it. They step
out of there you go.
Cooper Cup. Shh, calm down, Tim Fam, because it's only the third quarter. There it is. Cooper Cup telling everyone to chillax. Fidel says, called it, baby. And look, there he is, Jellyfish, whining, crying, tears have dried, says, that's my boy. Love it. So funny how when your lineup does well, you're so positive. When your lineup doesn't, everything stinks. Smile, be okay. 6 sims a day, baby. 11 years.
Okay, Boston Joe making a great case for Merlin Olsen. And again, he's right there, but I just think that a dude like Aaron Donald might be better, so maybe we're going to have to knock a position player, an offensive side of the ball position player off the board. But Merlin Olsen should be one of the top 4. He played 15 years for the Rams and made All-Pro 14 straight years. Yikes. It's a lot.
I want to give a shout-out to Mr. Patrick. Says, Rossi, starting chemo on Friday. I'm going to have a reversal of fortune along with the Dream Stream, Mister, we're with you, bud. Appreciate you sharing that with us. I know it's going to be a tough little road you got ahead of you. Been with a lot of people, family, friends that do. This head is shaved, my friend, for people like you. There's millions of people that deal with it on a day-to-day. We got you, pal. And nothing but luck to you. Keep coming to the chat every day you can. Let people know what you're going through so you're not doing it alone. All right? So we're with you. And he also says, Rams equal Marshall Faulk. Well, yeah, we agree with you. We agree. Yeah,
hell
good
yeah,
luck,
Mr.
brother.
Patrick.
Everyone send some love. Send some love Mr. Patrick's way. Keep me in your thoughts, prayers, positive vibes coming your way. From the DK Sim fam, the Rossi household, the Carol household, the Tara Lynn household, the Andrew household, the June, the Daniel, and everybody here that isn't currently here. We're all thinking of you, man. And don't be afraid to shout us out, follow us on Twitter, get involved. We're with you, bud. If you need anything, shout us out. Need just a chit chat, blow some steam, we got you.
Always.
All power.
Jordan Lindenbaum asking, wasn't Trent Green a KC Chief most of his career? Trent Green actually had a really weird career. He came out of college from Indiana, got cut by the Chargers, went up to the CFL, got cut. Then he was bouncing around for a little bit, thought about going into teaching, got picked up by Washington, was the backup quarterback there for, I think, a season or two. Then he ended up winning the starting job, had a nice season for Washington, got a big payday by the Rams, and he's from St. Louis, so they were really excited about it. He was coming into this ready-made roster that was ready to kind of take off, gets hurt, final preseason game of the year, Kurt Warner takes over. Kurt Warner experience happens, Trent Green on the bench for those two of those seasons. He leaves St. Louis, goes to KC, and finally gets his chance to be a Pro Bowl level quarterback for a few years there in Kansas City. So strange career for Trent Green. You don't see a career like that happen often. He ended up then going to the Dolphins, got hurt, finished out here with St. Louis, came to the city where he started his football career in high school and had a nice season with the Rams.
Ooh, big sack there on Goff. 21-7 here in Simland. We're just finalizing our Mount Rushmore, the final Mount Rushmore of the Rossi Freeze Pops era here in Draft Madden Dream Streams. It's a tough spot here. Jordan Warren says if it was a defensive Mount Rushmore, got Darnold, Olsen, Jones, and Youngblood.
You could make a defensive line Mount Rushmore for the Rams. I mean, the pedigree at that spot is ridiculous for this franchise.
100% true there. 50 seconds remain in the third quarter.
So we got Donald, Deacon Jones, Marshall Faulk. Is it between Bruce and Pace? Should I flip a coin? Should I flip a wooden nickel?
Go for it. You know what? Let's have some fun. We'll do it in the break.
Okay.
We're going to, last one, let's go out with a bang. Let's go with a whimper.
DW Nasty says, woohoo, passed Tommy by 1.31 points.
Get him, Nasty.
Let's see where I am in the free roll. I'm in 38th. Okay, that's better than I thought it was going to be. Congrats on passing.
Tim Green says, I sport the pink ribbon tat on my chest for my wife. Shout out. Love all of it. Love the positivity we're sending Patrick's way. Everybody keep it coming. Patrick, you ain't in this alone, my friend. This is a family. Even though we goof on each other, we get emotional about things, and sometimes we're a little unreasonable, and sometimes flat out mean. I'll say it. But it is a family. We got to get this thing together and listen to each other and understand each other. All right. So we got a little less than a third. You ain't, Mr. Patrick. Don't. I can't report.
Jeff Windsor saying Folk over Dickerson.
Yes.
I just think that Folk was more of a complete player than Eric Dickerson.
Folk had one of the greatest seasons in the history of the sport. Dickerson was very good. I understand 2,000 yards. Folk 1,000 over both. Running, rushing, receiving. What a move there on that kick return, by the way. All right, let's see. Well, we'll find out. We'll see what happens here. We're going to go for the flip of a coin when Freeze pops. When the two big-headed brothers, we both look like we should be on a Mount Rushmore with these big craniums. Little brains, big heads. But, all right, give it a flip. All
right, here we go. The free ice cream cone side will be for Orlando Pace, because I'm sure he's had a few at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in his day.
Oh.
And the lion head will be for Isaac Bruce. Okay, here we go. Oh, that wasn't a flip. I just dropped the coin.
Rigged.
Isaac Bruce it is.
Isaac Bruce. So what is the lock for the Mount Rushmore of the Rams?
Locking it in. Aaron Donald, Deacon Jones, Marshall Folk, Isaac Bruce. That is your Mount Rushmore for the Los Angeles, St. Louis, Los Angeles Rams.
Yes, we'll see if Kyler can cook. And again, since you can see us after the game, just so you know, we're going to be getting to the slate, Bukes and Gary. And so, hey, this is Patrick. I love you, bud. And also, Brian C. with the cat situation. Don't let that underestimate as well. We know, listen, you guys go through things. We all go through things. We've been doing this for over a year and change. Year and a half almost now. We've all gone through some different things. From the scariness of what we were dealing with over a year ago to current day situations, slowly trying to get back, but life comes at us fast and we don't know what's next. But enjoy the ride and be as kind and as courteous and as polite and positive as you can be. And don't forget, drink that water too. So we'll get to the fourth quarter. Locking in the Rams, our final Mount Rushmore. It started the day after the Super Bowl, whatever day, February 4th or something. And here we are on June 29th, right before the 4th of July. Let freedom ring, baby, because we got all the Mount Rushmores. Done.
Chris Adams saying, Tom, I have to say, whenever we get you off the subject of Tom Brady, you stop talking foolishness, actually sound educated. Agree with you on Marshall Folk. I appreciate that. Sometimes my bias can go away and I can actually talk like an educated football person.
I'll take all the credit, Chris. You can at Jason Ross on that. You're welcome. Just kidding. Fourth quarter here, trailing by 14. Kyler takes over with the Cardinals offense, 34-yard line. Slings that one. Caught. Is that my guy, Dan, Tom, Steve Arnold? No. That is
Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk.
In my lineup.
Catch. Robert says sixth place in the $10 contest. Let's go Higbee and Woods. Rooting for you, Robert. Get that cash. Hello? Heard a lot of noise.
Rich Sharp saying Dickerson's only downfall was he didn't play long enough for the Rams. I agree. If Dickerson had played his entire career for the Rams, I think he'd be on this list over maybe Isaac Bruce. I still think Marshall Folk at his peak was an absolute lock for this spot.
Run here by Kyler. He gets tackled down, setting up a 2nd and 2. Any list without Eric Dickerson this is coming from a Los Angeles native, is wrong. Don't want that smoke, says Executive Sessions. Well,
who
then
do you think
wrong.
should be off the list, Executive? I'm curious.
We're wrong.
Which of those four are you knocking off?
2nd and 2. Kyler gets sacked, trying to set up a screen to Drake, which would have been huge. And guess who gets in there? Aaron Donald, the 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. By the way, I think he's going to break the record. I'm gonna be on the record. I'm gonna make a pizza bet with future Jason Rossi or Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn's gonna buy me a pizza. He's gonna get one more. If it's close, he probably shouldn't have won it this year. Probably should have been T.J. Watt. So I think if it's close enough again, the NFL wants the history now.
I was surprised he won it this year.
And think about it. He and J.J. Watt, both of them, I believe, both have 3 Defensive Player of the Years under their belt. In the same division, going after similar quarterbacks. It's going to be very fun to kind of see if J.J. Watt can rekindle that with Chandler Jones if he shows up on the other side. Nuke with the catch there.
I hope Chandler Jones does show up. I think he's become one of the more underrated players in the NFL. I think he's fantastic for Arizona. So we had a comment on YouTube saying that Eric Dickerson was catching the ball out of the backfield before it was cool. We're just taking a look at his receiving numbers. Cool. So he had 50 catches his rookie year, but then it was 21, 20, 26, 18 the next 4 years. I'm looking at Marshall Faulk's receiving totals.
Yeah, but it was cool then, dude. It was cool then.
With the Rams. This is crazy to say. This is catching the ball as a running back. 103, 113, 104, 102. That's targets. He was targeted over 100 times every year from 99 to 2002. Caught the ball 86, 87, 81, 83, 80 times. Catching the ball. I'm not even looking at rushing numbers, and I just closed out the window.
I got you.
The dude was like a wide receiver 2 as a running back and was also the best running back in the league.
It's good stuff. As we get 3rd and 10 here, 5.5 left to play. Who do you guys need for these Arizona Cardinals? Jordan Warren says, I don't catch all the Sims, but I think I caught almost every Mount Rushmore. Around that time, I started watching The Sims. Great job, guys.
Thanks,
man. Listen, we
can't believe it's over.
Yeah. Over till it's over, and this was it. And I just want to say, first of all, this wasn't supposed to happen today. It was supposed to be Christian DeAndre in here, and he must have the heat.
That's true.
His hair was too volumized, couldn't show up. That's why Tara Lynn's hiding behind the camera.
I actually know what he's doing. Do you know what he's doing?
No.
He's driving to the College World Series to watch Vandy try and win.
Can I be
national championship?
Can I be rude for a second? In a fun way, because I love Christian. I really do like everybody in their own different ways, but Christian's like one of my first. We did a ton of Sims together. He would talk about that Vanderbilt stuff, and I literally, in one of the Sims, I had no idea what was happening. I don't think it was Andrew was on, but I was slacking whoever our extraordinaire here, our technical advisor. I was like, I literally don't know what he's talking about. He was just like saying things. Sometimes he does that, and I love Christian. He's a wealth of knowledge. He's so smart. There's a handoff to Drake. There was a game a week ago, and he was literally like, and this in the blah 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 blah, and he's like saying Baron Jorovsky and this guy. I'm like, what are we talking about? World War II? What is happening right now? 4.5 left to play here in Simland. 14-point edge for the for the Rams over the Cardinals at the 11. Shotgun snap here for Kyler. Got a man wide open across the middle, and he overthrows him. Poor accuracy short in this game for Kyler Murray. Those stats. I'll make it. Says bounce. Yeah, CJ says you're about to pass Rossi bounce. CJ, me and you have very similar lineups again, don't we? I keep seeing you near me in the contest. There you go. Super Bowl Baby says we need more cowbell in the NCAA World Series. I'm assuming there's a lot of cowbell. Been watching a lot of soccer.
College baseball.
No offense. That's a touchdown pass into the end zone. Oh, for a second, I thought, but that's Max with all those X's. Williams on the touchdown reception. 4:16 to play. I already know what's going to happen. Ashley Edwards, sorry, you're too late with all your Hopkins love. I'm going to just say it now. We're going to overtime. I'm going to get over it now. We're almost an hour in. We've had 3 overtimes so far. Yep, 2 games. Then one went into double. I'm just going to shut it down, lower my expectations, and understand as long as somebody wins, I'm going to be happy.
You know what overtime means? You and I get to hang out more.
Thank you. I needed that.
And that's always a good thing.
It is. No vultures yet, Queenie. We've not had any vultures in this game. Straight stud touchdown so far. Studs like you got here. Freeze pops. Rossi. Andrew, our technical director. Tara Lynn is out. Well, I believe, Tara Lynn, you're back on the cam tomorrow, correct? Or was it last night? I've seen your name all over the place. Tara Lynn is like such a freaking all-star for this for DraftKings. She literally does it all.
5-tool player.
Literally. Well, how many tools do you need to be here?
Talking.
1.
Wi-Fi.
Okay, 2.
Producing.
Okay.
Technical directing.
I don't know if she does that.
Okay. Typing, like slacking.
Yep.
And
you have to have some form of appearance. Like, I know where to, like, you know what I mean? You have to, like, be able to be on the camera, have a presence.
Okay, being visible. There you go.
5, nailed it.
Ability to be seen on camera.
He goes big slack check. So now we're basically just calling Andrew.
Some would say a slacker.
All right, the Rams going to try to make sure this game doesn't go to overtime if they can score a touchdown here. Field goal might do it too with 4 minutes. Oh, there's the hour time limit. One-tool player, says Andrew. Adam Dunn.
It's like Adam Dunn. Did you love Adam Dunn back in the day, Rossi?
Bobbleheads, posters, had it all. He was one of my absolute favorite one of the best ball players to watch. Always a ride when he was at the plate.
Ahead of his time.
Oh my, if he was playing today, well, now that the pitcher is like, I don't even know anymore with baseball. That's a catch again. Reynolds. Haven't heard his name in 2 minutes. Reynolds with his 6th catch. Is he in the bonus? Did I just see bonus?
E-word?
Yeah. Andrew says streams either work or they don't. Take it or leave it. Exactly. Hope everyone's staying cool again. We know the heat is wild out there. Extra, hey, everybody, little advice from your boy. Extra deodorant.
Oh yeah. Wish I heeded that advice earlier today when I was moving things from our car into the apartment. Yikes. Like I said, was in need of a shower.
Yeah, dude, everybody needs to know. Everyone's like, hey, did you guys order Italian sub? You're like, no?
Nope, that's just my pits.
Yeah, it's just a hot Italian sub underneath these pits, baby. Yeah, if people walk by me, they smell bacon, they don't know what's going on. 2nd and 1 here in the shotgun is Goff. He's going to take that snap, hand off to Henderson, who gets the first down. Yeah. Tarolin, make sure. Get that deodorant on. I know you're probably going to go out in this weather. You ain't staying in that house all day. Andrew, your weather is always hot, so just... I assume Andrew's a very clean-cut, non-smelly human being. Just get the vibe. June, Daniel, same to you two. No stink.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, Rossi, we're pretty happy that we're going to overtime in the chat. We get to watch your hair grow for a few more minutes. Seriously, every single day I see you, it grows a little bit more. Like, you are going to have, like, full-on curly locks at some point very soon.
Good. We'll see. I'm gonna shave it down one more time. It's so funny. Every day, my confidence level in my full 3'6", 400-pound body goes up and down. Because sometimes with the shaved head, I feel like I look kind of like I'm like, oh, I see things I haven't seen before, not just my head. I'm like, everything just kind of looks like. And then other days, I'm like, I look like Frosty the Snowman. Got to get my hair back.
Frosty the Snowman.
Exactly. And then I just feel bad about myself and I eat. Here we go. A 2nd and 5 with under 2 minutes to play here. Handoff. Ooh, stuffed. So major play here because they're right in that in-between spot here, Freeze Pops, where they get this first down. They're pretty close to field goal range. They should be able to take control of this game. They don't get this first down. Might as well just tell Gary and Bukes to take a lap, go outside. Make sure you guys got your deodorant on, I hope, because it's hot. Real hot.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Zachariah Love saying every day your hair grows a little bit more. Yes, that's genius how hair works. Yeah, good call, Zachariah. That was a dumb statement by me.
Oh, goes wristed, and they got the catch. So that should put I almost said it. The Los Angeles Rams in a great position to take this win. And right now, if you have any Cardinals in your lineup, it's going to be a tough putt here. They might just take knees. They're going to take a knee. They're going to run. They're going to take a knee. So line up your Freeze Pop freaking awesome player of the game.
It's going to be Woods or Reynolds, right? I mean, both of these dudes were just balling out today.
Okay, great days. I'm trying to see the ownership difference here. I think Reynolds might be a little bit lower than the trees.
Okay, and Reynolds still in the process of getting points. So let's go ahead and give it to Reynolds. He gets the wooden nickel. If he's ever here in St. Louis, congratulations. We'll go grab a free mini ice cream cone from Lion's Choice Roast Beef. And I'm going to give Kenyon Drake the Babysitter Billy Award. Just a absolute dumpster fire of a game for a guy owned in 58% of lineups. He has 6.45 points in my captain spot. That's just yikes.
Rossi the Snowman, well done, says Tom Carroll, says Bad Boys.
Thank you.
Nailed it. So there you go. There's your those both awards. I blacked out for a second.
Yeah, I gave both. You're good.
Literally blacked out. Mr. Patrick.
Go cool off, dude.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Patrick again. We're with you, man. All the power, the strength to you starting this Friday and for the rest of your life. We got you. I will, next time I shave this dome to get it back down, it's going to be in your honor, my friend. You're not in this alone. And again, shout out to Brian C. We know the cat sitch. And to all you guys, appreciate you hanging with us today. It was a real fun afternoon. Freeze Pop's going to be with you the rest of the way. In mere moments, line up your questions for MLB because we get two brainiacs coming in, sliding into the sim, sliding into your dream stream. Bukes and Gary are going to lock it down, give you all you need to know how to win some cash tonight. So, again, shout out Tara Lynn, Andrew, our technical director, June, and Daniel. Again, thank you all for your patience, your understanding, your love, and again, deodorant. Make sure you stay warm. Get your pets inside. Let's not fool around this crazy heat we're having across this country. So, Freeze Pops, you got anything final for the folks here?
No, I echo everything you said, and I'm just jealous of Garion's hat. Can I just say that? Like,
here we go. Again.
Send one of those hats here to me in St. Louis. I get the plain black hat. I want like a fresh DraftKings logo right there on my hat. Garion, send me one of those.
I'm going to say this before we kick it to them. We had a meeting this morning, and I don't care. Break down the fourth wall. I love our guy BK, but he's always asking for stuff. Literally all the man does. So Freeze Pops does it in a good way. He's basically trying to take the hat off a man who's about to tell you how to rock your lineups in MLB. Freeze Pops, it was a pleasure. Here is Bukes, Garion. Tell me how to win some money tonight, boys.
I have to admit, Rossi by far is the best guy to kick it to the next show. We have a lot of frauds on this team, but Rossi is not one of them. So I really appreciate that nice intro. We're going to talk MLB. My man, Garion Thorne, back here on a Tuesday. Every single team is in action tonight, and we are going to chat about it for the next hour or so. So make sure to get your questions in on YouTube. Make sure to get them in on Twitch. I am watching Twitch like a hawk now. I watch it more than our producers do. So I get a lot of questions from Twitch now because after I got yelled at one time on Twitter, believe me, I get yelled at enough on Twitter. You do. Like when my odds boosts don't do well in the DraftKings Sportsbook, everybody's mad at Steve. Like it's my fault. It is what it is, okay? It's a little hot out. I'm a little grumpier than usual, but we still have a lot to talk about and some news that has come through the wire as we head into tonight's MLB action. First and foremost, Garion, I assume you're feeling much better than you did last week.
Yeah, much better. Although wasn't looking forward to turning off the AC unit. A little too loud for a live baseball stream. So it's going to get a little sweaty in here. Probably in about 3 or 4 minutes. It's going to stay that way. I will also say, just because this is now the second or third straight show where someone's mentioned my hat, which I do wear a lot, mostly because my hair has gotten out of control again. The city of Toronto has been shut down for a little bit, so no barbers. DraftKings didn't even give me this hat. I got this hat at my job prior to DraftKings. We did basically like a fantasy convention, we set up booths, and I was supposed to give like a keynote address about analytics in baseball. I don't know. It was bad. It did not go well. No one showed up. And basically on the Friday, they were like, okay, we're not really going to have any money to pay anybody. Here's a box of DraftKings hats. Take as many as you want.
Okay.
So I got a couple. I think this is the only one I have left, but yeah. If DraftKings is sending out hats, I will take another hat just so I can switch things up a little bit. I'm going to put that out to the world.
You know what? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of story time here before we get into the packed MLB slate for tonight, which has some significant news, by the way. It just came down within the last half hour. Blake Snell has been scratched tonight due to illness. If you saw Dylan Bundy the other night, you can see what the heat does to people. Dylan Bundy absolutely, blowing up on the mound, blowing up behind the mound, with things that are not, kind to look at, just blowing chunks everywhere. So maybe that's what's going on with Blake Snell tonight. But he has been scratched tonight, and taking his place will be Craig Stemmy, whatever, Craig. We'll just call him that. 37-year-old veteran, hasn't pitched more than 3 1/3 innings at any point this season. So looking like a obvious bullpen game for the Padres tonight. So with that in mind, does that kind of change your perspective on tonight's pitching at all? Because that didn't do much for me. I had no interest in Blake Snell. I haven't had any interest in Blake Snell. It's since him and I shared a quote in an ESPN article. He's done very poorly ever since. So I don't want to say it's the Buchanan curse, but it's a coincidence. It's the only, factor that I can come up with. So with that in mind, with no Blake Snell now, does that change anything, or are you still on the same guys that you were on this morning?
It does change a little bit for me. Believe me, I was dipping my toe hesitantly into the Blake Snell waters. It is not something I like to do. And maybe after today, I'm just done with it completely. But I did think he had a pretty good matchup against Cincinnati. For as much as we talk about Nick Castellanos crushing lefties, Tyler Stevenson's had a good run against lefties as well. But for the season as a whole, they have the third lowest WRC plus in baseball against left-handed pitching. They haven't been hitting exceedingly well the past 2 weeks. So Snell, to me, I believe he was $800 cheaper than he had been at any other point this season. So
correct.
I was taking a cursory glance. I think there's a couple guys on this slate, whether it's Kevin Gausman, who I'm sure we'll talk about in a second, Charlie Morton, Lucas Giolito. Like, even if you're not interested in rostering these guys, at the very least, when you opened up the slate for the first time, your brain kind of went, wow, these guys are cheap. Like, that's cheaper than usual. And Snell was kind of the poster child for that particular thought process. So I think it's an easy place to pivot off of. And maybe in the long run, it's best for everyone that Snell just doesn't pitch tonight and doesn't give you the chance that he blows up in your lineup. But I was interested to have some Snell, to answer your question.
Yeah, so I do agree with you there. I've been someone that's been fading Snell very heavily, both from a daily fantasy perspective and a betting perspective, because it's been quite profitable. So with that off the table now, that's no longer a consideration. But I look at some of the top guys on this slate tonight. You look at Brandon Woodruff going up against the very strikeout-happy Chicago Cubs, 26.5% K rate on the season against righties. That is the highest mark in the league. What's going on over there? You guys were like projected to win the division. You can't even hit a ball. Robbie Ray, the resurging Robbie Ray, going up against my Seattle Mariners. The grunting, the groaning, the tight pants, it's working for him because it's almost July and he's the second most expensive hitter on a daily fantasy slate. And for good reason. He's not walking guys. He's not giving up a lot of home runs. He's striking out a ton of guys. He's been good. He's been damn good. And for me to say that consistently week after week, it says a lot about my character because I wrote him off, a couple of years ago, promised to never use him again.
I think justifiably so. Like, I don't think you were wrong to do that.
No.
We do have, he's a different guy, or at least he's kind of 2017 Robbie Ray again. Which is great.
And then Trevor Rogers going up against the Phillies. Phillies a very good team against lefties, but Trevor Rogers has faced these guys twice already, has done very well against them. So kind of looking at that realm, and you got Walker Buehler and Jose Urquidy in that realm as well. Where are you looking at with the top 5 most expensive pitchers tonight? I'm personally on Rogers, but I'm also on the guy who's right below him too. We'll get to him in just a second. But of those top 5 guys, the top 5 most expensive.
Yeah, I think for me, this is a night where you can pay up for Woodruff and not feel like you're being gouged. I know 11,000 is a lot, but as you mentioned, it's hard to come up with a better matchup than the Cubs right now. Across the past 2 weeks, they have the lowest WRC plus in baseball. They also have a 33.7% strikeout rate, which is insane. Seattle, I believe, is the second highest team in terms of strikeout rate in that same span of time, where Chicago's at 33.7, Seattle's at 26.7. So that's the type of separation right now we're looking at when it comes to just how much the Cubs are striking out. And it's not like Woodruff needs that much help either. This is someone who's got a 31% strikeout rate and a sub-2 ERA. So I think you can be perfectly happy paying up for Woodruff. I understand how that impacts the rest of your lineup, but something we'll also talk about as this show goes along, because we have 15 games, there's a couple really cheap stacks that I think you can augment Woodruff's price with. So it's not like you're going to have to go dumpster diving either when it comes to your stacks.
Yeah, and you look here on the board here, the Woodruff has already faced the Cubs 3 times already this season before the month of July. 19 innings pitched, calm down. 19 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts, 1 run allowed on 6 hits through 19 innings. Like, just absolutely dominated this team. Now, it's like when you look at something like that, Is it like, okay, at some point the Cubs have to break through, or do you just trust that dominance and think it's going to happen a fourth time? Because, we kind of talk about sometimes when a pitcher is facing a team, then they see him again the next turn around. Sometimes we kind of lean towards that, the hitting side on this one because the team's seeing a pitcher for a second time. They're seeing Woodruff for the fourth time already, but they still haven't been able to figure him out.
Yeah, I think a guy like Woodruff too. Like he's been in the league long enough at this point. He's been pitching in this division long enough against a Cubs team that's had pretty much the same nucleus since Woodruff came up. Like, they've seen him so many times. Like, I don't think there's no trickery right now between these two sides. So I think the fact that he's dominated them 3 times speaks to A, how bad this Cubs lineup can be, and B, just how good Brandon Woodruff is. And it's an interesting conversation, though, because there's another guy pitching on this slate. I already mentioned his name briefly that a lot of people seem to like tonight. Yeah. I mean, Charlie Morton has dominated the Mets twice. So, again, if you want to talk about those types of questions, like Morton's an interesting case because I believe it's like 19 strikeouts in 13 innings. Like, the Mets just haven't hit this guy this season. So, if you are someone who leans into those sort of numbers, this is an interesting slate because there's a couple different cases here.
Yeah, so let's just jump down to Gausman because that's my favorite overall play on this slate with Kevin Gausman. Now, you look at the matchup he's going up against the Dodgers. And you're like, I don't know if I want to do that. Over the past week, the Dodgers are hitting almost under 200 collectively as a team. The Dodgers are not hitting. They are hitting for power because that's what they do. They're going to do that. When you face the Dodgers, you should expect to at least have a couple runs allowed by whoever is starting against them because that's just the type of offensive team that they are. Gausman is just pitching on a completely different level. Like, I don't understand it. I don't know what's happening in San Francisco, who, by the way, we're almost in July. They're still in first place with a couple games to spare to boot, by the way. But he's already faced this Dodgers team. 6 innings, no runs, 2 hits allowed, 7 strikeouts, 30.3 DraftKings fantasy points. He was at 8,900 in that start. He's actually gone down $1,100 from his last start against the Angels. He went from 10,700, which is ridiculous for Kevin Gausman, but down to 9,600. And he's still pitching at an elite level. You look at the numbers right there, like a 1.49 ERA. You go, oh, okay, maybe his FIP is high. It's right in the same realm. It's like 2.39, I think. So the FIP and the ERA are like in the same territory. So it's not like he's getting lucky. Like, he's actually pitching just as nearly as well as these numbers indicate. He's striking out way more than a batter an inning, 112 through 96 and 2/3 inning. He's just got it going. So for him to be under 10K tonight, first of all, thank you, DraftKings. Appreciate it. Appreciate the clearance sale. But I mean, I start my lineup and I'm like, boop, Gausman's in my lineup.
It's hard to argue. I mean, he's been incredible so far this season. As you mentioned, the narrative coming into the past week was, well, the Dodgers are finally healthy. Bellinger's back, Muncy's back. They should be hitting again, and they haven't. So I would say under normal circumstances, I think Gausman's kind of reached a point where it's crazy to say he's matchup proof, but I'm not really looking at the matchup with him. If it's a fantastic matchup, incredible, I'll take it, but I'm not necessarily worried about the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, Gausman, say what you will about the unprecedented nature of the 2021 season for him, but he was clearly turning something around in 2020. His splitter usage has been up, and that's always been his best pitch, his best strikeout pitch. I even remember like 5 years ago reading an article about Kevin Gausman and him talking about how he was always sort of afraid to use his splitter in like April and May in Baltimore. Because he was someone who used to have terrible starts to the season and great finishes. And the whole thing was, well, why doesn't he use his splitter more? Like, he uses it 25% of the time in June, do that in April. And he was like, it's too cold. I don't trust that pitch in the cold. So I don't know if this is literally as simple as he moved to California and he became a really good pitcher, but that's kind of what's happened. So look, I trust Kevin Gausman. I think at this point, if you're going to get him for less than $10,000, he is a value. So he is definitely one of the guys I'm heavily leaning towards tonight.
So after Gausman, I think is where it gets really interesting because like Nick Pivetta, Rich Hill, I want no part of. Absolutely none of either of those guys. Like, I'm shocked that they're as expensive as they are, especially Nick Pivetta. Like, I don't get why Pivetta is as, expensive as he is. Like, yes, he just shut out the Rays in his last start, but it's been kind of rocky since, in the few prior starts before that, including against the Royals, who he's facing again tonight, this time in Boston. 5 innings against them, 3 runs, 6 runs allowed 6 Ks, not a good start. Not great from a fantasy perspective. So I don't want any part of him, because quite frankly, I also like the Royals a lot tonight. Spoiler alert, that's a stack I'm on for tonight. No part of Rich Hill. And then, like you mentioned, then there's Charlie Morton, there's Giolito. Where are you kind of at after Gausman? Because this gets really strange after that, the pricing on some of these guys. Like, where are you at kind of after that Gausman range? And I saw in the chat too, under 7K that you think maybe is worth tonight, so we can work our way down there. But like, where are you at after like that 9K range? I guess basically where we can say.
Yeah. So if I had to rank the viability of starters, I would have Woodruff 1, Gausman 2.
Yep.
And then I would have Morton and Giolito 3, 4.
Okay.
I just think I like their price points. They're not crazy. They're both sub 9K. Morton, strangely enough, really since the substance stuff has popped up, he's been better, which is a little odd because it seemed like he would be kind of the poster child for someone who might really struggle, considering his history in the Astros organization, considering his history in the Rays organization too, if we're being honest. Like, he's kind of checking every box for someone who I thought would drop off, but he's been great as of late. The strikeout numbers have been fantastic. And then Giolito, at the end of the day, he's been unimpressive. He's been underwhelming, but he's still someone with a 30% strikeout rate who you're getting for just $8,700. The Twins, you almost have to remind people, because the Twins have been so bad in 2021, that it's not the offense's fault. They've been exactly the same offense this season, despite the injuries. They still hit for a ton of power. They're still a very dangerous lineup. But the win expectancy is high for Giolito pitching at home against this Twins team. I think he'll be able to get, 7, 8, 9 strikeouts. It seems to be what you can pencil him in for at this point. So it's a pretty fair price point, but I would say there's a massive gap between those two guys and Woodruff and Gausman. Also, quick shout out to Andrew Haney. It's a Tuesday, so Andrew Haney's pitching. He comes in at 8,500.
Seriously, he's on every show. Like, I'm so sick and tired of him being on every single one of our shows. I just want us to do a show one time, maybe on a Thursday or something, and so we don't have to talk about him. Because quite frankly, I'm so sick of talking about Andrew Heaney. Like, get out of my life. Like, I don't care about you.
Ohtani start, and then Ohtani would be scratched, and then he would end up starting. That's exactly what.
But you know what? Here's how I feel about Andrew Heaney, and this always goes because I always have an odds boost on Tuesday.
Right.
So let's go over the DraftKings Sportsbook. We'll take a look. I think it's a pretty decent one tonight. Over 4.5 runs, first 5 innings. Angels and Yankees, Royals and Red Sox. Boosted up to 170. There's my shameless plug. Thank you for watching. Thank you for entertaining. And if you bet those individually, the over for the first 5 is to be 5.5 runs. So now you're looking for 6. I only need you to get 5. That's why it's called Strive for 5. I came up with that.
He's doing some favors. For people. Nothing wrong with 5 or Strive. As for the sub $7,000 pitcher, I guess Caleb Smith is probably going to be a really popular name, and I can't really talk people out of it. He's been arguably the Diamondbacks' best starter this season, which is not like a badge of honor. Like, congratulations. But he's got an ERA around 2.50 his last 4 starts. His strikeout rate's around 27%. He walks everybody, which is a bit of an issue. He's kind of like a little bit of a version of Blake Snell. So we're still getting a Snell on this slate. But we've talked about this probably the last 2 weeks. The Cardinals can't hit. I don't know what happened when May ended, but they stopped hitting and have not started again since. The last 30 days, they have the lowest WRC plus in all of baseball. Heck, even the Diamondbacks are like underdogs on the money line tonight. I understand they've lost like 27 of their last 28 games on the road, but Carlos Martinez is a dumpster fire right now.
Oh my God. You know how many runs he's given up in total in the month of June?
I do, but you can tell the people.
30.
Yeah.
30 runs allowed in the month of June. He's given up more runs than days that we've gone through this month. It's only off by one, but he's given up more. He's given up basically a run per day through the month of June.
Nice.
Like that's not nice. Well, it's nice for people who stack and bet against him, but it's been absolutely atrocious. Real quick, I wanted to bring up the numbers for the Cardinals because you mentioned this, how bad they've been hitting. Coming into the month of June, they were one of the better clubs against lefties.
Yes. Yes.
In the month of June, specifically against lefties, 281 WOBA, a .081 isolated power, 25% K rate. Bad, bad, bad. 81 RC plus. Exclamation point. Bad. So interesting spot against Caleb Smith because they're also they're actually walking a bit, 9.2% walk rate. So that's not terrible. But
and they are still better. I think they've got like a 49 WRC plus against righties in the month. So this is still the preferred split, but it's not good either way.
Right. No, it's been extremely bad so far. I gotta adjust. Hold on. I gotta adjust my position here. I want to see if I can get a little bit of the fan. So I hope this isn't too inconvenient, but I'm just gonna hold the mic up here for a second. I'm gonna cool off for like 2 minutes, and then we'll go back. I hope this isn't too bad. And if it is, I don't care. Like, what are you gonna tell me to do? Move? I'm not gonna move.
Sound fine. I think that's the important part.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, nobody needs to see my face. Just listen to what I have to say. But I just want to be cool. Is that a bad thing? I just want to be comfortable for my show.
You're crying? Oh my God.
Tara Lynn says, when you're hot, you're hot. I mean, coming from her, I get it. All right, let's talk about some of the other pitchers on this slate here. You know, I don't really have any interest in any of the guys in that lower realm. I do have to point out, though, Mike Foltynewicz has been so annoying lately. And the reason why, and what I'm saying is because, like, I keep stacking against him and, like, it's not working out. Like, it hasn't worked out. Like, I stacked Oakland in that last game that he pitched. 6 innings, 2 runs allowed. Like, you're not allowed to do that if you're Mike Foltynewicz. You're supposed to be giving up, 6 runs in 2 innings. Those numbers were reversed. We're supposed to be giving up a ton of production. But he statistically has some of the worst numbers in the league against lefties, period. Like, period. He has just been so unbelievably bad against lefties. But the problem is, the A's don't have a ton of lefties in the lineup. But if you wanted to do like a mini stack with Oakland, I would be like making a priority to get those lefties in there because his numbers, like even amongst like qualified pitchers, are some of the worst in the league against lefties.
Yeah, Tony Kemp, I know his price has been going up slightly, but he's basically the everyday leadoff man for the Athletics, at least.
Right.
Since Mark Canha went down. But yeah, so you've got like him, you've got obviously Matt Olson, and then I guess Jed Lowry is sort of your other option if you're going straight left-handed stack. But yeah, I think sort of to bring it full circle to what we were talking about before in terms of like pitchers facing teams again. Don't you get the sense that Foltynewicz like got really lucky last week?
Yes.
Now we've got to face this same lineup again, and he's just going to get shelled because it really feels like that's what's going to happen.
No, I agree too. I think I'm cool now. I agree. Like, we were just talking about it at the top of the show, like when teams face for the second time, you know what I mean? Like Foltynewicz got lucky in that one. He shouldn't be getting lucky the second time around. Yeah. I also got to point out too in Baltimore, this guy is starting. His name
Lakin Sr. Woo.
Travis Lakin Sr. So I saw the news came across that he was starting tonight, and I saw a senior. I'm like, okay, well, how old is this, geezer? He's like 27 years old. Let me tell you something. Quick dating tip, okay? If you're 27 years old, do yourself a favor and drop the senior from your name. Because especially if like you're on a dating app, no girl is going to give you attention if you have senior attached to your name. If you're not over the age of 50, okay? I don't know if he's got a kid already. I don't know if he's already married. Maybe he's already past that stage, so he doesn't have to worry about it. But you got to drop the senior. Because right when I saw senior, I assumed you were some old man. I had to go on Fangraphs to look up how old you are. You're 27. Buddy, drop the senior, okay? And for that purpose, go ahead.
Remember that one season, I think it was like 3 years ago in the NFL, where it was so noticeable week one that I don't know what memo went out, but every player was now like a second or a third or a fourth or a senior or a junior. It was like Marvin Jones. Isn't it Marvin Jones Sr. now? He's the only other person I can think of who goes by senior. It's a really weird move.
Yeah, it is. And it's like, that does nothing for me. I don't think that does anything for the women either, I mean, if I was Steve Buchanan Sr., which I'm not, but I wouldn't put that, my last name, and, I'm engaged. So this doesn't work for me. But It is what it is. But so Lakin Sr. is taking the mound for the Orioles. I see. I'm so flustered right now. Taking the mound for the Orioles tonight. I don't have much to say on that other than take the over on the Houston Astros team total, which is set at 5.5. They should be able to blow past that against a Orioles bullpen game. So there is something to do on that. Let's move over to the hitters. And I know that some questions have been rolling in for some of the hitters tonight. In Twitch, Gold Diggers would go for a senior. I don't know about that. I cannot confirm that, but I will ask some women and see if that's true. But I don't think anybody's going to go for a senior.
Like if you're rich, you don't go by senior. You go by Travis Lakin's the first or
Esquire.
Or Esquire, something like that.
Yeah, Esquire, like something fancy. Or, just throw doctor in front of your name. The women will go there. They know you got money. Senior, no. They just think you want to have like an early breakfast. Okay, let's talk about some of the stacks that we can take a look at for tonight. In doing so, we're going to go over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's take a look at some of the highest team totals on the slate for tonight. This can give you a good indication of where the offense is supposedly going to be tonight. A number of teams with a team total of over 5.5, over under a 5.5. Yankees are one of those teams. The Toronto Blue Jays, one of those teams. Oh, by the way, real quick, a knee-jerk reaction. You guys don't need an outfielder, but you grabbed Corey Dickerson. Like, what's up with that?
They don't need Joe Panic even more. So
okay,
they just needed a left-handed. I think the trade is mostly for Adam Simber, but they just needed a left-handed bench bat.
Okay, fine, that's fair enough. Red Sox 6.5. That is, I believe, the highest total on the slate. We'll confirm that as we go along. Padres at 5.5. I think that might be it after. I'm sorry, Astros 5.5. I just mentioned that too. And then the Rockies 5.5 in Coors Field too as well. So a number of offenses at 5.5. What stack are you on? Is it one of those teams that we just mentioned with 5.5 or more runs projected?
Yeah. I think it's an obvious one, but I find we don't actually talk about Colorado all that much or Coors Field. But I think this is a night to pay up for your Rockies if you have to do so. And there's a couple ways to pay down, which is nice as well. But Chase DeYoung is the exact type of pitcher you don't want to be at Coors Field. This is someone who has thrown a little more than 18 innings so far in the month of June.
Yeah.
In that span of time, not only have opponents had a 4.06 WOBA against this guy, he's only mustered a 26% ground ball rate in the month. And of any pitcher who's thrown at least 18 innings, that is the lowest ground ball rate in baseball.
Yeah.
You don't want to be an extreme fly ball pitcher at Coors Field. That is like the last possible thing to do. So to me, it just seems like this is one of those nights the Rockies have like 14 runs. Ryan McMahon obviously has incredible numbers against right-handed pitching at Coors. Blackman's great. Story's stupid expensive, but whatever.
Yeah.
But like Jonathan Daza, $3,100 for someone who's hitting 375 at home this season. Garrett Hampson's 3.7. Fuentes is 3.7. Like, there's enough guys around the middle of this order where if you stick like a McMahon with a Daza and a Hampson, now you're not like hemorrhaging money and you've got a pretty sizable investment in this game.
Yeah, no, for sure too. And I think we've kind of become immune to stacking the Rockies because they've been so incredibly bad, but their numbers at home have not been that bad. On the road, forget about it. I mean, this team's only won, they've only won 6 games on the road this season.
I was going to say, they have an amazing home record. They're actually like a playoff team in the National League if they just play games at home.
Well, we talk about how bad the Diamondbacks are on the road. The Rockies actually have a worse road record on the road. They've only won 6 games, which is like incredible to think about. You're almost in July. You've only won, 2 series in total on the road so far this season. It's been absolutely amazing. But I do think that the Rockies are a pretty good stack tonight because of all the reasons why you talked about with Chase DeYoung, with obviously, just inept at getting ground balls. And now you're in Coors Field, which is also home of the home run derby and all-star game this season, by the way. Don't forget that little tidbit. Has nothing to do with tonight, but I just want to throw it out there. But, the Rockies are pretty affordable. And with Daza at 3,100 in the second spot, that does kind of help alleviate some of the more expensive guys, like Trevor Story, like Ryan McMahon. Charlie Blackmon, that's a little pricey for me. He's been bad, man. He's been bad. But so if you wanted to even go 1, 2, 4, 5, and maybe Garrett Hampson, that's not terrible. That's definitely not terrible for an offense that is projected at 5.5 runs tonight. If we throw all those guys in, have an average of, 5,500 just about, which is including your pitchers, punt the catcher, and you're in business because we always punt the catcher. It is the common theme on this show. Somebody put that on a t-shirt for us. So I like the Royals a lot tonight.
Right.
Going up against Nick Pivetta. And this is not just because I have the odds boost, because I genuinely do think that Nick Pivetta is regressing. And he's one of those guys, kind of like Garrett Richards, where I feel like we're kind of seeing that regression since the sticky stuff is out of business now. Nick Pivetta was pitching way over his head. I think it's perfectly, reasonable to say that in the month of April and May, that's not the Nick Pivetta we're used to seeing.
Right.
And then you also have, if you look at the numbers, the Royals have actually been one of the worst offensive teams on the road. They have not been a good road team, but they just annihilated Garrett Richards last night. Absolutely annihilated Garrett Richards. Like, I'm surprised he was in for as long as he was. It's getting so bad for Garrett Richards. I don't know if you heard this. He was literally trying to invent a new pitch while he was on the mound, which is, that's not a bigger white flag. Like, oh, that's like me in wiffle ball being like, what, I'm going to try a screwball. Like, that's me doing that in wiffle ball. He's playing Major League Baseball and he's like, where should I invent a new pitch? Right here in the middle of a game. Like, he was trying to invent a new curveball last night. Didn't work out for him.
I have hit 4 consecutive team total overs just picking on Garrett Richards. I will continue to do so until he is demoted to AAA or can hit the right release.
I don't even know if he can get demoted at this point. He's been around for so long. I don't even know if he's eligible to be demoted.
He can just be a free agent or whatever.
But other than that, like, you look at this Royal stack for tonight, and it's pretty damn affordable. Like, Whit Merrifield and Salvador Perez, expensive, but you get those guys in. Then you go with Soler, Santana, Ryan O'Hearn. Oh, actually, you can't do Santana and O'Hearn. So I'd probably actually go O'Hearn because I like the left on right matchup instead. And then I would even throw Hunter Dozier in the mix here at 2,900. That's a pretty affordable stack. You're almost at $6K for the rest of your lineup, including a pitcher tonight. That's pretty doable on this slate.
Yeah.
So, because, obviously you can't punt the catcher here because you have Perez, but you get, punt one of the outfield spots, and we'll talk about some value plays in a minute here. But that's a very doable stack, and I think that's one that can go off too, because let me tell you, I live in Boston. It is so incredibly humid and disgusting here that the ball should be flying like it was last night. So I think the Royals are my favorite stack for tonight.
Yeah, it's a good one. And look, this could just be one of those classic Fenway games too, where we're seeing a couple runs per side per inning. Like, this could get ridiculously high scoring because, we don't have to get into Brad Keller too much. I think everyone knows the Red Sox are a viable stack tonight. He's got a 6.88 expected ERA. They have the highest implied run total of any team on the slate. They're a good stack. They're going to be popular, but they're a good stack. I will say the nice thing about the Red Sox is you get Enrique Hernandez at 3.8. You also get someone like Hunter Renfroe who's consistently now just batting 6th and is doing so pretty well. He's just 3.6. I don't know why Alex Verdugo is always as cheap as he is, but he is. So there's relatively cost-effective ways to attack this game from both sides. But yeah, there's a lot of directions to go on this slate. Like, I think another team that could be a little overlooked, despite the fact they've hit left-handed pitching very well all season long. You want to guess?
No, you just threw me off with the left-handed pitching. Okay. I was gonna go Cleveland, but go ahead.
Cleveland is a little interesting, but let's talk about Washington for a second.
Okay.
Rich Hill. You want to talk about someone who is the poster child for the spin rate regression. His numbers have fallen off a cliff the past month. Of course, Rich Hill, who pitches for the Rays, who is 41 years old and only throws a curveball, was using weird stuff to be good. Right. Like, of course he was. And right now, you look at this lineup, obviously Kyle Schwarber, it doesn't matter who he's going up against. You'd love to see him against a righty, but whatever. He's taking everyone yard at this point. Turner, Soto, Zimmerman's the real value play here. He's been crushing lefties all season long, just 3,300. Yep. Gomes also has incredible numbers against lefties this season. So that at least offsets some of the huge money you're going to have to pay to get Turner and Soto into a lineup. I would probably lean Turner over Soto if you're just going to do one of the two. We've talked a lot about how well Trey Turner has done this season against left-handed pitching. We don't have to get into it too much, but a lot of guys on the Nationals can just hit lefties. And right now, Rich Hill is regressing like crazy.
So Zimmerman is a very interesting value bet, but I worry about him getting pinch hit for because he does not start really at all anymore. Like he's just a regulated bench player at this point in his career. He's always been good against lefties, but I worry about him getting pinch hit for later in the game. Now I was grabbing his game log, and it's a lot of just one at bats. When he is starting, it does look like he's staying in for most of the game. Yeah, for the most part. Okay, so I guess we really don't have to worry about that too much because he's
really have like Josh Bell would be the guy, and it's not like Josh Bell's banging down the door.
Right.
So yeah, I there is that chance. Obviously, there's a chance that he gets pinch hit for against a right-handed reliever at some point. But at the same time, if he does what he's supposed to do early in this game,
sure,
not going to pull a guy who hit a home run in the second inning. So hopefully he just does some damage early and kind of earns his keep.
But no, I will say at 3,300 for somebody who throughout their career has hit lefties for power, like he's definitely a good value play for tonight. I know there was a couple questions in the chat about some value bats for tonight. Ryan Zimmerman wasn't on my radar this morning, but now that I do see that he's starting against a lefty, he definitely should be in consideration for one of the top values on this slate because we did just confirm that when he is starting, he's usually not getting lifted later in the game for a pinch hitter, at least as what we've seen so far. As always, what we like to do, give me one kind of off the wall stack that you're looking at tonight, or maybe you want to consider. I don't know if Cleveland is kind of off the wall, but that was where I was going to go. And I thought where you were going to go in a second here. I mean, going up against Jose Urena, who can strike out, maybe a two batters an inning if he's lucky at this point, doesn't go very deep into games, all of which I like because while Jose Urena is not a good pitcher by any means, the earlier I can get into that Tigers bullpen, the better, because that bullpen is bad. They are really, really bad. And then when you have somebody who's as horrible as Jose Urena going in front of them, that's just like, a 2-for-1 deal, in my opinion. So I don't know if it's going to be sneaky per se, but Cleveland is definitely a stack that I have my eyes on because when you look at some of these team totals, like we just mentioned, Red Sox at 6.5, number of teams at 5.5. I don't think Cleveland's going to be one of those teams that people are going to be like, oh, I need to get Cleveland in my lineup tonight.
No, I would agree with that. I could see Detroit even being a bit of a sneaky offensive provider tonight.
Yeah.
I have no faith in JC Mejia. I know he's coming off a relatively good start, but at the same time, he's someone who's been troubled going up against left-handed bats so far this season. You've got like Akil Baddoo hitting leadoff for the Tigers. You've got Robbie Grossman. You've got Candelario. Like there's a lot of switch. The one thing the Tigers do is just put guys at the plate who are switch hitters. They've got so many in their lineup. It's almost annoying. So you're going to have a lot of like opposite hand matchups that are advantageous towards the batter in this game. And it's dirt cheap. Aside from Scope, who is one of the hottest hitters in baseball. God, you're Nomar Mazara for 2,200. Again, Baddoo for 3,000. Like, I'm not saying stack 4 or 5 Tigers, but if you like that sort of configuration we had before when you had stacked 5 Rockies players and you still had an outfield slot open, if you want to throw like Akil Baddoo in there who could get 5 plate appearances tonight, there's nothing wrong with that. Like there's a lot of ways to save money here. And I think maybe a mini stack of 2 Tigers to save some money in a particularly expensive build is not the worst way to go.
Well, I mean, quite frankly, too, if you wanted to do the top most expensive pitchers tonight with Woodruff and Ray, like the way you do that is with some of those cheap Tigers bats. Like it's going to be kind of ugly, but if you're projecting, 30 plus points, which is viable for both of these guys, and then you mix in a couple of those Tigers bats, so I mean, you could be in business if they start actually doing something with the bats, which is what they've been doing lately. Yeah. I mean, for as much as they strike out, the Tigers have been scoring, somewhat consistently as of late. It's not like they've been dead in the water.
They've been roughly middle of the pack since in the last 6 weeks. They've got some power. So yeah, I think, and also just like Progressive Field is, I think it's still called Progressive. I actually have no idea.
Who cares?
The field in Cleveland is much more advantageous to offense than the field in Detroit. Yep. So I think there are a couple things that make me lean towards Detroit here. I guess the one backlash or bit of backlash I would have about the Tigers is if you need to save money on a stack, instead of risking it with Detroit, probably just stack the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. And that segues perfectly because I do want to talk about more of the value hitters on these slates because in these massive slates, I think it's fairly obvious the more expensive guys that we can talk about to play whatever. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go, hey, everybody play Ronald Acuna. Like, you know that already. Like, you're smart people. You're on this show. You know this stuff already. But some of the value on this slate, and the Diamondbacks present a very interesting stack tonight with some value here. Like, I would not bet the Diamondbacks. They just don't win on the road, okay? They snapped that 24-game losing streak. They blew out the Padres, and now they're back to losing again. So just, bet the Cardinals and be done with it. But they're facing Carlos Martinez. And when you're facing Carlos Martinez, you run the risk of, starting a winning streak for the Diamondbacks because that's just how bad Carlos Martinez has been. I said earlier today, in the month of June alone, he's allowed 30 runs. 30 runs. Like, he's getting absolutely annihilated. So you look at, the whole Diamondbacks offense is a value play. Basically, The most expensive guy is Eduardo Escobar, who, if you listen to the rumors, he's going to be shipped out of town pretty soon anyways, looking like he might even be going to the White Sox.
That might be the big risk with playing Eduardo Escobar tonight is like you're on hug watch where it's like, oh no, he's not going to get his second plate appearance because he's been traded in the middle of this game.
But he's literally almost double the price of every single guy in this lineup, with the exception of Josh Rojas, who's $3,200. And that's how pathetic it is.
Rojas or David Peralta are bad hitters either. Like, having relatively good seasons, they're just doing it for the Diamondbacks. So
Peralta is my favorite value play, period, on this slate. Right. And it's not because he's like, hitting for a ton of power, because he's not. But David Peralta at 2,100 batting cleanup against Carlos Martinez is an absolute joke. Like, he needs to double and score, and you're already over 3x his salary tonight. Like, it does not take much at all. And it's not like David Peralta is not capable of doing that. So if you guys want a value play tonight, that's exactly where I'm starting for a value play. Batting cleanup in a lineup that should hit Carlos Martinez. The Little League here in Peabody, Massachusetts should be hitting Carlos Martinez at this point. It's just been that bad. But 2,100 for Peralta is just an absolute joke, in my opinion. Like, that's so ridiculous.
I can't even believe Carlos Martinez is still $7,000. Like, I know no one's using him anyway. It doesn't matter, but like, why? It's his number. He's got a 13.7 ERA in the month. Like, that's insanity.
Like, give me a break.
And the other by the Pirates scored like 7 runs against this guy. Like, it's crazy.
And did you notice something too about this lineup? 1 through 7 are lefties. Lefties galore. All lefties against Carlos Martinez. Like, it literally looks like the Diamondbacks were like, we're sick of this, and we're just going to go annihilate Carlos Martinez, because that's what this lineup looks like tonight. Yeah. Now, don't trust me on that because it's the Diamondbacks, but at least that's the attitude that lineup tells me. They're sick of it. They want to change things. It's Tuesday, June 29th. We're done. We want to change something. Yeah, Queenie, play Rojas with Peralta. Let's go. Yeah, do it.
Yeah. The nice thing about Rojas too is, and Escobar also fills this need. He's just, he's actually priced properly.
Yeah.
But that dual position eligibility that Rojas gives you, like, he's a guy you can work into so many different stacks because, there are going to be some stacks like the Rockies where you're using a shortstop already. Cool. Rojas is now your second baseman. Maybe you want to stack the Red Sox. So you've got Bogarts at shortstop. Cool. Rojas is your second baseman. Like, totally. You can go back and forth with this kind of stuff. It really works well.
So I think between the Diamondbacks, the Tigers, and then Daza over with the Rockies, I think that's a lot of your value plays here for tonight. So I think if you're looking for some values, I think that's what you want to be looking at for there. Real quick, if you have a favorite bet on the sportsbook you want to talk about, and then we're just going to wrap for the show for tonight. So if you have a favorite bet, feel free to shoot it out. If I can get off of this page, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
I actually like the under in the Seattle-Toronto game a lot. And actually, it's fitting that we haven't really talked about that game much from a stacking perspective, because while the Jays have one of the higher run totals on the slate, this is a lot of runs for
that is a lot of runs.
2 pitchers who have been pitching well. Like, Robbie Ray's got a 2.15 or 2.51 ERA in June. Chris Flexen's ERA in June is just slightly over 3. Yes, the advanced numbers say they should be worse than that, but
Right.
Not that much worse, and they've been just pitching well. Seattle also, one of the storylines that people don't really talk about a lot. Now, granted, like I can understand why this wouldn't come up, but by FIP, Seattle has the 6th best bullpen in all of baseball. So I just think you're going to get a lot of like average to above average to good pitchers in this game. And I don't think we quite get over this number. And even like Toronto's been scoring a ton of runs since George Springer came back. Yep. But even in the 6 games they've had Springer, they've only hit the over once in their 6 games. And it tends to be because their over is ridiculous, but that's happening again tonight. This game actually started at 10. It's now down to 9.5, but I would still bet it at 9.5.
My favorite bet for tonight, baby. We're doing it. Diamondbacks over 3.5 runs. Sorry. That's too low. I know this team stinks. I know they're historically bad. If you can't hit Carlos Martinez, like I said in a tweet a couple nights ago, shoot this team into the sun. Never return. If you can't take care of Carlos Martinez, I don't want to bet on you ever again. I don't want to see you ever again. Andrew Heaney, Arizona Diamondbacks, if you fail tonight, go away. I don't want you in my life anymore. That is going to wrap it up for this edition of whatever we call this. I always forget. We changed it like 5 times. The slate. Yeah, the slate. It's, you know what? It's the Garion and Steve baseball chatter. Doesn't roll off the tongue as well, but that sounds better. With that, we're going to wrap this up for our Tuesday. Coming up later tonight, you got 3 sims still on tap for tonight, starting at 6 o'clock. Chiefs at Chargers. That's the attention grabby Brendan Glasheen with Freeze Pops. 8 o'clock, same crew again for Cowboys at Giants. And then we mixed up the booth a little bit. This Freeze Pops is all he does. He's on with Jeff at 10 o'clock with Texans and Jags. The poor guy. It's
Madden. Oh,
I mean, company, man. I mean, appreciate that, but I mean, my goodness. I hope he's got some good plans for 4th of July or something. The guy's just absolutely mauling these Madden sims. So shout out to him because Garrett and I don't do them anymore. We just, but hey, I appreciate it. Andrew says, not much to do in St. Louis. Well, there is that. So that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for watching. As always, thanks for everyone helping out with doing the show. Good luck with your bets. Good luck with your lineups. We are off on Friday, so enjoy your 4th of July weekend. Garen and I will be back once again right here on Tuesday, 5 o'clock or whenever that sim ends. We'll talk some baseball. Until then, have a good week.
All right, hello. Hi. Start of the late classic here on the Dream Stream, the DraftKings Dream Stream. Chargers hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. All right. Now, Tommy Freeze Pops, this kind of relates to the other day. Might have been yesterday. Probably was yesterday. When the Chiefs are featured in the first game of a classic slate. People tend to lose their minds because, well, they pay up for some players in this matchup, and you could even pay up for some guys on that Chargers side, including Mr. Austin Eckler, even Keenan Allen. My point is, this might be a game, folks, stacked for the late classic, so it better go well.
Yeah, if I had a lineup in the late classic, and Glash, thanks for having me with you here in the 6 o'clock window. Happy to be here earlier than I typically am here. Yeah. On the Dream Stream.
This is not like us. Typically, it's dark.
This is weird.
There's light.
I feel really strange right now. Like, what do I do with my hands? I stacked the heck out of the Chiefs in my free roll lineup, and I have to imagine that if I was making a lineup for the late slate, I'd have a whole bunch of Chiefs in my lineup there too, because you don't want to be the guy that doesn't have the studs in your lineup. That's always a bad feeling when they go off, and you're like, well, I'm the idiot that decided to put Joe Reed in my lineup instead of Tyreek Hill. I wasn't going to be that guy. So I put Tyreek Hill in my captain spot, and then I got a whole bunch of Chiefs, CEH, Kelsey, Robinson, and Watkins. And my lone Charger, the representative for the Los Angeles Chargers in my lineup, is their defense, Chargers DST, for $4,000. So
okay.
Chiefs heavy stack, which kind of runs counter to having their defense in there, but their defense does some stuff. We can see them do some things in that punt play spot. I don't feel awful about it. I don't feel great about it, but I don't feel awful about it.
You shouldn't. They've got some good players, man. They got some highly rated players on that side of the ball.
All right, good.
Right?
How about you?
Osa, Derwin James. I'd feel okay about it.
What are you rocking with?
So I put Austin Eckler in the captain spot. I get the sense that Chargers they give this guy the ball quite a bit in the passing game, as well as letting him run the ball. They might be trailing in this game, so he will be a big part of what they do. And he'll be a tone setter. So that's my thought process there. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill. Gotta play him. Gotta
have him. Gotta have him. Talk about the sim.
Sammy Watkins, I don't like the play. It just made sense in terms of me spending all my money.
Same.
So I'm like, you know what? Fine.
Same.
And then, again, sometimes you make these lineups and you're like, oh, I did that. I stacked the kickers with didn't intend
to. You got them both in there?
Both of them. So that I had no money left over. No
Rossi,
cents.
is that you?
Well, there you go. So we've discussed what we might see in this sim. It's the start of week 15 in real life in our 2021 NFL schedule simulation. If you're interested in knowing, which you should, Kansas City and Los Angeles are both 7-6, so the winner pulls ahead in the AFC West.
I mean, these are going to be the two best teams in the AFC West next season if Aaron Rodgers does not become a member of the Denver Broncos or the Las Vegas Raiders, for that matter. I feel like we always just say if he doesn't become a member of the Broncos, and we never throw Vegas in the mix, even though they were on his list, this almighty list that we referenced that I believe Mike Florio reported on way back around the draft. It was the Niners, Raiders, and Broncos were the teams that he had on his wish list there. So one of these two non-playoff on paper teams could be adding Aaron Rodgers. And if you do that, you're right in the mix.
I love these uniforms, the red and the blue just illuminating. That pass is broken up. There's that Chargers
Thursday Night Football. I assume this is going to get flexed into a Sunday night game when it happens in real life, but it looks like a color rush Thursday.
Yeah, they're very sharp. Oh, right, that's a good point. It would be starting week 15, so yes, you're right. It would be a Thursday night game because that is the first game of each week in the NFL. Right. Okay, that is a good Thursday night game for this point in the year, week 15.
Yeah, but can it get flexed to Sunday night? Or if you're locked into Thursday, you got to go Thursday. And Michael says that's the case.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Well, producer Michael's going to the game, so I mean he would know.
That's true.
He's
Chargers season ticket holder. Go Chargers, go!
To quote producer Michael, his reasoning is very simple. Thursday is Thursday. It stays right there. It's not going anywhere.
Jared Kilgore saying, Tom, Mac Jones in a first to Green Bay for Rodgers to New England with a question mark. Yeah, sign me up.
A singular first?
Get 3 firsts.
Whoa.
4 firsts. I'd give up Mac Jones and 2 firsts for Aaron Rodgers. Heck yeah. And more. I'd throw in some sweeteners.
So, I know I've come on here before and I've given Aaron Rodgers a hard time, and if I ever met Aaron Rodgers in person, I'd give him a fair chance. But does it make me kind of a coward if I say I'd be down to have him too?
No, it makes you a reasonable human being. I mean, I think that price is low.
Oh, Kilgore's? Yeah. 1 first? Come on.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, think about it. It would really be Jordan Love went 21st last year.
Right.
So the Patriots took a quarterback 6 slots higher up. Then we'll give him another pick too.
If that's the price and the Pats don't make that, Belichick should be fired.
Folks are already throwing out some pizza deals. Love to see it.
Yeah, so how's that working these days, Glash? How many pizzas have you bought for people over the last week or so?
Just the one, the Jay Sternberger special that you were part of.
That was the only one that hit.
The only one that hit.
So Rossi and I did a few food deals the other day. I bought a pizza for a guy in North Carolina. He had to go pick it up.
Wait, really?
Rossi bought, yeah.
From the Sims app?
I think it was Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, Rossi just decided to do food bets as well. So I bought a pizza for a guy on Sunday. He had to go pick it up at his pizza. He picked it up from a Papa John's in North Carolina. And then in the next sim, I got to be honest, my Wi-Fi was going nuts. I was in between trying to get on my phone on the Zoom and the laptop. I don't even really know who won what on the next sim, but he was sending out tacos to somebody or something. I don't know. Rossi, trying to steal your bit, bro.
Nah, it's all right. Herbert delivers first down. All right, we'll take a couple pizza deals. Why the heck not?
Hey,
Brian Anderson, I know you've been trying to get into the deals because, I just remember you throwing out a deal the other day and you weren't picked, so I feel kind of bad. I'll write your name down. Mike Williams, 125, 2 touchdowns. Okay. All right. I like the 125 number. You didn't just say
it's a little different than, just the 100 marker. 125, seemingly a lot more difficult to get. You see guys just get the bonus from time to time, but 125, that's a real game breaker.
Okay. You know the drill, though. You got to go to Twitter. And if you don't already, I'm really sorry. We've been talking about this now for like a week and a half. You got to go verify. Must be, that word verify that you've done a lot of times. And no, I have not responded to you because there's really no need to. You have not won a pizza. Love you, mean it. Brian Anderson, please head to Twitter, send a message to confirm that you are indeed you. Jake Williams, hello. Big Tooth. We have a couple Michaels here in the YouTube chat. Mike Bauer says, what does Mike say? Mike says, Glash, are you giving away pizza again? I hope not. You're not about fun, I guess.
Oh, nice move by Ekla.
And things for free.
Bad Boys of Pop saving his pizza bet for the weekend.
Oh.
We have no Sims this weekend, though, Bad Boys.
Well, also, if you so in Poppy Herb's case, he's the one that had the Sternberger 2-catch sim. He asked if his pizza could be called in on Monday night. I said that's totally okay. It doesn't have to get ordered tonight,
right?
It just has to be when someone like
Whatever
me
you want
decides to open up the floodgates. Eckler up the middle.
I'm going to be the guy with egg on his face for not having that dude in his lineup. I feel it. I feel it deep within my bones.
So Mike Bauer says, I don't like people bleeding money out of you, but as it turns out, see, I can understand that thought process because someone won so quickly last week. Herbert to the end zone, touchdown. It's Joe Reed, freeze pops. Apologize to Joe Reed.
I am sorry. See, the only reason why I said the Joe Reed thing pregame is I used to put him in my Chargers lineups all the time, and he only hit big for me one time. And every other time, I was like, why do I waste a roster spot on this dude? But of course, I say it in the pregame show. The announcer jinx occurs. Joe Reed captained in 1.6% of lineups, 29.1% in the flex overall. Of course, scoring the first touchdown of the game. I could have said any other name, and that person would have been the first person to score.
Brian Anderson likes it for his classic. Mr. Miyagi says troll touchdown.
Oh, big time.
Abby Rizzle, my captain. Must be, I am not mad at you whatsoever. You're great. Just say something about my ears and get out of the way. No, Mike Bauer. See, Poppy Herb winning the pizza deal. Was that last weekend or the weekend before? Weekend before. So about 2 weeks ago now, or a week and a half ago.
Or was it a Monday night? I don't remember.
It was over the weekend. It was like a Sunday night when it happened.
Sure.
You were there.
Yeah.
When we did the pizza deals, when we did those last summer, it took like 70 tries to finally hit one. Like I started to ease up, or I started to take more. Instead of doing like 2, I'd say, okay, give me 5. Because no one was winning. So I'm like, oh, well, someone needs to win one of these things to make it feel legit.
Make it a thing.
Yeah. So I figured, all right, well, we'll bring him back. No one's going to win anytime soon. No one's going to win one of these till
It was
August.
Not even a minute into the game, it felt like.
Right. First minute into the second quarter, Jay Sternberger catches the second pass. I'm like, oh, I wasn't ready for that.
It was incredible. And then he had kind of a nice game.
Fantastic.
So funny.
Oh, there's the punt play. Ricky Seals-Jones.
Gotta have him.
It's not quite O.J. Howard, but...
No, definitely not. Hey, a sim you and I did on, I think it was Saturday. O.J. Howard scored a touchdown, and we freaked out.
Yeah. Ralph Flores, touchdown, Joe Reed for the Chargers. Chris from Ops. Hey, Chris. Chris is one of the original scorers of the Sims. We have a fumble picked up by the Chargers.
Hey, that'll do. I'll take that.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Tyreek Hill.
What are you doing, bro? Oh, well, I have Tyreek in my lineup, so that's kind of,
counterproductive.
Not great.
Yeah. Are they going to review this? They might. No, they won't. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Oh, Justin Herbert. I missed the Justin Herbert flow out of the back of the helmet.
I know. It's so disappointing. And honestly, the haircut didn't suit him. Like, he's the type of guy that needs to have lax lettuce, LA quarterback, he should have flow.
He went from looking like the really cool Power Ranger to like the nerdy Billy Blue Ranger from the first.
He looked like Sunshine from Remember the Titans, and then he got his haircut and he looked like a member of the math team.
Yeah, Daniel. He went from being Tommy to Billy. I like that comp. The Herbert haircut. 3rd and 8 from the 50.
Oh, bad throw. That's because he cut his hair. Oh, I was just going to say something. It just escaped me.
So you're on the next sim as well. 4 today?
I am. 4 in a row, baby. I'm filling in for our friend Christian. Had something come up today. He was supposed to be in the 4 in the 6 window. Instead, he will be in transit to Omaha for the College Baseball World Series because his team is playing for a national title. So he's going down to watch Commodores. So I said, you know what? I got your back, dude. I'm available. So a rare 4 wide for me here on a weeknight.
You didn't stick up for NC State?
Oh, are they?
Well, I mean, I won't go too far down this road, but well, that's why Vandy advanced, because there were issues with the NC State program.
Got to be honest, not plugged into college baseball.
Not a clue. All right, you can use the Google machine, and you'll know what you'll get. I'll
have to go check it out because I'm not plugged in.
Point is, Vandy is very fortunate to still be playing,
and here they are. Cinderella story. It's a good program. They've had a good program.
I know. They're very good. They're dominant. They're a very, very good.
But I remembered what I was going to say, Glash, yesterday, and I don't think you and I have talked about this yet. I met up with a member of the DK Sim fam in person. I met Creature from the Glash Lagoon in person. How crazy is that?
I'm really jealous because that's my lagoon, dude.
Yeah.
So you gotta.
I mean, it just like broke down the fourth wall here.
How'd this come to fruition?
So he hit me up on Twitter and he said, "Hey, I'm going to be in St. Louis for X amount of days for a work conference. And I'm going to be going to a Cardinals game on Monday night. We got a suite. We should sneak you in and, hang out at the suite." And at first I was like, Wait,
Creature was in a suite?
He had a suite for the game, and he was like, we should try and sneak you in. And I was like, At first I was like meeting someone, that I don't know in person. You're always taught as a kid, don't try and meet up with people that you don't know and blah, blah, blah. So like that was my first instinct was like, maybe not the safest thing. But then I was like, okay, wait a second. Like I took a step back. I remember him in the chat. He's a good dude. I surveyed his profile. Seemed like a nice guy. And I said, okay, you know what? Like I'm going to make this work. But then I got my sim schedule. So I wasn't going to go to the Cardinal game with the guys. So I was like, hey, I'll meet up with you for some Diet Cokes before the game. And so we did that. I lived near Busch Stadium, hung out about 90 minutes down at Ballpark Village, had a good time, talked about life, talked about the Sims. Great dude.
Did you actually talk about the Sim?
Talked about the Sim. We always talk about the Sim. But it was great, man. It was nice to meet someone
Take a photo
in
together?
person. No, it's stupid. We should have, but didn't think to do that. Wish we had though. He's tall. So I'm 6'2". He was like 6'5", 6'6". This dude had some inches on me.
I mean this with respect. He really is kind of like a creature. Like he's just,
truly a creature from the Glash Lagoon.
Most creatures are giant.
Really nice guy. So I think I made Dreamstream history. Has anyone else met a member of the Dreamstream in person?
I think producer Michael has.
Oh, that's right. But I think it was a FaceTime with that dude down in Louisville.
Well, he's here. He can confirm. Phone call. Okay, not the same. Not the same.
And you and I have both talked to Bad Boys of Pop at various points, but those were just I talked to Bad Boys on the phone. I think you did a podcast with him, right? Am I mistaken on that? Weren't you on a episode of the Bad Boys of Pop's podcast?
No, Rossi and Kaufman were.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha. I thought you were. I was wrong.
The chat. Yeah, I know. I just admitted that I was jealous. I threw that out there from the very beginning of this story. That's fantastic. It was
very cool.
No one else has ever done that. That's so cool.
Pretty pumped about it.
So would you do it again? Are you guys
absolutely? Yeah. I mean, if people are if people are in St. Louis, and then, later on this year when I move to the Northeast, if you're in the roadie neck of the woods, if you hit me up and I don't got anything going on, always happy to meet up.
Okay, see now folks are telling stories, and I don't know if they're true. Alex Wilson says, I had a Zoom call with Ducey for like an hour a few months ago. We were talking tennis and the Jets.
I kind of believe that, to be honest.
It's not too detailed, but detailed enough to be like, all right, that sounds legit.
Bad Boys confirming Koff and Rossi.
Yep. That's great. Was it a nice night for a game?
Here in St. Louis? I know that they finished the game because I saw the box score today, but it was like on and off lightning storms all day. I'm actually surprised they got it in. But I was doing Sims that night, so I got to be honest, I don't even know if it was raining or not outside.
Eubank says, Glash and Tom, your boy Christian is headband shopping right now. Could be. Mike Bauer, good question. I don't know. Jeff's on. Are you? No, you're here with me the next two. Jeff, I think Jeff's on for Madden After Dark. So ask Jeff if he's purchased a. Did Tyreek Hill fumble again?
Unreal. In my captain spot.
That's not good. That is not good.
We had a
very I thought we had a pretty solid pregame show. It was about a minute. You're on the dream stream, and
I said I'm the idiot that won't have egg on his face, not have Tyreek Hill in his lineup, and Joe Reed, he stinks. Don't put him in there. Tyreek Hill has fumbled twice, and Joe Reed has scored a touchdown. And the second half has 5 minutes.
In the first sim of the late classic, the first sim of any classic format, you need the players that you pay up for to set the tone for you. And Tyreek Hill is doing the exact opposite of that. Typically, at this point, we'd be better off if he just didn't have any catches. But now he's got, wait a sec. He's got the catches and the yards.
He's got negative, so does he get negative points at a 1.5 multiplier with the fumbles? Like, does he have ultra negative right now?
No, because remember, he's getting yards too.
Okay.
So he's got 2 points right now. He's got 2 catches, 20 yards, 2 fumbles. The yards help. So I take that back. It's better off that he has a couple points.
Well, I'm still doing better than you'd think. I'm in 18th because the Chargers defense is playing so well. Because remember, I do have them in my lineup. And Chiefs haven't really done anything on offense. So
I think I found a new approach to commentating these simulations. Anytime a guy that folks paid up for, like a Tyreek Hill, if I just start saying really nice things and feeling sorry for people, then they tend to accept it better. Not all, but some. And then it's up to you guys to feel if I'm being genuine or not. I'm trying to feel genuine. It's not easy for me, but at least I'm trying.
See Wazzy Wabbits TX, that's a weird name, on YouTube saying, where's Tebow? Tebow does not play for either one of these teams, my friend. He is a tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And yes, that is as ridiculous as it sounds.
However, as I have mentioned, I wish Tebow the best of luck in Jags camp. Maybe there's a chance when we come out with the new Madden game in late August, and if Tebow and DraftKings hit it off, maybe he'll be a commentator for us.
That'd be awesome. I'm putting Tebow in my lineup no matter what. Every Jag sim I have.
Eckler's up over 50 yards. That's good. Mike Bauer says, that's not very Glash of you. I don't like it. Since when do you care about people? Fair enough. We've got about 40 people watching on Twitch, 330 on YouTube.
Jake Williams is buying a Tebow jersey soon. Tebow jerseys are already among the highest selling jerseys in the NFL. Saw that coming a mile away. I think it's part of the reason why he's on the roster in Jacksonville. People in northern Florida love the Florida Gators, and Tebow's arguably the best player in the history of that school.
Incomplete on 1st and goal. Jake Williams also asking if I could pass the M&Ms. Do you know what he's talking about?
No, but should I know this reference?
Yeah. Well, you should. No, you should not. But I thought you might, because that's a different way of asking. No, you don't need to know. It's when Koff and I were at the movies, and I felt Koff didn't give me
this
enough
is when
M&Ms.
you. Okay, gotcha. Now I get it. Yep, and the popcorn got knocked on his lap. He was eating a bunch of lap corn.
Yeah, I felt Koff's portioning and lack of.
Oh, I think this is the first time you and I have spoken in person about this since it happened. You deserve an F- from that day.
No, I heard everything about it. I tuned in. I watched. You were right. Agreed.
Horrible performance by
Agreed.
you.
And I'm glad that you gave Koff an F as well. I just felt the part that I didn't get to rebuttal on was I felt Koff, but Koff gave me one little handful of M&Ms. Now, he did let me pour my own portion. I was letting him pick the portion size because it was his box. That is a touchdown, Mike Williams.
Mike Williams.
All right. Brian Anderson. Good
down.
start for a pie. Get his ownership quick, then we'll get the M&M story out of the way.
Sean Murphy, I think that's who said it. Oh, Dean Murray. Dean Murray. There we go. We got that. He said he thinks he'd take Emmitt Smith over Tim Tebow for best player in Gators history. Yeah, I mean, look, Emmitt Smith's one of the greatest players of all time. Tebow just did more winning than Emmitt in college.
Mike Williams, 26% owned, 3.5% in the captain spot. Joe Reed, Mike Williams, they've got the touchdowns. Tyreek Hill has ruined everything on the Chiefs offense today. 2 fumbles to give the ball to the Chargers.
Not great. Not great.
So Koff sets the tone. He lets me pour out some M&Ms. I didn't take that many because it wasn't a very big box.
Yeah.
Just being polite.
Sure.
You know how the movie theaters are. Those popcorns, I got a small. Thing was still gigantic.
Wait, you got a small popcorn?
Yeah.
Oh, bad. You got to get the bucket every time,
Dude,
no matter what.
No way.
Yes.
No.
I don't care, even if you ate a full meal beforehand, you always get the bucket.
Well, clearly I didn't because I was sleeping till 11 o'clock. So, no. Didn't have a breakfast. Didn't have a coffee. I didn't have my coffee. That's why I was cranky in the morning.
So here was a question that was asked yesterday, and I forget who asked it. Did you sleep through an alarm, or did you not set an alarm, or
No
like
alarm
what?
set. None.
So you just blanked totally. You went to bed the night before and just didn't even think about it.
I got cocky. Yep. I got cocky. I'm like, you know what? I can sleep in a little bit. Not till 11. Leave by 10.
Just awful. And
Just
the thing
brutal.
is, like, we talked about this thing for like 2 weeks, man.
I know.
Koff has been talking about this movie date. It's like the most fun he's had in 5 years. And he was probably bumming so hard, like, oh, I left my wallet. Dang it. Leaves his wallet, turns back around to get it.
Dang
but
it.
no.
My
it's
fun
just-
meter has gone from a 10 to a 9.
I have ruined the one fun thing I have done in the last 5 years. And then you just are out here just destroying his life. He thought that missing the wallet was bad. No, it got way worse, bro.
The most fun he's had in 5 years. Oh,
Seriously.
man, that's funny. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. So it was a small popcorn, but the thing was still big. Okay.
Gotta go with the bucket, dude.
So
Another factor into your F grade.
yeah. So all right. So look, this is repetitive, I know, but some folks are like, oh, let me hear your side. So here we go. So I pour out just a little bit of some M&Ms from the box that he got from the the grocery store. He didn't buy them there. Smart move by Koff. In the process of him receiving the M&Ms back, Koff deflects the popcorn all over his lap. Somehow that's partly my fault, but I don't really get that. And I just told him, you better eat that. So he ate it. And, every once in a while, he'd reach back over, grab some more. Yeah, he'd reach back over, grab some more. And that's fine. Just, you'd think if he was going to do that, I felt like we should have, when you do a fantasy football draft, you snake draft it, right? So I get M&Ms first, okay? He knocks over the popcorn, so that counts as his first turn. Then he reaches over, that counts as his second turn. Well, then, that's when he should have then reached over with the M&M box and go, okay, your turn, this just never happened. He figured he'd just get it out of the way, offer some M&Ms out of the gate, knew I'd feel bad taking too many because the box was just open. So he played it well to keep all the M&Ms for himself.
You know what's a move that some people do is they put M&Ms in the popcorn. Like they'll get M&Ms and they'll sprinkle them on top, and then you kind of shake around the popcorn bucket because of course they're getting buckets because they're not amateurs. And then you kind of have like a popcorn, sweet, salty mixture. I've never done it, but I've seen people do it and they swear by it.
Yeah, considering we had problems just keeping that popcorn in the bag, mixing more stuff with it. Now that would have having the M&Ms in the popcorn bag would have helped create a floor candy scenario. Missed opportunity.
Yeah, we need to at some point have candy put on a floor for you at a movie theater and see you go all in.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is going to be, which is on the floor of a movie theater.
There we go.
Sammy Watkins.
Nice. Oh, it's Robinson.
No,
dude.
Robinson. Different receiver, also in my lineup. What's up?
Good for you. I didn't play him.
Idiot.
Kid doesn't even get popcorn the right size and doesn't play the right Chiefs receiver.
What a moron! Jordan Warren saying, didn't LaMarca mention mixing M&Ms with the popcorn? Maybe. I mean, LaMarca's a smart guy, so I'm sure he also partakes in the bucket.
Sean Callahan, that is correct. Jonquel Jones is back tonight for the Connecticut Sun. Mark the tape. His team's going on a run.
Finished 10th in your WNBA contest the other day. Glad it filled. It was a contest set for 20. We were getting close. I made the push for it on the Dream Stream. We got to 20.
Oh, really? It was close to not filling?
It was very close to not filling. And we got there, and I was feeling good about my lineup, but I had a no-show. I forget who it was. It was someone on the Sun. Canada was her last name, maybe? Maybe she's on a different team. I think the person's last name was Canada.
Yeah, you're right. She Jordan Canada. She plays for
completely no-showed for me.
She plays for Seattle.
Well, she can stay in Seattle, all right, because she did not show up on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, she's like the backup point guard there, and their rotations are tight. It was a very good game, Seattle.
Well, I'll
be
completely honest. To make a WNBA lineup, I definitely Googled WNBA DFS lineups, and I read the first article available. I don't even know what website it was. And she was in there as a person at good value, plopped her in. Not so hot for me on a Sunday.
Okay.
But, hey, if you make those contests, I'll keep joining them.
Yeah, I mean, I made sure to create it on Saturday.
Yeah.
I wouldn't forget because game day, I'm like kind of running around and I'm not really. I made my lineup, built it, picked it and sticked it, Wasn't really. So I figured 20 people, no doubt this will fill. So the fact that you're telling me now that
it was close.
Okay, good to know. Maybe we'll make it for 10.
You needed the Sunday push.
What it comes down to too is just need to be more consistent. If I make it all the time,
yeah,
maybe I should make one for tonight.
Maybe.
We'll get to that. Earlier today on The Sweat, it's our daily show here on the Dream Stream, starts the day fresh at 11 a.m. The guys preview tonight's Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Milwaukee Bucs and must-bees Atlanta Hawks, focusing in on the total point prop for Trae Young.
All right, so on the Hawks side, we know Trae Young dealing with that ankle issue. Jules, keeping that in mind, are you going to lean under on his point total of 27.5?
I will. I can't play an over on Trae Young tonight. That just doesn't seem smart. But again, looking, and let's see. Oh, he doesn't even have. All right, so he doesn't even. Oh, there we go. 39.5 points, rebounds, and assists. So generally with the ankle injury, that might affect his rebounding, which at times, he can pull down a lot of boards. And then the assists, like I said, playing off the ball would hurt that if that does come into play again, to kind of get him some rest while he's on the floor almost. So they're going to need him to score to keep them in this game. So maybe I'm thinking, like, if he's playing off the ball, maybe he gets some looks for 3. He did hit 1-3 when he came back with the ankle injury. I think it was on a catch and shoot. So maybe he's playing a little bit more like Steph Curry and some of that off the ball role and can get a couple threes and maybe get close to the point total. So I think the safer play is just the under on everything combined, because the ankle will affect the rebounding. The ankle could affect his ability to handle the ball as much and get those assists. So I think putting all the volume together and playing the under makes a little more sense to me.
Nick, over or under 27.5?
I'm with Julian going under. I think that's the safer play here, although I wouldn't be shocked if this does go over, and it would, to me, that would have to be like kind of an inefficient, I should say, night from Trae Young, where he's launching a ton of threes. I don't think we can depend on him to get to the line 12 times like he did in game 1. I think that's maybe where we see that ankle become more of an issue, where he's not able to drive off of it and plant and get to the hole. He's maybe not comfortable landing awkwardly on a contested layup. If he goes over this number, it's probably because he has to settle for a lot of threes and he hits a lot of those threes. So that to me is somewhat of a risky proposition. He had 6 threes in the last game, but he was 1 of 8 in game 2. And I think Trae Young still has this almost like Steph Curry light reputation where he could fill it up from anywhere. And on any given night, that is true. But on the whole, he's closer to like a 35% 3-point shooter. He's not this elite, like 40 plus 3-point shooter, I think, like a lot of people think of him. So, factoring in the ankle, I think you have to err on the side of caution here. I'll be going under, but I still expect him to be aggressive, just maybe in different ways than we've seen so far in this series.
What do you think, Ryan? You want to take the over?
I can't take the over. Just, he got in there and didn't look the same. But I do think that, he's 6'1". I would guess $170-ish. It's not a lot of torque going on his ankles. And it's different if you're talking about a wing or a big with their ankle. I mentioned he always wears ankle braces. Ankle braces kind of brace the tweaks and those small turns. And he has 48 hours of recovery. So I want so badly to be in on this narrative that he's going to be all right, because I want a good series. I want him to go off. And Villain Trae is so fun to root for and watch. But I can't go over 27.5. And I won't be shocked if it happens, but just I can't bet my own money on 27.5.
I don't know what to do. Oh, man. We're back, dude.
Oh, we're back. Sorry, I just refreshed my Slack. We're live. Sorry. Watch the sweat. I couldn't tell if you were, because I heard 15 seconds. Like, oh, it's already been 15 seconds. Watch the sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern time on the Dream Stream. The game is coming back.
Oh, man. What a world. We were just talking off air about how we, at least me, I have no idea who to put in my WNBA lineup for tonight. Our buddy Glash here just made a contest for the DK Sim Fam Friends League. 15 spots. Get in there while it's hot. Top 3 wins.
15
no
people.
Idea.
I think that's doable.
For sure. Got to start somewhere.
And guys, just as a reminder, if you haven't heard this before, if the contest doesn't fill, it doesn't run.
Don't even say, you said it the whole way.
Something tells me you've heard that before, but just in case you haven't, that is how DraftKings works. not to insult your intelligence.
You know that if it doesn't fail, doesn't run.
Doesn't run. But I am not going to say that sentence again because I think we're going to be fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, kid.
Oh, yeah. Dude, we're already at 9.
Sean Callahan, dude, you're killing me. And I mean that in a nice way. What is your DK username?
Oh, is he adding? Is he asking to be added?
He's like, how do I find that? Because he wants to play. He comes in here all the time and gives his WNBA takes. I love it.
Sean, who are you putting in your lineup? I'm not going to copy you, I promise.
Okay, there it is. Sixers 12-12. So, Sean, I'm going to take your username, go to the leagues, DK SimFam Friends, invite members, click, add your name, invite, sent. Oh, there's 11 of 15 now. Sean, you better move.
Move. I'm looking for some WNBA help here before things lock. Not going to lie, guys. Doing a little multitasking.
Dude, are you nervous?
Yeah, dude. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Robert,
do you think it's...
Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, do you think it's more likely or less likely that the Chargers make the playoffs this year?
More or less likely. They didn't make it last year, of course. I'm going to say more. I don't think after Kansas City and Buffalo, I truly don't know who is a for sure, absolutely positively, like top to bottom great team in that conference. I think a lot of the other teams that we didn't mention there a second ago, outside of Buffalo and Kansas City, I think there's teams that flaws. Not to say that like there aren't favorites like Cleveland. Let's see how they deal with being like good. Like they're going into a year now with legit expectations now. No more like, woohoo, we've arrived, we're good. Okay, maybe I leave out Baltimore, but I don't love, maybe what they did at receiver in the offseason's enough. Harbaugh's a pretty good coach, so maybe Baltimore deserves a little more respect. Pittsburgh was awesome at the beginning of the year. Then look what happened. Big Ben fell apart. So how am I supposed to be positive that's all going to go well? After Buffalo in the AFC East, I have no freaking clue. I don't know what Carson Wentz is going to look like in Indianapolis. Tennessee, maybe Tennessee's another team we need to give a little more credit. But I'm only giving you 4, all from different divisions. So I think the 3 wild cards in the AFC, there's no like slam dunk wild card. Like I think it could open up a little bit. Is that fair?
I think that's very fair. I think everything you just said is completely fair. All of those teams you mentioned are the teams that I think would be in the mix. I don't necessarily see any team in the AFC that wasn't in the playoff mix last year making that true leap outside of the Chargers. And I know they weren't really in the mix, right? Because they didn't win that many games. What was it? 7 wins last year.
Yep.
So, they were in shouting distance. That's a touchdown there by Keenan Allen. Him and Herbert, they're going to be good friends this upcoming season. So I think the Chargers are the team that makes that leap. And I kind of see Pittsburgh being the team that's on the outside looking in. I see them not winning their division, and I see Browns and Baltimore being 2 teams that get in from that division. I think the Chargers get in from the West, and then I think, Chiefs are going to win the West, but Chargers are going to be a second team coming out of the West, and then I think 2 teams come out of the South, Indy and Tennessee.
You don't have the Patriots in.
I did not give my East champion. I have the Bills winning that division. I do not believe the Patriots will make the playoffs.
So you think it's one team out of the AFC East, 2 out of the South, 2 out of the North, and 2 out of the
West.
Okay.
I do not have the Patriots making it. I think that they'll be in the mix. I see them as a 500-ish team.
Mm-hmm.
I can't have confidence in them if I don't know who's playing quarterback. And if you tell me that the quarterback is definitively Cam Newton, I think they're going to win like 5 games. He stinks. And they have good pieces. I love the Patriots. I want them in the playoffs. But I'm trying to be realistic about this thing.
So and I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I've got my thought. I mean, I think Indianapolis has a great roster. Kind of like the Patriots. Like the Patriots last year, the roster wasn't great, but with the COVID guys back, or the opt-outs, I should say.
Yeah, and the free agents, they improved, no doubt. If you're putting New England in over Indy, that tells me that you just have no faith in Carson Wentz, and I get it. I totally get that. I think that him getting a reset, playing indoors, Frank Reich, good players around him, I just like that situation for Carson Wentz.
Okay.
And I know I've been on here with Lamarca trying to make that argument before, and he just eviscerated me with all sorts of numbers and stuff. And I was like, all Carson Wentz has to do is be a game manager. And Lamarca was like, well, that would run counter to everything he's ever done in his entire career. And then just like completely went on this tangent about how Wentz is always trying to make these big plays and turn the ball over and blah, 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 blah. I was like, all right, I get it, dude. All right, you don't agree with me. All I was saying, I was like, well, dude, just if he's capable of doing all of that, then he's capable of doing less. And that's what I'm asking him to do. That was him pushing it on a bad roster. I'm telling him to just take it easy, hand the ball off to these 3 running backs, and dump it off to these nice receivers. That's all I'm saying.
Jordan Warren, is a point of clarification. You are that is correct. So I was going off of the 20 number. 20 doesn't need to fill in order to run. 20 or less will actually resize. So if that's the case, Jordan, you say make it bigger next time. I only look again. We do this. I feel like cough. God, I kind of feel like how he feels like. I mean, the contest locks in 12 minutes. Like,
wait, so if we don't get to 15, it will still run because it's under 20?
Right. So it's 20
nice.
or under. Yeah.
So hey guys,
I thought it was
if
always
you don't
20
fill the contest, that's okay. It will run.
That's the new slogan.
Take it back.
That's the new T-shirt. If you don't fill it, we're still gonna have fun.
Jake Williams liking my Lamarca impression. It wasn't necessarily like a full-on I had like a little flavor of Lamarca, but I wasn't really going for a full-on impression there. But I guess that's what made it nice. I wasn't like trying too hard there. I'll keep working.
Christopher says should be the Dream Streams motto. Jonathan says the Chiefs nor the Saints are going to the playoffs this year. Tennessee's going to win the Super Bowl.
Wow. Okay, I could see. He said
New Orleans.
Saints. Okay.
I get.
I wanted to clarify it before I went into this take. I could see New Orleans missing the playoffs because who the heck knows what Jameis Winston's going to be with the keys to the castle, and then if Taysom Hill has to be the guy who is coming in relief of a possible dumpster fire from Jameis. I mean, the dude is a glorified athlete at quarterback. So, like, he's not going to kill you with his arm, and that's going to put you in a tough spot in today's NFL, especially now that there's all this tape of him starting for long stretches last season.
Yeah.
So then you're turning to Ian Book. I have no confidence in a rookie, Ian Book, who was like a 4th or 5th round pick at Notre Dame. So I totally agree with you. I could see the Saints missing the postseason, even though they have really, really nice pieces there. again, it's a situation where if you don't know what's happening with the quarterback position, you can't have confidence going into the season from a prediction standpoint. That's how I view it. So, but the Chiefs thing, no way. I mean, they're a wagon, dude. They had one hole and they addressed it in a huge way this offseason. Everyone's coming back. Everyone's healthy. Mahomes never loses.
Yeah, the O-line
he's lost less than 10 times in his career, period.
Yeah, the O-line can, in all likelihood, go out for a haircut now and everything will be fine. Remember that whole storyline? That carried the stream for like 2 or 3 days. Guys getting freaking haircuts.
Yep.
That was that was the week leading into the Super Bowl. Not the bye, the actual week.
Right. No, their O-line was a mess, and we saw it on Super Bowl Sunday, and we all should have been smarter heading into that game knowing that was going to happen with how good Tampa's defense is.
Well, I mean,
we should have known. We shouldn't have thought it was going to be a blowout, but we shouldn't have. I think going into that game, everyone was like, it's going to be a great game, a classic. 2 of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And in reality, one of those all-time great quarterbacks, CEH, breaking it here is one step away from that being a house call. One of those goats had no protection. And we've seen what happens when a GOAT doesn't have protection in Super Bowls. He loses Super Bowls that he's supposed to win.
It's more about the defense in Tampa. That was the story.
Here we go.
That's what everyone was saying going into the Super Bowl. Not what you said. I'm not what you're talking about. The classic. That's not what I heard. I heard it was all about Tampa's defense. Carried them there. That was the story. Our pal Kyle's here. You know, Kyle comes in here. Never any conflict with Kyle. Never any disagreement. Always in here with a positive attitude. I think Kyle knows it was about the quarterback down in Tampa. Anyway, Kyle says, I only missed one question on my humanities test. Would you run out of time? Pencils down.
That's always the worst when you're like, just let me fill in this last bubble. Pencils down. Nope, put it down.
Yeah, there's always that one teacher throughout the course of your career that's like, no, put it. That's it. I'll take the paper.
It's like this is supposed to be an indictment of me knowing the information, not how fast my hand can move. Mrs. Small. Yeah, I said it. I'm calling you out.
What's the rest of Kyle's comment? My mom says, hi, go son, beat the Mystics. Yep. ESPN 2 tonight. So I think the NBA playoff game is not on till 8:30.
8:30? Yeah, 8:30.
Tune into the Connecticut Sun on ESPN 2. And
go
watch
Sun.
Stream, you know.
What's their motto? What's their like hashtag? Every team has one. Is it something? Is it like a
ready for it? Hashtag born for this.
Oh, nice. Okay. I thought it was gonna be a Sun like pun or of some type, you know.
I was born
rising hashtag rising sun or something like that.
Molded by it.
Born for this.
So Justin Herbert has tossed 3 touchdowns in the sim. 3! Keenan Allen caught one. That was the last score we had. It's 21-7. So it's Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and Joe Reed with the touchdowns.
Justin Herbert might be in the driver's seat for the wooden nickel right now. We rarely give him out to quarterbacks, but not crazy ownership. No one else really popping off for the Chargers. Might go with Herbert.
Kenny Ducey's bad takes. That is a bad take. The WNBA is not boring. You have not given it a chance.
I like that you have a name called Kenny Ducey's bad takes on YouTube, though. That's funny.
That is a bad take. If that was your purpose of messaging that, bad take.
Right. Well, maybe they're in character.
Could be. Like Rossi's fat cat.
Right, exactly.
So, and if your goal was to get pounced on by that take, okay, you got what you wanted.
Congrats.
Mike Williams, Brian Anderson. I'm not sure if you went and decided to go get steak tonight for dinner, or you gave up because you need some work here, man. You need 100 yards and another touchdown, which I guess is doable. He catches 180-yard ball and he's back in this thing.
That'd be a big quarter. Big old quarter from Mike Williams.
Where are you in the standings here?
Oh, that's a good question, my friend. Let me check that out. We're looking at 84th. Not good. I mean, Tyreek Hill has been awful. 2.55 in the captain spot. So I kind of almost want to just give him the early wooden nickel. If I had someone else in my captain spot, I'd be high up in the contest right now. Because Kelsey's having a nice game. Watkins has 5 points as a semi-punt play. Who do we have here? Watkins just scored a touchdown, so there you go. Robinson scored a tud. He's got 11 points. Chargers defense have 9. Tyreek Hill just destroying my chances of being competitive in this free roll.
All right, he was $7,000 to roster. I begrudgingly played Sammy Watkins, but I'm glad it's going well now all of a sudden. Robes05 on Twitch says the WNBA is boring in all seriousness. Still love you, Glash. Love you too, Robes. I guess just try to give it a chance. How many games have you actually watched? Give it a chance. You got 90 legitimate minutes before it interferes with playoff NBA basketball time. That's all. If you love me, give it a chance. How's that sound?
Go watch his squad. Sans Glash. And
Watch
then
the sun,
go
dude.
watch it with Glash on the broadcast, and you'll see how much better it was, because Glash, greatest play-by-play man in the history of the WNBA. It's a fact.
Wow, man. Thank you.
How was your appearance on Nesson?
That's right. Me and Emerson did a segment.
I saw that on IG.
There is a Twitter segment. Emerson had me on his Nesson show last night in New England to discuss the Sun. It's about 3 minutes long. And it was good. You know, not much horsing around. We actually got right down to business.
Very nice. Very nice.
I don't know really what else to add. I mean, he was well
my
done.
question is Emerson like super like locked in on WNBA to drive that segment, or is it more like an informative thing for you? Like not to put Emerson on blast. It's just hard to
but
it's hard to assume that someone's going to be locked in enough on the WNBA to then conduct like a hard-hitting interview with you about the WNBA, who's clearly locked in. You know, you know what I'm saying?
Here's what I'll say to that. Okay. I feel really awkward right now. I'm about to deliver a compliment and be really kind and nice. Say what you want about Emerson Lazia. Okay, the guy's kind of nuts. He's loves his food. Very like he's that guy. If you were walking along and say he's walking the dogs and you're hanging out with him, and he sees a fly. Emerson would like go chase the fly. Like his mind will escape. He'll just wander. But that guy,
it's a gift.
He does give himself enough credit. What am I saying? He does prepare. Like he was prepared for the interview. He was familiar with the team. He was familiar where they were at in the season. He was well versed. He was ready to go. The guy does his homework.
Love it.
Now was he ready to, I don't know, like do
an hour-long podcast about it? Probably not.
Hell no. But was he ready to do an interview for a couple minutes? Yeah, he was.
Good.
It was fun.
Love to hear it.
We've got about 350 of you watching the Dream Stream. If you don't mind, if you haven't done so already, smash that like button. We're only 20 away from 200 on the day. Do it up.
Do it.
Love you, mean it. Oh, wow. Yeah, the WNBA contest filled. All right.
Chris Adams saying, so Glash, Zach Thompson said that he loves Hill tonight. Is Zach ever right? Was that a bad take? Well, it's looking like ZT missed on the Hill take for this one. I'll tell you that. Tyreek Hill, you can't bat 1,000. That's not how it works. The AI does what the AI does, and Tyreek Hill just having a brutal game here.
Nah, dude.
Brutal.
I mean, Zach Thompson writes articles on DraftKings. He's invincible. He has to be right, or he's a complete idiot.
Yeah,
That's how this industry works.
Yeah, right.
If you're
you
wrong,
right? Wow, you're a genius.
No, if you're right, no one says anything. But if you're wrong, people will tell you. You stink. That's how the world works. It's like umpires in baseball. We only ever say anything about them when things go very poorly. But does anyone ever walk out of a ballpark and go, hey, Tom.
Man, the umps were on it today.
Those umps? Those were good umps tonight, huh?
You know who also gets that too? Offensive linemen. They never get enough credit either.
Exactly.
They only have a great day.
They only get yelled at when things crumble.
Yeah, running back runs for 3 touchdowns, has 100 yards rushing. O-line never gets the credit.
Nope. They only get made fun of when the backup goes in, or, as this audience likes to do, we give credit to the Tampa defense.
Kyle saying, see you guys tomorrow. See you later, Kyle. Thanks for tuning in, buddy.
See, here's a whopper of a take from Chris Adams. He may literally, Zach Thompson, he may be literally, not just he may, but he may literally be the worst DFS player in history.
Just not true at all.
No, but literally. That word is just like unnecessary, Literally? Yeah, I hate that word. Stupid.
But then you know that the person's serious, Clash.
I was literally trying to say blah, blah, blah.
Just tuned into you got the WNBA on the screen here.
Nice. I gotta get mine up too. Let's go, son! Woo!
The college baseball game that Christian drove to Omaha for has been a rain delay.
Oh, that is
or maybe that game's tomorrow. Whatever college game's going on right now, there's a rain delay. So I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair, but that would be brutal if he drove 6 hours and then it got rained out.
Chargers go up 10 with the Badgley field goal. They're running out of time.
Mike Bauer saying that the word literally doesn't mean literally anymore because of the way people used it. It's actually kind of tragic.
Literally, your ears are bigger than pelican wings. This must be.
Are you known for having big ears? I didn't know that was a thing about you.
No, look, Must Be's been doing this now for like 3 months. Must Be. When we get to football season, you got to come up with something different. All right.
I didn't know you were known as an ears guy. That Glasheen, he's all ears, baby.
When he does it, it reminds me, I've said this before, it reminds me of my older cousins, my dad's sister's kids. They used to make fun of me all the time for having bigger ears.
Didn't know.
But he's like the only one who's ever said it to me since we started these Sims, so it's interesting.
Maybe it's a burner account for one of your cousins.
Could be. Must be my cousin. Tyreek, go fumble.
Oh, I thought he was going to break it. That would have been cool, but he didn't, so it wasn't that cool. Daniel saying people have been using literally to exaggerate for effect for a couple of 100 years. And that was researched, people.
Trade Day says, no more microwave talk when the season starts. Okay, Tom?
Okay.
You don't really talk about it. You're just there.
No, it's just there. And I've mentioned this on the Dream Stream before. My new place in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, is not going to be a sim in the kitchen type of place. I'm going to have my own office. So I actually purchased, I'll show you this off camera. I'll show it when we're back on, a miniature microwave to sit behind me on the shelf in my office. In its honor.
Hold on, let me pin you. Is that
Door opens and everything.
Is it a magnet?
No, it's just like a little model microwave.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Chiefs are down 10. The winner of this sim.
Oh, what a move by Tyreek Hill.
The winner of the sim gets first place in the division after week 15. So this is the start of week 15. It would be a Thursday night game. As we discussed at the top, this would not be flexed. This would definitely happen on Thursday, the beginning of week 15. Kansas City is 7-6. Los Angeles is 7-6. Second and inches. Mahomes knocked away.
Must be. I appreciate you spelling fiance correctly. I posted this on my social medias last week. I had no idea that the male name for fiance was one E. When you say fiance in the female context, you're supposed to add two E's. Never knew that. Huh. Yeah. So I'd been spelling my fiance's title wrong for the entirety of the engagement. Oh, that was a nice defensive play. I thought it might fall into his hands on the bounce. Did not happen. 4th and inches. Butker's running on the field, but I have to imagine the Chiefs are going to go for this one. Going to get the old okey doke here. No. All right. They're kicking a field goal there. They're going to put 3 on the board and try and get the ball back, I guess, and see if they can recover this onside kick.
Very interesting.
I'd have gone for it. I think real life Andy Reid would have. Virtual Andy Reid decided to opt for the 3. I guess you got to get the onside kick anyways. Although they do have all 3 timeouts.
True. I saw something here. I wanted to read it to make sure I reminded myself of something. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, Brendan, you had it. You had it. You had it. Oh, Darren Badgley is missing 3 points. Yeah, Chris is on it, guys. Chris is from our game ops team. If there's anything missing, he will missing or something that just doesn't look right. We get it right. It's accurate by the time the sim's over.
And Rossi had mentioned, I guess there was something because of the heat earlier today that ops had an issue with something and things are being corrected, and that's why there might be a little bit of a delay. I don't know if that's still happening, but either way, like Flash said, things get corrected. We do our jobs here. We get it done.
Yep. Understandably, you like it when it's live and you want to know exactly where you are.
Badgley has been fixed, by the way, for those wondering.
There you go. Good deal. All right, this ain't over yet. Kansas City uses another timeout. They use one more. They can get the ball back, and with Patrick Mahomes, and he can chuck it 80 yards, I'm sure that something could come of it.
Could shake things up at the top of the lineup.
Fidela says, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is missing 70 points. See, those are the comments I can appreciate. That's well done.
Yeah, is he going to be the Babysitter Billy winner here? Let me check it.
Whoa, Eckler.
I know Hill was bad, but yeah, I think it's still going to be Hill. 80% ownership. You got to be better than that. I'm giving it to Tyreek Hill. Babysitter Billy award. And I want to look at the stats, but I think Herbert's the guy.
Makes sense. They spread it out. Not one receiver dominated. Eckler didn't have that great of a game either.
No. Let's do it. Let's give it to Herbert.
Oh, I take that back. Eckler had 86 yards rushing because he just had a big run.
But still.
Yeah, it's Herbert. I agree. Herbert is not in the winning lineup. That surprises me. In our contest, he is in the winning lineup.
This was a weird game.
Yeah.
Chiefs have been snake bit since the Super Bowl. I don't know what it is. Like, they're not as dominant as they were this past fall. No idea. Because nothing has changed.
Well, Look, we are fair here on the Dream Stream. The team that won the whole thing that we sometimes tend to talk about quite a bit on these streams, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 7-6. And they won the whole thing. So, right? Didn't they win our Super Bowl?
No, I thought the Chiefs did. Did the Bucs win? Either way, they were both in it.
No, you might be right. I forget.
Well, all right. Wooden nickel. Congratulations, Justin Herbert. Let's grab a cone in St. Louis if you're ever in town.
Okay. Daniel thinks it was the Saints. All right. Well, we'll talk this through, and then if we find out what it is, we'll come back and let you all know. So this was the sim that started week 15. So the Chiefs are now 8-6. I'm sorry. The Chargers are now 8-6, and the Chiefs are 7-7. There you go. All right. Thank you to producer Michael. Also to Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Chris from Ops. Thank you. We are both back at 8 o'clock. We will have the Cowboys and the Giants at 8. That game is at MetLife. So,
Rossi confirming Chiefs won the Super Bowl. I knew it.
Oh, it was like Rossi. Where the heck's Rossi?
Rossi's in the chat, hanging out.
Okay. Thanks, Rossi. Appreciate it. Good deal. Okay. Talk to you in a little bit, Tom.
See you later, dude.
Okay. Coming up on the Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, Amory Hunt, they recap the 2021 draft for the NFC West.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it's Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast, presented as always by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, big player in the podcast game now. I love it. Ross Tucker Football Podcast, 3 days a week in the offseason, daily, Monday through Friday, once week 1 gets here. Even Money Podcast with Steve Fezzik, Fantasy Feast with Joe Dolan. We're rolling on those 2 shows, but I love this show, and I love the series that we've been doing because, to my knowledge, nobody else is doing it. And based on all the YouTube views, spit it out, Ross, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. A lot of you are enjoying it as well. We are going through every single draft choice in the 2021 NFL Draft by division. If you're new here, go back and check out when your team was featured, when your team's division was featured. And by we, I mean the great Emery Hunt, rising star in the media. I mean, look at that smile for those of you right now watching on YouTube. Great looking guy, unbelievable breadth of knowledge. He knows every dude ever. The one thing I know for sure is Emery has no life. And I respect that because Emery's lack of a life helps my life because he knows everybody on the College Draft Podcast, at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. He's already probably hard at work on the 2022 draft guide. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. You can always ask Emery a question if you go ahead and take advantage of any of our sponsors that either you hear on the show or on the sponsors page over at rosstucker.com. And Emery, I'm obviously messing around. You do have a life. It's a football life.
Exactly. And if we're in this business, you want to do it justice. We both love this game. And so why not just pour all of that energy, knowledge, and expertise into it? That's why we get so popular with these videos, with this podcast. That's why it's just consistently going up each and every week.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see the YouTube views and obviously the audio downloads as well. This is the end. We got the NFC West today. And then next week, a lot of people have requested this. This is like, we're like a DJ, okay? We take requests. A lot of you have requested that we look back on a recent draft. So we're going to do 2018. 3 years is a pretty good amount of time to have a pretty good feel for guys. It's also when these teams needed to make the decision on fifth-year options. So what lessons did we learn? We'll look at Emery's rankings. You know what I love about you, Emery? A lot of things. But one of them is you say what you thought. And like you say when you evaluated guys that ended up being busts, but you liked them. Like it's so funny. I saw on Twitter some guy was like, you were a fan of Manziel? That's an automatic disqualifier, bro. Like, dude, do you realize that how many busts these teams have? And they've got like 25 people staffs. It's hard. At least Emery admits, here's the guys I liked, here's the guys I didn't like. And you know what? You're right more often than you're wrong. And that's more than I can say for some of the teams. But you just admit it. Like, life is so much better when you just say, yeah, I thought he'd be good. But by the way, as I'm rambling here, sometimes a guy's a bust and it's not even really his fault. It might just been a terrible situation.
And it's a lot of things you can't control. If you just judge Manziel based off the college film, how could you not think he was playing a lot like Zach Wilson? So what if Zach Wilson goes to the Jets and becomes enamored with New York City party life? It's definitely easy to do, and he doesn't live up to his potential. Is that a knock on his film at BYU? No. That's something that is outside of your scope as an evaluator, especially as a media evaluator who only has access to the film and not the other things that go into a scouting a player. So when people say, oh, well, you like Dwayne Haskins, or well, you like this guy, like, yeah, I like this guy. If you tell me that someone threw 50 touchdown passes in a conference that never did that before and was a Heisman finalist, yes, he is pretty good. So you now look at where he goes, what he's able to do as a pro, all of that factors in. So that's why I have no problem saying, yeah, I like this guy, because based off his college film, this is what I like. And I didn't like this guy based off his college film, but he goes and becomes good in the pros. It can go either way. All you're doing is basing what you like off the college film. And, you hope it plays out the way you expect it to in the pro game. But as a media evaluator, you only have access to the film, and that's all you can go off of.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing how you would rank these guys for the 2018 draft, because I didn't know. We weren't talking and doing the show back then. So I'll be curious to see how it played out and to go through it. You always forget certain guys. Today is the NFC West, though, in our series that's been so well received, going over every draft choice because nobody else does, and because it's kind of a big deal. It's the NFL draft, and that's the name of the show, the college draft. By the way, it's almost July, which means August is when we got college football games, like a lot of them. In August 24th already. It's crazy. All right, so let's start with the Arizona Cardinals. I think we spent a decent amount of time on Zaven Collins, their first-round pick. Although I will say it's interesting, 2 years in a row, that they kind of went with like a hybrid, movable chess piece linebacker as their first-round pick.
Yeah, the NFL is a matchup game. And when you think about Isaiah Simmons, who was my number one inside linebacker last year, and Zaven Collins was my number one inside linebacker this year, it's fascinating to see just from a traditional standpoint on how these guys will be deployed. You don't know if they're going to utilize them in a strategic way where they're going to move them all around and have them play different positions depending on the opponent, or in a traditional sense where they're both inside linebackers. Now you have two guys that are 6'4 plus, athletic, with range, that can clog up passing windows. Zaven Collins has upside as a pass rusher, and we know Simmons can go from playing, outside rusher to free safety. So I just love what they've done with those two players, and I expect to see a much better season this year from Simmons. And I think Collins is a plug-and-play guy. So getting those guys on the field together is just going to make things tough for teams in the NFL trying to throw the football, because they're both athletic, they are comfortable in coverage, and they can make plays on the ball.
Round 2 was Rondale Moore, the wide receiver from Purdue. Round 3, Marco Wilson, the corner from Florida.
Yeah, Moore, you think about this how many receivers can they use on the field at one time? I'm pretty sure the rules only allow you 5 eligible receivers. We're going to see if that gets pushed to the test if they put one of these guys at offensive lineman, right? Because there's so many talented receivers on this roster, and you just hope Rondale Moore is healthy, because if he's healthy, he's automatically an instant playmaker, guy that can put the ball in the end zone. And it's going to be interesting to see how he goes toe-to-toe with someone like Andy Isabella, who kind of has similar skill sets as a Rondale Moore. You just hope Moore is healthy so he can get back to what we saw from him as a freshman at Purdue. And Marco Wilson, outside of the incident on the field, I don't want that to cloud his career, but he's a guy that has good talent, good athleticism, can match up a physical corner. And I think people need to focus more on that than him tossing a shoe about 40 yards down the field against LSU. But outside of that, this dude can, I think at least, at worst, he's a core special teamer. And we always talk about how important that part is to building a roster.
I forgot Marco Wilson was the shoe guy. See, man, right then, people forgot about it. You won't let it go, Emery. I forgot he was the shoe guy. Oh, my gosh, that game was bananas, absolutely bananas. By the way, Greg Cosell on the Ross Tucker podcast recently was talking about the Cardinals. He thinks they're going to do a lot of 10 personnel, a lot of 4 wide receiver sets, which is kind of, Kingsbury's background with Texas Tech and sort of the air raid, which will be interesting. They didn't have anything in round 5. Round 6, 2 picks. Victor Demikiche from the edge rusher from Duke, and Tay Gowan, the corner from UCF.
Demikiche is someone that I thought was solid at Duke, and it's kind of cut from the same cloth. And what they have in Devin Kennard, a guy that can play on the line of scrimmage, can rush as an edge rusher, stand-up edge rusher. I thought he was solid in that regard, rushing from a 2-point stance. He does a good job in flattening and accelerating to the quarterback. When he's in a 2-point stance, he uses his hands very well, got good change of direction skills. So I graded him as a 4-3 defensive end. So you look at Kennard when he came out of USC, he was sort of the same thing, just a solid all-around football player. And I think that for Demikiche. And for Gowan, for a taller guy, he's 6'2", about 185 pounds, 190 pounds. His footwork is like a slot corner, a shorter, smaller guy. So it's rare to see a taller corner with that level of footwork. So he can mirror and match. He does a good job in staying with the receiver. You can trust him on either side of the field. So I like that pick. I thought that was good value for them where they got him.
Round 7, something tells me, maybe I'm mistaken, I think maybe you liked both these guys. James Wiggins, the safety from Cincinnati, and Michael Mennett, the center from Penn State.
Love Wiggins, man. Cincinnati defensive backs were outstanding this year. Wiggins is someone that has some injury concern with the Bearcats, but when he's out there on the field, he's a difference maker. He's smart, instinctive, and is always around the football. And for Mennett, you talk about someone that's you talk about someone that's so strong at the point of attack. You talked about his high school career, and you see that play out at Penn State, where he's physical at the point of attack, gets good movement in the run game. So I thought where they got those guys, seeing that they got those guys late, was big time additions. And even as an undrafted rookie free agent, Lorenzo Burns, a cornerback out of Arizona. You talk about someone whose footwork is, like the Speedy Gonzalez or like, the road runner when he takes off. This guy's feet is always moving, constantly in motion, and he's cut from the same cloth as the guy that was his teammate last year in Jace Whitaker from Arizona. And it's interesting that the Cardinals were able to tap that Wildcat secondary for 2 undrafted free agents who I had really good grades on. I had Lorenzo Burns, my number 2 slot corner. So obviously I think they got really good value with him as an undrafted free agent. And in the depth chart where that's up for grabs, he has a chance to make the roster.
Let's get to the Los Angeles Rams. They never have a first-round pick, so I can save you the trouble there. In round 2, their first pick, 57th overall, Tutu Atwell, the wide receiver from Louisville.
I still believe in Tavon Austin. I don't care what year he's in the NFL, what team he's on. I'm going to always be a fan of Tavon Austin, and I always will see the upside. I will always see the upside in Tutu Atwell also. You think about someone that is, 160 pounds, maybe 155. I know he checked in at one point at 149. It doesn't matter, man. You watch him play in the ACC, and that 149 to 160 is pulling away from guys at Florida State, Clemson, all these big-time programs, Miami. He's having a field day. So if he can do it in college at the highest level, he can do it in the pro game. The question will be, where will he get that opportunity to be on the field? Because they will utilize him in the wide receiver run game. And so I'm going to be watching for his usage in that offense, because as much as we talk about Sean McVay, they still couldn't find a way to use Tavon Austin. So I'm going to be interested to see how they utilize Tutu Atwell. I love the player, love the talent. I'm interested in how he fits here with LA.
Round 3, they took Ernest Jones, linebacker from South Carolina.
He's a thumper, man. He's an old school kind of guy. He run and hit type linebacker. Clearly, he's going to be a core special teamer. But when you talk about someone that is explosive upon contact, like he arrives legitimately in a bad mood. Somebody must, piss him off earlier in stretch and warm-ups, because the way he goes out there and plays the game is exactly how you want somebody on the inside to play.
Round 4, they had 3 picks. Bobby Brown, D tackle from Texas A&M. Robert Rochelle, a pretty highly drafted 4th round FCS guy, the corner from Central Arkansas. And then Jacob Harris, wide receiver, UCF.
Yeah, let's start with Jacob Harris. He's an interesting talent. He's one of the guys I would classify as an inside wide receiver. Could be a tight end, could be a big slot. He's on that spectrum, but he's tremendously talented. Someone that can really get deep down the field, tracks the ball well, and plays a big man's game. Bobby Brown for Texas A&M is someone who played well on the inside. This A&M defense was really good last year and should be really good this season, even without Bobby Brown there on the inside. But I thought he did a good job of holding his own at the point of attack. And the next guy, Robert Rochelle, Senior Bowl standout, but was also a standout this year for Central Arkansas. And the reason why I liked his tape this year, Central Arkansas was one of the few FCS teams that played in the fall, and so they had to scramble and find games. So Rochelle played a lot of big games. They played against UAB, where he had to go up against Austin Watkins, who we're going to talk about in a second, who's with San Francisco, and Myron Mitchell, another talented receiver that ended up getting to the NFL. So he was challenged. He had to intercept that game, a fumble recovery for a touchdown. He checks all the height, weight, speed boxes, and went down to the Senior Bowl this past January and had a good week of work there, showing that it wasn't just a flash in the pan. He's someone that matches up athletically to what you want at the cornerback position.
Next 2 picks, Ernest Brown, the DN from Northwestern, and Jake Funk, running back from Maryland.
I was shocked that not a lot of people were talking about Jake Funk. Funk has really good speed, good vision, good burst. And I will say it, because he's a white running back, they always want to say, oh, let's move him to fullback, or what about his blocking? Like, no, this dude is a true tailback. And if you give him carries, he's going to surprise you. He's going to be productive. The question you worry is about the injury concern. He had those all throughout his career. But when he's out there on the field, man, you go back and watch that game against Minnesota. He had a really good day picking and sliding his way through the line of scrimmage and showing that burst to get down the field. So I was a Jake Funk fan all throughout his time with Maryland. And you also look at Brown, you mentioned out of Northwestern, solid player, point of attack guy that's going to, have to work himself into, that rotation that what looks to be now a very solid front for LA. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention all of these. Chris Garrett was another guy they drafted in the 7th round who was, tremendous at Concordia St. Paul. You watch his tape, and he didn't play this year. He was a Division II guy. This dude is consistently finding ways to be productive. Double-digit sacks, double-digit TFLs. I want to say his last season, which was 2019, had 24.5 TFLs. He lives behind the line of scrimmage. And the Rams have shown a propensity to take chances on guys from these smaller schools, and they make the roster. Last year, you had wide receiver J.J. Koski out of Cal Poly, who ran triple option, but Koski's athleticism was something that you couldn't deny. He was a receiver that was the direct beneficiary of those one-on-one plays, and he was, making dividends for Cal Poly. Then you look at their linebacker from Delaware, who ended up starting and playing well, Troy Reeder, who was tremendous at Delaware. He transferred from Penn State, I believe, and then went to Delaware, dominated, made it as an undrafted free agent last year, started games for them. So Chris Garrett, core special teamer right out the bat, but watch him make plays for this Rams offense.
The other pick they had was Ben Skoranek, the wide receiver from Notre Dame.
Yeah, he's just like Jacob Harris. So clearly they're trying to find these guys that are, on that tight end, big inside receiver spectrum move guys. And Skoranek, I thought, had a solid season this year at Notre Dame. But again, you double down on that position. So you wonder, what's the plan here? Because you got two big inside wide receivers / tight end types, matchup nightmare type guys, kind of like what they had in Gerald Everett, who moved on. But then you draft a Tutu Atwell, and you wonder, okay, what's the philosophy here? How will these guys find their way on the field if they find their way on the field early in this career? But with Atwell, at least at worst, he's your day one kickoff or punt returner.
Before we find out how many keepers the Niners drafted, I got to make sure everybody knows about keeps. And if you're starting to lose your hair even a little bit, become a keeps customer like I am. If you saw me, I think last week on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, I posted me jumping off of a boat. Yeah, you can see I have a bald spot. Guess what? It would be way worse if it wasn't for keeps. Way worse. I can assure you of that. And the one thing I've learned is that most people, here's what I would say. Most people don't realize you got to start earlier. Like, by the time you actually see thinning hair, you've lost 50% of the hair follicles in that area. When in doubt, start using Keeps. There's only 2 FDA-approved medicines. I get both of them from Keeps. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/draft to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/draft to get your first month free. Keeps.com/draft. And by the way, if you're already doing something for your hair, then you already know that Keeps is way better than however you're doing it right now. Trust me. All right. Niners, we've talked about Trey Lance enough. Round 2, Aaron Banks, the guard from Notre Dame.
He was about number 1 guard, man. Dominant on both ends of offense. When you talk about running the football, run behind Aaron Banks, it wouldn't surprise me to see him start right away at right guard, at least for San Francisco. And you look at what he does in pass pro. He knows how to play the hand fighting game, so he's always going to be in a good position there to not get swam over or bull rush. You're never going to move him. So he's just a plug and play guy. I thought that was a home run selection for San Francisco.
2 third-round picks. Really interested to get your thoughts on these guys. Trey Sermon, the running back from Ohio State. Ambry Thomas, the corner from Michigan.
Trey Sermon's footwork was, I love the classic names. We talked about him before, but feet like Amp Lee. Footwork is just outstanding, and that's going to allow him to have so much success in terms of this run game and this run scheme, because he can allow his feet to lead the way, and his eyes are always working in unison in that regard. He may not be the most explosive guy, but when you have the vision and the footwork, you're going to find yards. He did a lot of that, especially on the back end of the season at Ohio State. And Ambry Thomas is a man-to-man guy, good coverage, good press skills, good man coverage guy. I think that's someone that is scheme specific for San Francisco, which is why they went ahead and made that selection. So I thought that was a very good scheme fit for the 49ers and what they look for at that position.
Next 2 picks, Jalen Moore, the Western Michigan offensive tackle, and Diamador Lenore, the corner from Oregon.
Jalen Moore, he was my 12th rated tackle, so I had a 79.5 grade on him, which is pretty high. That's like on the cusp of first round, high second round. Anything 80 or above, I would take in the first round. So he was in that high second round grade for me. Play to play, down to down, probably some of the most consistent tape of any offensive lineman that I watch. I'm talking about consistency. Everything that he did well, he did it every play. And so I thought, wow, this guy's tape is phenomenal. That was a sleeper pick for me. San Francisco got themselves a guy that I can see start down the line for them. He's got good athleticism, good footwork, good on both ends like Banks, but has the movement skills that you want to see in today's game on the outside at tackle. And Lenore is someone, again, you talk about someone coming from a secondary that has produced a lot of good players. Ball skills, ball instincts are there. Athleticism is there. And I also feel as though the versatility is there. Again, adding depth to that secondary with guys that can do more than one thing is always a good thing, in my opinion.
Last 2 picks, Talanoa Hufanga, the safety from USC, and Eli Mitchell, a running back from some college I never heard of before.
University of Southwestern Louisiana, or more affectionately and correctly known today, University of Louisiana. And I gotta talk with some people to make sure everyone understands the abbreviation is Louisiana or UL. Don't come out here with that ULL stuff or ULA or whatever you guys want to use. It's UL or Louisiana. So now that that's straight, let's talk about the great.
Hold on a second. Why not Lafayette?
Because Lafayette is a college in Pennsylvania that plays Lehigh in one of the oldest college football rivalries. And Lafayette is also the city where the University of Louisiana is located in. So University of Louisiana, you could say in Lafayette, but don't use at Lafayette because that's not our name anymore. That was our name when we first changed it. We now own the University of Louisiana name. And so if you guys want to get technical, you better start calling LSU A&M, because that's what their official name is, Louisiana State University, Agriculture and Mechanical University. So, you rather you take University of Louisiana or you're going to start calling it LSU A&M. So which one is it? So
let's go University of Louisiana. Let's talk about Eli Mitchell.
Outstanding tailback, man. Burst, explosiveness. He can beat you down the field in the pass game, so he's a downfield threat in the passing game. San Francisco doubles down on the running back position. They got a guy with great vision and a guy with great explosiveness and breakaway speed. Those two guys are going to be two outstanding rookies. The only thing about Eli Mitchell that worries me right now is that he's wearing number 49. It's hard to find success wearing 49 in the backfield unless you're Bobby Mitchell, but that was in the 50s and 60s. So we got to get Eli Mitchell a better number because his skill set warrants him wearing 20, 21, 28, 32, 34, any one of those terrific running back numbers, but 49 just won't cut it. And when you also look at their other pick in who's the last? Hufanga from USC. Everyone talked about him, and I hate that everybody looks at him. He has a hair coming out the helmet, USC uniform. Oh, Palomalu light. Like, man, let's stop with that. He's good. He finds the football. He's someone that can play strong safety, maybe a weak side linebacker. So he's versatile. He's athletic. He's a playmaker. He's not Palomalu, but he's definitely someone that's going to help this football team out on defense and also on special teams. And I also like undrafted free agents. Austin Watkins was one of my top tier split ends, explosive speed to get down the field. At worst, he's your day one gunner, but he's going to help this football team out as a receiver because he's tremendous. This dude can track the football and go up and get it at his highest point. And Josh Peterson, we talked about him when we broke down the tight end position. He was a late addition to the draft class. His father is Doug Peterson, the former Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl winning head coach. Peterson is someone that had an up and down year at ULM. That whole program was up and down this season dealing with COVID. But Peterson is someone that's along the same lines of what they have in Ross Dwelly, the tight end there that's athletic, that can beat you one-on-one, has good acceleration to the ball. So two underrated, undrafted rookie free agents that should have an impact for San Francisco.
Last but not least, Seattle Seahawks. Their first pick was a second-round pick, Dwayne Eskridge, wide receiver, Western Michigan.
And I did the broadcast 2 years ago, Monmouth versus Western Michigan out there in Kalamazoo. Great stadium, by the way, and great spread. Tucker Spreads would do fantastic job out there. They have a great taco bar.
I think I'm doing like 4 or 5 MAC games this year. I might end up going to Western Michigan once. That's good. That's good looking out there for Tuck Spreads.
That's scouting right there. Scouting 101. I'm on it. But when I was out there calling the game, he was playing cornerback. And so you saw the elite acceleration and plant and go speed there, and they had him returning kicks because he had moved to corner from receiver. This year he moves back to wide receiver. He was the closest thing, to be honest, that we've seen to Flipper Anderson since Flipper Anderson. He averaged 20-something yards a reception. That is just dumb. You don't see that nowadays. 20-something yards of reception when you're the number one option and they know you're getting the football and they can't stop it. So now you envision him and Tyler Lockett run these deep over routes with Russell Wilson throwing those beautiful rainbow shots out there in the Pacific Northwest. It's going to be outstanding to watch him play. So I thought that was a really good fit for their offense.
Their next pick in round 4 was Trey Brown, the corner from Oklahoma.
Feisty slot corner guy and someone that, he's built small, but he plays a physical feisty game, and Seattle needs help at corner. So as many guys they can get out there, it's going to be good. And Brown was one of the top slot corners, in my opinion, in the draft class.
Last but not least, I've seen some tape of this guy. I've seen some pass pro tape. He is a big dude with some nice pass pro. Stone Forsythe, the offensive tackle from Florida. I love the name too.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, this is one guy out of 254 selections in the draft, or 256, that I had no scouting report on. So I thought he was going back to Florida. I didn't know he entered the draft, so I didn't even bother to do a report on him. So this is someone that I will go and have to study. Like the last team we talked about in our draft series is the one guy I had no idea about. Didn't think he entered the draft, so I had no report.
The last player on the last team. What are the odds of that? That is funny, man. That'll do it for an.
But I want to make up for it right quick because I do have something on undrafted rookie free agent Pierre-Olivier Lestage out of University of Montreal, dominant in the U Sports level up there for the Carabins, and was a CFL draft pick. He was one of my intermediate level guards, and so he's going to get an opportunity to play here in Seattle. And Greg Island out of Mississippi State can play tackle or guard. He's 6'8", 350, someone that has good athleticism for someone that is that tall. So I make up for it by giving you two undrafted free agents.
I love it. I love it. And I gave a Forsythe breakdown a little bit, so we're covered there. I actually had seen some video on him. Check him out. Emery Hunt at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube. Ask and you shall receive. If you have a question about one of the guys that your team got, undrafted free agent, or heading into the 2021 college football season, which will be here before you know it. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Yeah. All right. Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. DraftKings Dream Stream. 8 p.m. Madden Stim. Cowboys taking on the G-Men.
The New York Football Giants.
Cowboys are 5-8. The Giants are 7-6. Week 15. These teams will meet at virtual MetLife. Giants are tied atop the NFC East in our 2021 schedule simulation. 7-6 with Philadelphia. 7-6. We will discuss the news that broke in the NBA moments ago, but let's discuss our lineups first.
Sure.
What you got? What are you thinking?
Sterling Shepard in the captain spot, Saquon Barkley, Amari Cooper, Ezekiel Elliott, CeeDee Lamb, and Greg the Leg Zuerlein. That's the way I went. Sterling Shepard didn't do anything for me the last time I had the Giants, but generally is a nice play in that spot. He comes up with some big catches, gives you flexibility in your lineup. So I felt like I'm going to ride Sterling Shepard. He's going to be my Giants captainer moving forward until he just really craps out on me. Like if he does what he did last game a bunch of times in a row here, I'll bail on this strategy. I'm going to try it for a while.
Okay. So I stacked up the Cowboys. I felt you couldn't ignore Amari Cooper not being as expensive as he normally is, $8,600. Coming off a great game against the football team, 9 catches,
Feels like a
121
steal.
yards.
Yep.
So I put him in the captain spot, played Zeke, played Dak. I'm sorry, Jason Rossi. I played Blake Jarwin.
Does Rossi hate Blake Jarwin?
Yes.
Rossi has such weird, love-hate, he loves Devin Asiasi, hates Blake Jarwin. I want to see Rossi's, love-hate list for players. It's probably fascinating.
And again, when we discuss this, he just means more so Blake Jarwin as a player. The play of Blake Jarwin as a fantasy player.
Yes.
Blake Jarwin, great hair. Obviously a terrible injury last year that put him out. Yeah, you're right. Rossi wants Jarwin taken off the roster. His backup last year was Dalton Schultz, and he's the tight end too in these sims. Dalton Schultz is actually pretty decent. He had a nice little finish. Slayton is in my lineup, and Greg the Leg.
Jeffrey Orris and Jellyfish both saying Galladay, ? Galladay is still on the Lions in this version of Madden, my friends. Galladay!
Giants ball first. So those of you that like to play NBA lineups. Oh, by the way, the Connecticut Sun are absolutely dominating the Washington Mystics right now.
That's the biggest news in basketball right now, actually. Connecticut Sun are beating the Mystics.
Dominating.
Second biggest piece of news coming from the NBA.
Yes, Trae Young out for tonight's game number 4 against the Bucs. Deep bone bruise in the right foot. Young exhausted every avenue to try and find a way to return to play, but a severe lack of mobility and significant degree of pain made it impossible. The report coming from ESPN's Malika Andrews and Adrian Wojnarowski.
You know what that tells me, Glash? We ain't seeing this dude play the rest of this series. That doesn't sound like a guy that's just being cautious here. He's going to come back next game. This sounds like a guy that needs time. I don't think we see Trae Young again this postseason because they're not going to win many games without him. I think Milwaukee's going to be able to win these next 2. I really do. And that's too bad because this Atlanta run's been really fun. Cracking seltzers over here.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, sorry, I could have timed it, I guess, better. But
no, you should. When you crack a seltzer, you should do it into the mic. It sounds cool.
I've done that before. Young will, so Woj added to this report. Woj will continue to rehab with hopes of a Game 5 return. So
doesn't sound like it's happening to me. You read that first one from Malik Andrews. I mean, that don't sound real good.
Yeah. Or, no, it does not sound good. Yeah, I agree. The Guru says Pat Connaughton filling in. There was a DK News alert. There was a DK News alert from DK Nation on Twitter, at DK Live, but the Twitter account's title is DK Nation. Oh, where is it? Oh, here we go. It's just Bogdanovich will be available to play. He had some concerns coming in with his knee. Yeah, I got to say, and I know we've done some NBA segments last few days, last few weeks, and by segments I mean with the NBA. Like the NBA has worked with DraftKings quite a bit. I got to tell you, I've had a really hard time, specifically this series, investing in the conference finals. I have. As much as they say it's wide open, you don't know who's going to win the title. I've had a hard time investing in these conferences. Now, last night I watched a lot of Clippers Suns.
I'm much more interested in that series than this series.
Yeah, I've had difficulty getting into this series. I maybe it was you. I've had this talk with. I think these two teams, Milwaukee and Atlanta, and this is when this was with Ducey. Got in a conversation with the Guru about it being wide open. The Guru said he's got like 8 or 9 teams that can contend. The Guru is here, by the way, in the chat. These two teams kind of aren't that very good. Like, they're not that good. Does that make sense?
It does.
Or they're underachieving. The Bucs are significantly underachieving. But it gets to a point where if you just keep constantly underachieving,
you're
just not that good.
You tell on yourself. Absolutely. No, it's a weird year in the NBA. I keep trying to remind myself and to those I speak about the NBA to, the shortened offseason after that weird bubble year is affecting everything, man. That's why we have the Final Four we have right now. It's not... I mean, the NBA had to do what it had to do, but we're not in an ideal situation still. Next year, I think things get back to normal in a big way. I don't think we see as much stank in the conference finals. Like, I don't see Phoenix being back in the conference finals over the next few years. I don't. I think this is a one-off.
I disagree with that. I think their young talent's pretty legit.
Man, I think when you have Anthony Davis and LeBron James healthy back in the Western Conference with the Lakers, and then you have the Warriors bringing Klay Thompson back, I see that entire conference playing out much differently in the playoffs. And in theory, a healthy Kawhi next postseason too. But we know he's been dealing with injuries since he really signed with the Clippers.
Hey, so everyone, the Giants opened with the ball. They're moving here. They're at the 10. Saquon's got 37 rushing yards. He's owned in 73.5% of lineups. Daniel Jones, run for your life, flips it to Saquon for no gain, but it's a completion for Daniel Jones. They're 5 for 5. So
I also think Utah's ready to take one more step forward next year. I think they were ahead of schedule this year.
I can get behind that. The Lakers, though, they've got some serious concerns. AD's health is a concern regardless of whether or not there was a bubble.
Always. Every year, AD's health is a concern. I feel you on that.
Hey, there's your captain.
Shep! There you go, Shep.
Nice. 26.7% owned, 3% captained in the $250 free showdown. Sterling Shepard. There you go. So Trae Young's out. Lou Williams, news coming in now. Lou Williams will start at point guard tonight in place of Trae Young.
I love Lou Will. That's a guy that just believes he's the best player on the floor every time he touches the floor. I love it. Shout out to Magic City. Chicken wings.
So the Guru agrees with you that the contender list, and we say contender, we mean like to win the title.
Yeah.
Is that what your definition of contender is? Mike's definition is to win the title.
Yep.
Not just get there. Can they win
Correct.
the thing?
Yep.
All I guess if you're a contender, you're in the Final Four. So
Could have been a contender. Yeah, but if you're in the Final Four, generally that means that you had a chance to win the championship.
Yeah, I mean, just
so
some
I think
years...
we're saying the same thing.
Okay. All right. Just making sure I'm on the same page as you.
I think next year, if everything's healthy, I think the teams that have the chance to win the championship are the ones that have MVP candidates on. Like legit year after year MVP candidates. If the Nuggets have Jamal Murray healthy with Jokic, title contender. No doubt in my mind. That team looks completely different next season.
Yep.
If LeBron is healthy with AD healthy, come on, of course, we all know. Title contender. Brooklyn healthy, no doubter. I mean, they're going to be the favorites probably heading into next season.
Brooklyn's going to be so motivated because over the years, these super teams, it's always year 2. And I'll use LeBron as an example. Year 2 is when LeBron has always come through with the title. After, of course, I'm talking
No, you're right. Yep.
Once he
year
left
2
Cleveland.
in Miami, year 2 in Cleveland, year 2 in LA.
Yep. So I'll use that year 2 example with Brooklyn.
Yep,
for sure.
It's year 3 for KD and Kyrie together, but it was KD's first year healthy. It's been a weird, rocky start for this Brooklyn thing to come together, but I agree with you.
Yeah, and looking on that note, and look, Kawhi Leonard dude comes in. He's been officially ruled out for Wednesday's game against the Suns. Which
I don't think we're seeing him again either.
I've been saying Sun quite a bit, talking Western Conference Finals. It's a Freudian slip. That's a team to me, the Clippers, because you mentioned Kawhi. The Clippers are playing really inspired basketball. Now, I know you could get on them for getting down early in series, but Ty Lue's record in elimination games, like the way Ty Lue has coached this team is making the case against Doc Rivers. It's strengthening that. Like it's making Doc look bad.
I agree with you. Dudes want to play for this guy.
Yeah.
And the lineups have looked good. I completely agree with you. I know this is kind of off topic, but from that series as well, Monty Williams got hosed for Coach of the Year, man. You could just see his impact on the games.
Who won the award?
Out of timeout plays. No, Tibbs up in New York.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense. I mean, the Knicks
it
were
does.
awful. I get it, but Monty Williams, I think, should have won Coach of the Year. It's clear that him and Chris Paul together really just completely changing that whole situation in Phoenix for the better.
Yeah, it's
Oh God, Zeke. See you later. Woo! Hello.
Paul George has finally kind of figured it out. If they can add, it's almost like kind of like when Kawhi went to the Raptors. If you just add Kawhi to this group, this DNA,
Plop
this
him in,
he'll be the difference maker. But doesn't it kind of prove too, like you could look at it the other way around. Like Kawhi Leonard is not a culture setter.
No. He's just gonna go out and do his thing on the floor.
He's in the side. No, his game is his game. But as far as like motivating guys,
that's what I mean.
Rah,
you bring in Kawhi to be Kawhi on the court. You don't bring him in to be the CEO of your organization.
That's what the Clippers thought they were signing up for.
Yeah, and they didn't get that. And then they got Paul George, who also isn't that guy.
No,
like both of those dudes are just great players. They're not faces of the franchise type dudes.
No.
And Chris Paul is a lot like Kawhi and Paul George in the sense that he's more of, in my mind, a guy that's kind of like a do your job on the court kind of guy. But he can also be the CEO and answer the hard question. I mean, he's been the head of the PA forever.
Right.
Right. He is a guy that sets the culture whether you like it or not. He's like KG in that sense. Like people sometimes dislike being teammate Kobe, another example of a guy where either you love him or you hate him. Either way, you have to ride with him because you know he's working harder than everyone else. And you've got to meet that expectation if you're going to play with Chris Paul, or he's going to let you hear it.
Yep. And over the years, he's got the stink eye because no rings.
Right.
No, I'm talking like Blake Griffin.
Yep.
James Harden in Houston. And I know, look, in Houston, that situation, if he doesn't get hurt, maybe they get over the hump and win that thing. But I feel like guys could just go, you haven't won anything, Chris.
Right.
Like, who are you?
Which is an insane way to think when you pay attention, right? Because Chris Paul, he's proving it. To be as good as he is right now at this age is insane at the point guard position. It's almost unprecedented what he's doing, as how good he is right now. It truly is.
Mm-hmm. We'll look at some stats. Ashley Edwards needs CeeDee Lamb. Prescott 4 for 5, 47 yards. Daniel Jones is 6 for 6, 38 yards. Touchdown to Sterling Shepard, Freeze Pop's captain. Hey, we got Jim from Game Ops tonight.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, Jim, NFC.
I don't know, Jim.
Amari Cooper, 3 for 33. Shepard's got 2 for 19 in the score. Tate, 2 for 12. Blake Jarwin, Rossi's favorite player, 1 for 14.
Kalen Knight saying, LMAO, I'm glad you called out that hit, Tom. That was nasty. Yeah, Zeke got lit up on that play. Absolutely lit up.
I mean, he gained 5 yards, but yes, I mean, it looked like it hurt.
He just got lit up. Ashley Edwards is in 4th place right now. Congrats to her. I will check where I am.
Yeah, A. Edwards 90.
Lower.
You're in 6th, dude.
Oh, hell! 6th.
There you go. Good deal. Slayton. Did Slayton have anything? No. Nothing,
If
Jake
he did,
Williams.
it was not memorable.
Nope. Nothing from Darius Slayton. Nothing to see. Yeah, it's a bummer though, this Trae Young news. It really is. This is like, so to try and spin the conversation instead, and I've been a victim of this. We just did it. You and I just did this for 5 minutes. We literally fell, there's that word again. We fell into the trap and we started talking about the teams not in conference final week and a half. And we started talking about the teams that should be here if they were healthy. And I remember people being like, well, you should just be more appreciative of the teams that are here. It's as open as ever. And what do you know? Another star on another team got hurt. This is a battle of survival, these NBA playoffs. This is not, this really doesn't even feel like a winner. This feels like who will get less hurt.
Right. Maybe this is all falling in Giannis's favor, right? Like, I know you said that you don't love what you're seeing from the Bucs right now, but Kawhi's out in the West, so maybe the Clippers lose. It looks like they're gonna, right? Because the Suns have the lead in that series.
Yep,
So you get kind of an
going to LA.
You get kind of an unproven Suns team heading to the finals, or you get a Clippers team that's never been there without Kawhi in all likelihood. And Giannis finally is going to have, his shot at his ring, and it's going to validate him as one of the best players in the league, which we've all known he already is.
Mm-hmm.
But heading into next year, all the talk is going to be, but this guy was missing, and this guy was missing, and this guy was missing.
And that's what's funny. We all thought that was going to happen last year in the bubble. It turns out this was the year that was most excruciating, the most difficult to get through with the protocols, lack of practice time, trying to travel.
Lack of offseason, I think, was huge, too.
Right.
No offseason, basically.
Right, especially for, like, the Lakers, Miami, Denver.
And look what happened to them.
Boston, yeah.
All of those teams dealt with injuries and COVID more than anyone else. Jamal Murray down. Heat out in the first round. Lakers dealing with injuries, clearly, with both of their stars. And the Celtics. It was brutal.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for the Celtics like some of our friends here on the Dream Stream.
Well, who made excuses for the Celtics? Oh.
I mean, do I even have to say?
I mean, look, even like Philadelphia, Embiid was banged up.
Right.
Utah, Mike Conley was out. Donovan Mitchell was dealing with stuff. I mean, who else? Every team involved had a major. It wasn't just a role player. Hunter for Atlanta, role player, was hurt, but now Trae Young's banged up. See, Rich Sharp, I hope you're right. Rich, that's what I'm kind of holding out hope for. That Suns, Bucs, if everyone on the roster for both teams stay healthy, so Suns, Bucs, because
stay healthy, out of protocol, and play at their peak.
I think that could be a great finals
series.
Agreed.
No doubt.
I guess that's where I'm at now. Just get me to the finals. Just get me there.
Yeah. Yep.
Or here's what I think in the short term would be really fun, but over the long term, for the looking ahead to the finals, I think would not be good. It wouldn't shock me if the Clippers force a Game 7 against Phoenix. And the Suns, young guys, kind of feel it, and they have to go back to. If the Clippers end up winning the series, it won't do well for the finals.
No, the Bucs will beat them in 5 games,
assuming Kawhi doesn't come back. Right,
and I don't think he's going to. Okay. I don't think he should, and he's not the type of guy. And this is no knock on him. That's gonna come back before he should. Kawhi sits out a lot. He's big on load management.
That's what's crazy.
When he has a real injury, no way is he coming back.
Okay, so this is Saunders says Glash, in every sport, injuries shape the season, playoffs, tournaments, etc. It's part of the game. They are the best teams left. Who?
No. I disagree.
You're saying this Final Four in the NBA? Now, in the NHL, any given year, very different in the sense that Price in Montreal, goalie gets hot, carries the load, covers up your deficiencies. And then Tampa's just a wagon. And did y'all see how Game 1 went last night in the Stanley Cup final? Tampa's really good. Tampa might sweep them.
Tampa should be, I say should, but hockey is so crazy. Tampa should be going for their 4th or 5th cup right now. They've been really good for a long time. At the very least, a 3-peat. You guys remember the year the Blues won the cup. The Lightning had maybe the best regular season ever, with Barkley getting the score here for the Giants, and then they got bounced in the first round. Hockey is all over the place. Tampa's a wagon.
And they won it last year in the bubble.
Correct.
So I guess here's where I'm at with the NBA. I'm not against parity. I okay, you and I, let's just do this quick. We're both Patriots guys. The Patriots are in the Super Bowl every year. I get the fatigue. You like to see different teams in it at the end. I can get that from a sports fan perspective. But not when it looks like this. When it's dudes just going out, falling down, dropping like flies. I don't like it when it's like that.
Yeah, and to say injuries are a part of the game, it is what it is. We just listed off all of the injuries that are going on with all of these prominent guys. It's not like this every year. This is not normal.
Yeah. I just think maybe the parity thing.
There's less parity in the NBA than any other sport.
Agreed.
And I don't care. I want the best players playing in the finals.
Right. What I'm trying to say is maybe I'm starting to realize, okay, you got your parity, everybody, and now I'm like, oh, yeah, it's kind of overrated.
Yeah. Oh, totally overrated.
It's kind of overrated.
100% agree with you.
I think they're a way better. I think the NBA is front loaded. The best teams are the best teams. In the NFL, I think there are I think on any given sim day, any given Sunday, I think an NFL team that is 10-6 or whatever, 10-7 next year can beat a team that won 14 games.
Well, look at the margin of error in NFL games. Like, most games are decided by 7 points or less.
Right.
Like a large majority of them. I completely agree with you. The NBA is totally top-loaded, and it's because the league is built on stars. The game of basketball is built on the best players having the most impact on games.
Right.
Think about it. Teams are scoring between 100 and 110 points a game. If you got one dude on your roster who's scoring 30 of those points, think about how much of a percentage that is of your 100. I mean, he's accounting for 30% of the scoring. That doesn't happen in any other sport where one guy is just taking over. So you remove those stars from the game, it's just math. The product is going to get worse.
What I don't like, so here's where I get where folks like what I don't. Okay. So I'm admitting that I think parity's a little overrated. Here's what I don't like.
I think parity in basketball is overrated.
What I don't like is when LeBron tweets like, "This is what I tried to warn everybody. This is what I tried to tell you." And it's like, LeBron, dude, like just because you're not in it doesn't mean it doesn't have a chance to be good.
Yeah, there's no way you'd be tweeting that out if your team was still playing and all these injuries were happening. Zero
right,
chance.
and you got the breaks. Correct. If LeBron's team's got the breaks. Every year a team that wins the title gets a break. That is
wide
a
open.
Long touchdown for Amari Cooper.
Wide open.
Wow. This guy was not that expensive today. $8,600, $1,290 or $12,900, excuse me, in the captain spot. That is, I'm pretty sure that's the bonus.
Got to be close at this point.
That's the bonus, 103. Boom.
I am excited to see where that lands me in this contest here. I don't have him in the captain spot, but I got him in my lineup.
So that I don't like, because then I'm like, all right, like at the end of the day, someone does need to win the title. So Saunders, no, I will not diminish who wins the title. I'm not going to put an asterisk on it. Not going to do it. I don't put an asterisk on, let me think. I don't put an asterisk on the Raptors title because players from the Warriors were hurt. I don't put an asterisk on the Golden State title against LeBron when Kyrie and Kevin Love are out.
Some people do.
I don't. I don't put an asterisk on LeBron coming back down 3-1 because Draymond got suspended. If you're all people that were like, oh, well, if that didn't happen, well, let's play the game now. I mean, if these injuries didn't happen, Atlanta's not here.
Right. No, you can do that every year in basketball.
And Milwaukee isn't either. I mean,
the whole asterisk thing is not applicable for me in any way.
I like Sean Preston's take. The next man up isn't better. Like, it's a man, but not better.
Travis Castaneda saying, sweet, now I just need Slayton to do something. Let's see if Slayton can do something for you there, Travis. I am in 13th currently. Pretty far off the lead, though. First place has an 11-point lead over me. Justin Birney. Birney. Maybe it's Birney. He's in first place with 73 points. He's I'm trying to think head and shoulders ahead.
What teams, and I know we discussed this a little bit. Giannis was hurt in the bubble, wasn't he? He was banged up in the bubble. They weren't playing well against who'd they lose to in the first round? The Bucs. They lost in the second round to Miami.
To Miami, correct.
Right. Giannis was banged up. Now, they were not playing well. Like, it's not like they were playing really well and then he got hurt. Like, they were not playing well.
Yeah, the Bucs were a team that had the stoppage not occurred, I think may have just continued to dominate. Like, they were on an absolute roll last season. And then everyone just had time to reset and Clearly it helped Miami.
See, Must-Be is backing up his Hawks. They played New York, then Philadelphia. How are they not here? Well, I mean, Joel Embiid was not 100%, and the second best player in Philadelphia turned into a shell of himself. So I guess, in fairness, that's not injury. That's just, he's not very good.
Mike Bizzle asking if I remember who was on our Giants Mount Rushmore. It was Michael Strahan, Lawrence Taylor, Bill Parcells, and Wellington Mara. That was Rossi and I's New York Giants Mount Rushmore. We did our final Mount Rushmore of the offseason today. Rams, last team we hadn't done.
Wow.
Yeah, it took us till now to do them all.
I thought for sure that was already complete.
No, because we had to wait until we had them in front of us to do them. That was the rule. And it took this long to have me and Rossi be together for a Rams sim. There was a few stragglers. They were one of them.
Hey, thank you all for being with us. We have producer Michael, Daniel on the ones and twos, Jim from Game Ops, 14-10. Saquon Barkley has a touchdown today. That one is an interception dropped. Daniel Jones' first incompletion. So Barkley has scored, Shepard has scored, and for Dallas, it's Amari Cooper. Cena, what's up? So Saunders says if they're still standing, they are better. What are we talking about?
No.
That's just a very simple way of looking at it. That's okay. If that brings you pleasure, fine. I'm not going to change your mind, I guess, but
it lacks nuance, for sure.
Saunders, yes, a lot of teams that win the title are not that good. They're not the best team.
They were the team that had the circumstances break their way that led them to winning a title.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's not always, and that's why we love sports, right? You don't always have to have the best team to win a championship. Mm-hmm. You and I, as Patriot fans, know that better maybe than anybody. The Patriots were undefeated heading into a Super Bowl against a mediocre Giants team. One of the biggest upsets in the history of the game. I mean, that Patriots team was blowing people out that season. It wasn't even close.
The Philadelphia Eagles, with their MVP quarterback out, had a backup take them to the title.
Nick freaking Foles.
But they must have been better. No, they elevated.
They broke their way
well
that day. Circumstances led to them winning. Bill Belichick benched the CB1, who had played on 98% of defensive snaps that season, and decided to not make a halftime adjustment when that clearly wasn't the correct thing to do.
I'm not trying to take credit away. I'm not trying to take credit away from the Hawks. I'm just they got a break. Something broke their way. The second best player on the Philadelphia 76ers forgot how to play basketball. It's okay. I'm not blaming them for that.
James Coulthard saying Mount Rushmore would be fun to do with players only. Yeah, we opted to include execs and coaches as well because we thought it would make the exercise more thought-inducing, be harder to do, and it was. For the Steelers, we had to include one of the Rooneys when you could probably make 4 different Mount Rushmores for great players for the Pittsburgh Steelers and make compelling cases for all of them. But we had to sacrifice a spot to the great ownership group.
Hey, Must-Be, are you still there? So Must-Be gave me such a hard time. He gave me such a hard time when we called out James Harden. Because, so Jordan Warren says, that's why championships aren't won on paper. You still got to win, right? So everyone thought Brooklyn was going to the finals, right? But what happened? What was their issue all year? Couldn't stay healthy. Couldn't stay on the court together. Kyrie Irving, banged up. Kyrie was also not obeying the COVID rules, okay? That was early on in the season. What was James Harden's issue from day one of the season in Houston? He looked out of shape.
He wasn't in shape.
Wasn't in shape, right? So couldn't I make the same case that the Brooklyn Nets took the whole field, they looked at the whole Eastern Conference and said, we got this. So talk about taking things lightly must be. If you're going to say that the Sixers and the New York Knicks took your Atlanta Hawks lightly, well, why was James Harden not geared up, ready to go from day one when he became a Brooklyn Net? Why wasn't Kyrie Irving out there every single night prioritizing being ready to get on the floor? Why were they taking nights off? They must have been taking it lightly. Interesting.
Yvonne Saunders.
Interesting how that argument only works when you want to back up your own team. Interesting.
I think Yvonne Saunders on YouTube is having some fun with our circumstances comment, saying, then Brady fits right in that circumstances situation this year with the crying face emoji. And you know what? She's not wrong. He did. The Chiefs had all of those problems with the offensive line. Slotted right in, and Tampa had the big game.
Just to clarify, we were not the ones to bring up Tom Brady. So now that the chat, one of the people, we have to do the right thing and address the people's comments because we are the host for the people about the people. We'll get into that when we come back. Since Saunders went there earlier today on the Sweat, the guys looked back at what they learned. Oh, speaking of Tampa, Tom Brady just bringing so much winning attitude down to Tampa. The Lightning, yeah, I'm giving Tom Brady credit for the Tampa Bay Lightning being good. Yell at me. I dare you. Tampa, 5-1 win last night over the Canadiens in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final.
What did we learn from the Lightning's win in Game 1 besides the fact that they're really good?
Well, first of all, I think we learned that like both Paul and AJ, Jesse, are not Montreal Canadiens fans. I mean, we lost Paul on the first show yesterday, and now AJ's not showing up. So I don't know what these guys have against, Montreal, but we'll have to get to the bottom of that.
Deep-seated, yeah.
It's extremely, it's in a conspiracy, actually, is what it is. But look, I mean, unfortunately for me, who was very much big on like the Canadiens' chances in Game 1 and thought they might be able to catch Tampa, they're not rested, Kucherov maybe a little banged up, off guard. That did not happen. What happened was, Tampa got out to their traditional like 1-goal lead, and then in the third period, their superstars took over. So I think what we learned is if the superstars for Tampa are going to play that clutch in clutch time, this series is going to be very, very short because Montreal, the one thing they definitely do not have is a Nikita Kucherov. They don't have a Braden Point either, if we're being honest. So, this is going to come down to Montreal kind of being at the mercy of the superstar players of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, look, Carey Price is still, what you would call a superstar as well. And he could easily bounce back here, maybe put a plug in these superstars producing. But, if Nikita Kucherov is going to look like this for the rest of the series, I do not see this being a very good time for Montreal Canadiens fans. This one could, be less than 6 games. And I think we were hitting around 6 games yesterday, in terms of our predictions. But, right now with the way, Kucherov looked in Game 1 and even the way guys like Stamkos looked, this one has the looks like it could be less than 6 games.
All right. So you want to watch the Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern time. It's 1 hour, leads right into the first Madden sim. You can get hot takes, analysis, sports betting, DFS. Get involved with the fun. Pretty soon we won't have, I know we'll probably have Olympic coverage, but basketball and hockey wrapping up. We'll have baseball. Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne were together earlier today doing the slate. So please join us on the Sweat. Good to have Jessie Cofield back from her honeymoon, and she's been back for a while
from her
now.
year-long honeymoon.
Yeah, it looks like a great time.
I thought she was still on it, to be honest.
Yeah. Instead, we're here just spewing takes and getting all of you riled up. That's what we love to do. Spend time with you, the people. Stats have been updated by our friend Jim. Hey, Jim.
By the way, Yvonne saying, I'm a dude, Freeze Pops. Yvonne Lebray, named after my grandmother's fave Washington Capitol player. There you go. Apologies, Yvonne, for using the wrong pronoun.
David says, Jeff has to let us know when he is being honest, LOL all the time. So Jeff starts a lot of sentences with, I got to be honest.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with people doing what they need to do to get their thoughts out. If you need a little starter, you need a little rev your engine phrase to get that sentence out there, it's okay with me.
All right. Just, prefer that you be honest all the time. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. Did Moose do a golf contest this week?
He did. Yep. Made it
Did
for
he
100
do the
people.
proper amount of people?
Let's analyze what he did. Let's break it down. This is
my new favorite weekly game.
It's now time for DK SimFam Friends League Contest Size Analysis, featuring Adam Kaufman. In for Adam Kaufman, Brendan Glashee.
Yay! Woo!
All right, hello everybody. Adam is on vacation, so we look at a contest in the DK SimFam Friends League. We dissect the title, dissect the prize money, dissect the size, and tell you how you messed it all up.
Yeah! Woo!
It's time for the Moose Open 3 Rocket Mort Bonanza by Wave Goodbye. First off, how do we feel about it being called number 3? Since number 2 didn't fill, isn't this technically number 2?
No, I actually respect the fact that he is calling it number 3 because he's letting us all remember that there was a second one that didn't run. Like I respect that. Just because it didn't fill doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right? If I have to put my cough pants on, I would say I disagree. Didn't happen. Technically, it didn't happen.
Well, the contest existed, it just didn't run.
The contest was never actively happening.
It existed. People joined it, though. Like, the Firefly Festival, there were no bands, but people bought tickets and went to the island.
Okay. $90 in prize money. $18 to first place. Now, the reason why the prize money is a bit smaller, this contest is for 100 entries. It's a 100 entry contest. What do we make of the size?
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, you know. It's not even halfway full yet. It's at 43.
Yeah, but it's only Tuesday. People don't start thinking about golf until Wednesday afternoon.
Sure, but as we get a Dak Prescott 1-yard run, 2nd and 9, 17-13 Giants, 6 minutes left, third quarter. Brendan Glasheen, Tom Carroll, producer Michael, Daniel, Jim from Ops. Where was I saying again? We're not even halfway there yet. I mean, I'm not so sure that's going to fill.
Yeah, but no one really worries about golf until Wednesday.
Unless it's promoted on the stream, we have to make sure we're talking about it every day. We have to be on top of that. Tomorrow, all day long, we better promote this thing. Prove me wrong, everybody. Prove me wrong. Fill it.
No, Jeff doesn't want us to promote his golf contest.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
He gets mad.
Nope. Can't do that. Okay. You want to wrap up this episode?
Yeah, let's wrap up.
All right, that's going to do it for overanalyzing the size of a DK SimFam Friends League contest. Thanks for tuning in.
Woo! This is my favorite Joe.
I thought that was well done.
Good job, Flash.
Mary, thanks for being here. I'm not going to read that because then it will be clipped and used against me. So no, I will
touchdown.
not read it.
Zeke Elliott.
Touchdown. Woohoo. Did you play him?
Yes.
Dude, I'm in 12th.
Last I checked, I was in 22nd.
Well, moving on up.
Oh, now I'm in 12th. Now I'm in 11th. You are in 8th, my friend. So you're in 8th, I'm in 11th. Very nice. I need CeeDee Lamb to do something in the second half for me to have any real shot at winning this thing. He's got a big old bagel for me right now at 35% ownership in our free contest. So, Come on, CD.
In the $250 free showdown, Dallas Giants. There's a two-way tie for first place. Amari Cooper is in the captain spot. Barkley, Daniel Jones, Shepard, Slayton, and Greg the Leg. That's the build.
Zeke, 96th touchdown in Simland. They enjoy feeding the Zekester. Old Man Dog Fan saying, Phil the Moose Classic, I have a winning lineup waiting.
Build it. Build it. An Old Man Dog Fan will come and break your hearts.
Dave,
this NBA game has started. I guess Atlanta's off and running, according to Jordan Warren.
They're up 15-7 with about 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. David Gorgie saying Lamb is more like a sheep. He's looking like it this game. Gonna need the Cowboys to get the ball back and get the ball to CeeDee. Get him off the milk carton, as David Gorgie says here on YouTube. West German saying silence of the CeeDee Lamb. That's right, 0 points. Good pun.
We've got about 300 of you watching with us on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. We know there's other sporty stuff going on tonight. We appreciate you making us part of your Tuesday evening. One more sim to go on the Dream Stream tonight. Freeze Pops' night wraps up after this one.
No, not true. I'm on Madden After Dark.
Oh, Madden After Dark will be your fourth one.
4 wide, baby. Yep.
Got it. I thought this would have been your last of 4.
Me and the Moose.
Nice. Freeze Pops back at 10 Eastern with Jeff. Texans at the Jaguars.
Long Tuesday here for me. But you know what? Happy to do it. Christian needed some relief as he drives down to Omaha. I said, yeah. All right. I got nothing going on. A little bit of a slower time for us with the podcast. So I had extra time to fill in.
Yeah, I'm actually filling in for him tomorrow, too. Christian's out tomorrow. So I've got 3 tomorrow.
When are you on the hub again?
Thursday.
Nice. Who you with?
Christian Arcand.
Nice. I love Christian. Full 5 hours?
Full 5. 7 to midnight.
Yikes.
Yep. 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston. Andrew Robertson, you've asked this question before. This is only DK scoring. There are no stats located from an unbiased party, to answer your question. We've been down this road before. I thought I was answering your question, and I remember I didn't really answer it well. I think now I'm answering it well.
Daniel Jones was looking like he was going to get out of that for a second there, but gets wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 13 on the way.
Hey, can we get into something? So I titled the free roll after like this sim, like thinking we could actually get into some football.
Oh, topics, sure.
Yeah. And look, this was probably brought up when the signing happened, when Dak got signed. But that was an awful pass. Did you see that? That was
bad.
He threw it right to him. Van Der Esch just said, "Thank you very much. Happy birthday." Look what I found.
Leighton, yep, right to him. That was an awful throw.
Where's the challenge in that? So, this like instant gratification world we live in, that it often bleeds into the sporting world, and everyone loses their minds when things don't go well right away. Dak Prescott, I didn't make a list ahead of time. Maybe I should have. But if you had to make like the top 5 NFL players that have the most pressure on them heading into next season, Dak's got to be on that list, right? Like he's got to be near the top.
I think so. I think he's right in that conversation. There's been the back and forth between him and the organization now for years about his contract. They finally pay him coming off of the injury. And it's like, okay, now it's time for you to prove it. And it's kind of a bummer for Dak, right? Because he's been wanting this type of deal forever, and now he is going to have his, okay, prove us right or prove us wrong deal type of season coming off of an injury. You know what I mean? It's like the worst case scenario for Dak to be dealing with that type of thing.
Yeah. I just think,
but he's right in that, he's in that top 5, top 6 most pressure, no doubt about it. I'd say that right at the top of that list every season moving forward is going to be Mahomes and Brady until they're done playing. And Mahomes got a long career ahead of him, but Brady, probably 1-2 years left. Those guys are always going to have an immense amount of pressure to it's Super Bowl or bust. I would say that Derrick Henry, going to have some pressure on him to continue to be that top dog type running back in Tennessee. And with the amount of carries he's gotten over the last few years, I don't know how realistic the expectations should be on Henry. The precedent is not there for a guy that gets that many carries that many years in a row to continue to sustain that. So we'll see. Wentz, another good one being thrown out there by our producer, Michael. It's prove it time for that dude. There's no doubt about it up there in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I guess any player, and we've talked about this, any player that's near the top of the DK Sportsbook as it pertains to comeback player of the year is pretty much anyone you can throw into this discussion. Wentz is a good one. Dak is a good one. I know we've talked about this on the stream before, so if I'm forgetting someone obvious, forgive me.
I think there's actually a good amount of pressure on Justin Herbert to not take a step back after his extremely good rookie season. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that dude heading into his sophomore season, which is typically a year that guys don't meet expectations, right? We always hear about the sophomore slump. I could totally see Herbert being a guy that we aren't as high on going into next season because our expectations going into this season were so high. I think Matt Stafford, a guy that has a ton of pressure on him heading into this upcoming season, given how much hype there has been about him going to the Rams. I think if Rodgers gets traded, he's going to have a crazy amount of pressure. He always has pressure to be among the best players in the league. But if he cries his way out of Green Bay, gets what he wants and goes to Denver, where they got all these weapons, ready-made situation, good defense, okay, it's on you, dude. And if he doesn't perform in that really tough division with an improved Chargers and the wagon Chiefs, got to play them 4 times, people are going to get loud. No question about it.
The Connecticut Sun just blew out the Washington Mystics 90-71. They are nasty. They are good. Hashtag bone for this.
If they win the WNBA title, would you get a ring?
It's sad that I have thought of that already because
I don't think it is. If you work for a team, that has to be in the front of your mind.
I think so.
I know that when I was interning for the Bruins, it was the year they won the President's Cup in 2014, and I was feeling really good about it. And I know that I had some friends that interned for the Bruins when they won in 2011, and they got rings. So I was like, oh my God, imagine if I could get a Stanley Cup ring. That'd be sick. And then they lost in the second round to the Habs, and it was awful. And all of my friends that year blamed me for them losing in the second round. They're like, dude, because you, oh my God, just carrying them into the end. Oh, I thought he got it.
Slayton!
See that just then? Wow. He just carried them like 5 yards. I thought he got in. 1st and goal coming up. Looks like we're going to get some Saquon action. But yeah, all my friends were like, dude, you talked about the Stanley Cup ring too much. You jinxed it. You jinxed it.
Even the bus driver gets a ring, says Neville cleanup hitter. It's true. He's right. He's right about that. The bus drivers for like college football teams.
That's such a sick flex. Why would you run play action? Oh my God, what a horrible decision on every level. Just hand the ball to Saquon Barkley, you buffoons.
Lewis Daniel, yeah, you're doing a great job. I look, both WNBA games were at 7 o'clock tonight, so we're gonna find out who wins our contest in like any second. That's kind of cool. That's why I do like. That is what is great about the WNBA. Not as many teams. Like when you have 2 7 o'clock games, dude, they play these games in 2 hours. Daniel Jones touchdown.
Yeah, geez, wow, just making me shut up right away. Daniel Jones punching it in. I don't take it back, though. They shouldn't have run play action there from, like, the 1 yard line with Saquon Barkley. Just hand the ball off next time. They don't deserve that touchdown.
You ready for this take from Saunders?
Give it to me.
On the subject of comeback player of the year, and I like how we can talk about other players besides Dak. That's totally fine. I just use Dak as a way of pretty much what my point was, is a jumping off point, right? The contract and just, look, I think he's so likable. He says a lot of the right things, but man, like at one point, if it just doesn't go well, does he catch flack? I'm just curious how we all project it might play out if it doesn't go well. Saunders says, I can't wait to see Glash eat crow, and Cam gets comeback player of the year. He's going to kill it with the weapons he has around him.
Yikes. I hope you're right, Yvonne.
I have said that.
I hope you're right.
I have said that. I hope it goes well.
Yeah.
I just don't think it will.
Exactly. I'm being realistic. There's a difference between being blindly loyal and realistic. I am being realistic. He showed us nothing last year that would lead us to believe that he can do what he has done in the past for a full season. And I know people like to say, oh, well, look at what he did at the beginning of the season. That's exactly what it was, the beginning of the season.
See, unlike a lot of folks that watch these Sims, I love you a lot. Most of us, I won't say all, but most of us can come on here and say, I was wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Hope I'm wrong.
Were you all in on Cam heading into last year? You thought he was going to be good?
I
had no expectations. I was like, I have not seen this guy play football in a calendar year. We've never had a quarterback like this in our lineup. Let's see what the heck this Patriots coaching staff is going to do.
So I was in, and then I said to myself, wait a second, though. This was the last guy available, which is
there's a reason why they got him at the price they did.
Here's where everyone needs to understand, okay? Like the Cam Newton stuff when we go on about Cam, we're actually, and Tom, if you can jump in and tell me if I'm nuts and I'm not speaking right for you. This is more of a reflection of how we feel about the Patriots and their decision-making, like waiting. Cam Newton was the last guy signed in the offseason. He was signed like this day last year.
You're right. Yeah, what is the 1-year anniversary of that signing? That's
it might be question. Today. It might be today.
Cam Newton signs with Patriots. Let's see.
It might be today.
We'll go noon. In news. Actually, can I see that? Can I find that on Sports Track? Probably. Spot Track.
Yep. It's us, our feeling of how the Patriots handled the transition from the greatest quarterback ever. To what it looked like last year. Sorry, yeah. And look, yes, I dressed up as Cam Newton every Sunday. I embrace the experience. I want him to do well.
Right.
There's a difference.
Okay, it was March 12th.
No, that's March 12th of
June 28th. Okay, here we go.
June 28th last year.
Almost exactly a calendar year ago. There you go.
Saunders,
Call
listen.
by you.
Saunders, listen. So you say, I'm not a Cam fan. Look, he had COVID, I understand. You said he got a raw deal last year, so he's making $1 million. He's not getting any money. That's why Belichick likes him. They're not paying him anything. That's why he's here.
Must be saying, Glash, ask Tom to respond with words. What QBs would have won in New England last year? When you say won, must be, do you mean won the Super Bowl? Because I don't think any. That was a bad roster last year. Patriots were not a good team last year. Point blank. Full stop. Bad team, bad roster. Bad injuries, poor play on the field, COVID problems, COVID opt-outs. Bad situation in New England last year. They are lucky they won as many games as they did.
I give this chat a lot of credit. They are very much, a lot of people here are very much of it's about the team, not the star quarterback. It's very much team oriented. I applaud. I'm not joking. I applaud you to root for teams that way. I just think you got to have the stud. You got to have the stud quarterback. Maybe I'm biased for that reason, but it's all about what's around the quarterback, not just the quarterback itself.
Jonathan Beret saying no love for Gronkowski. I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know the context of the question. He played for the Bucs last year. I said the Pats were bad last year. But Gronk, I love Gronk. if you want me to show some love for Gronk, I love that. Missed that.
So this in a way is advocating Cam, but it's not. It's actually more of a criticism of Mac Jones. CW German, I'm not so sure Mac Jones is starting against Tom Brady here in Foxborough. They won't put him in that
Week 4 feels early. Cam Newton is going to have to come in and be an absolute disaster for Mac Jones to be starting that early. Or Mac Jones is going to have to come in and look like Russell Wilson did in his rookie camp. It's just... I don't see either one of those things happen.
Well, even if he's ready, that's quite a spot to throw him into. Sunday Night Football against the guy that ruled this area for 20 years. That's I find that to be a little risky. You're putting the kid
Must
in a tough
be
spot.
saying take Cam out. What would they have done? Answer the question. Who would have won 7 games?
Wait, it must
be Brian Hoyer. Brian Hoyer probably could have won just as many games as they did with Cam Newton last year. I don't know what you're asking me to answer here, Cam. The Pats were bad. Touchdown, Dak.
Must be. Let me ask you a question, Must be. Of the 7 games the Patriots won last year, how many were because of Cam Newton?
That's a great question.
Come on, Must be. Be honest. Of the 7 wins the Patriots had last year, all of you are about the defense in Tampa, right? Well, how many of the 7 wins for the Patriots last year, 2 of which were against the Jets? Sorry, Ducey.
One of which they should have lost to the Jets, mind you.
How many of the 7 wins the New England Patriots had in 2020 were on the back of Cam Newton? If you say more than 1, you're wrong. You're wrong. But how do you look against Seattle in week 2? Oh, they lost that game.
That game was fun, though. I'll tell you, I did have false hope coming out of that game. I was like, oh, man, this is awesome. Cam Newton's sick.
I did, too. Mm-hmm.
I was texting with all my buddies. It's like, oh, Cam and Jules are awesome together. Not so much. Look, if the COVID thing doesn't happen, I don't know. Now you're hearing me be a fan. Maybe if COVID doesn't happen, Cam figures it out. That's my ideal world situation. If I'm going to put rose-colored glasses on and hope for the best, that's what you need to tell yourself as a Pats fan, right? Everything broke wrong for Cam last year, clearly.
Must be. Why does it have to be on somebody's back? You were just asking Tom what other quarterback could put that team on his back and win 7 games.
I'm in such a mental pretzel trying to understand anything further on that front. I think I sufficiently answered his question. The Pats were bad. It doesn't matter.
You just asked Tom to name another quarterback besides Cam Newton, who could have won 7 games with that roster. So what you asked Tom was, Tom, what other quarterback could have put that team on his back and won 7 games? You are wrong. You are trapped. You must be trapped. You have nowhere to go.
You had no freaking team, number 1 pick type team. I agree with you. It was a bad team last year.
This one. Stop arguing with the chat. It's discussion.
We're just having fun.
It's more fun when we're all mean to each other. If we all just go, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, sounds good. Then what are we doing here?
Yeah. Must be saying, so what QB would you have? Who? In my perfect world, we'd have Justin Fields right now. We'd have traded up to get Fields or Lance. I had fully talked myself into Trey Lance. And I thought he was going to be available in a range where we could trade up to get him. I was convinced that that's why we kept Cam Newton, because Trey Lance's ceiling profiles as like prime Cam Newton. And I was like, this is great. We're going to trade up to, the low, top 10 range and get him in the high teens. And then Niners just decide to not like Mac Jones that night and just crush me. So then I was like, okay, maybe we can get Fields. And then the Bears traded up. I said, oh no, we're going to end up with Mac Jones, aren't we? Lo and behold. Now the Patriots honks will tell you, well, they didn't have to trade up to get him. So, you pick him at 15 and, they don't lose any assets. He's the best player on the board. So you actually are in a good spot. It is a position of need. So, okay, we'll see. I want to be wrong. I don't think I'm going to be.
Gano to tie the game. Jonathan says DraftKings should do the Olympics. I'm in.
Like a DraftKings, broadcaster Olympics?
Probably not what Jonathan meant, but I'm going to just pretend that's what he meant.
Because I feel like that's what you think he meant.
Probably not, but I'll roll with it.
What would be your event?
Pole vault. John Burney is leading our contest. If Dak has a bad 2021, the contract looks silly. Question mark? Does the contract look silly?
No, and actually to answer that specific question, no, I don't think it does, because this is the world we live in the NFL. Those two sides were flirting with each other for such a long time. You knew they were eventually going to hook up. So, yeah, it was bound to happen. That's the price of doing business at that position. Before he got hurt, he was having a record-setting type season for that franchise. I don't think it looks silly. They just, it is what it is.
Mike Bizzle says, poor Tom, 4 straight sims. This one's going to overtime. Sounds as usual. Love is intensity and commitment.
It's all good. I like OT. More time to hang out with my buddy Glash.
Oh. Simon says, Andy Dalton couldn't win in Dallas with all the fireworks he had. Talking about his weapons, his players? I guess I missed.
Does he just have a really nice stash of fireworks in his garage or something?
Maybe I missed a story. I apologize if I did. I have no idea what that's about. Maybe we should all go
When I think fireworks, I think JPP. I don't know about you.
Maybe we should all go to the Andy Dalton residence for the 4th of July. Hey, you know what? Am I going to talk to you? Is this our last sim before the holiday?
I will check. I have my email open. I will scroll down to this email.
It is.
Click that link.
It is.
Okay. You beat me to it.
Yeah, I got it open. Hey, you in or out on fireworks?
Here's my take. I'm fine with fireworks. I'm fine with fireworks on specific days of the year or in specific moments, but random fireworks in the middle of the week when they're not meant to be fireworks, completely out on that. Not fair to dogs or old people who are just trying to sleep and relax. It's not very nice. Out on random fireworks. I'm okay with fireworks on the 4th of July, any patriotic holiday, maybe after a team wins a title, at the stadium. Specific moments, fireworks are okay. It's a great celebration. People enjoy them. They're fun. Get some music going. Any other time, I'm out. I assume you are out on fireworks.
No, I'm in.
Oh, okay, nice.
Now, is it ridiculous? Like after the 4th? Like, okay, put them away.
Or like this was a fun thing that people decided was fun during the pandemic because everyone was bored out of their minds in these big cities. Do you remember when this was happening? Did this happen in Boston where people were just shooting off fireworks for fun?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Every night of the week?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was fun. They still do it in St. Louis. It's become like a thing. You know how people like pick up a pandemic hobby? Mine was rediscovering my baseball card collection. Others was fireworks, and they still shoot them off. Like middle of the week, we'll get fireworks. Like, really? You guys aren't over this yet?
Yeah. I like a good fireworks show. Ed Zone Dance. See, this I agree with you. Ed Zone Dance says, I hear you, Tom. They start launching them in my neighborhood in May.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, really. Come on. It's too early.
Let the babies and the dogs and the old people sleep in peace. If they're on specific days a year, you can plan around that. You can mentally prepare for these things. Zeke, big run.
Nice run, Zeke. Nicely done.
Old man dog fan saying, watch the old people talk. I love fireworks. And I'm in first place right now. I'm not saying all old people, and I know that's a very open-ended term. I'm talking like nursing home people that, wouldn't do well in those situations. I don't know how else to say it. It's a nuanced, just figure it out, people. If you can handle fireworks, I'm not talking about you.
Old man dog fan, you should take your winnings if you hold on for the win and go buy some fireworks for the weekend.
Yeah. Baby, you're a firework.
I'm actually thinking back to last year this time. I feel like I kind of let the Sim fam down. Should have launched some fireworks in the background. Maybe we do that this year.
On Friday? That's
I
our
don't know
last
about
day of
Friday.
Sims until Monday night?
It can't be for this weekend. I'll have to do it another day. But maybe I'll launch some fireworks in the background. We'll do a show.
Labor Day. I'm fine with Labor Day fireworks.
We'll do a Madden After Dark fireworks show. That'd be kind of fun. Is there a way you could do like a free-to-play pool with fireworks?
I'm sure that Daniel could figure out how to put
Does
fireworks in the background.
Glasheen burn his hand launching a firework?
Get it up in the sports book.
That's what I'm saying.
Will Glash JPP himself?
That would be sad. I mean, Zeke. Oh, Zeke!
Oh, he just gets caught. Uh-oh. I feel a vulture coming.
Oh,
Michael
boy.
bringing up a great point, saying not a big fan of fireworks personally, bad for dogs, and he lives in a high fire area. Yeah, bad in Southern California, too. All those crazy fires they've had over the last few years. There you go, as it should be. Zeke with the tud.
All right. Nice job, Zeke. He's got to be it's close. Him and Cooper.
I'm going to go with Cooper. Lower ownership.
Cooper was 47% owned, 13.5% in the captain. Zeke, 68%, 15.6 in the captain spot.
I'm going to give Amari Cooper the wooden nickel. I don't think I've ever given Amari Cooper a wooden nickel, so I'd like to do that.
Okay.
He gets it.
And the Not My Kid Award?
That one... Lamb put up a single point.
1 for 3. That's it.
There you go.
Had CD Lamb and still got second.
Wow. Where did I
had CD Lamb and still got second?
Wow. Where did I finish? I got to be towards the top, right?
Dude, I beat you by 2 spots. I finished high for 7th.
Wow.
I beat you by 0.21.
Wow. It was tight at the top there.
I tied with Billy X, who played Levine Toilolo. Okay.
Atlanta.
Daniel has put a fireworks animation over our. There you go. Our faces.
Dun 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 dun. That's fireworks music for you.
I'm trying. This is me waving my sparklers. Putting a sparkler when you're done using it in the fire pit, really cool. I encourage you to try it.
There you go.
Okay. We got to get going. Hey, keep it up. You're doing a great job tonight. You got one more with Jeff. So finish strong.
Get in the free roll. It's there for you.
Did Jeff make it or did you?
I made it. I always make the free rolls.
See, Jeff was criticized because, well, Jeff, you want us all to fill your golf contest. You don't make the free rolls for the Sims. So,
what was his response?
He didn't know what to say. He said sorry. So,
whenever I see Jeff on the schedule, I know, okay, I'll make the free roll. Because he's a dad. He doesn't have time to make free rolls.
Well,
he's got kids.
Some dads have time.
Yeah, well, cough is a different situation.
I didn't name names. That's all the time we have,
Rossi
everybody. We got to get going. Thanks to
Jeff's in Canada. They don't worry about free rolls in Canada.
Thanks to producer Michael, Daniel, our technical director. Hey, Jim, have a great rest of your night, Jim. Have fun in New York. Safe travels. All right, Jim, coming up next on the DraftKings Dream. Pat Mayo, Jim. Jeff Feinberg joins him, Jim. They continue to preview the field for this week's Rocket Mortgage Classic. Jim, take it away.
I haven't bet. I have not bet on Kokrak or Wolf yet. Those are the two that I want to bet on. Because I'm kind of terrified of Bryson running away with it, or Webb just going out and making all of his putts, and Webb just returns to Webb form. This is a Donald Ross course, so guys that play well at Wyndham and play well with their wedges should theoretically do pretty fine here. Hey, Wolf plays well at Bryson-type places. That's just sort of like his corollary player. He finished second at this tournament last year. Now, do we take what we saw at the U.S. Open from Wolf, or do we take what we saw last week at the Travelers when he was god-awful from Wolf? Is he just one of these guys that he might have more win equity, almost like Reed in a way? Like Reed is supremely, not necessarily overvalued. He's probably properly valued, or a little bit overvalued at 14-1. But when you get him up against all of the best guys and he's 40-1, he's actually a value because he can beat all those guys. Wolf kind of feels the same way as Kokrak. Like there's no respect on his name, but we know he can win.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You bet Wolf. Like part of me, I'm betting Wolf. Or when I do bet Wolf, you're kind of banking on, you were just betting on like a natural born winner. Not only do I want this bet to get to Sunday, but if it did get there, I would trust them in any situation that wasn't against like one of the top 4 guys on the board, which is always the likely scenario in a field like this. Like even got English last week. You didn't have to beat Bryson or Brooks in a playoff, or remind me of another elite that higher a Cantley in a playoff who probably would have made a birdie in the first 7 holes. He got to play Kramer Hickok, and they got to exchange great par saves. And then he finally sunk one.
He got to play with Kramer Hickok, who was Anderhurst going into the playoffs. So that was not good news for him trying to get.
He actually wasn't Anderhurst going into the playoff, Pat, though. But I think it happened on the second playoff hole. English immediately hits a fried egg bunker shot, and Tim like moments after that, but he saves par with a great little up and down, as I guess both players did. in that playoff multiple times. But yeah, that was the power of it. And speaking of the Ander curse, I'm sure we're going to get some heavy attempt reverse cursing this afternoon, tonight, as you're already listening, as it pertains to the Coupe Stanley.
Yes, le Coupe de Stanley, le Canadien des habitants de Montréal. All of Canada not supporting the Canadians. I am, though. I mean, I don't care anymore, just because I don't care about hockey, but I always, the moment I moved to Toronto, I started rooting for the Canadians just because I found it funny that they were still better than Toronto, although on paper they were not, and then Leafs fans would get very triggered by the entire thing. So I guess I'm kind of, listen, enough of my
worked in newsrooms. You went to school in Toronto. You worked in sports newsrooms in Toronto. That just breeds a dislike for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Unless you have a natural born love for them, you will just dislike them. So I understand that.
Yeah, and at least it's been a while. It's been since '93 since the Habs won the Cup, obviously. But at least they have, lots of Stanley Cups like that. When you have the Tims of the world talking about it, they won when they won when Tim was 6 or something like that. But I have enough Canadians fans in my life that I want to be happy for them. I don't really have a team. I don't really care. So I prefer that those guys end up being happy about it, and we'll see how it goes. I'd be so pumped for Morency. I might have to get Morency on the show if they win. He is going to be didn't he fly to Montreal?
Yeah, he is on one right now. I'm happy for all my friends who are hardcore, lifelong loyals. Anytime something like this goes.
And you want to talk about I remember when the Canucks lost the Cup, there was that riot in Vancouver. Montreal is going to riot regardless of outcome for every game. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough scene in Montreal downtown.
There's a couple guys in this next range who I think, I'm confident you're going to bet one of them, but I think one of them will be super popular.
Okay, let's go 40 to 100. I can tell you the guys that I have already bet from this range.
Guess?
Yeah, you can have a guess here.
Okay, well, I think you already teed up on Twitter that you're betting Homa.
Yeah, he's down to, I bet him at 75. He's down to 70 now. I took the each way with him. He's sort of, Siwoo is down here now too. I'll probably end up betting Siwoo now that his odds have normalized once again. But Homa's been so erratic that he's actually becoming a good guy to bet on because he wins. But when he doesn't play well, it's not like he's T2. He came he went 10th, miscut, 6th, miscut, 6th, miscut. Those are his past 9 events on the PGA Tour. And when you have an erratic player like that, it really means nothing in the outright winning market, whether he comes... Would it be better if he was coming T67 and making cuts or missing the cut? No. In fact, him missing the cut is actually helping us in the betting market.
I totally agree with that. And your point from the outright betting market, as we're talking about it, and that's what matters here. That's all you kind of want. I'll take my boomer bust guys. You're banking on the boom. That's it. If they bust, it's worth as much as that Bubba ticket you bet last week, even though it lasted longer. It's the same. It's the same.
And it's
obviously outs.
Hold on. It's one of these things like with Bubba, what Bubba went back to. He's like, just give me a chance to be there on Sunday. And, I'm going to win sometimes. And Homa has put himself in an opportunity to win on Sunday in 3 of his past 9 events. There's very few players who can say
that. Very true. I would be shocked, especially the way you're enjoying happy place Bubba, if you wouldn't go back to him this week, Pat, at the 45 to 1. You're taking the skill set of the Bryson mashing. Doesn't Bubba fit perfectly on your Kokrak Wolf card?
I think that he has the right skill set for it, but Bubba Watson, 2 years played at this course, not very good results.
Okay.
Not a Bubba. I'm not seeing this as a Bubba track for me.
Yep, fair enough.
I just did bet Kokrak at 28 to 1. I went and scanned the market, and 28 was the best number that was out there. There's a lot of 25s and 28s. I didn't see any 33s, but if there is, I'll probably I'll add on $10 at 33 just so I can say that I got that number too.
Yeah, you got to do that sometimes. I've been there. Another guy, I think he's going to be uber popular. The betting line is telling me he's going to be popular. That's Doc Redman. right? Was it here or Minnesota where he was great?
Here.
It might have been here. I feel like really easy courses. People love to bet him. That's sort of where he has joined birdie parties. He can flash crazy rounds, but you could get him at a number that is surrounded by guys
who are better,
win a little more.
I mean, considering Doc Redmond has never won, I would say that a lot of these other guys have probably won more. He's playing really, like, his approach game is on point right now. He could not drive the ball for last week, and we haven't really seen a spike putting week from him in ages, which is really strange. He's putting really well right now. Like, he's gained in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive events, which is really strange because at the beginning of the year, he was so horrible on the greens. He's really turned that around, but we're not getting one of those like +6.5, +8.5 weeks where I think you're going to need one of those to win this type of event unless you're just completely lights out ball striking. And the driving has been straight up bad for Doc Redmond, even through like his better stretch. Like, he was 9th at Byron Nelson. He was 2nd at Palmetto. It's funny because he has the 2nd at Palmetto, but he really never had a chance to win that week. It was kind of strange. That's one that Higo won when everyone just bled back to the field.
Yeah, English included. His just number right around, Keegan, Hoffman, Woodland, even Ricky, who did a lot of people, self-included, dirty last.
I guess my response would be, why would it be Doc Redmond at 50-1 when I could bet Siwoo at 66 and Homa at 70? Like, those guys win.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point.
Now,
I got nothing.
Maybe I won't end up betting on Wolf because I have some interest in Woodland, weirdly enough.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know why. I just feeling like it's the summer of Gary. Summer of Gary's coming back 2.0.
No, the ball striking has kind of come around. We saw, I don't know how fair it is or how far I can go back to be fair, but to wave some good flags. Wells Fargo PGA Championship was sort of, there's maybe in that home away, it's like either really good or really bad, but at outright at 50-1 versus this field, like, who cares, right?
Yeah, I think I feel more comfortable even with Wolf right now, just because I've seen that, through 3 rounds of the U.S. Open, he was amazing. And even when he was playing poorly, he was still making, I guess the difference between something like the U.S. Open and a place like this, through 3 rounds last year, Matthew Wolf had 25 birdies plus eagles, which was the most on tour last season of anyone through 3 rounds. Even at the U.S. Open, he made 8 birdies in 1 round. The scoring's not a problem. It's just you're probably not going to make triple bogeys at this course like you do at a U.S. Open.
That is a great point. He gets to score like he's going to score without the landmines to sort of derail all of it. I can make the same case with Woodland, who it seemed like PGA Championship, U.S. Open, every time we're feeling good, landmine.
Yeah. I'll just go look up birdie and bogey rate right now for these guys and see what's going on. Birdie rate gained. Homa is actually number 1 in the field over the past 50 rounds. Charlie, Bryson, Griot, Wolf, Kokrak, Tringali, Reed, Mav McNeely. I totally forgot about Maverick McNeely with a small green course last week. We're back to another one right now, too. So, Willett. Oh, your boy Willett. He's up there.
Okay, I made one bet on this tournament. Let's just say, because I saw one book had him at 66 and one book had him at 125. So I bet on Willett because I don't know. Seems like 125 will probably be the number that books normalized to, but I bet Willett at 125. Despite this being his first start after appendicitis operation or something he had recently.
Yeah, I see him on one place at 80, one place at 125 right now, and another place at 80. So maybe the 125 number is actually the big number. I bet you when DraftKings Sportsbook drops the odds that they're going to have him in the 125, 150 range.
Yeah, I know that's a little farther back than we were talking.
The other 2 from this range, I wrote up Straka, T8, T11, the first 2 years at this event, plays easy courses and birdie fest really, really well. And coming off a T10 last week, he finally, after 3 missed cuts, got his game back together a little bit. So I bet Straka at 90. And I bet Shez at 92. It just seemed really low for Shez, who, again, had a really good ball striking week at Travelers, couldn't make a putt. You have to catch him on the week that he actually makes putts. But again, he's another guy who I want to see do well on the greens, and I think that he can get to that like minus 20, minus 21 number. He's going to give himself enough 11-foot birdie putts to make it happen.
I'm just sort of scanning through the numbers here. Shez, I don't know. He's not for me. I don't know whether I got to force myself back to Grillo here, Pat. It was my one and done last week. He's still flirting at a 70-1 here, which I think was 70-80-1 last week. He had that 5-under push to try to get to the cut Friday. I don't know. I might just for my own peace of mind. I think I got to toss him on this card. That's probably just going to be a bunch of guys deeper.
Yeah, I've been passing on Grillo. So I used him on DraftKings. That didn't work out, but I'll probably go back to him on DraftKings. I was surprised that Keegan's number was still so high at 45, coming off back-to-back missed cuts.
Yeah, he was pretty popular last week. Don't really have a thought on him. He's not a guy you're really going to see me bet on. My eyes just kind of go through him sometimes. Although I think I did bet him at Honda and he did contend, but that is what it is. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen Noren play in a while. I'm seeing his number a lot lower than I thought it would be.
Like you thought that 80 was too, like, what did you think it was going to be?
Okay. 80 seems fair. That's higher than what I'm looking at.
Well, the one that I actually had the biggest question about, maybe I'll pass on Wolf, just take Kokrak from that top end. Like he'll be like my horse this week. I'm seeing Higo at 50. Like, why not? Why not?
Same number as his win.
Yeah, same sort of field.
I could argue worse field just in
No, I mean Brooks and Dustin were at the other one. Like realistically, there's 9 players inside the top 50
equal
this
field,
week.
equal field, right? Equal field.
Yeah, 50 seems to be the best number. I'm seeing a 50, 50, and 40 in the 4 places that I'm looking at. Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's the guy here. And that's how I kind of round it out. And I go with like Higo, Homa, Straka, Siwoo, and Shez with Kokrak, and that's the 6.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why I didn't mention it because that kind of stuck out to me. Not so much like I'm ready to bet this Higo, but like, man, that 50, they're like, they don't really care about this guy.
They
Doesn't get any respect off a win. And the event like since is a major championship. Like who gives a shit how he played in that?
He missed the cut last week. No, he didn't. He did not play last week. No, because I'm looking at Gary Woodland. Higo missed the cut last week at the Travelers, but gained off the tee, gained on approach. He lost 4 strokes around the green in 2 rounds, which is pretty atypical for his game because he usually has great touch around the green. So just a bad week around the greens, gained everywhere else, and apparently it's hurt his number. I'd go to it. Why not? And when we saw him win on the European Tour, it was at all these birdie fests.
Yes, that is true. Birdie parties is where he did sort of show up. Palmetto birdie party.
Yeah, birdie party that got tough towards the end because everyone gagged it away.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not seeing some really annoying odds books at the moment, I tell you.
Yeah, well, when you get a weak field, you just get bad numbers on everyone. Like numbers that you expect basically take off 40%, and that's what the numbers are going to be.
But I guess the field is weak, and as we've already pointed out with a couple guys, when the fields are bad, a couple things. A, the disparity seems so much larger than sort of, stronger field events from, the wide range of options. And when the fields are bad like this, like Nutlow kind of, you can catch some real sneaky things live because the books like we talk about this every bad event, but they take a long time to sort of register who some of these guys are and to respect that they're actually playing well and to realize it's stupid golf. And these guys sort of kind of win all the time, at least like regularly enough. By that, I mean like stupid numbers or stupid world rankings that kind of can sometimes mean nothing.
Did you know that Max Homa in the world rankings is the 8th highest ranked player in this field?
I'm not surprised to hear that.
And he is like
probably
40th in the betting odds.
But over 50-1, is he the only
No,
is he the high?
Yeah, he's the highest ranked player. Him and Siwoo are pretty close in the world rankings, but it's him and Siwoo.
You know what? I'm gonna do that with you.
I'm glad I talked you into losing your money. Sorry.
No, I don't care. Well, it just is what it is. But that makes a lot of sense.
All right, let's go to the 100 plus range. I'll probably have to continue going down with my guy, the Gim Reaper, who, as I was informed by someone who was at the course at the Travelers, his coach said that he actually prefers the name Gim Chi, which is pretty good.
He does now, does he? Sorry, just looking at bad Homa numbers.
But anyway, so he's 140 right now. He'll probably be like 200 by the time. Let's see if I can just even pull up an even better number on Gim right now. Gim, 175 to 1. There we go. That's an even better number. What about Gim here? 150 to 1. So 125, 140, 125, and 175. No one's going to be betting Gim. And just one of my guys. So him and Siwoo are going to be the two FOMO bets of the week. Other than that, essentially all I did was just run a model on Fantasy National past 12 rounds. So recent form with some of these guys. Norlander's 200 to 1. He's fourth in the model.
Yeah, he was popping early, right? When we were out west. It seemed like he had a bit of life. I guess was that earlier this tournament?
He played well at this tournament in the past. I believe he was 12th in 2020 last year. Couldn't putt, couldn't chip, led tee to green.
Hasn't EVR shown a little life that maybe we could get back there?
Why do you think that? Is it because every tournament he makes 4 birdies in a row and you notice it on Twitter, but you don't notice like the 8 bogeys in a row?
I notice it on the PGA leaderboard more so than Twitter. But yes, the bogeys inevitably come. But it does feel like he held a place somewhere on a leaderboard recently. So
Okay.
I guess that's why.
So here is the recent form. Since the beginning of May, EVR is miscut, 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 miscut. 10th at Palmetto, miscut.
There it is. 10th at Palmetto. I knew it's a bad run. And now I'm not going to bet EVR. I would have probably looked into something like that before I would have bet EVR. But I did have it in my memory that he did show up somewhere. So the Super Bomb time yet?
Yeah, we're 100 to 1 and above. So Norlander.
I got one then.
Hold on, just Norlander, Piercy, Laird, McCumber, and Lebiota are all guys who rank top 20 in the short-term modeling for the stats coming into this event and are all at least 200 to 1. Like they're 200 to 1 and up. McCumber's 400 to 1. Like those are the type of guys that can win this specific event. They could be live.
Okay. I'm going to go a little shorter than that, but we're above 150 still, Pat. Sebastian Munoz. Kind of flirts with some good, some bad, but
his recent form, miscut third, miscut.
Where was that third?
Charles Schwab, and he gained 10.2 strokes putting.
Okay. Also, some of those missed cuts have to be insane.
Well, the U.S. I thought he was winning the U.S. Open when I went to bed on Thursday evening. I woke up and he was like +2 somehow.
Okay, I guess so. Yeah, because I'm like, yeah, he's must have had some real insane moments because he's missed some cuts where his probability to make the cut would have been quite high. So I do have memories of like, geez, I don't know. I guess maybe just play him Thursday Showdown before his Friday Meltdown.
Maybe because he was one of those guys that didn't finish on Thursday. He had to come out on Friday morning and play.
Okay. I don't know.
What about Damon?
What about him?
He hasn't been playing much at all, but in 2 of his past 3 starts, Memorial and the PGA. I don't know how he didn't get into the U.S. Open, but he gained over 4 strokes on approach in 2 of those 3 starts. Very good at opportunities gained. You know, he's a janky putter. Sometimes it's good. A lot of the times it's really bad. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have quite enough distance at this course where he can like really take advantage of it. Whatever happened to Cam Davis? Remember when he was good?
Yeah, I was actually just looking at him and my mind was just like, why can't I bet on Wilco this week?
Yeah, where is Wilco? Is he back? Is he playing the Irish?
I don't know. He's not here. Speaking of the Irish, I saw Rory at plus 450. That's the shortest I've seen a straight up golf bet in a really long time pre-tournament.
Yeah, on DraftKings Sportsbook, he just got moved to 450. He was at 4-1 to kick everything off. Is this the place where Ryan Fox beat like Russell Knox on that like really long putt, or was it the other way around? Is it this course?
That sounds about right, because I'm usually at that cottage this weekend that I'm remembering in my head right now, and that happened there.
Yeah, that's one of I remember watching that one. I mean, it stuck out so well, I can't remember what course is what. But I really like this Euro run. And NBC does really good coverage of the Scottish Open next week. I really wish they would get their ass over there and do this one too, because it's a good field. I'm actually surprised more American PGA players don't go over and play it. Like, it doesn't seem like any of them are playing if you're not European, you're probably not playing this week over in Ireland. Like, you're not getting like a random Patrick Reed saying, like, remember when, I guess it was unfair the last time that the Ryder Cup, like when everyone went over and played the French Open that year, when the Ryder Cup was there, just so they could get some reps at that course. Like, I wish they would do that with the Irish, because some of them play the Scottish next week if you've qualified for the Open, but I'd like to see this field get a little bit better. Yeah, none of them.
Totally agree. Some names.
Are you trying to
Harry
name
Higgs.
names? Yeah. Oh, Harry. How come he's not playing over in the Irish Open, his national Open?
Harry Higgs.
The books are on to Ryan Armour, by the way. He was in the second to final group with Bryson and Wolf last year at this event. Playing pretty well coming in. He's third in the modeling right now over the past 12 hours, like the very, very short term. Kevin Chappell is super high up too, strangely enough. I don't know why exactly, but he's there. He's made 2 cuts in a row. Oh, that's probably why.
I also, I know it's a very in vogue thing to say, but that kid Eckroat, he's here. And
who, Two-Face?
Is he Two-Face? I don't know what that means.
Aaron Eckhart?
Oh, yes. Get it now.
There we are. Austin Eckrat. I don't know. Is he like legit? Like, I don't really know much about him. Like, there was so much made about, and it's because they had so much success right away. Like the Hovland, Morikawa, Wolf year, and even like Bryson and Bryson when he came out, and even Neiman, like these guys played at the Masters and they were good at the Masters and you got to see them a bunch. It's kind of the opposite of that like Tyler Strafani guy, where the hell his name is, like where you see him at all the majors, you're like, this guy is terrible. Like, well, what's going on with him? Like, why is he 30 over par? But he's in every featured group.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I don't know where this guy falls kind of on the pantheon of that. Like, is he a bet at 200-1? Is he any better than that like Davis Thompson guy who's not playing, or John?
I think like Sky will be betting him, but I don't like you could argue that's good enough. But sometimes
is he better than is he better than John Pack, who's 500-1?
I believe so.
Okay, that's interesting. Because Pack was like the NCAA Player of the Year, wasn't he?
Didn't this guy win like, I don't know, it's all a blur. I got a memory of this guy with the trophy, the important one though.
What's the important one?
I don't know, for the amateurs.
I don't know. I think John Pack won like the Hogan Award or something like that. Anyway, I probably will. Maybe I'll bet on Pack first round leader or something, and maybe this is a breakthrough spot for him. This course, I think, correlates a little bit more with like Corn Ferry players. It correlates with college players because it's an easy course.
That makes sense.
There was
66
to 1. I didn't realize Hadwin was 66 to 1. I thought he'd be lower than that. Why is he 66 to 1?
I don't have a clue. I'm seeing Snedeker on a certain book at 50 to 1, Pat.
He's 80 everywhere else.
Well, I don't have a clue. I honestly don't. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
All right.
Normally these conversations help me. This event, like my interest, I got more interest in events that happen across from NFL Sundays than I do about this one.
Yeah, the RSM. This is like worse than an RSM field, although it has a lot of the same names. And if you want that Homa number at 70 or 75, go get it because I'm seeing it at 50 in some spots. Same as Siwoo.
I'll bet that right now.
Which is a better number. Like I said, I played the each way on it. So quick picks for the Rocket Mortgage. I'll have my full cheat sheet released on Wednesday. You can find the cheat sheet show along with DraftKings ownership and the weather podcast wise on Daily Fantasy Sports Picks and Bets The Mix. So go subscribe to that with all the other content that's up there. The video will be on Mayo Media Network, so no need for that. And I'll put it in the newsletter as well if you just want to see like the written out version of what's on the cheat sheet. But here's what I got cooking. Coke Rack, I'm in on 28-1. I've bet that already. I've bet Homa at 75-1 with the top 5 each way. See, woo! Kim, 70-1 with the top 5 each way. Seb Straka and Shez Reavy, 90-1 with the top 5 each way. You know I'll be talked into the Gim Reaper at some point, and I am going to bet Norlander at 200-1 with the top 5 each way. I'm going to do that as we speak right now. Oh, now he's been cut to 160 already. All right, I got to go find a better number on Norlander because I waited those 3 minutes and his odds changed. But I think that he's in good shape this week, at least based on the short-term numbers. What do you got?
I could still see a 200 for Norlander, but you can't get the each way on it. So I don't know.
I think I want that each way. I'd have to look at because the top 5 market isn't out yet, and the top 5 on the 160 is probably worth taking the shot on, even with like the outright win. Because when I look at the top 5 on another site, it'll be like 1/4 what the each way odd is.
Jason Kokrak, 28-1. Max Homa, 70-1. So I'm going to follow you there. I'm anticipating betting Gary Woodland. I guess sort of like Woodland, and like there's just been peak moments enough where I'm just going to hope this is a peak week. If they miss the cut, I might not even be watching. And outside of in the longer shots, I've bet on Willett at 125-1. I don't even, whatever, you can make what you want of that. And Munoz 200. Sort of in like a poor man's version of a guy that is going to peak or be horrible. I like Munoz.
Okay. One and dones for the week at the Rocket Mortgage. You're coming off a miscut. Hoffman.
I got to bet. Do I got to bet Grillo though? I don't know how. I don't have to make the decision now, but obviously I one and done Grillo last week. He charged on Friday to leave a taste in my mouth that is palatable. I could be back there on Grillo.
What did Scheffler end up coming last week? Totally forgot he was. He was +2. So I won the week with Charlie Hoffman, who did not finish all that well. I think he finished T36 or something like that. Is Kadira not playing this week? Is he just a name I overlooked?
He is.
Oh, he is playing.
I saw a big number.
What's his big number?
I got to go find it again because I'm on a different book, but I did see his name on the list.
I'll probably end up betting Kadira too because I've just been betting 170. 175 is not a great number. He's 300.
I'm seeing 250, but this comes without an each way, so I don't know if you want that.
Now I might just bet a top 10 on him or something like that. Anyway, one and dones for the week. Cust is taking Will Zalatoris. I've already used Kokrak, so I can't take him. I'll use Matthew Wolf as my one and done. To you.
Oh.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to change. I'm going to use Max Homa because I bet him. I might not bet Wolf, but I have bet Homa, so I'll use him. Back to you.
I don't know. Give me Hideki, but I don't think like this.
You have used Hideki at the Farmers Insurance Open.
Wow.
You can use Kokrak.
Okay, sure. Give me past the Kokrak. They'll be doing a lot of that in Montreal this week.
They certainly will on the streets, especially if the Habs. Do you think it'll be more or less if the Habs win or lose?
Honestly, I just kind of want to be. I don't even care about the game, like the team the game. Like going to Montreal for an after party if they win should be considered.
It would be electric. I think in order to travel there this weekend, I think you need to have both doses for 2 and have had it for 2 weeks. So I can't go, but I think you can.
No, I'm not 2 weeks on my second, but I'm close.
Yeah, by the time
by the time like they would win the series, because I don't think they're gonna win, but whatever.
Yeah, either way.
I don't even know if I'm cheering for them.
Oh, well, Cust is working his black magic, picking against them already. Said they're going to be swept, like he has said in every series so far. It's working.
I might actually bet on,
they're plus 250 to win the series.
Yeah, but how much are they to get swept? And Cust be right.
That I don't know.
Also, I want to tell you, Pat, I felt really dumb yesterday. You would be disappointed. I got really cocky. Hickok was 7-1 on 18T. I was like, I really should do this. Like, I have English. I should do this. I didn't do it. And then it ended up working because I forbid to hedge at like plus 110. Once I stared down that 7 and said, I don't need this, which was a bad move.
Oh man, I don't hold anything against you with that because I do the same thing when like I did it with Guido and Bland over at the Betfred where I looked at Bland, he was like plus 400. I was like, well, with 2 holes to go, Guido's most definitely going to make birdie on this par 5, and then there won't be a playoff. And then of course he didn't, and then Bland ended up winning, and I won. I got my top 5 out of it, but I could have hedged out for a lot less than and then I got to the playoff and it's like, oh, it's like even money. I'm just going to ride it out at this point. But I could have easily hedged out. Even Cantlay, I did hedge out on that going into the playoff with Morikawa, but he was the favorite coming down the stretch for a while with Morikawa. And I was like, oh, I can just take Morikawa at 3-1. Didn't do it because I got greedy.
And I guess I've come through from my juju of my Riviera playoff loss to Homa with Finau because I got Cantlay and English like coin flip playoff wins. So there we go. I can't be mad next time I drop a playoff. I'm still kind of mad though Streb beat Kisner in football season. That playoff loss still pisses me off.
I mean, well, it's funny because that guy, Streb beat Kisner at the RSM, and the year before I had Webb. Webb was the only guy I bet that week at a pretty low number. He was the favorite. But I was like, Webb's going to run away with this. He lost to Tyler Duncan in a playoff. So the move is actually just to hedge every time, and then you just have money.
Yes, I guess. But I was like, Hickok doesn't have the stones to birdie 18.
Well, one thing that you don't do that I saw a bunch of people do is they had either Bubba or English tickets, and they hedged on the other guy. Now, it worked out if you hedge your Bubba money onto English, but if you hedge your English money onto Bubba, you kind of got to scare. I've fallen victim. I learned the hard way about trying to hedge when there's multiple guys in the running. It's
trapdoors.
Yeah, just you don't do it. It's a waste of money, and you might just end up with a double loss by the end of the day.
Yeah,
like unless it's a very clear 1v1 situation, you just don't do it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's why I was kind of mad about with the Hickok because like that 1v1, and I got the 7 on the out. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's different. That was just greedy. I just like, who's this kid? Like he doesn't have the stones for this, and then it was a long 2 hours.
No, and you can even do like if you see him at 7-1. One thing that I actually did start to do a few times, and I kind of got away from it, was I was in a situation like that, and it was like plus 500, plus 600, plus 700, and I had the guy in first. I'd throw like $50 on the 70-1. Which didn't cover like the full hedge, obviously, on what my guy would be. But once they like would get to a playoff, then I would reassess and be like, okay, like essentially whatever I would have for money in for the week, I would use as the hedge on the other guy. And then just kind of like, oh, I get to the playoff, either I'm winning my money back for the week or I'm going to win a bunch because my guy still won. Like that's another way you can do it.
Yeah, always smart. And I guess in the end, I got lucky. I did nothing and my guy hit the putt. So
yeah, I might. The guy that I forgot to mention, I actually might bet Higo at 50-1. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do that right now. No each way. Let's do this. Higo, $50 on Higo, 50-1. Pay me $2,500. Let's have it, Jeff. Let's have a rip on Garrick Higo for us.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Farg. This is your Madden After Dark final stream of Tuesday, June 29th. Wow, almost in July. How cool is that? Joining me, as he normally does around this time of night, Tom Carroll. Tommy Phrase Pops, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a bit.
What is going on, Jeff? Actually, yes, I normally join you in this spot, but you typically don't see me 4 in a row on a Tuesday. But here I am, finishing out a gauntlet here on a weekday, filling in for our buddy Christian, who was en route to the College World Series from his place in Wisconsin down to Omaha, Nebraska today. Happy to fill in, and I was going to be in this spot regardless, so apologies to you guys watching. But Jeff, we were talking a lot of NBA on the last sim, so feel like I got to bring this up. Right before we just came on this sim, Giannis leaving the Eastern Conference Finals game here in Atlanta with an apparent knee injury. Obviously, no update yet. It literally just happened. So this postseason for the NBA continues to lose star after star after star. Brutal showing from the NBA, who had all of their players and teams try and put together this abbreviated season with an abbreviated offseason. And I think that you're just starting to see the continuation of bodies breaking down and freak injuries happening, and it's just not looking good. Although Giannis did just walk to the bench, so
wow, okay.
We'll see what that means. Maybe he's just going to hang out and watch the game from the bench. I don't know.
Yeah, look, injuries are, people love to overreact to injuries. Injuries are just, they're it's like getting struck by lightning. Like, you could avoid lightning storms and go out and one your whole life and get struck by lightning, or you could be in a lightning storm every day and never get struck. But injuries are just, they happen in bunches sometimes, and it's probably just unlucky what the NBA is going through right now. But it is, you're right. They did have a short turnaround for sure. I was even shocked how quickly they turned around. So could be a happening of that, a happenstance of that. But regardless, we'll keep an eye on that for you. I'm sure the chat is all over that because, like I said, you guys are just all over NBA.
They love the NBA.
They love it.
Just like we do here at DraftKings.
Yeah, well, it's not my favorite sport. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
DraftKings loves it. Absolutely. Yeah. We all love it. I love it. I like NBA. But I really like the Jacksonville Jaguars. I love these teal uniforms they got on. And they got the, Deshaun Watson, Deshaun Watson. Always kind of fun to watch. That's what we got here. Who'd you put in your captain spot for this one?
I did just that. I put Deshaun Watson in my captain spot. I had a build before that did not include him, and all sorts of weird stuff was going on. I had Will Fuller in my captain spot, and it just was a weird build. I said, all right, I'm starting over from scratch. This looks awful. So I did so, got Deshaun in there, $16,800 to have him in the captain spot. Worth it in my mind for these two teams with the inconsistency you have on both sides here. Then I got Chris Conley, Darren Fells, Will Fuller, firing up the Lambeau, and D.D. Westbrook. So everyone else across the board on my lineup is right around that $7,000 range, with the Lambeau being the one exception of that at $4,000. So I like this lineup for this matchup.
All right. I also put the Lambeau in. I got Minshew. I got Shark in the captain, Cobb, and of course D-Watt in there as well. Oh, and Fuller. So, I'm liking my lineup as well. It obviously, a lot of it depends on DJ Chark, winding back the clock to Madden 2020, but could see some points here. A couple of weaker defenses. Got a guy, there's Fuller, guy I rostered off the top. So some really fast receivers in this sim. Could see some big numbers. All right, what's the status of that game, Tom?
Last I looked, the Hawks were leading. I am voraciously updating my Twitter to see if we have any news come down on Giannis. I'm sure our producers will keep us abreast.
They're not just leading, they're dominating.
Yeah, it's all Atlanta here. They're channeling their inner Trey.
Could you imagine if Atlanta got to the NBA Finals? I mean,
especially now with a banged up Trey. I mean, I don't know if you saw that report from earlier.
I didn't.
It doesn't sound like that dude's coming back anytime soon.
Right. Yeah. No, I know. Weird NBA season, playoffs anyways, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Atlanta, I know we were talking about this before. I mean, that franchise definitely deserves some success, and I'd be happy for them, but man, that would be weird to think, especially like you said, with no Trae Young. So
yeah, it's we talked about it last sim, and I just think that we're seeing the trickle-down effect of all of the weirdness that came out of having the season be the way it was last season, the off-season being the way it was, all the injuries that have occurred because of the lack of rest these guys were, experiencing, and now we have a Hawks team that might not have Trae Young make it to the finals against a Milwaukee team that doesn't have Giannis to play a Kawhi-less Clippers or the Phoenix freaking Suns who came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I know, right? You forget about the Suns. I mean, obviously they had a good season, but at the start of the year, did anyone have them predicted for to be a good team?
Not to make it this far. No way. I think a lot of people had them taking a step forward because they went 8-0 in the bubble. They're bringing in Chris Paul. So they're like, okay, that's a good culture setter to go along with the young talent we already have here. Western Conference starting to change over a little bit with the Spurs taking a step back and some of these teams that have been good in recent years. Houston not being good anymore. So you saw sort of an opening for some of these other teams to take a step forward, but I don't think anyone outside of the greater Phoenix area predicted this.
Yeah. You predict
they are very fun, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I saw that team play in person. Oh, man, I want to say 2000, it's either 17 or 18, and they played Steph Curry, and they got absolutely smoked. It was the worst basketball game I have ever watched from start to finish. That's how badly they lost. Curry just, did whatever he wanted. So, for them to come since, seeing that game to where they are now, and I've seen another game of theirs before that, and it was a fun game. I can't remember who they were playing. I think they actually pulled off the upset. So it's I already have seen the evolution of that team, but yeah, to predict them to have a better than the 6th seed or something preseason, I don't think anybody had that. So weird NBA year. Kind of a weird hockey year too, if we're being honest, except for the Lightning who are just dominating.
Well, the Lightning finally, kind of making up for their Stanley Cup they should have won 2 years ago.
Exactly.
I was saying on the last sim, they should be going for 3 straight right now.
Yeah, they really should be. Or at least 3 in 5 years or something.
Right. Over the last 5 years, you could have made a strong case for them to win the cup every year with how good they've been.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, you're right. And sometimes we have seen this with teams the Red Wings in the 90s took a long time to finally break through too. So I think Tampa
kind of they did in a big way.
Yeah, they very much remind me of Detroit in the 90s right now, Tampa Bay. I don't think they're going to lose this series, even though I was slightly bullish on Montreal to begin. But, yeah, I'm not going there anymore. I don't care what the line is. All right. Welcome in, DK Sim fam. Smash that like button if you could. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday so far, man. Yeah, it looks like everybody's kind of into the soccer or the basketball, I should say. There's a touchdown into the Simville here. Deshaun Watson to Will Fuller. Wow, the 2 Texans I rostered. This is amazing.
Lineup. Love it.
Maybe we'll duel out for the win. Number 1 and 2 right here. Either way, that was a monster drive by Houston S to start this. Deshaun to Will Fuller. And just like that, 7-0 Houston.
Yeah, I'm not even a soccer fan, but the Euros have been incredibly fun.
Oh,
that's been
totally
awesome background television for me over the last, week and a half?
Yeah. I mean, I've been busy the last few days, but I definitely caught some of the opening games. And I like the Euro tournament and the World Cup is such good daytime television. It
really is.
I like the Olympics, but I actually think the World Cup is the best sporting event in the world. I really do. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, international soccer is just a different thing. It's almost a different sport to me.
Yeah.
You guys hear those dogs barking in my hallway?
I do.
Yeah, wow, that's like way louder than normal.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, who? Are the Baja men out there? Keep it down, doggies. Wow, it's incredibly loud.
Maybe Emerson's come to visit. And his 5,000 dogs.
Now that would be surprising.
Oh, come on. Who are we kidding? We know Emerson's dogs are like the most well-behaved in the world. Would never do anything like that.
No, perfect pooches.
Oh, man.
AD Poker 89 saying, everybody's really into soccer. I'm attempting to try this. AD, I'm with you. I'm not really into soccer. I just like it as a background sport. Oh!
Wow.
Scoop and score! Your guy, Gardner.
Yeah. Speaking of background noise, here's a little noise by the Houston DST there. Like you said, fumble.
Can't imagine they were
recovery,
rostered in many lineups.
just like that. Yeah, I doubt the Houston DST has many up there. Although, Jacksonville being a bad offense, maybe some people did.
Let's see. Let us see. Jacksonville's kind of a sneaky team in Sinland. Yeah, Texans DST captained in 1.5% of lineups and 11.4 overall in the flex. I'm surprised by that flex number.
I'm surprised by both.
I thought it'd be lower.
Yeah, I thought both would be lower. Surprised.
And you know what else is really good background TV? And maybe you're a tennis fan, but Wimbledon as well.
Yeah,
you got
for sure.
Wimbledon and the Euros going on. Love it.
I actually played like a little bit of junior tennis, so I mean, I don't watch as much tennis as I used to, but I definitely, I can get into a tennis match, especially at the majors, no problem. So glad Wimbledon's back on the skid.
I used to play tennis at summer camp. It was fun.
It's a good sport to learn, man.
Like, you know what? Way too hot in the summer to play tennis. Just way too hot out on the court. So I opted for the indoor sports at camp instead. But I had a tennis phase. I just really never could master the backhand. I would always, so we'd have these tournaments at camp, and there was a kid who played tennis like year round, who was really good. This kid, Alex Spieth was his name. And I'd always lose to him in the finals because he knew I couldn't hit a bat. I just couldn't. I was incapable of hitting a backhand.
Right.
But I was better than everyone enough where I could dominate with forehand. And he just would get me every time. Alex Spieth. I wonder what that guy's doing these days.
Maybe he's Jordan Spieth's brother.
I wonder if he went on to any real tennis success in his life.
Who knows?
He had a sick backhand when we were like 12.
My backhand was my best shot for a while when I was younger as well, but I used the two-hander. A lot easier when you're younger because you don't have that power. And then as I stopped, the more and more the less and less I practiced, the worse my backhand got, and I had to like switch to like a slice approach. It does make sense actually, now that you think about it. But I had a wicked two-hander when I was younger.
I could serve really well. I had a great forehand. But yeah, it was the back because, when you're a kid, you have to do the two-hand. And I don't know, my body like didn't enjoy going in that direction. It just like wouldn't work.
The real talented young tennis players are the kids who like develop like one-handed backhands when they're like 10. They just got like the pure form. Like, well, no, I mean most people can't, but like the really pure form kids, the talented ones, like Roger Federer, he probably was hitting one-handed backhands when he was like 5.
Oh, no doubt. Or like Andy Roddick, who's like a freak athlete. Andy Murray, all those dudes.
Texans DST did score, and we will update it. The scoring's done manually. Trust me, they will get to that, guys. I don't mind you putting it in the chat once. I'll give you an update, and the ops guys definitely know about the DraftKings or the Texans DST score. Trust me when I say they will figure it all out by the game's end. They just want to make sure they get the call right. Probably something to do with just the fumble points and just trying to double check it. But don't worry about it. We got DJ Chark there already over 50 50 receiving yards. So my captain racking up points too.
Yeah, I usually try and get DJ Chark in my lineup. I did not for this one, so of course that happened. Is there a specific Canadian tennis player that Canada rallies behind?
Used to be Milos Raonic. He obviously had gotten to a few finals, big serve. He was kind of the guy everyone knew for a while. And then, oh my God, she hasn't played in so long. Bianca something. I just can't remember her last name. Yeah,
I would say that we...
Andres, I'm going to butcher her last name. Andreescu, I can't remember. She won a major. She won the US Open. She's fantastic, but she hasn't played much over the last little bit. I think because of injuries, but yeah, she's.
I remember we did this with the Canadian baseball players in my phone. I was gonna say, let me try and connect with the Canadian tennis players in my phone for a tennis Canadian Mount Rushmore, but I don't have that type of pull in the Canadian tennis space, unfortunately.
Yeah, Canadian tennis Mount Rushmore. You maybe throw Daniel Nestor in there, one of the best doubles players ever to play the game. Bianca obviously in there just for having a major. We don't have many majors here in Canada, if any at all. So, those two are kind of locks. As we're 14-0 here, first half. We had a Fuller touchdown. We had a Texans DST touchdown, and we had absolutely nothing from the Jaguars. Although they do have DJ Chark over 3 catches and 50 yards right now. So the other dude is pretty good. Is Dennis Shapovalova. He's a real talented baseliner.
Yeah, D1D man just threw him out there.
Yeah, Yeah, there you go. People know. Yeah, he's fun to watch.
Shapovalova. Chris Thompson with the score. Oh, no, was that not Chris Thompson? Throw the specs on here.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat for tennis names. I think that was Thompson, wasn't it? Tom's got the specs on. He's seriously, he's doing the wait. Oh, it was NyQuil. NyQuil Armstead. Caca! Put him to sleep.
That's just awful.
Having trouble sleep? Here's a dose of NyQuil Armstead for you. Right before bedtime.
The running back three.
Chug.
That's awful.
When I can't sleep, I like to get out that green NyQuil.
I can't even break out the fullback minute for that. That's not even a fullback, people. That was a running back 3 on the touchdown. The heck is that?
I forgot he was on the Nevada rosters. That's awesome. Good for you, Armstead.
Ridiculous. That's brutal. Atlanta at the end of the third quarter.
We both knew that wasn't Thompson. We just couldn't pull the trigger.
No, I was trying to tell myself it was Thompson because he's in my lineup. Atlanta is leading the Bucs at the end of the third quarter, 82-67.
Unreal, dude.
No Trae Young to speak of. No, wait. Let me clarify. 87-62. I had the numbers wrong. 87-62.
She's a blowout. I mean, it's still 2-2 in the series, but wow, man.
You're right, Daniel. That is so much worse. That's why I needed to clarify. Mike Bizzle saying, Tom, where's the stats and did you knows? Not prepared enough. No, I only do those for fullbacks. Running back 3s do not fall under my umbrella of Freeze Pop's fullback minute.
Kyle says he only missed one question on his humanities test today.
Hell yeah, Kyle.
Can't tell you how proud the DK Sim fan is of Kyle. Future arts major superstar.
We love Kyle.
Myself. Look where I am.
Were you an arts major?
Simulated Houston Texans, Jacksonville Jaguars. sim games.
Your major was art in college?
No, my major was, for my bachelor degree, it was English literature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you're big into literature.
Dude, I had like 3 classes. I was like the only guy.
You were reading a lot of Shakespeare.
Me and like 20 girls. Tell me that was a bad gig? It's amazing. Never wasn't.
Heyo.
After I went to my first English class, I was never going to switch that major.
You're like, wait, so it's just me?
Yeah, pretty much. Sweet. All right. Jaguars. Armstead on the touchdown. Yes, that's right. Reichwill Armstead on the touchdown. 14-7 is Deshaun taking off for a little rumble action downfield. 27 yards.
Sean Dale Wilkerson on YouTube saying it's so easy to win in basketball. All you got to do is pick underdog. 9 times out of 10, they will rig it up. Sean Dale, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the NBA throughout its existence, but generally, the best teams with the best players win all the time. The underdog is a terrible selection in the NBA most of the time. If we're talking postseason, of course. The lowest seed to ever win a title was like a 6 seed. I think it happened once.
Yeah. Do you know who that was?
I think it was it the Mavs?
Mavs, it could have been the Mavs. That actually
2011 Mavs, yeah.
Yeah. That sounds something correct. Then you know what
5
else is correct?
seed, there you go.
Brandon Cooks. Brandon. Cooking up a storm into the end zone. Texans just relentless so far into the scoring department. They got a DST touchdown, 2 Deshaun Watson throwing touchdowns. The first to Fuller, the second to Cooks.
I am now in 40th. I also do not
shootout.
have Cooks in my lineup.
Yeah, I don't have Cooks either. Kind of sucks, but we got a shootout.
I'm 47th.
I got a feeling we're going to see some bonus action here tonight. We're going to see, both teams potentially get like 4+ touchdowns here tonight.
Deshaun having a nice little half here. He's already at 21 points in my captain spot, but wish I had other people in my lineup. We'll say that.
You did 4 today. Was that did Christian ask you to cover a couple of his late? Or
yeah,
something?
so I was on with Christian last night when his alma mater won in the College Baseball World Series, which led him to wanting to drive down to Omaha from Wisconsin to go watch his alma mater contend for a title. Because of that, he was mentioning it throughout the sim, and so afterwards I was like, hey man, I can cover both of your sims tomorrow if you need me to. And he said, okay, I will let Drew know.
Yeah.
So I figured I could help him out, help out a fellow Rhode Islander, and hey, now he owes me a favor.
That's right. Get those favors.
Exactly. Start writing them down.
Deep in the favor box. There's Chris Thompson on screen. Free agent Chris Thompson, I do believe. Jacksonville drafting Travis Etienne. Still going to have James Robinson as well. So pretty strong backfield. Yeah, in Trevor Lawrence's rushing ability, they could, I could see Jacksonville being one of the top rushing teams in the league, for being dead honest. Nice slant pass. Oh, is he going to break it? Go! Is that Chark? Go, DJ. Go, DJ.
DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, 58 yards. DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, that's a touchdown.
Drop the beat, friend. Yeah, that was a nice play. Broke right free of a tackle. We used to see this from DJ Chark every single game in Madden 2020. He was like the must roster of must rosters, Tom. Wish he'd been around to see it, because he legitimately led every wide receiver in points per game. He was just a beast. So it brings back good memories. Also vaults yours truly into second place in the 10 p.m. free roll. So look out, DK Sim fan. You're about to get schooled by Moose. You're about to be taken to Moose school.
Y'all about to be taken to Mooseport. Who's going to be the mayor? Ray Romano or Gene Hackman? That was Gene Hackman's final movie, Welcome to Mooseport.
Really?
After making that movie, he's like, you know what? I've done it. I made my Mona Lisa. It's time for me to retire.
Yeah, so Daniel says Mavs the 5th seed, eh? And that was the highest seed ever to win an NBA championship. Is the 5th seed? That is crazy.
Jeffrey Orris asking if I am Wave Goodbye. No, that's you. Wave Goodbye is Jeff on
that me.
The DK app. I am at Tommy Freeze Pops, I believe. And there's a picture of me with a freeze pop in my mouth.
Makes sense.
Vital Ways saying Thompson didn't score with a face palm. He did not. DJ Chark. And it was Ryquell Armstead that got that rushing touchdown for the Jags beforehand.
Little dose of Ryquell before bed. You're right to sleep. You will go to sleep or I will put you to sleep.
Sean Dale Wilkerson saying, back in the day, sports was the best teams win. No sports is about how much money you make. And I think he meant say now sports. You can make off games, bookies making millions. Sean Dale, look, again, if we're talking NBA, the best teams usually win.
I mean, that stat alone, like, I didn't realize that, but it doesn't shock me to hear it either because, like, when was the last, like, really crazy Cinderella run we had in the NBA? We basically
the NBA does not have upsets.
You don't have it.
It's the league with the least amount of parity. I mean, I don't know what the official number is for how many NBA titles or NBA finals there's been, but think about it. The Celtics have won 17 championships.
Yeah.
As have the Lakers. The Bulls won 6. The Spurs have won 5. The Warriors, I think, have 4 or 5, 3 of which coming very recently.
Mm-hmm.
So, right there alone, how many more championships you got to dole out? I think the Sixers have a few, like 2 maybe, 2 or 3. The Knicks have 2. Like
they got some random
got
teams
one.
with 1. Like the Mavs have 1. The Bucs, I think, have 1, don't they?
The Heat have 3.
Right, yeah.
Daniel confirming Warriors have 4. As I mentioned, the Bulls have 6. So, you know, it's just there's just not a lot of room in this league.
A lot of teams with the goose eggs.
Lots of dynasties.
Yep. It would be very bizarre to see Phoenix and Atlanta, but even saying that, like, Phoenix is still a top seed. I mean, we think of them as like not a team with not a dynasty or anything, but like they were what? Were they first? They're second seed, right, Tom? Not the first, second, right?
Which team again? Sorry,
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Second seed. So
2 seed.
If Phoenix wins, I mean, it's not like they were coming out of left field. They were one of the top seeds in their conference. Like
exactly.
So,
but the Lakers had a weird season because of injuries.
True.
If they were healthy coming into the postseason, everyone was saying they're going to end up being the lowest seed to win a title ever.
Right. Yeah.
Which didn't happen. Now this Phoenix team that benefited from injuries in their conference and, you know, a nice confluence of young players hitting their stride at the right time along with Chris Paul, and they got a good coaching staff. I mean, it's all clicking right now. Phoenix is going to be able to surprise. I mean, it's a surprise if you were to say that this was going to happen before the season, but the fact that they're a 2 seed doing this it's from an outsider's perspective, it wouldn't seem like a surprise, but it is still surprising in the larger context that Phoenix is doing this right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, I was in the group. I'm like, well, Phoenix, it's a nice year, but like, they're really going to do anything in the playoffs? Probably not. So, so it would be cool to see them win, but again, it wouldn't be like one of those Cinderella runs like we've seen in other sports, and like a lower seed kind of ends up winning. You know, like we've had wild card teams win, you know, in the NFL before. I'm trying to think most recently. Were the Eagles a wild card team? No, they weren't. I think they won their division. Packers, when they won and Rodgers first, they were a wild card team.
Yeah, I think the Steelers were a wild card team when they won in 2005.
Okay, yep.
Because the Bengals had won the division that year. That was the year that Carson Palmer hurt his knee in the playoff game.
Ah, yes. Cool.
But yeah, in football, you rarely see the low seed make a run. I mean, the Bucs were a wild card team this past year.
That's right. Actually, it's a good point. Forgot about that, didn't we?
People forget that the Saints won that division.
I know. It's just the Saints dominated them too in the 2 regular season games.
Yeah.
Like you forget, it's so easy to forget about that just because of how good Tampa was in the playoffs. But
they were so money.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, in hockey, we've definitely seen that. You know, like lower seeds come from out of nowhere. Take it. Hockey playoffs generally.
Hockey is, you know, no
really
offense to your
open.
sport, Jeff, and I like hockey, but it's kind of a crapshoot.
Well, the playoffs, the problem with hockey, and this is part of the reason why people think it's great because it does up the variance, but essentially the rules change in hockey. They stop calling the same penalties they do in the regular season. They start letting like more physical play happen, and it just completely changes the game. And like teams that weren't that good in the regular season, you know, they weren't scoring enough, you know, they couldn't, you know, they didn't have enough goaltending or whatever. Then their goalie gets hot. Then they're able to shut down other teams' superstars because there's like no penalties called. And all of a sudden, those teams are like, you know, they're really built for like long playoff runs. The Islanders are a great example. The Canadians are kind of a good example too. I think the NHL would benefit if they just let their superstars be superstars. Like the NHL play is still good to watch, but like they're holding back their own league's success, in my opinion, by not letting guys like Connor McDavid.
Says the guy that roots for Connor McDavid.
Sure, and I'm biased. I admit it.
No, but you're right. You're totally right.
But I think from a league perspective, it holds the NHL back from being like, you know, on the level or anywhere near the level of the NBA because they're really not.
Completely
like,
agree.
They're just not.
And it never will be. It's the nature of the sport. It's much more niche than the NBA is. By the way, Clint Capella, as the shot clock ran down a couple possessions ago for the Hawks, hit a fadeaway jumper from behind the basket, falling out of bounds. You're going to see that all over the internet over the next 24 hours. Everything breaking the Hawks' way in this game down in Atlanta. They're now up 20 with 6:18 to go. It's going to be a 2-2 series. Atlanta tying it up here, sending it back to Milwaukee.
All right, here we got less than a minute to go in the first half. We got a little stretch action there by Cooks. They give him the first down.
Mike Bizzle asking us to pick who we'd want to do Madden After Dark with other than the person we're doing it with right now. You know what? Not going to give my answer to that because I love all of my children equally.
I don't really care either. I just hop on. I honestly didn't even know we were working together today because I was just
there. You go.
A little bit crazy, and I'm just like, you know what? Let's just play.
I mean, you probably just like expected at this point.
Let's play announcers roulette. I do typically do like if we get on Madden After Dark, like Tuesday's been. I know I've done a lot of like Tuesdays with you, so I'm not like shocked.
Yeah. Weekday Madden After Dark is sort of my go-to spot most days of the week.
And I'm usually on for at least a couple when we watch.
Yeah.
Our paths are going to cross most weeks.
Exactly. Yeah. Come on. I can't be picking favorites here. I enjoy different parts of working with everyone I work with, other than Ducey.
This brings up a good question though for you. You recently did a sim with Zach Thompson, right? For the first time?
Yes, for the first time.
Me too. I also did a sim with Zach Thompson 2 weeks ago for the first time. But for him and I, it was even more historic because we've both been on these things since the very start. And Zach is
that is weird that you hadn't crossed paths.
I know. And I mainly just did, analyst work for the first, I'd say, 4 months, 5 months, maybe even. So I haven't been in this seat that long, and I still don't. I only do probably 25%, maybe 30% in this seat. So in the announcer seat, so to speak. But there's not that much opportunity for Zach and I to work together because he only does the analyst side. But still, you're right. With how short we are sometimes, there's a touchdown. That was a nice, dude. The Texans.
Will Fuller.
This is like the perfect half for the Texans just for the Texans team.
We haven't seen this from the Texans in Simland in a while.
I haven't seen this from any team from Simland. 28 points in the first half. Deshaun Watson with just a missile to the sideline there, the corner of the end zone. Fuller, second touchdown. We'll have to check his yardage there too because he's getting up there. Man, Jacksonville just getting embarrassed. I should text that.
Yeah, I learned a lot about ZT. I mean, obviously, I've worked with him here on the Dream Stream, but never with him on air. And from Guam, spent a lot of his life in Guam. Never knew that. That's super interesting.
Yeah, totally. No,
not every day you meet a dude from Guam.
Guam. Got a bunch of kids. Smart guy.
Yeah,
absolutely. I enjoyed our time together. Hopefully, won't be another year before we go. But yeah, I know he told me he's like, yeah, I was a big one on his list, but he's like, I also haven't done one with Tom yet, and I think there might have been one more person too. So
for me, the only one that I haven't done a sim with yet, and I know there's probably some one-off people that don't count, I guess, for this discussion, but I've never done a sim with Reed.
Ah, okay, yeah. Reed on Reed's on suspension right now.
Oh no,
as we like to call it.
They got Reed too?
Yeah, they got Reed, man. It's those Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah, I don't know if Reed and I will ever cross paths on the Dream Stream. I don't know.
Never know.
And then I've never done one with Babysitter Billy, but I know he's super rarely involved in these nowadays. He's on the schedule
Billy.
still.
He's
still on the schedule.
Yeah, he is. No, they haven't taken him off. They refuse. I love it. Seeing Babysitter Billy on a DraftKings Dream Stream is it's more rare than seeing the Bigfoot sighting. It's like, oh my God. All right. End of the first half there, folks. Yeah, an eventful end of the first half because the Texans, like I said, Deshaun Watson getting his third passing touchdown. Two of them to Will Fuller, one of them to Brandon Cooks there. Also had a defensive touchdown in that first half. Jacksonville with 14 points. Just going to run through the stats semi-quickly here. 152, 3 passing touchdowns for Deshaun Watson. We'll get to the rest later, though, because I do have a clip coming up for you guys. We got the Rocket Mortgage Classic coming up for PGA this week. And earlier today on The Sweat, I talked about my favorite 10K plus player for this week's PGA event. This one's at the Detroit Golf Club. So listen up, because here's more me talking about golf for this week. Yeah, Hideki's a really interesting target. I mean, he's got a pretty good course history at this event, a couple top 25s. And look, he's clearly in a little bit better form in 2021, right? I mean, obviously getting the big win at the Masters. This is a player who ranks out very well with his short to mid irons. He's top 10 in terms of proximity from 125 to 150, 150 to 175 yards. So I think it's absolutely fine to kind of buy the dip on Hideki. I also think it's fine to kind of buy the dip on Webb Simpson here at 10-6. I mean, both of these players just set up extremely well for iron-based courses, which is kind of what Detroit Golf Club is. It's very easy off the tee. Now all this said, I think I'm just going to make my choice Bryson, because Bryson is just so capable of lighting it up on the greens here. He's first in DraftKings points produced over the last 50 rounds. And, I think all three of these players that I've mentioned, if we're ranking them, they'd be in my top three. I'd probably put Bryson first, though. Again, this is just a player who dominates off the tee. We're at a driver-heavy course. He's the defending champion. And quite frankly, we've seen Bryson be in pretty good, solid form. I think he's going to put up a very solid title defense here. And all things considered, I would rather pay up for him than one of those other two guys we mentioned, who I still like, but I like Bryson more. Just like I forget about the sim, but like if I bring up the sim with God.
Hey, you know what though, Jeff? We are back.
Oh. a little behind the scenes focus there from me and Tom, just talking about sim strategy here and different working with different people. But anyways, we are back. 28-14, Texans out in front. Again, we had a late half-ending touchdown there to Will Fuller, who let's just update that. What is he at? He's only got 44 yards. He got 4 receptions. Does have the 2 touchdowns, though. 20.4 DK fantasy points. Deshaun Watson, 24.78 points. And DJ Chark, man, busting a move all over the place in this sim. 23.9 points. He's got the bonus 4 receptions, and he's got a receiving touchdown. Had a big boy touchdown there for the half ended.
DJ Chark, do 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 do. DJ Chark, do 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 do. DJ Chark. Has to be done.
It's gonna be an interesting year for DJ Chark. I mean, like he's a really talented guy in real life. I mean, you look at his metrics, like 6'3", ran like a 4.7 or something coming out of college. Like he kind of looks like Julio Jones just on paper. And he looks really good when he's healthy and on the field. But if he doesn't click with Lawrence early, you got to figure like Jacksonville's probably going to move on from this guy.
Something I learned semi-early in my Simland life, maybe halfway into it at this point, was that you never besmirch DJ Spark. Wow, I cannot speak. DJ Chark. You never besmirch DJ Chark. Never. The Sim fam does not like it.
No, absolutely. It's because he won everybody all the money in 2020. And they remember this Chris Conley. That was a nice run by him too.
My brain just stopped working for like 10 seconds.
DJ Spark is a good actual DJ's name.
DJ Spark in the building.
Exactly right. So
4:19 remaining in Atlanta. Hawks up 104-80. The blowout continues.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting game 5 for sure.
Well, we'll see what goes on with Giannis,
Exactly, yeah. Well, and Trae Young, right? I mean, 2 superstars. Looks like you said, I mean, Trae Young, news doesn't look good.
That's like worse. This is such worst case scenario stuff here for the NBA.
Yeah. Because like you said, like it wouldn't miss opportunity.
Adam Silver is pouring a drink tonight.
Yeah. It wouldn't be that bad, at least, if you had like a healthy Young going off every night or Giannis just going crazy. But if one of those teams get there and the superstar's not there, like what the,
right?
Yeah. And then it's nice.
Like, what are these teams?
And it's July. Like it's not great for ratings. Not great.
No. And it's not even like 2 major ratings markets as it is. And Clint Capella now going down for the Hawks. You can see what this injury was. Oh, it looks like it's a flop. We're okay. Everything's okay, guys.
I can't afford to lose any more bodies there in Atlanta, that's for sure. All right, Minshew back. Wow, another terrible pass. Did get the first down, though. Actually, it was actually Armstead who got them the first down. I don't know if people noticed that. He popped back for a play. Yeah. Old NyQuil.
Hey, maybe the Jacksonville coaching staff saw something in the film that said, hey, Reichwell might have a good day.
I just don't think people took a high enough dose of NyQuil before they, after the first one. He wanted to up it, so.
He's in there now. That looks like a 3. I don't think that's Chris Thompson. Oh no, that is Chris Thompson.
I was gonna say, I see this differently than you.
I just mixed up the numbers, but anyways.
Mike Bizzle saying that he used to go to the NBA drafts as a fan, used to boo David Stern and cheer Adam Silver. I've always wondered what the experience would be like to go to a draft, if that would be fun or not. It feels like a very TV-oriented event.
Yeah, completely.
But, I mean, I'm sure if you went with enough buddies and you have a plan, sure, it could be fun. Biz, did you have a good time? How was the draft experience for you?
It depends where it is too, right? Like if the draft is in Vegas, and I think the NFL is having their draft in Vegas.
Yeah, it was supposed to be there
this
year the virtual draft happened.
Okay. Yeah.
And then they announced at this year's draft that it's going to be in Vegas next year.
Okay. Like that would be fun, obviously, for a multitude of reasons. At least in my opinion, it's hot in Vegas.
Anything in Vegas is fun.
Exactly.
Let's be honest. I went to Summer League basketball there with my buddies back in 2016.
Oh, yeah.
And we had a blast. I was just booing the crap out of Ben Simmons. I was the only guy in the arena, like, loudly booing during a Summer League game. I'm like, Ben Simmons stinks. He stinks. Just top of my lungs. Definitely quite a few Diet Cokes deep. Having myself a time. And my buddies were so embarrassed. They're like, dude, stop. Like, stop saying the best player on the floor stinks. I'm like, you watch, he stinks. Lo and behold, here we are today. Ben Simmons stinks.
Okay. That's one thing.
I have Ben Simmons stock though, in all reality. I'm a Ben Simmons defender.
I mean, he's legitimately.
He just doesn't like to shoot the basketball.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like he's
very
one
good
tool
defensive
short.
player, great passer,
Yeah.
tall, takes up space, can guard all 5 positions. Just can't shoot, and also
He's
doesn't
one
like
tool
to dunk.
short. One tool short of being a 5-tool player, but unfortunately for basketball, like shooting, it's a pretty big tool. You know, like if you can't shoot, that's not good, Bob. So wow, David Johnson stuff there. 22 yards for David Johnson on the sim.
He loves basketball. He just hates shooting.
Yeah. Is he a free agent?
No. It would have to be a trade. Seems like everyone thinks he should be out of there, though, and that the time has run out in Philly.
I mean, the dude can't develop like even a little bit as a shooter in Philly. I mean, something's wrong there. He's being managed incorrectly. Like it just doesn't make sense. This one's gonna get called back for holding. Max Scapio. I know some people are like he's going to the Lakers.
Yeah, I guess he belongs to LeBron's agency.
Right.
That feels like a weird fit.
I mean, he's a guy who could really like help LeBron in the regular season, just manage his workload. Because he can do some of the things LeBron does, just in terms of like guarding different positions. So I could see it from that perspective. Oh, slow-mo. There we go. Okay.
Obi-Wan saying that Ben Simmons should play football.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like he has the work ethic for football. Seems like work ethic is the